Chapter 1 Welcome Home. Tiger. Go inside, Tiger. Oh, right. The prison guard opened his mouth, seemingly to articulate something. However, as Tiger turned around, his deep and indifferent gaze met the guard's, prompting him to ultimately choose silence. With a resigned sigh, he shut the iron door. The rusted, heavy door stirred up a cloud of dust, acrid and choking, simultaneously severing the line of sight between the two to don't cause trouble. The guard mumbled the words he wished to convey. Yet, he quickly succumbed to absurd self-mockery, turning on his heel and hastily departing from the cell door. Oh God, how is this possible? This is Shelby. I must be insane. Indeed, despite his youthful appearance, this boy was a significant member of the largest mafia family in Surrey, a criminal whom ordinary prisons like Newcastle and Poole Cape were reluctant to accept. Thus, the prison administration had no choice but to confine him in this fearsome penitentiary for serious offenders. As a prison guard, he had lost count of how many times Tiger had found his way back here. This was not a place he was meant to be, yet for the boy, it seemed as familiar as home. The cell was eerily silent. Tiger lay on the hard bed, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling, slowly closing his eyes. Though the conditions were rudimentary, they provided him with the most comforting sense of security. Enveloped in the darkness of the dim environment, it felt akin to returning to the underground octagonal cage of his past life. Regrettably, this fleeting comfort would not last long. It was likely that within a couple of days, his brothers would once again secure his release. Why didn't you let me eat that chocolate bean? Then we could have continued to play. A coarse, gravelly voice suddenly echoed in the room. Tiger furrowed his brow, responding coldly and impatiently. Shut up. It's always because of your greedy appetite that I end up here. I'm greedy? Damn it. Tiger Shelby. This isn't solely my responsibility. It's you who becomes entranced by the sensation of crushing those chocolate beans every time. It's always like this when we get caught. Every single time. The voice of venom erupted in a furious rebuttal. You deranged, obsessive bastard. Damn it, you're more sinister than a symbiote. You vile creature. Seeing that Tiger was disinclined to engage, it extended a grotesque little head from the nape of Tiger's neck, fixating on his wavering gaze, attempting to delineate the responsibility for their capture. Shut up. I'm a good person. Tiger promptly shut his eyes, unwilling to reveal his irritation, allowing venom to continue its incessant chatter. After an indeterminate duration, the sound of an electric bell rang through the corridor, finally interrupting Venom's incessant prattle. IT promptly erupted into an excited shriek, awakening the drowsy Tiger. Mealtime! Mealtime! Get up, you idiot! I can't wait to see those delightful, delicious little chocolate beans. Despite Tiger's insistence on keeping Venom's grotesque appetite concealed in public, it did not diminish its craving for delicacies. Ignoring the incessant urging in his mind, Tiger rolled over, rose to his feet, and, dragging the heavy shackles, stepped into the dimly lit corridor. The prisons of late 20th century Britain were far from the systematic sophistication of the future. Particularly in this maximum security prison, chaos-rain bodies were carried out daily. These serious offenders inherently held a profound contempt for legal and moral codes, perceiving them as shackles on their humanity, or even as inconsequential. In their eyes, the prison could confine their bodies, but it could not imprison their desires and souls. The yearning for violence and chaos tormented them like a curse, yet simultaneously provided them with unparalleled pleasure. To safeguard social order, the higher-ups of this prison chose to overlook the brawls and turmoil among the scum who had not been sentenced to death, observing as these filthy devils perished amidst insatiable desires. Hence, there were no locks on the outside of the cells. The locks were on the inside, and only the prisoners could unlock them. In the expansive corridor, the heavy sound of dragging chains echoed ominously. As Tiger ventured deeper into the central area, the flickering yellow light was progressively consumed by darkness, a realm even the guards were reluctant to tread. The number of prisoners in the corridor swelled, and every inmate emerging from their cells bore vigilant and hostile gazes, countering any ambiguous glances. Upon spotting a diminutive stranger amid the throng, some newly arrived inmates instantly became animated. As Tiger passed a group of prisoners, a filthy, greasy arm suddenly reached out from behind, attempting to grasp his shoulder. Tiger sidestepped, his fierce, icy gaze turning back, but this did not deter the assailant. Let me see. Where did this little sweetheart come from? The raspy, revolting laughter filled the chaos and excess. Like a stone dropped into calm waters, ripples surged, and the crowd in the corridor turned their attention to the scene. Seeing a spectacle unfold, most prisoners wore expressions of mockery, while only the newcomers clapped and yelled, their bloodshot eyes brimming with destructive desires. Though shackled, Tiger was not clad in prison garb. His tailored suit appeared exceedingly expensive. Beneath his neatly cropped black hair were amber eyes resembling exquisite works of art, captivating and enthralling. It was as if they had encountered a delicate doll, and everyone yearned to tear Tiger apart. Go on, Jason. Haha, look at that fair little face. Check that out. Haha, what a charming physique. I bet this kid has solid muscles beneath those clothes. Hurry up and rip off his clothes. Damn it, Jason, did you hear? Tear off his clothes, and let's see. A cacophony of sharp whistles and filthy remarks ensued. Yeah, haha. Jason stared with hungry eyes, his tongue flicking restlessly in his mouth. Come on, sweetheart, let me see you. Before he could finish, a fierce punch sent him crashing against the rusty iron door. Clang! Amidst the startled gazes surrounding him, Jason fell heavily to the ground, silence engulfing him, blood slowly trickling from his mouth and nose. The clamor in the corridor ceased abruptly, with some older inmates bursting into laughter and clapping. Ha, welcome home, little Tiger. Damn Shelby family. Tell me, little Tiger, how many did you incapacitate this time? Not my gang, I hope. The next one is, Tiger coldly raised his middle finger to the crowd, disregarding the tedious morons, instead striding toward the loudest inmate. The heavy shackles scraped against the ground with an ear-piercing sound, yet his movements bore no weight. I could see this moment. The newcomers understood why this delicate-looking boy was shackled with restraints typically reserved for murderers. Damn, he saw me. Oh no. In the darkness, the sound of scurrying retreat echoed, filled with desperate and frustrated curses. Chapter 2. I truly am a good person. Bang! The solid, heavy thud resonated like a fist striking the hearts of everyone present. The old inmates watching the spectacle erupted into mocking, gleeful laughter. True to form, the Shelby lad preferred action over words. Amidst the trembling gazes surrounding him, the prisoner who had shouted the loudest fell to his knees, retching, his eyes filled with a painful, fearful haze. Tiger gazed indifferently at the fallen man, lifting his foot to nudge the iron chain closer to his mouth. Bit it. I don't know. The prisoner trembled uncontrollably, attempting to explain, but his throat felt constricted, as if under an oppressive force. The recent warning that struck deep within him and the lethal blow that had silenced Jason were both beyond his capacity to reject. With a quivering mouth exposing blackened, yellowed teeth, he clamped down on the rusted chain, the rough, cold metal and its foul odor flooding his mouth. His pleading gaze turned to Tiger. Please. Before the words could escape, Tiger delivered a brutal kick to the prisoner's jaw, the sound of shattering bone echoing. A sharp scream erupted from the prisoner, piercing the hearts of all who heard it. I adore this move. What a coward. Why not confront little Tiger instead? Well done. Oh, you son of a bitch. This is the flavor. The old inmates covered their mouths, shaking their fists, their faces contorted in expressions of dental agony, yet their lips curled in relentless mockery and laughter. Stepping over the blood and shattered teeth that littered the ground, Tiger cracked his neck and inhaled deeply. In truth, he relished these remnants. The terror in their eyes was gratifying. He thrived on fear, and the fear of his adversaries was his strength. I am, after all, a pacifist. This chocolate bean is truly filthy. Why doesn't he wash it? The venom, filled with a cacophony of pharmaceutical elements and pathogens, began to protest. As for Tiger's shameless self-aggrandizement, it had grown weary of voicing its disdain. He would never cleanse himself of it. Tiger remarked nonchalantly, disregarding the trash that had already fainted from pain on the ground. His gaze shifted to another who had just uttered foul words, and he approached with measured steps. Bang! Gag! Watching yet another kneel before him. The old inmates had long forgotten their meals, their faces alight with excitement as they beheld the spiritual feast Tiger was preparing for them. They craved violence, thirsted for blood, yearned for anything that would elevate their adrenaline. Trash, bite it. No, please. The chilling screams cascaded one after another, and the cheers of the old inmates grew louder. Stepping over the moans and whimpers, Tiger finally revealed a look of satisfaction and fulfillment. He loosened his suit collar and elegantly retrieved a handkerchief from his breast pocket, wiping the blood from his fingertips. He spat contemptuously on the face of the man at his feet, discarding the handkerchief, allowing it to gently cover the visage. Old fool, the matter is now in your hands. Oh, of course, my dear. From the throng, a flamboyantly dressed, robust man sauntered forth, casting a flirtatious glance at Tiger that hinted at both flattery and desire. My heavens, these toothless little treasures are bound to fetch a handsome price. My dear, you truly are a good soul. Indeed, I've always been a good soul. Tiger cast an admiring gaze towards the old fool. Once Tiger had concluded his affairs, the seasoned inmates approached him, eager to greet him. Ha, young Tiger, dear young Tiger, what brings you back home this time? I'm not quite certain, Tiger sighed. He had engaged in numerous exploits recently, including smashing the bars of rival factions with his brothers, shattering the bones of the copper-smelting principal before the entire student body. and storming the villa of a Viper gang councilman. Yet he could not pinpoint the exact reason for his return. "Huh, you are truly a natural-born scoundrel." The old inmates, well acquainted with Tiger, immediately discerned something amiss, erupting into raucous laughter. "What is the situation outside? My men have been absent for quite some time." Upon hearing a red-haired Russian mobster speak, Tiger cast a disinterested sidelong glance. "Nothing much. Your territory has been consumed by us. Once you emerge, I might allow you to adopt the Shelby name." "Oh, damn, that wretch Tommy. Hey, you little rascal, my gang hasn't had any news lately. Is it your Shelby family that?" Amidst the banter and curses, they entered the central dining hall of the prison. The heart of the prison's dining area was housed within a derelict industrial chimney, soaring to a height of 300 meters, and it was the sole location in the prison graced by natural light. The notoriously harsh prison authorities had, at some point, affixed a 70-meter climbing ladder to the wall, offering a glimmer of escape for the more unruly inmates. Naturally, this resulted in daily spectacles of fools exhausting their strength at the ladder's pinnacle, unable to ascend or descend, left only to cry for help. In the lexicon of this prison, there existed no terms of kindness, salvation, or love. The exuberant prisoners only cheered and clamored for gambling, urging those suspended high above to hasten their descent and transform into mere flesh. As mealtime approached its conclusion, the arrival of yet another inmate drew predatory glances. However, when Tiger and his companions cast their more sinister gazes, those onlookers hurriedly retreated. Yet, Tiger could still distinctly sense the pervasive malice. This malevolence, as if tangible, assaulted the hearts and emotions of all, rendering them akin to powder kegs, poised to ignite at any moment. "Haha, young Tiger, can you smell it?" The Russian mobster flared his nostrils, as the stale air mingled with the sense of oil and refuse. "Today, they even have fried fish." Tiger forced a smile, though his expression remained grim. He had never harbored any expectations for British cuisine. Even from several meters away, he could sense the lingering resentment of the food, as if it were dead, yet unwilling to rest. Fortunately, the cafeteria was equipped with a stove for his use, allowing him to toss together whatever ingredients he could find, which was undoubtedly superior to the prisoner's fried fish dipped in slop. The sight of the filthy and chaotic cafeteria drained his vigor, rendering his insatiable appetite utterly extinguished. Flies buzzed amidst the noxious stench, creating an oppressive atmosphere, while the bean porridge served to the inmates had begun to ferment. As Tiger walked past the line of prisoners, the sour odor penetrated his nostrils, igniting every nerve of his venom. Most of the inmates appeared emaciated, seemingly guarding their meager portions with care. Yet their eyes were filled with greed, fixated on the others around them. At that moment, the venom within him felt as if it could wipe out the very heart of the prison. Upon his return home, many of the older inmates raised their hands in greeting. Their stay in prison was temporary. Only this little one was a permanent resident, and maintaining good relations was essential. Chapter 3. The Fallen Scottish Round-Faced Hen. Indeed, within this prison, there were also enemies of the Shelby family, particularly when it came to Tiger. They acknowledged that this child was exceptional, perhaps even more formidable than his brothers. Yet, despite his prowess, he remained merely a child. How powerful could he truly be? As Tiger strolled into the throng, making his way toward the kitchen in the central cafeteria, some individuals who had previously sat at the tables quietly rose to their feet. Well, look who has arrived. You're done for, little Shelby. You think smashing the Viper Gang's territory was just a minor offense, and you're here to endure a few days of punishment? A corpulent black man obstructed Tiger's path, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "I hear you even took out a member of parliament? With those two matters combined, the Shelby family is in for a world of trouble, wouldn't you say?" Gazing at the grotesque visage before him, Tiger's expression grew increasingly impatient. The Shelby family had never held a favorable view of black individuals. "You know, at this very moment, your brothers are probably perishing in anguish. By the time you get out, the Shelby family might be no more. Oh wait, no. You won't ever be getting out again. For life, you'll be forced to share this space with us, won't you?" The man turned his head, his arrogant smile widening as he surveyed the surroundings. The other prisoners of the Viper Gang snarled in agreement, seemingly corroborating his words. Meanwhile, a sharpened toothbrush slipped discreetly from the man's sleeve, resting against his wrist. The Viper Gang? The leader of the Russian gang observed the farcical display before him with a sympathetic shake of his head. They're probably long gone. As a gang closely adjacent to the Shelby family, and one that had recently been obliterated by them, he was all too familiar with the Shelby family's methods. After all, it was that scoundrel Tommy Shelby who personally delivered me into this predicament. Unlike other gangs in the British Isles, The historically entrenched Shelby clan does not rely on coercion or profit to bind one another. It is merely the ties of blood and surname that unite them. Within this family, every member is a madman and beast cloaked in a veneer of elegance, perhaps out of a desire to protect this young lad. Every time he returns home, it coincides with the Shelby family engaging in significant affairs. The Viper Gang? What are their connections to a member of Parliament? That is now but a relic of the past. Observing the Viper Gang members closing in around Tiger, the Russian mob boss subtly revealed a mocking expression. Moreover, this young lad hardly requires safeguarding. As Tiger remained unfazed by his provocation, the African-American man's eyes glinted with menace as he stepped forward, muttering, "Perhaps I can assist you in escaping, allowing you one last glimpse of your brothers. What do you say, kid?" Before he could finish, he revealed a sharp dagger, viciously thrusting it towards Tiger's throat, his expression brimming with a sanguine thirst for violence. Bang! In an astonishing display, Tiger's hand deftly captured the assailant's wrist. The man's smile froze, his expression shifting to one of horror as he tried to withdraw his arm, yet it remained as if welded in place. Tiger lifted his leg and delivered a kick to the knee, the sickening sound of bone fracturing echoing as the man's right leg bent at an unnatural angle. On his knees, the African-American man grimaced in agony, his bloodied gums clenching tightly, a rare silence enveloping him. The Viper Gang members? You possess an unusual resilience, surpassing that of the politician. The elegance of the suited figure vanished in an instant, revealing the beast beneath as Tiger's smile morphed into a grimace. He smashed his elbow through a nearby glass display, seizing a pot of boiling oil and slamming it onto the man's head. Sizzle. Accompanied by the horrific sound of searing flesh, the man could no longer bear it, letting out a wretched scream. His cries of pain resonated like a blade twisting in the heart, leaving the Viper Gang prisoners pale with terror, observing the scattered remnants of fried fish and chips. The Russian mob boss sighed in resignation. God, I shall go hungry again. Damn Shelby. Where did this tradition of overturning tables come from? It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The venomous, pallid gaze gradually enveloped Tiger's visage, tendrils of darkness appearing as if they were alive, spreading across his head. A chilling aura of murderous intent pierced through the air, paralyzing the Viper Gang prisoners. It is not I who is compelled to be confined with you. Tiger's gravelly voice merged with that of the venomous presence, roaring. It is you who are forced to share this space with me. In the terrified eyes of the Viper Gang, Tiger lunged at them with a devilish grin, embodying a force of darkness. Thanks to his notorious brutality, the prisoners scattered in panic at the onset of chaos, unlike their usual curiosity. Who would dare to engage in such a bloody scene, where limbs could be torn like vegetables? The Shelby family is indeed peculiar, even the smallest among them. Damn it, you're hoarding all the food. Let me out, you bastard. Chocolate chips. My chocolate chips. At the moment when venom was stirring restlessly, Tiger swiftly and decisively suppressed it back within. Aside from the scattered remnants of dismembered limbs around him, no one witnessed the horrifying scene that had just unfolded. Above all, he wished not to become a specimen for others to dissect. Even though it was merely 1991, Tiger doubted that venom could evade the clutches of the national war machine. In the vast emptiness of the central cafeteria, even the cooks had fled, leaving Tiger all alone, indifferent to venom's incessant tirades in his mind. Tiger ventured into the kitchen to rummage for ingredients. However, the supplies in the kitchen were either moldy or sour, and Tiger exited with a scowl. Those despicable, shameless cooks. I shall send them to hell. Those, though not fresh. Venom's remarks remained eerily unsettling. Yet the items on the floor were not part of Tiger's culinary repertoire. He glanced up at the bright lights above, contemplating acquiring some food from the guards during their night patrols. At that moment, a small black figure circled the top of the chimney a few times, as if confirming something before wobbling in, appearing quite fatigued. What is this? A Scottish fold chicken? Tiger licked his lips and turned back to the kitchen in search of seasonings. Given the architectural characteristics of the central cafeteria, it was not unusual for birds to fly in only to lose their way back, eventually becoming the chef's meal enhancement. He found this entirely unsurprising, even somewhat anticipatory. As it seemed Tiger was about to leave, the owl hurriedly flapped its wings and dove towards him. At that moment, Tiger emerged from the kitchen with a large pot filled with water, setting it on the stove outside the kitchen door. With a splash, the exhausted owl, unable to flap its wings any longer, plunged directly into the pot, sending water flying. Tiger blinked, momentarily incredulous as he glanced at the pot and then at the sky. Such a service attitude, truly touching for the symbiote. If only those chocolate chips would jump into the pot like this. Venom was evidently startled as well, its tone laced with a complicated longing. Indeed, with such service, I hardly had the heart to eat. Noticing a letter suddenly floating on the water's surface, Tiger instinctively paused his complaints. On the envelope, there seemed to be his own name. Chapter 4, The Shelby Family. Number 13, Rhine District. Cafeteria at the base of the chimney, Mr. Tiger Shelby. The emerald green handwriting on the envelope, though resembling printed text, evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity in Tiger. Parchment. Quite vintage. Tiger retrieved the letter from the pot, simultaneously igniting the fire beneath it. After all, this Scottish round-faced chicken has flown into the pot by itself. The necessary preparations have been made by others, and if one neglects their subsequent responsibilities, it will be a grave display of unprofessionalism. The wax seal in the center of the envelope bears a capital H, surrounded by 4 creatures, a lion, a serpent, an eagle, and a badger. The Shelby family would also affix a wax seal when sending letters, though such practices have become increasingly rare. In a moment of reverie, Tiger seemed to glimpse the correspondence of English nobility from the 17th and 18th centuries, yet he could not identify which family this wax seal belonged to. Curiously, Tiger opened the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin, Chief Wizard of Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Shelby, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. In addition to the letter of admission, the envelope contained a parchment listing the books and items needed for enrollment. Tiger's gaze became fixed, and he did not continue reading. Instead, he suddenly recalled the origins of this letter. Harry Potter and, what was it, in a past life? He had caught a glimpse of it in the underground boxing lounge, though he had quickly exited. Yet, he vaguely remembered a bespectacled boy exulting amidst a deluge of letters. So, does that mean I am not the special one? Tiger's breath grew heavier, and the repression that had long been buried within him was suddenly released. Ha ha ha, Venom. You son of a dog. You no longer need to hide. Shut up, Tiger, you vulgar bastard. You are unworthy of wearing that suit. I never had to hide, if it weren't for your refusal to allow me to split. Although Venom incessantly hurled insults at Tiger, the joy in his voice was unmistakable. The good news was that he had found a damn kindred spirit. The even better news was that this damn kindred spirit was not his symbiote. At that moment, the horn perched atop the kitchen suddenly emitted a series of crackling sounds. Hello, hello. Mr. Shelby, please. Damn it, Monty, hand me that blasted microphone. Tiger is getting impatient. Shut up, I'm the warden. Tommy, you idiot, get away from me, or else. Bang. Crash. F you. Sour pickle BTCH. The fix program is coming on. It seems you scoundrel are going out. It hasn't even been half a day. This is too quick. Due to not having been able to enjoy chocolate beans during this stint in prison, Venom's tone was filled with regret and complaint. Listening to the cacophony of insults and scuffles emanating from the horn, Tiger couldn't help but smile. In terms of relationships, the warden of the prison, Montreal, and his younger brother Tommy Shelby grew up together in an unadorned manner. However, to speak candidly, he had always sensed that there was something fundamentally amiss with the two of them, something far beyond mere trivialities. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Tiger's smile faltered as he slowly turned his gaze toward the large pot, where the water had long since reached a rolling boil, and the round-faced Scottish chicken floated motionless upon the surface. Damn it, the messenger is done. Cheers to those who oppose us. At the raucous call of his elder brother Arthur, the Shelby clan crowded the bar, raising their glasses in a cacophony of excited cheers and curses. May they fend for themselves. Cheers. Haha. The atmosphere in the bar was fervent. A group of the most elegantly attired individuals engaged in the most vulgar of conversations and actions. Only Tiger sat obediently at the bar, clutching a cup of warm milk, his teeth gritting in frustration. Damn it, John, bring me that damn vodka. Ah, my dear brother, you are not yet 11 years old. You know, Polly has been keeping a close watch on you, and you have certainly vexed her with your escapade. The third brother, John Shelby, shook his head disapprovingly. He waved at their mother Polly, who was approaching the bar, offering Tiger a helpless smile before striding towards a group of Cossacks. Oh no. Upon seeing the ire in their mother Polly's eyes, Tiger attempted to leap from the high stool, only to be forcefully pushed back down by the suddenly appearing Tommy. Little Tiger, you cannot escape. An extraordinary strength pressed down on Tiger's shoulders, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Gritting his teeth, Tiger spoke in a low voice. Tommy, you had better have washed your hands, or I will certainly tell about you in Montreal. Oh. Calm down, my brother. Tommy, looking somewhat embarrassed, swiftly withdrew his hand and raised his arms in a gesture of surrender. I will be more careful next time, all right? It is a splendid evening. Drink up. With that, Tommy forced a smile, awkwardly making his way towards their elder brother Arthur, who was reveling in the unfolding drama nearby. What had he done? After all, who could have anticipated that his brother would enter the warden's office only to find his hand in an inappropriate place? Hi, Mom, good evening. As their mother Polly approached Tiger, he blinked in an attempt to evoke her maternal instincts. Alas, his amber eyes were filled with a fierce intensity, resembling a true tiger, devoid of any semblance of a child's innocence. Damn it, Tiger, I'm not well. Mother is far from well. Mother Polly furiously tossed aside her cigar, seizing Tiger by the collar and lifting him to her eye level, roaring like a frenzied she-beast. How could you have promised me anything before? Behave and attend that damned school. Listen to that damned teacher. And what have you done? Manny even secured your admission to Eton. To be frank, the sensation of having one's feet dangling is quite unpleasant. In the face of Mother Polly's frenzied demeanor, even Venom dutifully kept his silence. Tiger was perplexed. The power of the Shelby family was evidently extraordinary. Could they truly be oblivious to it? This woman could even overturn a car with her bare hands. Damn it, Tiger, are you even listening to me? It was evident that Mother Polly had noticed her younger son's dazed expression, and with a fierce glint in her eyes, she shook Tiger violently. Oh no, Mom, please don't shake me. Damn it, I'm going to spill my milk. In that instant, Tiger felt as though his brain might be scrambled. Venom was also attempting to surge from his mouth, seeking to temporarily escape this inhumane treatment. Just then, a parchment envelope slipped from Tiger's pocket, clattering to the ground and capturing Mother Polly's attention. Upon seeing the wax seal on the letter, her pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 5, The Only Student in a Millennium. Hogwarts? Hearing Mother Polly's whispered words, Tiger momentarily froze, ready to speak, but as his hand loosened its grip on his collar, he nearly stumbled. Mother Polly clutched the letter, staring in disbelief before turning her gaze back to Tiger. Damn it, you have awakened on your own. I should have anticipated this. What? What do you mean by awaken on my own? In the midst of Tiger's bewilderment, Mother Polly shouted toward his older brother Arthur, who was flirting with a waitress. Arthur, stop behaving like a pig over there. Come over here at once. With that, she pulled Tiger toward the office at the back of the bar, muttering under her breath. Damn it, Lauren, you never mentioned this to me. How could he possibly have been accepted? Lauren? Tiger raised an eyebrow. Lauren was their father, one of 4 brothers. According to Mother Polly, this father had perished in a gang conflict a decade ago, on the very day of Tiger's birth. At that moment, the mother and son arrived at the office, and Arthur hurried in behind them, locking the door tightly. However, Mother Polly paid him no mind, instead pulling half of a book from the shelf, The Tales of Beetle the Bard. With a resounding thud, the heavy bookshelf slowly shifted, as if it were a living curtain of flowing water, layers folding upon one another. Tiger looked at his older brother Arthur in astonishment. Since birth, he had grown up in this bar, familiar with every corner, yet he had never known there was a secret chamber within. Oh, it seems something is afoot. Arthur stroked his mustache, revealing no hint of surprise, merely awkwardly explaining, Little Tiger, do not misunderstand. According to the usual procedure, you should have been informed of all this at the age of 7, when your magical powers first manifested. However, you have awakened on your own, and it seems you have concealed certain little trinkets, which has enraged Polly. Therefore, she intended to keep everything hidden from you until you turn 11. It seemed that Mother Polly sensed the mockery from her eldest son, Arthur, as she cast a menacing glare in his direction. Damn it, Arthur. Shut that incessant chatter of yours, and come here at once. Bring that old scoundrel out. Coughing, Arthur complied. Startled, he pulled out a beard hair and hurried to the fireplace in the hidden chamber. The moment he stood before the fireplace, the previously silent darkness erupted into a fierce blaze. The tumultuous flames surged with a desire to attack, relentlessly spilling outward. Yet, they appeared to be restrained by some invisible force, though it seemed that this confinement would not last long. Arthur calmly pierced his thumb with a brooch, letting the trickling blood fall into the flames. The fire consumed the blood, instantly softening. The searing pain transformed into a comforting warmth. At that moment, an image materialized above the fireplace. The man depicted in the portrait seemed rather surprised, abruptly lifting his head to gaze into the room. Good heavens! What is this? The damned thing is moving, Tiger exclaimed, his muscles tensing involuntarily upon witnessing this chilling sight, venomous threads slowly creeping up his neck, readying for battle. Hearing Tiger's sudden outburst of profanity, Mother Polly subtly curled her lips in amusement. Arthur, with a look of exasperation, covered his eyes. "Hey, you little rascal. Show some respect. I am your father." The man in the portrait rose, brandishing a scepter, glaring fiercely at Tiger. Although he had never seen his youngest son, he could deduce the situation from the three individuals present. "Nonsense. I am your father," Tiger retorted angrily, striding towards the portrait, intending to hurl the ghostly frame into the fireplace. "What are you doing?" Arthur exclaimed. The bloodline magic before the fireplace had no effect on direct relatives, and as Tiger moved a stool closer, the man in the portrait let out a high-pitched scream of terror. Polly, damn it, do something. Arthur, you fool, stop this little rascal." Upon hearing their father's plea, the two inside the room burst into laughter, and Mother Polly then called out to Tiger. "So, he truly is Laurent?" After listening to Mother Polly's explanation, Tiger finally realized that this was a portrait from a magical realm, not a haunting of his imagination. "All right, my apologies, you old scoundrel." Hearing his youngest son's gangsta-infused tone, Laurent, seated back in the portrait, twitched at the corners of his eyes. "Now, back to business, Laurent. I have a serious matter to discuss with you. I recall you mentioning that the Shelby family is an enchanted lineage, unable to cast spells normally, and thus no school would accept them." At Mother Polly's words, Laurent, seated in the portrait, nodded with certainty and pridefully lifted his chin. "It is not that no school has accepted them, but rather that the Shelby family does not require the acceptance of any institution." Mother Polly, weary of debating certain phrases, promptly revealed the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. "Your youngest son, Tig Shelby, has received the letter from Hogwarts today." "Impossible." Father Lawrence sprang from his seat, rushing toward the edge of the frame, as if he wished to leap out from it, his dark eyes glaring fiercely at Tiger and Mother Polly. "Polly, for heaven's sake, you know it is impossible for the Shelby family to receive such a letter. Not for 1,000 years. No one." "Oh." Elder brother Arthur swallowed hard, as if he could see the green light hovering above their father's head. However, he was soon taken aback. "Wait, the bloodline magic before the fireplace should prevent anyone other than direct relatives from approaching. The fiery blaze within is no trivial matter." Clearly, after the outburst, Father Laurent in the portrait realized this as well. Observing the pallor on his wife Polly's face, he opened his mouth in confusion, casting a pleading glance at his eldest son Arthur. "Tiger, burn that wretched thing." Upon hearing Mother Polly's icy voice, Tiger raised an eyebrow, showing no hesitation as he stepped toward the portrait. This image was not truly his father, nor could it be considered as such. It was merely a thought possessing the memories of the real man. Tiger understood that if not for himself, Mother Polly would not have come to this hidden chamber. The only true portrait of his father was the still black-and-white photograph within Mother Polly's pocket watch. "Your father lives forever in your hearts," she often said to her 4 sons. "Oh, no, Polly, my dear, believe me, I merely misspoke. I love you too much. Oh, Merlin, someone, please save me." As Tiger approached the blazing fire, Father Laurent exclaimed from the portrait, "Listen to me, Tiger, my young son. Do not act rashly. If you have been accepted into Hogwarts, you may awaken the second stage of your magical abilities. I might be able to assist you." Tiger ignored the words. Yet Mother Polly furrowed her brow and raised her hand, calling out, "Tiger." Chapter 6. The Magical History of the Shelby Family. The Shelby family boasts a millennium of history, yet they are not acknowledged by the pure-blood wizards of the magical community. This is solely because the members of the Shelby family cannot cast spells like normal wizards. They must physically touch their wand to the target to unleash their desired incantation, while others can cast spells from several meters away. The Shelby family must press their wand against the opponents to achieve any effect. In the magical realm, this is nothing short of jest. Over time, the Shelby family has faced ostracism from various factions. No one wishes to associate with a family deemed inept. The man depicted in the portrait passionately recounts the history of the Shelby family, seemingly lamenting the injustices and neglect of fate. However, both his Mother Polly and his elder brother Arthur remain indifferent to his words. To them, the magical realm holds no significance. The focus of the Shelby family lies elsewhere. Tig is of similar mindset. The world is evolving at a rapid pace. It is evident that the economic progress and living standards of the magical community are woefully lagging behind the speed of worldly advancements, even drifting apart. Were the magical realm to hold dominion, the current rulers would not be the British monarchy and cabinet, but rather a certain Albus Dumbledore, a figure of daunting renown. This is the simplest of logics, and it is also the harshest truth. Those who wield power and determine the fate of humanity are not necessarily the most formidable individuals. Rather, they are cunning navigators of change, possessing a profound understanding of the world's mechanics and the manipulation of resources, existing as entities the magical community cannot overthrow. Until 6 centuries ago, when Lauren, trapped within the portrait, suddenly leapt onto a chair, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Our ancestor, Rondeau Shelby, was fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by the great alchemist Nicholas Flamel. It must be said, Flamel was a wise mentor. He discerned the brilliance of the Shelby family amid their dire straits. If one were to liken the magical prowess of an ordinary wizard to gas or liquid, the magic of the Shelby family would be akin to a solid. This does not imply an abundance of magic, but rather a quality and density that is exceptionally high. Just as gauze can absorb water but cannot permeate sand or a pebble, Rondeau Shelby, under Flamel's tutelage, delved into ancient texts such as the Nivern. Utilizing the uniqueness of his magical essence, he developed a series of enchantments tailored for the Shelby family. Unlike other enchanters in the magical realm, who required costly magical metals and powders to enhance magical adhesion, Rondeau Shelby was capable of crafting talismans, inscribing spells, and augmenting efficacy using only the strength and quality of his own magic on common materials such as wood, stone, and shells. Consequently, Rondeau Shelby's affordable creations proliferated throughout the magical community, inciting the ire of other factions and enchanters alike. Rondeau Shelby met an untimely demise during an outing when he was ambushed by a juvenile werewolf. It was widely known that this was a colossal falsehood. When the juvenile werewolf was captured, confusion filled its eyes. It was clear that it had fallen victim to a soul-binding curse. Unfortunately, at that time, the Ministry of Magic tasked with maintaining order had yet to be established. Only the Wizarding Council, which upheld pure blood interests, existed. The Shelby family had no voice within the magical realm, and even with Flamel's intervention, the council ultimately surrendered merely a handful of enchanters. The Shelby family, undaunted, mourned Rondeau Shelby's loss while vowing to rise from their sorrow. Based on the research of Rondeau Shelby, the aspiration is to harness the ancient language of runic to develop a form of self-enhancing magic. However, delving into the intricacies of ancient runic is no simple task. The Shelby family has suffered numerous losses in pursuit of this knowledge, ultimately drawing the attention of Nicolaim. In order to grant peace to the departed souls, Nicolaim became involved in the Shelby family's endeavors. After more than 3 centuries of research, the Shelby family succeeded in transforming the ancient runic magic inscribed upon their bodies into a more robust bloodline magic. In truth, none of the Shelby family members experience a magical explosion, as their magic is far too concentrated, necessitating guidance through bloodline magic by the age of 7. Tig, my dearest son, you are an exception. Even before your mother brought you to me, you experienced your magical explosion on the eve of your 7th birthday. 7 is a number imbued with magic, is it not? At this point, Lauren playfully winked at TYG before resuming his seat. Once the magical explosion is guided, the bloodline magic commences its operation, allowing the Shelby family to undergo their first enhancement, thereby preventing further assaults from werewolves. At this juncture, Lauren revealed a subtle smirk. Regardless of the passage of generations, the members of the Shelby family harbor profound regret over the demise of their ancestor, Rondeau Shelby, a pain that remains indelible within the family. Oh, indeed, Lauren seemed to recall something, casting a curious glance at the impassive TYG. Many Shelbys share similarities in the direction of their enhancements post-explosion, yet there are distinctions as well. I'm quite intrigued, TYG. Which aspect have you enhanced? Which aspect? TYG found himself perplexed. After all, the enhancement of venom was all-encompassing. He could not articulate which specific area it pertained to. Noticing the confusion in TYG's eyes, Lauren lifted his staff and pointed toward Arthur, who stood behind TYG. Much like Arthur, whose intellect may be simple, but whose physique is formidable, he has enhanced his body to a strength surpassing that of a werewolf. And then there's Tommy, the contemplative little fool, who has honed his perception, being acutely sensitive to danger as well as emotions. Lauren chuckled meaningfully, and sensing the teasing undertone, TYG couldn't help but smile slightly. He is doing well. Tommy has encountered a good person, hasn't he? Lauren's eyes reflected a glimmer of affection. Although he was not the biological father of the 4 brothers, the warmth of his memories was genuine. Before their mother, Polly, displayed any signs of impatience, Lauren continued, and then there's John. That little rascal has enhanced his speed, running faster than a werewolf, but I sincerely hope he does not apply this ability inappropriately. So, TYG, what about you? I believe Polly is equally curious. Observing TYG's momentary pause in thought, their mother Polly impatiently lit a cigar. Damn it, TYG, you better not say anything foolish. You are drawn out by me, and no one understands your wretched little thoughts better than I do." Upon hearing this, Tiger's complexion turned a shade of green, yet his mother Polly remained unperturbed. "Your physique is remarkable, and your strength commendable, but these attributes are merely byproducts of enhanced physicality. Consider John, who runs with such speed. Without a strong body to support him, he will only meet a swifter demise. Therefore, it will be prudent for you to contemplate your words carefully. Do not compel your mother to return you to where you came from." Polly's words were wild and terrifying, akin to a herd of horses galloping through Tiger's mind. Even Venom found himself reflecting on the absurdity. "I thought your mouth was foul enough." "Silence, Venom. Do not force me to extract your kidney stones as a necklace." Tiger's expression darkened ominously. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Visitor. The room fell silent for a moment. "Damn it." Tiger furrowed his brow in irritation. "You should have informed me sooner. I believed I was the only one who was special. Otherwise, I would not have disposed of so many fools. Consider Holmes. I tossed his entire family into the wood chipper. I'm a good person." His voice brimmed with vexation and resentment. "Huh." A voice, tinged with absurdity and mirth, suddenly rang out. Tiger twisted his neck, the joints cracking ominously, casting a fierce glare at his older brother Arthur. The rascal was striking a pose of mock supplication, clearly disrespecting Tiger's words. "Venom, come out and say hello." Tiger's gaze was decidedly displeased. Following this, black tendrils, akin to liquid, swiftly spread from Tiger's neck. The grotesque, meat grinder-like fangs and the terrifyingly hollow white eyes enveloped Tiger's face. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Venom, towering nearly 2 meters, completely enveloped Tiger's form. The broad, menacing shoulders and muscular limbs exuded an oppressive aura, nearly rendering Arthur, with a frozen expression, breathless. "What the hell? Oh, this is utter nonsense." Amidst the incredulous exclamations, tentacle-like black whips suddenly lashed out. Before Arthur could react, he found himself suspended in midair by Venom. A rasping, terrifying voice echoed in the room. "Eyes, lungs, pancreas, so many delectable options. Which should I savor first?" What a difficult choice indeed. The crimson, elongated tongue slithered across Arthur's pallid cheek, leaving a trail of slime. "Ugh. Damn it. What the hell is this? Tiger, you little rascal. This isn't amusing. Not in the slightest. Put me down. Tiger." Arthur's trembling voice was laced with terror, though he knew deep down that his brother would not harm him. Yet, the predatory aura emanating from Venom instilled a primal fear within him. Mom, Polly, damn it, save me. Rescue your poor son." He could even feel his magical essence ebbing away with the tendrils, leaving him utterly drained of strength. Just as Arthur was about to be engulfed by that maw resembling a meat grinder, Mother Polly jolted awake. "Tiger, damn it. Can you hear me? That is your brother. Stop it at once. Can't you control this wretched creature?" With that, Mother Polly drew her wand, a vibrant flash of energy igniting at its tip. "Disarm your weapon." As if struck in the face, the venomous creature's gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth, abruptly released its grip. "Oh dear. Please, madam, remain calm." The tendrils that ensnared brother Arthur slackened entirely, causing him to tumble to the ground. The creature spread its arms wide, hastily explaining, "It was merely a jest. Arthur is Tiger's brother, and of course, mine as well. You know how brothers can be. They often indulge in such darkly humorous German pranks." Seeing Mother Polly still pointing her wand at him with wary vigilance, the creature shrugged helplessly. Its menacing visage receded like a tide, revealing a smirk of smug satisfaction on Tiger's face. "Do not worry, Mom. Venom means no harm. He simply adores Arthur." "Oh." Brother Arthur slowly rose, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, sighing with lingering trepidation. Now that was a jest steeped in black humor. "Tiger, I find nothing amusing about it. Even now." Arthur's sturdy legs trembled. Mother Polly shot him a fleeting glare before turning her gaze back to the gradually normalizing Tiger. Of course, it would have been preferable if the creature's grotesque, black head hadn't emerged from behind Tiger's neck. "Tiger, if you cannot control this wretched beast, I shall thrust an umbrella up your rear and then open it." Mother Polly warned Tiger, her tone resolute, completely disregarding his darkening expression. "To be honest, Tiger, the Shelby family has quite the knack for insults. I would genuinely like to give it a try." Venom flashed a sycophantic grin at Mother Polly, though, to an outsider, it resembled more of a threat than a smile. "She has already put it into practice." Tiger replied nonchalantly. This was precisely why he found no humor in Mother Polly's reprimands. "Lauren, damn you, you wretched harlot. What are you playing dead for? Don't make me toss you into a cesspool." Mother Polly turned back to Lauren with a hint of agitation, yet Lauren, depicted in the portrait, remained utterly frozen, as if experiencing a complete system failure. After a prolonged silence with no response, Mother Polly gradually quelled her anger, lighting a cigar and settling into a quiet wait. Brother Arthur cautiously approached. "Hey, brother, what exactly are you?" "I am your destiny, Chocolate Bean." Seeing the curiosity etched on Brother Arthur's face, Venom couldn't help but lick his lips. "Ha ha, you are quite humorous. By the way, why do you call me Chocolate Bean?" "Because I adore you, sweetheart." "Oh, really?" Brother Arthur took a step back, both surprised and embarrassed. "This truly leaves me astounded. However, you ought to convey this to Tommy. He will undoubtedly appreciate you as much as you adore him. By the way, you are male, correct? My apologies for not noticing earlier." Brother Arthur was engaging in a lively conversation with the malevolent Venom, reminiscent of a long-lost friendship. Little did he know, Venom had begun to envision the flavor of consuming them. Just moments ago, Venom discovered that the essence of magic far surpassed the potency of those chocolate-covered delights. So, what might magical chocolate beans taste like? The mature symbiote never shies away from making choices. Venom regarded Brother Arthur with a wicked grin, its viscous saliva gradually pooling between its teeth. The emotions of a symbiote and its host are always intertwined, and Venom felt an impatient urgency brewing within. Tiger shot it a disapproving glance, tinged with reproach. Very well, recalling the prohibition Tiger had imposed, Venom promptly lost interest in their conversation, appearing like a large, dejected dog, languidly resting atop Tiger's head, whimpering softly. "Don't expect me to comfort you." You fool. Tiger fell silent for a moment. "All right, I'll buy you chocolate shortly." "Oh yay." Just then, the portrait of Lauren finally displayed some life, as if vitality had returned to the inanimate. Even the backdrop in the painting appeared more vibrant. "Forgive me, Polly, I have not merely observed the family history spanning nearly 3 centuries during the formation of bloodline magic." Lauren's expression darkened. "I have even scrutinized the family history from 600 years ago. The Shelby family has never encountered such a situation." It is as if gazing at his youngest son. Tiger. Lauren hesitated to accept this reality, yet he had no choice but to vocalize it. Silently, just as he prepared to utter this weighty truth, a voice, imbued with the passage of time, yet remarkably gentle, preemptively unveiled the answer. "Who? Damn it." Polly swiftly directed her wand towards the source of the voice, while Brother Arthur's muscles immediately tensed, instinctively shielding his brother Tiger behind him. Chapter 8. Rounding up, a slight chance of victory. Dumbledore, upon recognizing the visitor, Mother Polly's pupils dilated, her innate wariness intensifying. Even the trembling tip of her wand began to glimmer with a faint green light. "Polly, trust me." Dumbledore sighed with a hint of helplessness and guilt. "I harbor no ill will." "Polly, do not at this moment." Even the portrait of Lauren began to intercede. "Dumbledore would never harm us." "Silence. You wretched creature." Mother Polly bellowed in anger. "You are merely a portrait. Do not attempt to command me. You have never truly understood, Dumbledore. Do not forget how you perished. Do not forget the ever-fierce gaze gradually became veiled with a mist of tears, beneath which lay deep-seated hatred. Polly had never truly forgotten the death of her husband, Lauren, once a timid and fragile young Hufflepuff girl yearning for a life of happiness. She transformed into a fierce, brutal, and merciless matriarch of a gang due to Dumbledore's oversight following her husband's demise. The intricacies of her journey cannot be succinctly articulated. Sensing the unmistakable hostility radiating from his mother Polly, Tiger, as her son, naturally harbored no fondness for this sudden and enigmatic figure. Venom, with a thunderous shout. The grotesque form of Venom swiftly enveloped Tiger's body. The sinewy black arm lashed out violently, morphing into an exaggeratedly sharp and curved blade. The ferocious roar reverberated, shaking the very rafters of the room. "Calm down, child. We are not enemies." Dumbledore, usually composed, revealed a flicker of confusion and gravity in his gaze upon witnessing this transformation. Tiger was entirely different from the stoic individual he had envisioned, let alone this extraordinary manifestation of silence. Unlike before, as Tiger merged with Venom, they both distinctly sensed the faint but oppressive aura of Dumbledore's magical presence. The typically arrogant Venom inexplicably felt an inkling of danger emanating from death itself, prompting it to urgently restrain Tiger, who was poised to strike. The frustration of being unable to rend the enemy before them ignited Tiger's discontent as he retorted sarcastically, "What do you mean, Venom? Did I mishear your earlier die? We, idiot. What I mean is we are doomed. This moldy chocolate bean is no ordinary foe." Under the looming threat of death, even Venom exhibited signs of agitation. The laws of survival in the universe made the symbiote's perception far more acute than that of a human. Size did not equate to strength. It preferred to trust its instincts. The aggressive stance it adopted was merely a manifestation of the survival instinct inherent in symbiotic beings. What are our chances of victory? Tiger discreetly glanced at Mother Polly and Brother Arthur, planning to expel them at the onset of battle. Rounding it up, Venom paused in silence, equates to none. Tiger silently raised his middle finger. If death was to come, so be it. No one would compel him to beg for mercy. His gaze turned cold as his body bent slightly, tendrils extending from his back, seemingly in an aggressive posture, yet subtly inching closer to Mother Polly and Brother Arthur. Dumbledore, too, perceived this, a hint of relief and surprise flickering beneath his aged visage. The atmosphere within the room became palpably tense. Just as Mother Polly prepared to make the first move, Lauren, who had been silent in the portrait, suddenly spoke. Polly, I know you have never believed that I possess the capacity to love you all. You may doubt me, but I implore you to think of Tiger. For the sake of her youngest son, in the history of magic, the silent ones rarely live past 10. Tiger is always in peril, and only Dumbledore has the means to save him. Please, do not. The voice in the image was rapid, yet tinged with a hint of pleading and desperation. Very well. Mother Polly's gaze trembled, and ultimately, she relinquished her wand, shaking her head in self-mockery. Arthur, Tiger, relax, he is not an enemy. She understood that conquering Dumbledore was beyond her reach. She merely sought to exploit his guilt over Lauren, compelling this perilous figure, who had always been at the vortex of chaos, to distance himself from her family. Sensing the tendrils of venom inching closer, Mother Polly bellowed once more, Tiger, do not provoke your mother. Very well. Tiger, expressionless, straightened his back. The tendrils of venom and his own form receded like the tide, slowly retreating into his body. Polly, Lauren, regarding the past, I am deeply sorry. I do not seek your forgiveness. But I implore you to allow an old man to make amends to the best of his ability. Perhaps by Merlin's design, I find myself here at this moment. Tiger surely would. Faced with Dumbledore's incessant ramblings, filled with guilt and regret, Mother Polly's impatience deepened. She abruptly raised her hand to halt him. Enough, Dumbledore. For Lauren's sake, please tend to my child swiftly. If you can merely keep your distance from the Shelby family, that would be your greatest atonement. Both Lauren and I would find solace in that. She wished to forget the past, and was loath to allow Dumbledore to dwell on it endlessly, as it would only darken her mood. Oh, of course. Perhaps sensing Polly's thoughts, a flicker of relief crossed Dumbledore's eyes beneath his glasses. In fact, I too was surprised to see Tiger's name appear in the Book of Admission, which is why I came to investigate. Dumbledore winked at Tiger. I apologize for the intrusion. However, I am slightly puzzled. Why is it that the Shelby bar prohibits entry to those over 90 years of age? This seemingly jesting question succinctly revealed the reason for his presence. Observing the silence from Mother Polly and Brother Tiger, creating an awkward atmosphere, Elder Brother Arthur shrugged and explained. Not long ago, a nearly expired old coot drunkenly relieved himself in a tiger's milk cup. And then? Dumbledore inquired, curiosity etched on his face as he approached Tiger. Then we escorted him out. Tiger interjected impatiently. The Shelby family will eliminate any fool daring to provoke us, but we do not harm children or the elderly. It was merely a debauchery at the twilight of his life. We appreciated his audacity, but we refused to admire it a second time. In truth, had it not been for his brother's intervention, Tiger would have shoved the old man's head where the sun does not shine and delivered him to the stable after a dose of animal tranquilizers. Life is indeed precious, is it not? Dumbledore, with a benevolent smile, crouched down and placed his fingers on Tiger's forehead. Yet I still hope you can share Shelby's kindness with others. Shelby's kindness? Tigger raised his eyebrows, instinctively glancing at his mother, Polly, whose brow was slightly furrowed. Do we even have this thing? It seemed Polly discerned Tigger's thoughts and impatiently remarked. Lauren met her demise because of such nonsense. You would do well to disregard it, unless you wish to find yourself mounted upon a wall. Tigger broke into a grin, then turned to Dumbledore with a teasing yet serious expression. Headmaster, I'm a mama's boy. Dumbledore sighed, filled with a sense of resignation. Mr. Shelby, it is time for you to embrace independence. Chapter 9. Confronting Dumbledore's critique. As time passed, an odd and perplexed expression surfaced on Dumbledore's aging visage. Tigger's magical essence was not particularly abundant, indistinguishable from that of other Shelby members, resembling hard pebbles solidified within him. The chaotic and terrifying magic left a profound impression, yet he could not sense it in the slightest. Conversely, through his own magic, he detected an evil, brutish soul with chaotic thoughts, its mass and density unprecedented. The essence, born from the suppressed magic and emotions of its host, was incapable of possessing a soul. This was nothing short of a miracle. The venom itself bore no magic, and it was precisely for this reason that Dumbledore let out an uncontrollable sigh. It was a genuine life form, not merely a shadow. It resembled. The ever-wise elder found himself at a loss for an appropriate descriptor. A magical creature? Polly gazed anxiously at her younger son, Tigger. Perhaps. Dumbledore was not entirely in agreement with this term. To be precise, magical creatures possess magic, yet at this moment, no term seemed more fitting than that. Just as he prepared to retract his fingers, a semi-solid black liquid tendril, like a wraith, unexpectedly surged forth, ensnaring his finger. Dumbledore's gaze flickered, yet upon perceiving the resignation and calm within Tigger's eyes, he allowed the venomous tendrils to extend like vines until they enveloped his wrist. Ah, dear Chocolate Bean, I am utterly captivated by your magic. Might we extend this delightful encounter? The venom quipped in its characteristic flippant tone. Once assured that this formidable old man posed no threat to Tigger, it grew bolder, its fearsome head emerging from behind Tigger's neck, greeting him in what it deemed a friendly manner. To an outsider, this was undoubtedly a chilling sight. Of course, dear friend. From whence do you hail? Dumbledore, too, was intrigued by the venom. Even as his magic was imperceptibly siphoned away, he remained unconcerned. He was more eager to unravel the mystery of what the venom truly was, despite it not being merely a shadow. Yet the malevolence and chaos that emanate from the depths of the soul bear a striking resemblance to the silent, magical qualities, compelling Dumbledore to exercise utmost caution. Friends? Huh, I find that term amusing. Given Dumbledore's formidable power, venom reluctantly stretched its meat grinder-like maw, seemingly laughing. I hail from Tiger. I manifested when he was merely 7, and we share a brotherly bond. I have a fondness for this foul-mouthed rascal, and I believe he harbors some affection for me as well. Does he not? This is no falsehood. Venom even yearned to caress Tiger's cheek with its tongue, only to be deterred by Tiger's unkind glare. This creature is, in truth, rather bashful. Venom awkwardly licked its own lips, for Dumbledore's magic brought it delight. If their conversation could continue for a few more minutes, its vitality would surely ascend to new heights. Of course, if it could manage to parasitize once. At this thought, copious saliva began to seep from Venom's mouth. Indeed, I can perceive it. You share a profound connection. Dumbledore, without a doubt, is a sage capable of seeing beyond the surface to grasp the essence of things. He acutely sensed Venom's greedy and fervent desires, while simultaneously perceiving the restraint and boundaries concealed behind its madness. It was a boundary, albeit blurred, yet unyielding, stemming from Tiger. With this contemplation, Dumbledore smiled and beckoned with his finger. The semi-liquid threads enveloping his wrist appeared to encounter some resistance, slowly receding. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Venom. But alas, joyous moments are fleeting. You will understand an elderly gentleman's busyness, will you not? Oh, indeed. Venom reluctantly withdrew its tendrils and retreated into Tiger's body, digesting the magical energy. Polly, Lauren. Dumbledore winked at Tiger and then struggled to rise, patting his thighs a few times. Ah, this is splendid news, Mr. Venom is not merely silent. As it stands, Tiger is quite safe. But what on earth is that thing? Lauren, appearing anxious within the portrait, seemed eager to leap out. Her eyes filled with concern for Tiger. I suspect it may be a mutation of the Shelby family's bloodline magic, akin to some form of life alchemy, you know. I am not well versed in alchemy. Dumbledore's beard trembled slightly, lending an air of theatricality, and he appeared quite relaxed. Noticing Lauren seemed poised to speak again, he continued with a smile. Nick would surely be eager to meet Tiger. Trust me, just give it some time. Very well, Dumbledore. Upon hearing Dumbledore's assurance, Lauren felt a measure of relief, wearily returning to her seat within the portrait. Polly. Dumbledore's eyes bore a hint of solemnity. Mr. Venom is indeed quite extraordinary. Before he could finish his thought, Mother Polly reacted, irritably discarding her cigar. It is merely a somewhat peculiar silence, not some damned mutation of bloodline magic. Tiger is simply a silent one who could perish at any moment. A rare and peculiar magic, potent enough to incite the covetous hearts of the powerful within the magical realm. Yet, a silent being capable of annihilating an entire city at the slightest provocation would only drive such individuals to flee in terror. You remain as astute as ever. Dumbledore shook his head, chuckling softly, before turning his attention to the fierce confrontation between Tig and Venom. Mr. Shelby, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You are a good person, and I look forward to our reunion at Hogwarts. Really? Tig suddenly lifted his head, his amber eyes glimmering as they met Dumbledore's gaze. A rare moment of warmth directed toward the intruder. You genuinely believe I am a good person? His tone bore a hint of excitement, as if he were receiving validation for the first time. Meanwhile, his mother Polly and elder brother Arthur exchanged exasperated glances, hands thrown up in resignation. Indeed, Dumbledore's smile grew ever warmer. Wow. Tig tilted his head, unleashing a raucous, gang-like roar. He then strode toward Dumbledore with purpose, extending his right hand in a gesture that seemed to challenge his opponent. Damn, Headmaster, I must say, your damned insight is remarkable. I too eagerly anticipate our next encounter. We must raise a glass to celebrate. The room fell silent for a moment, and Polly, with a bemused smile, arched an eyebrow. Mr. Shelby, Dumbledore said, his expression a mix of headache and resignation as he shook Tig's hand. I hope that when we meet again, you will have undergone some transformation. At least within the confines of the school, you understand. Before Tig could respond, Dumbledore vanished, leaving behind only a faint echo in the room. This departure seemed to carry an air of escape. However, Tig remained unfazed. He turned and spat, grinning proudly at his family. Hey, Mom, Arthur. This old man just called me a good person. Haha, I think I might actually like him now. Chapter 10. To hell with butterbeer. Hurry up, Tig. Grab that damn shopping list. You're no longer a baby. Polly was never the nurturing type. After informing Tig of the location of the leaky cauldron, she unceremoniously kicked him out of the Shelby pub. Damn it, Mom. I haven't had breakfast yet. Motherfucker. Tig cursed, regaining his balance and irritably brushing off the imprints on his backside. Oh, Tig, Venom interjected. Honestly, have you ever considered letting me inhabit Polly instead? I truly believe no one would be more suited to being a symbiote. Recalling earlier, Polly had unleashed a blasting spell, obliterating Tig's bedroom door before storming in and dragging the still sleeping Tig out amidst the wreckage of his room. Shut up. Tig's expression darkened ominously. Just then, his younger brother Tommy pulled up in a car, waving at Tig. Don't blame Mom. She was merely a bit anxious, as you know. Even Arthur and I had scarcely ventured to Diagon Alley. Those wretched souls were hardly amiable towards us. Along the way, my brother Tommy incessantly prattled on, recounting encounters with wizards, his usually icy gaze growing even more frigid. He was the true leader of the Shelby family. Had it not been for our mother Polly's repeated admonitions, he would have flayed those insufferable wizards and encased them in concrete long ago. I know. Tiger responded in a detached manner. He, of course, would not dwell on such matters. Yet, the sensation of one's soul resting in bed while the body is confined in a vehicle is decidedly unpleasant. Compounded by the idiot Venom drooling over the passers-by outside the window, he felt sullied in a way that penetrated to his core. Welcome to. Tommy suddenly fell silent. Forgive me, Tiger. I cannot betray the remnants of my conscience. I merely hope this tavern does not disappoint you regarding the magical life that lies ahead. As he spoke, he complexly pushed open the weathered wooden door, and a cacophony of noises, along with a somewhat acrid and peculiar odor, assailed them. Tiger instinctively held his breath. However, as he surveyed the tavern, he found himself unexpectedly raising an eyebrow. Everywhere were seemingly bizarre figures. Some cloaked themselves completely, while others donned tattered garments. And yet others adorned themselves with an array of extravagant accessories. The drinks on each table appeared particularly unusual. Aside from their difficult-to-bear hues, they bubbled like viscous asphalt. In a corner, a few stooped figures played cards while smoking something akin to a water pipe, their eyes gleaming with excitement. I rather like this place. What? Upon hearing Tiger's words, Tommy stared wide-eyed in surprise and turned to look at his brother. To be frank, Tommy, the Shelby Tavern bears little resemblance to a gang's establishment. You all dress impeccably, with this prohibited and that disallowed. Isn't that due to you and John? Tommy retorted, somewhat irked. After all, we have children at home. Even a gang values education, you know. This place is somewhat acceptable. Tiger did not counter, but instead unceremoniously approached the bar. Look at these grimy, dark walls and the countertop. Ugh. He spat as he settled onto a high stool at the bar, heedless of the owner's dark scowl, continuing, the indistinct creatures, the nauseatingly greasy food, the drinks that resemble laundry detergent. One could be compelled to draw a weapon upon entering. Now, this is a gang's tavern. By the way, hasn't the batch of Chicago typewriters you requested arrived yet? I hear they are quite popular among the American mob. You must keep up with the trends. Arthur can hardly wait to charge out Surrey. Tiger shared this anticipation. The goods had indeed arrived. Yet the fools in charge did not wish to see Shelby beyond Surrey. Arthur was infuriated, but there was little to be done, unless Aunt Manny ascended to a higher position. Recalling the recent demeanor of the higher-ups towards Shelby, Tommy's expression darkened immediately. Very well. Tig, with a resigned shrug, turned towards the bartender standing at the bar. "Hey mate, a glass of whiskey, please." "Tommy, is this your son?" The bartender sighed helplessly upon hearing Tig's voice, making no move, but instead gazing at Tommy, who had taken a seat beside Tig, his expression intricate. "He bears no resemblance to you at all. He rather resembles Arthur." "You wouldn't have been." "Shut it, Tom." Tommy shot a cold glance in his direction, then introduced with a detached tone, "This is my brother, Tig. Tig, this is old Tom, a rather decent scoundrel. Forget about who I am. I have no desire to know who he is. Just bring me that damn whiskey." Tig urged impatiently. Having finally escaped the watchful eyes of their mother, Polly, he was determined to indulge in a drink. Tommy restrained his somewhat agitated brother and looked up at the bartender, Tom, speaking in a calm manner. "Don't mind him, old Tom. Give him a butterbeer and a fried egg sandwich. Tig, mother has a keen sense. Your future is long, and if you wish to avoid an untimely demise today." "Shut up." As he recalled their mother Polly's venomous antics, Tig gradually sank into despondency. At least there was a pint of beer. Yes, at least a butterbeer. A faint smile danced at the corners of Tommy's lips. Moments later, old Tom presented a steaming sandwich and a butterbeer. Observing the thick, enticing foam of the beer, Tig eagerly tilted his head back to take a swig. It was as if he had tasted a concentrated version of honey, its richness more substantial than maple syrup. Surging straight to his head. "Oh, what the hell is this?" Before old Tom could react, a furious Tig seized him by the collar, forcefully pulling him against the bar. "What the hell is this swill? Should I rip your entrails out and brew pig fat beer to shove up your backside? Ah, bastard. This is deceit, monumental deceit." The cacophony of Tig's furious outbursts sent Tom's head spinning, but Tig was equally unwell. The overwhelming sweetness made his head throb. As he prepared to draw the hunting knife from his waist to pierce old Tom's skull, Tommy swiftly reached out, grasping Tig's wrist. "All right, Tig. This is just how it tastes." Tommy calmly restrained Tig, explaining while patting the still-shaken old Tom, a hint of mirth flickering in his deep-set eyes. "Old Tom, you know how the Shelby family can be. Oh, Merlin." With laughter echoing faintly within the bar, old Tom quickly stood up, his aged face paling slightly. "Damn it, Tommy. This is undoubtedly your doing, you vindictive bastard. I swear I'll kill you." "All right, old Tom, don't be so petty. How about a drink on me?" Tommy showed no intention of denying it. Chapter 11. What on earth is a time bomb? Hands on hips, you are quite the busy individual. I recall our last encounter was over a year ago. That considerable batch of white essence nearly exhausted me. Is there something specific that brings you here? After a brief moment of chaos, old Tom finally regained his composure and began conversing with Tommy in a tone of resignation. Tiger, seated nearby, was swallowing a sandwich, attempting to suppress the cloying sensation in his throat, yet his gaze towards old Tom remained somewhat unfriendly, unless that old fellow brings out the whiskey from behind him. The Broken Cauldron not only operated as a pub, an inn, but occasionally engaged in some brokerage dealings. A blackboard hung on the wall behind the bar, filled with an array of messages and tasks, awaiting wizards in need of galleons to claim them. Thus, Tommy could be considered a significant client. The previous purchase of white essence had earned old Tom a considerable profit. Nothing much. Tiger received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and I brought him to Diagon Alley to procure some supplies. Tommy replied nonchalantly. By Merlin's beard. Old Tom could not suppress an exclamation, and the surrounding chatter quieted considerably. The crowd turned to gaze at Tiger in disbelief. The peculiarities of the Shelby family were well documented in St. Mungo's Hospital's textbooks, and few were unaware. Well, suddenly, a figure rose, exuding an air of aristocratic disdain, with a face twisted in mockery. He strolled leisurely towards the bar, twirling a seemingly exquisite black wand between his fingers. Look at me, what do we have here? A waste from a Shelby family. Didn't you all go to live as muggles? What brings you back to the wizarding world? Tommy's expression darkened immediately. Tiger set aside his unfinished sandwich, casting a cold glance in return. Flint, you would do well to refrain from causing a scene here. Old Tom warned, his gaze directed at the newcomer. However, the intruder paid no heed and instead approached Tiger, speaking in a flippant tone. Hey kid, didn't your mother tell you that you're not really a Shelby? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Tiger surged forward, seizing the man's hair and forcefully slamming him onto the bar. The sudden, thunderous impact sent a shiver through the patrons of the pub. The raucous noise ceased instantly. All eyes fixated on Tiger. His amber eyes brimmed with rage and madness, as if he intended to annihilate Flint right there. You filthy pain and dizziness contorted Flint's face as he struggled to free himself. Yet, Tiger's grip was as unyielding as iron, delivering several more blows. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the muffled, thudding sounds, the faint crack of bones could be heard, and the patrons of the bar snapped back to reality. Damn it, is the boy insane? Old Tom, stop him, by Merlin S. Beard. Upon realizing that the child genuinely intended to end his own life, Flint valiantly suppressed his dizziness and agony, gathering the last remnants of his strength to discreetly raise his wand. The wretched scoundrel, perish. His bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. 4. The sensation of the wand abruptly vanished. In an instant, Tiger seized the wand from the tendrils of venom, a terrifying grin spreading across his face as his hoarse, chilling voice echoed. Filthy cur, die. The moment the words fell, Flint's eyes, filled with terror and despair, witnessed the dark tip of the wand thrust violently toward his temple. Exclude your weapon. A powerful surge of energy surged forth, the venom swiftly enveloping Tiger's form. The skewed wand pierced through Flint's cheek, brutally embedding itself into the tabletop. A chilling scream erupted. Yet, in the next moment, venom struck down a butterbeer viciously upon Flint's head, silencing his shriek abruptly. Damn it! When the world is this? Witnessing the grotesque and menacing figure of the venom, the patrons of the bar rose in fear, preparing to flee at any moment. Many even drawing their wands. Damn it, Tommy. What is this thing? Old Tom's wand trembled in his grasp, his eyes wide with terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Enough, Tiger. I have warned you. This place is rife with scoundrels. You will soon grow accustomed to it. Though Tommy yearned to eliminate these pests, the safety of his family took precedence, for the Shelby family was ill-equipped to counter the ministry's retaliation. The venom receded like a tide. Accompanied by a thick glob of phlegm landing on Flint's face, Tiger delivered a forceful kick, sending it flying. Damn it, filthy cur. Surveying the room, and noticing the expressions of fear and vigilance among the crowd, Tiger grinned. Do not worry, I am a good person. Merlin's knickers. What utter nonsense. You hardly appear to be a good person. At these words, the patrons grew increasingly tense. Even those who had not drawn their wands did so, trembling as they pointed them toward Tiger. I advise you to remain calm. Tommy's lips curled into a meaningful smile. My brother is a mute, and Headmaster Dumbledore has personally inspected him. What the hell? It felt as though a ticking time bomb had suddenly appeared in their midst, ready to explode at any moment. The shrill cries of despair nearly erupted from their throats. Pale faces resembling sheets of paper were nearly ubiquitous. Lower your wands. All of you, lower your wands. Marwyn, Runit, damn it. Did you not hear me? And you all. Yes, indeed. Lower your wands. Everyone. The clamor of urgent persuasion resonated throughout the bar. Each patron feared that the recklessness of a fool might summon the mute. Tommy. Old Tom's slackened cheeks trembled violently, and his pounding heart felt as though it might burst from his chest. Just moments ago, he directed a powerful weapon towards venom. Once provoked, it could very well be renamed the end of your life. Is there anything else? Tommy turned with a sardonic smile. Old Tom, if you could leave the bar right now. Observing the menacing gaze of Tiger, Old Tom stammered nervously. This round is on the house. I can even offer you another bottle of whiskey. With that, Old Tom hastily retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the shelf behind him and placed it before Tiger, then swiftly retreated a few steps. Wow, Tiger said, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. Old chap, you're a good man. I shall frequent this place more often. No need for that, Old Tom replied, his smile more akin to a grimace. As one of the esteemed 28 families, he had weathered countless storms over the years. Even when Voldemort graced his bar, he would bow with a welcoming smile, inviting him to return. He had thought that encounter was the closest he had come to death. Yet he was mistaken. Today marked his closest brush with mortality. Old Tom, you know I am without a wand. Upon hearing Tommy's insinuating tone, Old Tom managed a dry, bitter smile. I shall gift you one. Chapter 12. Venom splits. Parasitism is not symbiosis. Welcome to Diagon Alley. In truth, the alley behind a leaky cauldron also provides an exit from Diagon Alley. Before he could finish, Old Tom fled the scene as if escaping. The dark red brick walls closed in like flowing water, completely isolating the leaky cauldron from Diagon Alley. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile. Tommy, this place is incredibly intriguing. Why don't you get a wand? Observing the lively street scene reminiscent of medieval times, with wizards' robes visible everywhere, Tiger's expression brightened with interest, and a glimmer of anticipation for a future filled with magic emerged. That thing is unreliable, Tiger. The enforcers of the magical world have numerous ways to investigate what you've done with a wand. With a decisive click, Tommy chambered around in the MP5 submachine gun he held, discreetly concealing it beneath his wool coat. Nothing is more trustworthy than this. With his extraordinary perception, he could be considered a master of extracting thoughts. The constant malice and intrusive thoughts from around him had fostered his disappointment and wariness towards the magical realm. To him, Only family and firearms were worthy of his trust. Take this, Tiger. A sleek black revolver slid from his coat sleeve, and Tommy smoothly passed it to Tiger. You'll find it useful. Of course. Noticing the occasional prying eyes around them, Tiger discreetly tucked the revolver into his pocket. Where are we heading now? Gringotts. The bank of the magical world. What? Tiger's brow furrowed as he pulled out the tiny revolver, his tone serious. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I could use this to rob a bank. Are you joking? What is the difference between this and a squirt gun? No, Tiger. Tommy rolled his eyes in exasperation. Don't underestimate the power of the magical world. The two brothers walked side by side, engaged in hushed whispers. I have already assessed the situation. The banks here are far more challenging to rob than those outside. Recalling the protective mechanisms within Gringotts, Tommy shook his head with a sense of profound regret. Conventional methods are futile, and Polly is reluctant to divulge further information. Thus, whether this bank will ultimately bear the Shelby name rests upon you, my lad. The accumulation of wealth in the underworld relies on violence and exorbitant profits. However, to advance further, one must harness finance and various industries, transforming from shadow to light, or perhaps achieving a separation of both. Tommy was acutely aware of this. Hence, every bank holds immense allure for him. When acquiring the essence of white flowers, Old Tom offered me an excellent price, and I still have some savings left at Gringotts, which will soon be yours. Nevertheless, I hope you take the time to study potions. They work wonders for treating gunshot wounds. At this moment, Tommy seemed to recall something, a flicker of anticipation shimmering in his misty, deep-set eyes. I heard there are potions that can make a man pregnant. Tiger's expression darkened. Damn it, Tommy. Don't even think about making me research that. As they conversed, the brothers arrived at a crossroads. In the center stood a grand building, distinct from the surrounding architecture, exuding a certain elegance despite its skewed structure. Tommy led Tiger into Gringotts. Tiger narrowed his eyes. The high platform before them was imposing, requiring even Tommy to look up to speak, which irked him considerably. The venom within him clamored for its fill. The fairies' magic was delectable to the venom, not to mention their smooth, diminutive forms. Take me to Tommy Shelby's vault and provide me with a suitcase, ensuring all procedures are legitimate. Without waiting for the fairy on the platform to inquire, Tommy tossed the key into the air, a veiled malice flickering in his gaze. The malevolence within Gringotts was almost nauseating to him. These sharply dressed fairies seemed to regard the bank's funds as their personal property, harboring hostility towards every individual who entered. After inspecting the key, the fairy regarded Tommy with an impassive expression, its voice gravelly. 300 galleons. Acceptable. A blatant attempt at extortion. Yet Tommy remained unfazed. He understood his brother well. This place would inevitably bear the Shelby name. Upon hearing this, the fairy's wrinkled visage relaxed slightly, and it turned to shout, "Lock the door. Take our guest to the vault." "Yes, sir." A younger fairy hurried over, carrying the suitcase, straightening its disheveled attire before bowing respectfully. "Sir, please follow me." The roar of the train was deafening. Tommy's pallid complexion was far from pleasant, but fortunately, the venom securely anchored him to the rickety mine cart, hidden from the fairy's view. In contrast, Tiger radiated an inexplicable joy and excitement. Perhaps it was the youthful hormones at play, but having never visited an amusement park, he found immense fascination in this roller coaster-like mode of transport. "This is exhilarating. Tommy, can our bank also?" "No. Ugh." As soon as Tommy alighted from the vehicle, he bent over and retched. It seemed the door lock had anticipated this moment. With a flick of his fingers, the remnants of Tommy's sickness vanished without a trace. A nonchalance that cast a fleeting shadow of gravity in the eyes of both Tiger and Tommy. The door lock produced a key and unlocked the vault, revealing a small pile of golden brilliance. "Leave 300 galleons, take the rest. We no longer require this vault. I do not trust these individuals," Tommy stated candidly. Unperturbed, the fairy door lock lowered his gaze, indifferent to the remark. Discrimination in the magical realm was pervasive. Having heard far worse, Tommy's words were, in comparison, rather courteous. Without further ado, Tiger stepped forward and began to gather the galleons into a chest. At that moment, the slightly excited voice of venom resonated in his mind. "Hey, Tiger, listen to me. There's a big fellow down below with an exceptionally high life energy." "I can sense it," Tiger replied. "This creature is extremely ancient. On the brink of death, we can control it." Venom's voice grew increasingly animated. "Once I fully record its genetic coding, assimilate its life energy. We can become even more powerful." Tiger hesitated momentarily, then resumed gathering the galleons, his amber eyes darkening slightly. "Are you sure you can control your offspring?" This was precisely why he had been reluctant to allow Venom to split. aside from the extreme weakness that followed such a division. No one understood better than he did the unreliability and volatility of those symbiotic brats. Equally, no one was more aware of Venom's timidity in the face of those symbiotic children. Me? Venom scoffed. What are you joking about? I certainly cannot control them. Venom boasted brazenly. Tiger's temper flared. Had it not been for that damned fairy standing at the door, he would have yanked Venom out and pummeled this fool into submission. Perhaps sensing Tiger's agitation and ill intent, Venom hastily clarified. Tiger, this isn't symbiosis, it's parasitism. I am splitting myself, not children. Moreover, only you can control us. You are our king. That is the rule. No one can break it, not even a god. That big fellow, 1T perish. I will use my cellular biomimicry abilities to rejuvenate it, and by then, I could devour 10 of those chocolate beans in one bite. Is that so? Tiger's gaze deepened. After securing the last galleon into the chest, he straightened and swiftly moved towards the vault door. Go do what you must, Venom. Yeehaw! Accompanied by Venom's jubilant exclamation, the dilapidated mine cart roared to life once more, racing towards the surface with astounding speed. Only a viscous substance, resembling asphalt, remained on the railway, slowly writhing. Chapter 13. A wand does not equate to a weapon of death. Ah, it appears this is not the one. Ollivander seized the white wand from Tiger's hands and retrieved another box from the shelf behind him, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his murky, deep-set eyes. Let's try this. Tiger spat in displeasure. He then pulled out a brown wand adorned with spiral patterns from the box and waved it irritably. The scene unfolded almost as expected. Much like the previous wand, the sharp tip resembled a frayed, short-circuited wire, producing a few sparks in a hurried manner before extinguishing completely. This one doesn't work either? A spark of excitement flashed in Ollivander's dulled gaze, and he could not help but scrutinize Tiger once more. Little one, you are truly enigmatic. That tempestuous amber gaze had not strayed from his vulnerable neck since the trial of the third wand. His clumsy gestures, so incongruous for a wizard, and his incessant muttering, were undoubtedly a true reflection of his violent nature. This was very much like Shelby. Even the great Lauren was somewhat inferior in comparison. Yet, despite it all, Ollivander remained composed. He had long grown accustomed to the myriad of characters he encountered throughout his life, and to him, Tiger was merely a part of his daily routine. This was his vocation, as well as his passion, rather than merely selecting wands for young wizards across the globe. He sought to uncover the secrets nestled deep within each young wizard's heart through the medium of their wands, fulfilling his own curiosity. Wizards often remain oblivious to their own disguises and hidden depths. This was the ancestral teaching of the Ollivander family. Thus, despite Tiger's rude and surly demeanor, Ollivander maintained a profound interest and focus throughout the wand selection process. He tried a dozen wands that seemed most suitable for Tiger, both to discover the magical companion that could resonate with Tiger-esque spirit and to glimpse the true self hidden beneath his violent exterior. The resilient and robust hornbeam, the commendable cedar wood for an adept duelist, the ambitious yew, the distinctive ebony, and the contradictory hawthorn. Ollivander even gritted his teeth to present the holly, a symbol of sanctity capable of tempering anger and impatience, knowing full well that Tiger's outward demeanor was a profound insult to the notion of holiness. In every instance, there was no exception. Tommy, do I really need this thing? Goodness, I can scarcely imagine how foolish I would look waving a chopstick while reciting incantations. Tiger turned back to his brother with an absurd expression, and Tommy, unable to suppress a chuckle, raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Oh, do not rush. My child, this will be your companion for life. Allow me a moment to ponder, Ollivander murmured softly. As if under the influence of a peculiar enchantment, the agitation within Tiger gradually subsided. He slowly turned his head, allowing his gaze to meander among the disarrayed shelves. Dismissing all seemingly fitting options, what remained, regardless of its incredibility, captivated his attention. His mesmerizing eyes gradually settled upon a particular row of shelves in the upper left corner. The accommodating white poplar, the benevolent alder, and the suitable chestnut for herbalism. The loyal and fervent oak, the unyielding cypress, and the genius-loving willow. Only the vine wood, which selects those with lofty ideals and far-sighted vision, would suffice. In essence, these wand materials exuded a sense of tranquility, favoring the wise and those of virtuous character, an utter contrast to Tiger himself. Well then, let us begin with this. Ollivander reached for a box. This was the most improbable answer, yet he felt an inexplicable anticipation towards it. The history of the Shelby family, a narrative half filled with the suffering inflicted by the disdain of pure-blood aristocrats, and half a tale of blood, tears, and self-reliance. Ollivander was well aware of this. Thus, in his eyes, Tiger, entering the magical realm, could never be a helpful, considerate, and beloved individual among the masses. Yet, that inexplicable flutter and intuition compelled him to extract the wand from box. The alder wood, 10 inches in length, with the heartstring of a fire dragon, was indeed a formidable specimen. Mr. Shelby, I have a premonition that we are about to uncover the true answer. Ollivander gazed intently at Tiger. 5 minutes. If we cannot find it within 5 minutes, I shall extract your wretched spine and thrust it into your posterior. Tiger took the wand, completely disregarding the slight twitch at the corner of Ollivander's mouth. After all, for an artist like him, extraordinary imaginative capabilities were almost innate. Upon uttering this phrase, Ollivander felt a subtle pang of discomfort. Unlike the coldness of other wands, the moment Tiger grasped this wand, he sensed a faint warmth. Ollivander noticed this as well. Before Tiger could make a motion, he swiftly reclaimed the wand. It's alder. Remarkable. Huh. You, my little friend, are indeed fascinating. As he spoke, Ollivander thrust another alder wand into the bewildered Tiger's hands. This one, fashioned from unicorn hair, measured 10¼ inches, and was a notably gentle companion. Could this be the true essence of you? Ollivander refrained from voicing the final inquiry, his gaze fixated intently on Tiger's hand. As the wand was waved, a brilliant point of light flickered at its tip, no longer resembling the frayed cable of before. Tiger even sensed a hint of melancholy emanating from the wand. No, not this one. Poor little thing. The wand was swiftly taken away once more. With a hint of regret, Ollivander returned it to the box and promptly presented another alder wand. Tiger gazed at the pitch-black wand in his hand, reminiscent of a triangular military knife, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. This sensation was utterly distinct from any previous experience. The moment I grasped the wand, a surge of warmth coursed through my veins, ultimately converging at the sharp tip of the wand. The dark crimson glow intensified, becoming increasingly radiant. Given the magical traits of the Shelby family, this luminescence did not erupt, but instead dripped slowly like molten lava, scorching the floor and creating one charred pit after another. Truly astonishing, Mr. Shelby. Ollivander's wrinkles relaxed slightly, his tone imbued with a profound sense of satisfaction and complexity. Elder, Nightmare's tail feather, 12 inches, a rather peculiar combination. It is a rather aloof little fellow, yet a perfect companion for you. Elder is a robust wood, symbolizing unyielding ideals of nobility. It favors those who are helpful and considerate, cherished by most of its owners. The Nightmare, also known as the Black Star, can only be seen by those who have truly witnessed death. Thus, in a certain sense, the Nightmare also represents ominous portent. Legends say that a wand crafted from a Nightmare's tail feather can wield dominion over life and death, although Ollivander is somewhat skeptical of this notion. As I observed Tiger wielding the wand like a dagger, swirling it through the air at breakneck speed, producing a sound akin to tearing through the void, Ollivander sighed in silence. Such eagerness to assist may lead to some pain. Hey, Tommy, I adore this thing. Once it pierces the organs, it will be impossible to stitch up. It shall be my trusted aid. Tiger gazed contentedly at the wand in his hand. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he jerked his head up to look at Ollivander, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hey, old man, can you conjure a few blood slots for me? And add a handshake. Ollivander's expression darkened immediately. No, Mr. Shelby, this is your wand, not a weapon for murder. Please treat it with respect. Now, drop 7 galleons and leave this place at once. Quickly. The curiosity that once lingered dissipated entirely, and Ollivander could no longer muster a pleasant demeanor towards such a crude oaf as Tiger. Chapter 14. The Development of Future Business. Are you sure you don't eat an owl? No, I abhor the scent of bird droppings. As we passed by the magical creature's shop, Tiger's gaze lingered momentarily. Perhaps even unbeknownst to him, Tommy observed thoughtfully. There, a palm-sized black cat with blue eyes was hissing dangerously at the caretaker. The caretaker appeared apprehensive, hastily filling the cat's dish with food before retreating swiftly. Recalling the stray cats congregating around Shelby's pub, Tommy smirked slightly. His younger brother was always so kind-hearted. Oh, what's this? A flying broomstick? Is it really true, just like in the cartoons? Tiger, will you ride this in the future, just like the witches in the animations? A hint of curiosity flickered in his hazy eyes. Perhaps there seems to be such a course, but it looks quite uncomfortable. I doubt I would enjoy it. And don't give me that look, Tommy, or I shall make you comprehend just how well that broomstick suits you. All right. Perhaps it is a matter of inclination. Tommy has always shown an insatiable curiosity for objects placed beneath his posterior. With a burgeoning fascination for the magical realm, the two brothers did not hasten to procure their school supplies. instead opting to meander through the streets a while longer. Just as they espied the sign for Nocturne Alley and contemplated entering, a kindly witch by the roadside cautioned them about the dangers within. This prompted them to pause in their tracks, gazing at the shadows lurking at the entrance of the alley. Both Tommy and Tiger exhibited a glint of hunger in their eyes. The underground black market of the magical world? Tiger could not suppress a lick of his lips. Tommy, I understand. Since the Shelby family's progress has reached an impasse, why not turn their attention to the magical realm? The brothers synchronously arrived at this conclusion. Now is not the time, Tiger. The Shelbys require more intelligence and a robust shield of protection. As you know, Tommy felt a stir of temptation. Yet, his mind remained exceedingly composed. He had developed a clear understanding of what lay behind Nocturne Alley and the implications it held, traits essential for a family patriarch. Of course, Tiger nodded slightly, his amber eyes glinting with unrestrained greed, reminiscent of a feline lurking in a dark forest, fixated on its imminent prey. He had always been intrigued by the notion of black market dealings. Nevertheless, the Shelbys never embarked on unprepared ventures. The magical world remained quite foreign to the two brothers. After casting one last glance into the depths of Nocturne Alley, Tommy reluctantly led a wistful Tiger away. You still need a few more outfits. Oh, and a cauldron. Damn, we just passed by there, and I completely forgot about it. Well, time is of the essence. I will procure the cauldron while you sort out the clothing, and then we shall reconvene here. As Tommy hurried away from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Tiger watched his brother's retreating figure with a sense of bewilderment, feeling that Tommy was concealing something from him. That scoundrel. Surely he isn't truly off to buy a broomstick? After all, which one of us would use it? Hermione? An inexplicably sordid image flashed through Tiger's mind. He involuntarily shuddered, then, with a grim expression, stepped into Madame Malkin's shop. As he opened the door, a cascade of thick brown hair collided forcefully with his chest. With a pained cry, Hermione Granger found herself seated on the floor, clutching her nose and front teeth. Oh dear, are you all right? Dr. Granger swiftly helped his daughter to her feet. I am fine. Oh heavens, my teeth hurt terribly. Did I crash into the wall? Hermione Granger gradually rose, gasping for air, her vision blurred with tears. Noticing the two dented metal buttons on his chest, Tiger's lips twitched. Had it not been for those buttons, he might have lost a piece of flesh. Damn it, Granger. Your front teeth are far harder than the wall. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Hermione Granger abruptly lifted her head, her youthful face still tinged with annoyance. Shelby. Upon recognizing the fierce glint in Tiger's eyes, Hermione instinctively took a step back. However, she quickly approached, chattering like a noisy sparrow. Shelby, have you received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts? Oh my goodness, this is simply marvelous. Tiger suddenly noticed a glimmer of moisture in Hermione Granger's typically proud brown eyes, reminiscent of a lost otter longing for home. Despite the shadow cast upon Hermione by the scene of Tiger crushing the headmaster's bones, she now resembled a solitary traveler wandering through the wilderness, filled with trepidation and uncertainty regarding the magical realm and her future. Tiger's presence undoubtedly provided her, in her solitude and confusion, with a trustworthy companion to journey alongside, even if that companion was the fearsome Shelby, dreaded by both students and faculty alike. Hermione could not help but grasp Tiger's arm tightly. My goodness, I still feel as if I am dreaming. If it weren't for arriving at Diagon Alley. Are you from a wizarding family? Oh, you must not be. You're from the underworld. I fear I will lag behind in my studies. I know nothing about this place. Have you acquired a wand? I've heard that wands choose their wizards. Goodness, I don't even know if I will be able to possess a wand. If I am not chosen by one, will I be expelled? This is utter nonsense. Tiger felt as if his mind were about to explode. Granger, if you cannot compose yourself, I will assist you in finding silence. As he spoke, a dark, triangular dagger was clenched in Tiger's palm, its sharp tip ominously directed toward Hermione's mouth. Not only Sigma, but also the men of Shelby were equally fearless. Hermione seemed to have realized something, her flushed face rapidly paling. She hastily stepped back. As a classmate, she was acutely aware of the extent of damage Tiger could inflict with a mere ballpoint pen, let alone with a wand that resembled a triangular dagger. The military weapon encyclopedia clearly outlined the devastation such a weapon could wreak once it pierced the chest or abdomen. Tiger, you cannot do this. Hogwarts forbids murder. They will expel you. You chatter. Why does this fellow even have a mouth? Tiger, suppressing the impulse to break Hermione Granger's front teeth, passed by her with an expressionless demeanor and approached Madame Malkin, speaking more rapidly. You know what I need. Quickly. Please. To prevent Madame Malkin from taking too long, Tiger unusually uttered the word please. All right, dear. Madame Malkin replied with a smile, waving her hand. 2 soft measuring tapes, as if imbued with life, swiftly flew around Tiger, measuring him. I suggest you choose a larger size. At your age. Hermione's incessant chatter continued, while Tiger cast a detached glance at Madame Malkin. It doesn't matter. I have but one request. Hurry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dr. Granger certainly understood his daughter's emotions, but as a man, he also comprehended Tiger's feelings. He leaned closer to his nearly frantic daughter and said, Dear, we have yet to procure the textbooks and wands, and time is of the essence. I believe it would be prudent for you to arrange a time to journey to the station together, would it not? Shelby is indeed wicked, irredeemably so. Yet he does not harm the earnest, ordinary folk. They would never inflict harm upon the elderly or children. As a most formidable gang in Surrey, the Shelby family has garnered a notorious reputation. In certain respects, the populace places their trust in them, perhaps even more than in the local police. Dr. Granger is equally well acquainted with the Shelby family, particularly with the eldest brother, Arthur Shelby. I recall vividly a night of torrential rain when he returned to his dental practice to retrieve a forgotten birthday gift for his daughter. In that moment, he found himself at gunpoint, confronted by the sudden intrusion of Arthur Shelby. Utilizing imperfect surgical instruments, he performed his very first operation, extracting 3 deformed bullets from Arthur Shelby's head. From that day forth, he understood that the Shelby family was anything but ordinary, and in addition to his dental practice, he had unwittingly acquired a clandestine vocation associated with them. Thus, in certain respects, Dr. Granger harbors a profound trust in the Shelby family. Upon hearing her father's suggestion, Hermione's incessant chatter abruptly ceased, and Tyke instinctively twitched his ears, feeling an itch. Chapter 15. Who are you? Tyke, of course, would not concur. Accustomed to his mother Polly's straightforward manner, Hermione Granger's incessant prattle was, to him, sheer torment. He was not accustomed to caring for children. With a complex expression of disappointment and pride, Hermione Granger stormed out of Madame Malkin's robe shop, her cheeks puffed in indignation, while Dr. Granger followed with an expression of resigned amusement. Dr. Granger? Outside the shop, Tommy observed Dr. Granger soothing his daughter, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Dr. Granger also paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with exaggerated politeness as he removed his hat. Mr. Shelby, my esteemed lord, I wish you a splendid day. Upon hearing this theatrical salutation, a rare smile broke Tommy's typically stoic demeanor. And may you also enjoy a wonderful day, the designated black doctor of the Shelby family. Ha ha ha. Dr. Granger could not suppress his laughter, while Hermione continued to regard Tommy with a somewhat disgruntled expression. Tommy's poised and aloof exterior starkly contrasted with the infamous brutality attributed to the Shelby name. Dr. Granger, as I've stated, you may simply call me Tommy. Arthur holds you in high esteem. As a friend of his, you are naturally a friend of mine and a part of the Shelby family. Please do not stand on ceremony. It is truly my honor. Recognizing this, Dr. Granger felt no need for further formality. For the sake of his daughter, he proactively proposed coordinating a time to escort the children to school together. Tommy, of course, would not decline. The magical realm was equally an uncharted territory for Tyke. Having a familiar companion would surely alleviate his brother's sense of solitude, and simultaneously, it would be advantageous for him to expand his business into the magical community. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Granger. Please excuse Tyke's rudeness. He simply lacks the art of expression. I believe that in the days to come, you shall undoubtedly become his closest confidant. Tommy mischievously winked, causing Hermione to shyly lower her gaze. Very well, Mr. Shelby. Is truly no trouble at all. Oh, young Mr. Shelby. To refuse a lovely and delicate girl is hardly a gentlemanly act. Madame Malkin neatly packaged the robe and wizard's hat, placing them before Tig. Her words conveyed a hint of playful mockery, yet remained imbued with elegance and thoughtfulness. The Shelby family lacks gentlemen. Only scoundrels and beasts exist within. Tig, indifferent, dug into his ear and flicked the wax onto Madame Malkin's garment. Her expression darkened immediately. Vulgar. Rude. Fortunately, at that moment, a gentle chime sounded from a bell behind the door, and Tommy stepped inside. Welcome. Due to her unique profession, Madame Malkin greeted the newcomer while meticulously assessing his attire. The tailored dark blue suit exuded an undeniable elegance and refinement in every detail. The addition of a woolen overcoat further enhanced this sophistication with an air of authority and presence. A masterful touch, Madame Malkin silently admired, her gaze naturally drifting to Tommy's countenance. His deep, enigmatic slate-colored eyes, meticulously crafted features hiding a keen edge, and distinctly chiseled jawline presented a scholarly restraint. yet radiated a sense of distance from the mundane world. "Good day, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" Despite no longer being youthful, Madame Malkin couldn't suppress a slight sigh of enchantment. As for the coarse and brutish Tig, he had long been dismissed from her thoughts. "Good afternoon, madam." Tommy slowly removed his hat, gently brushing his chest, performing a classically elegant gesture of greeting. Since he had resolved to immerse himself in the magical community, establishing cordial relations with these deeply rooted merchants was an indispensable endeavor. This overt elegance nearly made Madame Malkin's eyes tremble with delight. "Good afternoon, sir. I'm here for my brother." Tommy's lips curled into a perfectly timed smile, directing his gaze toward Tig, who approached him with a suitcase in hand. "Of course." Madame Malkin quickly regained her composure. Upon realizing that the brother in question was Tig, her smile gradually morphed into an expression of mixed sentiments. "You two share no blood relation, do you?" "Surely not. You arrived at just the right moment." Madame Malkin's complex gaze lingered on Tommy's captivating visage for a fleeting moment, then shifted to Tig, who had reached Tommy's side. "We look forward to your next visit." When she mentioned you two, Madame Malkin emphasized the phrase, as if underscoring a significant point. "Indeed, we shall meet again soon. Best of luck, madam," leaving behind a profoundly suggestive remark. Tommy then led Tig towards the exit. As the door swung open, Tiger paused briefly, turning to glance at Mrs. Magin, who remained transfixed by Tommy's retreating figure, a malicious smile gracing his lips. "No more looking, madam. Tommy is not what you think." The expression on Mrs. Magin's face instantly cracked, while Tiger laughed heartily as he stepped outside. "Tiger, you truly are something." Tommy, both exasperated and resigned, shook his head. If he could achieve his objectives swiftly, he would not hesitate to barter his visage, or even more. Flesh belongs to the flesh, and the soul to the soul. His bond with Monty leaned more towards the platonic. "Do not bear too much pressure, Tommy." Tiger's smile gradually faded, his amber gaze turning serious as he regarded his brother, the family patriarch at a mere 24 years of age. "You must trust me. Trust your brother. The Shelbys fear nothing. Let those who oppose us fend for themselves." After a brief silence, Tommy's typically austere expression broke into an unmistakable smile as he vigorously tousled Tiger's hair. "The Shelbys fear nothing." Furthermore, as he spoke, Tommy lifted a cage from behind, revealing a clawing black cat with striking blue eyes. "Happy birthday, brother." Once freed from Tommy's unruly hands, Tiger's irritated gaze fixated upon the cage. "It is," Tommy cheerfully elaborated, "quite fierce, yet undeniably charming. Would you not agree? A hybrid of the Chinese Xian cat and the French magical cat, the Madagat, with a chance to awaken its lineage. Once grown, its saliva can serve as a catalyst for various growth potions, and its whiskers can provide a modicum of stability for blessing-type enchantment runes." In truth, Tommy was unaware of the veracity of the shopkeeper's claims, only knowing that his brother had a penchant for such cats, and that was sufficient. The rest was inconsequential. It must be noted that this little black cat possessed an unusually potent desire to attack. Even being firmly held by Tiger, it refused to concede under the pressure emanating from its venomous genes. On their way home, the menacing hissing echoed continuously. Nevertheless, Tiger's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon the little creature, his expression inscrutable. Yet, through the rearview mirror, Tommy could palpably sense the affection simmering deep within his brother's heart. "Happy birthday." As the two brothers pushed open the bar's door, a resounding cheer erupted alongside the explosive pop of confetti cannons. Tiger gazed in astonishment at the scene within the bar. Not only were members of the Shelby family gang present, but even relatives from the previous generation had gathered. Their mother, Polly, clutching a cigar, presented a massive 3-tiered cake, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Tiger. "Kid, stop dawdling. Come over and cut the cake. Or I might just force this fork into your—" "Polly," Aunt Manny chided, casting a disapproving glance at their mother. All right. Polly raised her hands in surrender and, adopting an unprecedentedly gentle tone, softly uttered, "Tiger, my little son, I have awaited this day for an eternity." Before she could finish her words, Tiger, his complexion paling to a ghastly green, drew a revolver from his pocket, aiming it menacingly at Mother Polly. "Damn it! Who are you? Hand over Polly." The patrons in the bar observed in shocked silence. Chapter 16. The Bloodline Magic of the Shelby Family. Under the persistent persuasion of numerous relatives, Mother Polly, gritting her teeth, stepped aside. The revolver, smeared with cream, was not thrust into Tiger's throat. Amidst the gleeful laughter of the third brother, John, Tiger covered his mouth in trepidation. Even Venom, in a state of weakness, curled up in fear. Despite Tiger's earlier vocal outburst, it was acutely aware that should it dare to appear, Polly would unhesitatingly exchange the revolver for a crate of grenades. The birthday celebration was lively, yet Tiger felt it was hardly a festivity meant for him. Watching the revelers, glasses of whiskey raised in jubilation. Tears of envy trickled from the corners of his mouth. Tiger, my nephew, I regret to inform you that the Shelbys have been away from the magical realm for far too long, and we cannot offer you much assistance. Take this. It will aid you. A frail man approached Tiger, holding a string of ornaments crafted from shells and wooden plaques, his voice a whisper of weakness. Uncle Martin? Tiger exclaimed, astonished. In his memory, Martin Shelby was considered the most peripheral figure of the Shelby family, often isolating himself in his home and rarely attending family gatherings. The last time Tiger had glimpsed Martin was 4 years ago, on the day of his magical outburst, and even then, it was merely a fleeting glance. Upon realizing Tiger was unharmed, Martin had retreated back into his abode. What is this? Tiger inquired as he accepted the humble string of ornaments from Martin's slightly trembling hands. He scrutinized it with curiosity. The inscriptions on the wooden plaques and shells resembled ancient totems, emanating an aura of mystery that lent an unusual charm to their otherwise simple appearance. Amulets. Each one is enchanted with an iron armor spell to shield you from a single magical attack. Perhaps due to years of inactivity, Martin's speech was feeble. Beneath his disheveled hair lay thick glasses, and his dull eyes reflected profound fatigue and despair, the dark circles beneath them suggesting sleepless nights. Seeing this, Tiger's heart tightened, and he hastily offered his warm milk. Martin accepted the milk, taking a gentle sip. The warmth spread through his mouth, providing a semblance of comfort. His nearly translucent complexion regained a hint of color in that fleeting moment, yet his expression remained despondent. Forgive me, Tiger. Perhaps it is the limitations of my own talent that prevent me from reaching the heights of our ancestors. The family has exhausted its last resources to unlock the second phase of my magical potential. But it seems I can only go this far. Sensing the disappointment and guilt in Uncle Martin's tone, Tiger gently patted his shoulder, remaining silent. In truth, he bore no blame. Words of comfort eluded Tiger. Yet the solace shared between men is often remarkably simple. Through previous conversations with the portrait of his father, Lauren, Tiger had unearthed many past events. The deaths of Lauren and the Shelby elders were not due to gang conflicts, but were the result of a confrontation with a formidable sorcerer known as Voldemort. Perhaps it was the allure of the Shelby family's wealth or their remarkable yet affordable enchanting techniques that had drawn him. Ultimately, to ensure the safe escape of the family's women and children, Lauren, as the head of the family, stepped forth, leading the elders into a fierce battle against Voldemort. The awakening of the Shelby family's magical prowess was, in essence, the deepening and advancement of bloodline magic. This process unfolded in 6 stages, each ascension accompanied by a rapid expansion of resources and magical energy. For the once prosperous Shelby family, amassing such resources might not have posed a challenge. Yet now it had become an insurmountable chasm. The auxiliary tools crafted by Nickleam a century ago, even the magical sources capable of storing vast amounts of magical energy, were lost or destroyed in that fateful war. Martin Shelby, the youngest among the elders, stood as the last enchanter of the Shelby lineage. The family, including the current head, Tommy, refrained from placing undue pressure on him. Yet, having witnessed the deaths of his forebears, Martin resolved to fight against the obliteration of the Shelby name from the annals of magical history. Tiger, you can certainly do it. I believe in you. But beware of those damned pure-blood aristocrats who disdain the Shelbys, yet fear them. They are like venomous snakes. I shall continue crafting protective charms until that day arrives. Martin Shelby managed a faint smile, a glimmer of light emerging from his weary eyes. Before Tiger could urge him to stay, he staggered out of the bar. Is Martin all right? He has been avoiding me. At some point, Tommy approached, and Tiger gazed solemnly out the door, his tone grave. Not at all, Tommy. He is in a dire state. You must, in your capacity as head of the family, insist that Uncle Martin take a respite. Our progress will be swift, but I fear for his life. I want him to witness that day. Of course, without hesitation, Tommy cast aside his glass and, accompanied by his brother Arthur, exited the bar. Although several days had passed since his birthday, their mother Polly still offered Tiger little kindness. Even on the day of their journey to Hogwarts, she merely dragged him from his bed to the threshold of his bedroom. Hurry up and get out of here. You're in the way. With Polly's furious shout echoing, Tiger stumbled out of the bar, suitcase in hand. The little black cat named Gunpowder nestled into Tiger's embrace, too timid to show its face. Meanwhile, the Granger family awaited him by the roadside. Good morning, Tiger. Hermione's dark brown eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly waved at Tiger the moment she spotted him. Sorry, Tiger, she said. Her elder brother Arthur parked the car by the roadside, while her second brother Tommy leaned out of the window, raising an eyebrow with a knowing look. You know, Martin needs us, so we entrusted your ride to Dr. Granger. Remember to listen to your friends, baby. In the midst of Tiger's bewildered gaze, Arthur pressed the accelerator, and the car swiftly departed, leaving behind the lingering laughter of her brothers. In Dr. Granger's vehicle, Hermione's enthusiasm and anticipation were almost palpable. The chattering voices were so loud that they caused Tiger a headache. Even the little cat, Powder, could not help but cover its ears. When Hermione noticed the little black cat squirming in Tiger's arms, her noise abruptly ceased. Her brown eyes were completely captivated by the twitching furry ears. Hermione fixated on Tiger's collar, unable to tear her gaze away. Tiger, may I hold it? As a cat lover, she found herself utterly defenseless against the allure of that fluffy little head. Tiger glanced at Hermione, then looked down at Powder, who was clinging tightly to his clothes. After a moment of silence, as if weighing something, he said, "If you could keep your mouth closed." Despite his reluctance, he believed that maintaining silence was of utmost importance at that moment. What? Hermione glared in annoyance. However, when she saw Tiger, with a look of sheer contentment, whispering to the black cat in his arms, her expression softened instantly. Of course, the Shelby family has always valued the spirit of contracts. Before Hermione could finish her sentence, Tiger handed over the cold powder. As the plush sensation enveloped Hermione, she swallowed the rest of her words, her small face alight with longing and delight as she began to pet the cat. The soothing purring resonated through the air, and both Tiger and the initially reluctant Powder relaxed simultaneously. This is wonderful, he thought. Chapter 17. The Shelby family can apologize. Platform 9 3/4. As an adult, Dr. Granger confidently led the two children in search of the platform entrance. Yet, they seemed to flounder like headless flies, meandering between platforms 9 and 10. Tiger, pulling his suitcase, shared in the confusion, while Hermione remained immersed in the joy of petting the cat. Powder, who typically despised being touched, was now somewhat entranced by Hermione's skilled hands. Honey, listen to me. Mrs. Granger, weary and exasperated, grasped her husband's arm. We are very familiar with King S. Cross Station, but there is no platform 9 3/4 here. We are not acquainted with the magical world. The entrance may be hidden like that shabby pub. Let Tiger and Hermione search for it. We can only take them this far, can't we? Her gentle tone carried an undercurrent of profound significance. The double entendre in his words tempered the overzealous Dr. Granger's fervor. He turned to gaze at his daughter, his eyes reflecting a blend of affection and reluctance. Once, this little one, who could barely walk, had now reached the age to embark on her own journey. Everything had unfolded too swiftly, far more rapidly than he had anticipated, leaving him utterly unprepared. Dr. Granger hesitantly remarked, "My dear, you need not strive too hard. Rest assured, father, I shall take good care of myself. Mother has taught me much," Hermione responded, sensing both her parents' attention upon her. She quickly lifted her gaze, revealing a smile that was as proud as ever. The Grangers exchanged resigned smiles. They had once felt comforted by their daughter's exceptional abilities that surpassed those of her peers. Yet as time progressed, that comfort gradually morphed into concern. The Shelby family was known for their adherence to contracts. The moment Hermione spoke, Tiger snatched the powder from her hand, tucking it into his own embrace, leaving only a terrified cat's meow in the air. "Oh, the powder! Good heavens! You are so rough. It is still so small. You could hurt it," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in indignation, wishing to pounce upon Tiger and reclaim the powder that had peeked out. However, the psychological scars Tiger had inflicted upon her loomed large, overshadowing her previously lofty pride. "You breached the contract," Tiger remarked, casting her a nonchalant glance. "You." Hermione's face flushed crimson with anger, and after stamping her foot in frustration, she began to push her luggage away, not bothering to look back as she sought platform 9 3/4. "Tiger, I apologize." Hermione, Dr. Granger attempted to articulate something on behalf of his daughter, but was interrupted by Tiger's impatient gesture. "Regardless, Hermione will always be a child in my eyes. Her lofty self-regard is merely a manifestation of her remarkable abilities." Tiger did not harbor any disdain. Rather, he held a sense of respect for Hermione's talents, simply preferring tranquility. Were their roles reversed, he would unashamedly defecate on his mother Polly's head, as her greatest aspiration was for him to excel academically, don those wretched, gold-rimmed glasses, and become a lawyer. Alas, the Shelby family was brimming with a spirit of defiance, all fists and no brains. Even the leader Tommy merely having an extra fist in his mind. "Fear not, Dr. Granger. You're a Shelby by family. This is Tommy's promise." With me around, your daughter shall not perish. The Granger couple was momentarily taken aback. Perish? Wait, is our daughter merely going to school? Uncertainty lingered as Mrs. Granger cast a fearful glance at the Hogwarts acceptance letter within her purse. That is not my meaning. I merely wish to suggest you befriend Hermione. Dr. Granger's voice trailed into awkwardness, yet Tiger's figure had already receded into the distance, leaving behind the palpable anxiety of a concerned father. Excuse me, conductor. Could you kindly direct me to platform 9 and 3/4? Enough. I have told you repeatedly. There is no platform 9 and 3/4 here. Are you children out of your minds? The impatient conductor, visibly agitated, made no effort to halt his strides, attempting to shove Tiger aside. His amber eyes suddenly turned cold. Now, tell me where that damn platform 9 and 3/4 is, or I shall rip your intestines out and hang them from this cursed platform. The bruised conductor collapsed onto the ground, shaking his head frantically, terror etched across his face, with broken teeth and blood spilling from his mouth, rendering him speechless. Nevertheless, as a member of the Shelby family, Tiger's temper was more volatile than anyone else's. The furious young Tiger seized the helpless conductor, shaking him violently, while his other hand deftly drew a triangular military dagger wand from his waist. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop this at once. Oh dear. At that moment, an Auror rushed over, intervening to halt Tiger's relentless aggression. Witnessing the wand being wielded as a weapon, the Auror grimaced slightly. By Merlin's beard, if wizards were to use their wands like this, the difficulty of Auror investigations would surely escalate to another level. Sir, please follow me, for Merlin's sake. He is innocent. Upon hearing the Auror's words, Tiger slowly raised his head, looking at the man. After all, he had heard the name Merlin countless times in Diagon Alley. Troy, lend a hand. Get this gentleman some medical attention. The Auror sighed, clearly exasperated, as a young man approached from a distance. Wow, what happened? Noticing the conductor's miserable state, the trainee Auror Troy dramatically spread his arms. The Auror briefly recounted the incident, and Troy's eyes lit up with excitement as he turned to Tiger. Did you do this? Tiger, lifting his suitcase, chose to ignore him, directing his gaze towards the obstructing Auror with a hint of urgency in his calm expression. All right, Troy, now is not the time for idle chatter. Get this gentleman treated, and by the way, the Auror gestured to his head, signaling Troy with a knowing look. Okay, old Draco, what a fiery freshman. I like him, Troy said while helping the conductor to his feet, throwing Tiger a cheerful wink. Buddy, you are cut out to be an Auror. You will surely end up in Gryffindor. Gryffindor welcomes you. Be sure to go to Gryffindor. It is the finest house at Hogwarts. The train is about to depart. Come along, freshman. Before Troy could finish his sentence, Auror Draco led Tiger towards a nearby pillar on the platform. Hey, freshman, promise me. Be sure to kick those Slytherin fools to the curb. Troy's voice echoed behind them as they passed through the wall. Do not hesitate, Auror Draco thoughtfully demonstrated to Tiger, whose indifferent gaze suddenly brightened, while fire powder covered its eyes. Just as Tiger prepared to walk through the wall, Auror Draco called out to him, her expression grave. Sir, considering you are a newcomer, I can assist you in addressing this incident of harm. However, please do not forget that the magical world has its laws. Violence cannot resolve problems. I hope you will offer an apology. Tiger glanced at Draco with a hint of disdain and then produced a protective charm from his pocket. Tossing it to her, Shelby can apologize, but only if she kneels. With that, he stepped into the wall, leaving Auror Draco looking somewhat stunned. Shelby. Chapter 18. A gift from above. It was as if a fragile barrier had been torn apart. After a brief silence, accompanied by a soft pop, Tiger's figure suddenly appeared on the other side of the brick wall. Magic, this is utterly astonishing. Tiger exclaimed in surprise, slapping the solid, tangible red brick wall. Fire powder cautiously poked its head out from Tiger's collar, its fluffy ears twitching instinctively, while its bright blue eyes still bore traces of stiffness. It gazed around, perplexed. Wasn't he supposed to crash into the wall? Unsure, it decided to take another look, just as Tiger prepared to dash towards the wall again. Eager to experience the wonder of magic once more, a nearby conductor interrupted his actions with a weary voice. Hey, newcomer, hurry aboard. The train is about to depart. There will be plenty of opportunities to play later. Almost crashing into the wall again, Fire Powder's pupils slowly contracted, revealing a hint of irritation. It swatted Tiger's chest a few times, seemingly venting its frustration. Damn it, I'm a cat. Are you out of your mind? Immediately, Fire Powder leapt from Tiger's collar to his shoulder and then gracefully onto his head, settling down comfortably. Foolish wizard. Next time, you crash into it yourself. Noticing Fire Powder's displeasure, Tiger raised his hand to gently rub the little creature's head in an attempt to soothe it. However, Fire Powder was unyielding, swatting Tiger playfully with its tiny paws. Yet, Tiger remained unfazed. Compared to their initial encounter filled with hissing and chaos upon returning home, this was trivial. With the sound of the whistle, the train began to move slowly. Tiger, carrying his suitcase, sought an empty compartment. Laughter and chatter filled the air, as the curiosity and anticipation of newcomers regarding the magical world were palpable in each compartment. Through the doors and windows, Tiger spotted Hermione, still chattering away. The plump boy sitting opposite her appeared dazed, his lips slightly parted, unsure of what to say. Merely witnessing this scene was enough to give Tiger a headache. He did not pause for a moment, striding past the compartment. Hermione seemed to sense his presence, turning to look out the door, but saw nothing. Oh, where were we? Neville's lips moved a few times, yet his mind was a blank slate. It was not that he hadn't heard. Rather, the wealth of information in Hermione's words overwhelmed him entirely. Oh, indeed. Do you possess any magical abilities? I mean, could you perhaps demonstrate something for me? You see, I am quite curious about wizarding families. Hermione, oblivious to his turmoil, continued to speak animatedly. Neville's gaze began to wander at that moment. He longed to hear his toad croak a couple of times. Passing through the first-year compartment, he entered the realm of the upperclassmen, which was comparatively quieter. George, Fred, you are not to cause any more mischief in the Slytherin compartment. If I catch you again, I will certainly write to Mother. Oh, dear Percy, you are such a bore. Amidst the laughter and playful accusations, the Weasley twins were shoved into the compartment by a flustered Percy. In a brief moment, the carriage erupted with flashes akin to fireworks, accompanied by joyous and unrestrained laughter, as a flustered Percy bolted out. Blast it, I am furious. I shall inform Mother. You are in for it, along with your infernal prank props. A visibly irate Percy collided with Tyke. Noticing that Tyke still held a suitcase, Percy cleared his throat twice and, assuming an air of seniority, spoke solemnly. Freshmen, once the train departs, please refrain from wandering the corridors. If you find no seat, I can offer you mine. As he spoke, he gestured toward the compartment. However, Tyke had just witnessed the earlier scene, and the mischievous glint in the Weasley twins' eyes was precisely the sort of demeanor he found challenging to manage. After all, they were children. He could not resort to violence simply due to their raucous behavior. Tyke remained silent for a moment before decisively rejecting Percy's kindness. I prefer tranquility. Upon hearing the rejection of his offer, Percy's face began to flush with embarrassment. Yet, recalling the twins' outrageous antics, he somewhat understood Tyke's perspective. Mischief, after all, is not to everyone's taste. Very well. You may proceed further in. The Ravenclaw compartment should be quieter. Avoid the compartment marked with serpentine symbols. Those individuals are not particularly friendly. With that, Percy circumvented Tyke and made his way toward another compartment, while Tyke continued deeper into the train. He was in no rush to find a place to rest. Instead, he regarded this journey as an expedition, for there were countless sights he had yet to behold. It was almost like a fairy tale, stirring long-forgotten memories within him. Once, in his youthful ignorance, he too had traversed countless bizarre and wondrous dreams. Alas, upon waking, everything had dissolved into mere illusions. With his tattered backpack slung over his shoulders, he traversed hills, scaled mountains, crossed rural landscapes, and arrived in the city, ultimately facing life and death struggles in an underground octagonal cage as an adult. Those dreams had long been shattered by the fists of reality, relegated to the recesses of his memory. On the train en route to Hogwarts, he seemed to once again experience the joy of his childhood. The smile in Tiger's eyes grew ever more pronounced. Tiger, are you referring to me? The voice of venom, which had long been submerged, suddenly emerged, tinged with a hint of shyness. Not at all, Tiger replied with a chuckle, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. No, you absolutely mean that. Venom's voice was laced with a mixture of exasperation and excitement. I said no. Yes. I insist it is not. It is. It must be. I am a gift bestowed upon you by the heavens. Admit it, Tiger. You are blushing. Be quiet, Venom. Tiger's annoyance began to surface, as Venom's raucous laughter echoed relentlessly in his mind. The quarrel gradually subsided, and before he knew it, Tiger found himself deep within the carriage. Through the door window, he beheld 2 automatic shovels and a man dozing in front of a boiler. It was indeed a steam train. Tiger shook his head in bemusement, having assumed that this steam locomotive was powered by magic. There was some magic involved, but not much. After passing through 2 heavy carriage doors, he was greeted by a carriage of distinct character. The silver and green decor imbued this carriage with a sense of opulence and elegance, starkly contrasting with the previous one, and each compartment radiated an atmosphere of tranquility, as if isolated from the world. Just then, a somewhat sharp conversation emanated from an ajar compartment, shattering the silence. I can hardly believe it, Marcus, that is your uncle. Are we simply to let this go? No, Andrian. Though he is a minor figure in the family, the dignity of the Flint lineage cannot be insulted. Shelby is nothing more than a disgraced mutt. My father is merely perplexed as to what audacity Shelby possesses. He is still investigating. While Marcus Flint defended his father, his eyes were still filled with anger and embarrassment. His uncle had nearly been driven to madness by a boy of the Shelby family at the Leaky Cauldron, and now, upon seeing such a child, he could not help but tremble uncontrollably, having become a laughingstock among pure-blood aristocrats. Such a hellish jest, if it were to occur in the Muggle world, would be akin to a burly man being repeatedly assaulted by a monkey. This deep-seated shame etched into the family's legacy cast a lingering shadow over Marcus's heart. Simultaneously, he felt the peculiar gazes of his teammates. He was acutely aware that behind their seemingly concerned inquiries lay a hidden mockery. Observing the barely concealed ridicule from those around him, Marcus felt as though he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. Just wait. He is but a Shelby. I shall make him pay. He does not deserve to attend Hogwarts. I will ensure that. Chapter 19. You should call Merlin to handle this. It must be said that for Hermione, Neville was an exceptionally competent listener. She had not experienced such a cathartic release of emotions in quite some time, largely because, most of the time, people often seek opportunities to depart midway, wishing to conclude what seems like an interminable dialogue, including her parents. As Hermione finally ceased her incessant chatter, Neville timidly inquired, Granger, have you seen a toad? Its name is Trevor, and I can't find it. The little boy's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Trevor? Perhaps the image of Tyke thrusting the barrel of a shotgun into the headmaster's mouth and then delivering a savage uppercut that shattered his teeth was too vivid. Upon hearing the name of the toad, Hermione instinctively shivered, suddenly recalling that she had yet to spot Tyke. Surely he hasn't failed to find the entrance. The thought of Tyke possibly still wandering aimlessly at King's Cross Station filled Hermione's heart with an overwhelming sense of regret and guilt. I must inform him. How foolish I am. I searched everywhere. Trevor is not in the compartment. The chubby Neville, with his bottom perched on the seat, stretched his head beneath it, his voice muffled and barely audible. Neville, perhaps Trevor has ventured outside. I will help you look. Hermione sprang to her feet. Really? Neville struggled to rise, his expression a mixture of surprise and helplessness. It was the first time in his life that a peer had extended kindness towards his clumsy self. Truly. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Enough chatter, let us go. With that, she exited the compartment, and Neville hurriedly followed, a flicker of joy at having a new friend igniting within him. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? No, please leave. Very well. Neville lost a toad named Trevor. Have you seen it? No. Did you see a toad? Neville misplaced it. Upon reaching the last compartment of the first-year car, Hermione anxiously surveyed the occupants within. Although Ron was preparing to showcase magic to Harry Potter, piquing her curiosity about wizarding families, she had more pressing matters at hand. No, we haven't seen it. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads in confusion. Hermione sighed in frustration, and with that, she continued her search alongside Neville. Goodness, he cannot have truly missed it. I'm so foolish. I have ruined Tyke's magical journey. As they passed through compartment after compartment, Hermione's despondency and self-reproach grew ever more pronounced. Even as impatience echoed through the compartments, she paid no heed. Her sole desire was to find Tyke. Hermione, perhaps it is best to give up. I believe Trevor might appear on his own. After hearing the repeated dismissals regarding him and Hermione, a hint of retreat stirred within Neville. The sting of rejection was unpleasant. He did not wish for his new friend to feel disheartened because of him. No, I must find him. Hermione's eyes shone with determination. She even believed that if Tyke lost his opportunity to attend Hogwarts because of her, she would never forgive herself. Neville blinked in bewilderment. As they pushed open the door to the last carriage, the starkly different green decor captivated Hermione and Neville. Hermione, perhaps we should turn back. Neville's face betrayed a hint of fear. This is the Slytherin carriage. However, Hermione seemed oblivious to his concerns upon spotting the imposing figure of Tiger. Her previously tense visage relaxed, as if she had found a form of salvation. Oh God, at last I have found you. Just as she prepared to call out to Tiger, she witnessed him enter a compartment with a sinister grin, the door slamming shut behind him. That smile was all too familiar to Hermione as a fellow classmate. Oh no. Ignoring Neville's alarmed protests, Hermione, her face pale, hurried toward the compartment. Standing behind her, Neville gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, and quickly followed suit. It must be said that the compartments reserved for pure-blood aristocrats far surpassed those of other houses in quality, including soundproofing. Hermione stood outside the compartment door, instinctively reaching for the handle, only to retract her hand as if struck by an electric shock. The muffled sounds of a violent clash, the splintering of wood, the abrupt cessation of shouts, and the piercing cries of agony seeped through the crack of the door. As the chaotic din filtered in, Neville's complexion drained of color, and he swallowed hard. "Oh dear," Hermione groaned, cradling her head. "I knew it. If it were anyone else, she would have been the first to intervene. But with Tiger, it was different. In his eyes, there were only family and foes. No distinctions between men and women, no divisions of adults and children. If she were to intervene now, the only outcome would likely be a punch to the face." With a silent sigh, Hermione traced a cross in the air for those inside the compartment, whispering a prayer. "Oh God, let him not be wearing brass knuckles." As time passed, the sound from within gradually subsided. Sensing something amiss, Neville's trembling fingers clutched Hermione's sleeve. "Hermione, we should leave quickly. I have a foreboding feeling." "Do not worry, Neville. Your intuition is not unfounded, but fortunately, the worst is past." With a grim expression, Hermione pulled open the compartment door. Inside lay utter chaos. The corner of the table, stained with blood, had splintered into 2 fragments, while the sofas were marred by blood and vomit. 3 upperclassmen from Slytherin had been thoroughly beaten, left as lifeless heaps in the corner. Broken teeth littered the floor, contorted arms and flesh were exposed, and their distorted faces resembled those of victims of a tragic accident. "Oh God, who can help me?" Hermione moaned weakly, as she envisioned Tiger being expelled from Hogwarts even before the school year commenced. "Help me, Grandma." Neville's face turned ashen, and he held his breath. He longed to pull Hermione away, yet found himself unable to move. In his eyes, Slytherin was synonymous with villainy, and the pureblood elite within it were the worst of the worst. Tiger, with his ferocious gaze, seemed less than human, and Neville felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. After cleaning the finger of his weapon with a tablecloth, Tiger cast a fleeting glance at Hermione, who stood by the door. "This is the magical realm," he mused. "One must summon Merlin to address such matters. Now is not the time for discussion." Hermione, on the brink of emotional collapse, felt an urgent scream rising within her. Yet she stifled her instinct. With a firm hand, she covered her mouth and pulled Neville into the compartment, swiftly shutting the door behind them. "What do you intend to do? This constitutes malicious harm. You could be expelled." As she spoke, Hermione seemed to lose her composure, repeatedly tapping her forehead as if to dispel the confusion. "No, no, no. You could be arrested, Tiger." Her expression was fraught with anxiety as she glanced at the car window, then, through gritted teeth, whispered to Tiger, "Toss them out the window. I'll perform a cleaning charm and a repairing charm, and we will pretend nothing ever happened." The tremor in her voice was palpable, her dark brown eyes shimmering with the anguish of guilt born from the slaughter of her kind. Yet, despite the turmoil within, she summoned the courage to offer suggestions to Tiger. Tiger gazed at Hermione, his pale face appearing rather pitiable, and his damp eyes reflected a bewilderment about the future, which struck him as somewhat amusing. "Your idea is dreadful," he remarked, reminiscent of a cliché detective film. At his mockery, Hermione felt a surge of sorrow, her trembling eyes soon brimming with tears. "Oh, Merlin," Tiger grimaced, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. Neither in this life nor the last had he played the role of a father. Comforting a little girl to cease her tears remained an enigma to him. Chapter 20. Hermione. I know Tiger well, hands on hips. "Listen to me, Hermione." This marked the first occasion that Tiger had uttered her name, and Hermione's sorrowful visage momentarily froze, her tearful eyes wide with astonishment. "Allow me to introduce a friend of mine. Fear not, it shall resolve all our troubles." Tiger cast a significant glance towards Marcus and the others in the corner, then turned to regard the figure behind him. "Say hello to my friend, Venom." Upon hearing this, Hermione's earlier dissatisfaction and accusations dissipated, replaced by a flicker of anticipation as she rose onto her toes. "A friend." Tiger referred to me as his friend. Her dark brown eyes sparkled with newfound hope. For Hermione, who often found herself isolated, Tiger's acknowledgement was akin to a ray of dawn, bringing her unprecedented joy and warmth. The exhilaration she felt rivaled that of receiving an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. "Ha ha, Tiger, my stomach is already grumbling. These little ones smell delightful. I can hardly contain myself." Accompanied by a burst of excitement, Venom suddenly emerged from the nape of Tiger's neck, its head distorted and nebulous, composed of semi-solid black liquid. Gradually, its ghastly white eyes emerged, glimmering with an ominous sheen, as if heralding some foreboding omen. After a full minute, Venom's fearsome visage fully materialized, hovering beside Tiger. Clearly, it has yet to fully recover from its division. Haha, little girl, I admire your plan. However, I have an even better idea. Let us consume them. Death leaves no witnesses. The venom greedily licked at the corners of its mouth. A profound silence enveloped the compartment. A chilling dread surged within as the crimson tongue, coupled with the dripping fangs, seemed almost within reach. The rotund Neville rolled his eyes back, as if struck by a petrifying curse, collapsing limp. Hermione's pupils dilated suddenly, her complexion rapidly paling, her body trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively, she wished to retreat, yet she forced herself to remain steadfast, her gaze defiantly fixed upon the venom. It was unclear what contest she was engaged in, as she was clearly terrified. It shall not harm you, provided you remain silent. Tig removed the volatile powder from above his head and deftly placed it into Hermione's embrace as a form of consolation. Hermione, at a loss, clutched the powder tightly. Though she recognized Tig's intent to frighten her, the lingering terror within compelled her to keep her lips tightly sealed. Subsequently, Tig gradually approached the corner where Marcus and his companions lay stacked together, still feigning unconsciousness. However, the excruciating pain caused their bodies to twitch involuntarily. As Tig drew nearer, a small glass vial suddenly slipped from Marcus's sleeve, revealing remnants of potion at the bottom, glaringly apparent to Tig. Ah, I am utterly famished. Which one shall I choose? They all appear delectable. Tig, I relish the delicacies you have presented to me. So pristine, so tender. A hoarse, eerie voice emerged slowly. The clammy, frigid tongue glided across the cheeks of Marcus and his companions. Sweet blood elicited a satisfied sigh from the venom. Adrian tightly shut his eyes, holding his breath, his face turning a shade of blue from asphyxiation. The terror within relentlessly assaulted his nerves, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. In this extreme panic, he could not even control his bladder, the warm, overwhelming scent swiftly spreading along Marcus's neck. Devour them, O venom. Let be done once and for all. Tig's tone remained unfazed, and at the very moment his words fell, the venom unveiled its vicious, meat-grinder-like fangs. No, I beg you just then. The least injured Lucian bore tremulously raised his hand, pleading with great difficulty, Shelby, I implore you, I do not wish to die. This matter is not my concern. I swear by my family's name, I shall not seek revenge though deemed the least injured. It was only in relative terms, even after consuming the potion. The flesh on Lucian's face was contorted, and the indentation in his chest rendered him incapable of continuing, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Hermione. He understood all too well that Shelby had never intended to let them live. His pleas were futile. Merlin, has this family gone mad? Tig. Hermione's face was a canvas of contradictions. She did not wish for Tiger to continue down this misguided path, nor did she want him to face retaliation. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? She questioned. Violence does not resolve issues. Perhaps we can find a more amicable solution. Tiger's expression remained composed as he regarded the three pleading individuals, letting out a derisive laugh. Hermione, you fail to comprehend the wizarding world, nor do you understand the foolishness of pure-blood aristocrats. Shelby has encountered too many imbeciles. Thus, when faced with such matters, one must act decisively. Otherwise, one only ignites the flames of vengeance in others, leaving oneself vulnerable to future repercussions. Indeed, came the malevolent laughter of venom. Though it is merely food, fish do possess spines, do they not? No, 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 I implore you. I swear by my family's name. We would never. As venom's fangs and tendrils drew perilously close, Marcus and his companions were utterly paralyzed with fear, tears, and snot cascading uncontrollably down their faces. Despite the agony coursing through their bodies, they fought desperately for a sliver of hope. Tiger was never one for verbosity. Hermione regarded his silhouette with contemplative understanding. She was all too familiar with this aspect of him. So, these three do not actually need to perish? She pondered uncertainly. Let me observe further. Tiger, with a hint of skepticism, responded to Hermione's tentative inquiry. May I attempt to reason with them? I beg you. Tiger remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Marcus and his companions before slightly shifting his stance. Indeed, Hermione exhaled sharply, secretly grateful for her own intellect and understanding of Tiger. She hurried forward, her small face taut as she faced the still weeping Marcus and his companions. Listen to me. If you wish to survive, you must remember my words. Yes, I promise. I beseech you. Marcus and his companions nodded fervently, acutely aware of venom's sticky, powerful tendrils eagerly coiling around their ankles. Tiger, being a freshman, meant he would be at Hogwarts for 7 years. Hermione proudly lifted her chin, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a stage performer, displaying a haughty and indifferent expression. Though somewhat contrived, Marcus and his companions, who were already on the brink of blacking out from pain, were oblivious. Are you in your 3rd or 4th year? Never mind. That is of little consequence. What matters is that you will encounter Tiger every single day. Every day. Upon hearing this statement, Marcus and his companions felt their hearts constrict, even contemplating the notion of withdrawing from Hogwarts. Sensing their trepidation, Hermione's lips curled ever so slightly, and she continued, "You may choose to withdraw, or you may choose to inform others. However, the worst outcome would be Tiger being apprehended for malicious harm. Yet, he will eventually emerge, and the Shelby family's lunatics extend beyond just him. When he returns," Hermione left her thought unfinished. But the implication was abundantly clear to Marcus and his companions. Their eyes, filled with pleading and anguish, suddenly reflected profound fear and tremors. No, no, no. We will never. Indeed, should you harbor any doubts, we could engage the services of a sorcerer at a handsome price to cast upon us the spell of unwavering loyalty. Yes, indeed, upon glimpsing a flicker of hope, Marcus and his companions clung to it like a lifeline, vociferously making an array of assurances. However, due to their prior terror and excessive loss of blood, their physical strength had been utterly depleted. Despite their fervent attempts to remain awake, they ultimately succumbed to their bodily limits, collapsing into unconsciousness, swallowed by the abyss of darkness that consumed all awareness. Chapter 21. Tiger is a good man. This sudden turn of events rendered Hermione's delicate face pale. She instinctively recoiled 2 steps while clutching the powder, her eyes wide with panic as they darted towards Tiger. "Tiger, they are dead. Then I shall feast upon them." Venom leaned slightly towards Hermione, the grotesque curve of its mouth twisting into an exaggerated grin, its raspy laughter echoing like whispers from the depths of a chasm. Chilling to the bone, Hermione stared, frozen in fear, her youthful, frantic eyes nearly brimming with tears. The powder within her embrace burst forth, its once smooth tail now bristling like a feather duster, arching defensively in a posture of attack. Enough with the fright, Venom. Do as you must. They are nearing death. As you well know, Shelby will not harm a child. As you wish, my master. Upon hearing Tiger's command, Venom's wicked grin gradually faded, its eerie white eyes fixating on Hermione. "A pleasure to meet you, little one. I must admit, you possess a most delightful scent." The moment those words escaped its lips, Venom transformed into a viscous black liquid, akin to oil, enveloping the limbs and torsos of Marcus and his companions. Hermione instinctively covered her eyes, terrified of witnessing some gruesome and bloody spectacle. Her body involuntarily retreated several steps, nearly stumbling over Neville, who lay on the ground. Yet even with her eyes shut, the horrific images she conjured in her mind lingered stubbornly. The spine-chilling sounds of flesh tearing echoed like needles piercing her heart, rendering her already pallid complexion even more ashen. Nevertheless, her insatiable curiosity compelled Hermione to grit her teeth and squint just slightly. In an exaggerated fashion, she widened her eyes in astonishment. Before her lay the contorted, sunken limbs of Marcus and his companions, their bloodied wounds visibly healing at an astonishing pace under the grasp of Venom's tendrils. "Oh my God, what on earth is it?" Mutation. Tiger mused silently for a moment before producing the excuse provided by Dumbledore. After all, the nature of Venom was truly difficult to elucidate, and he was disinclined to elaborate. "Mutation?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had yet to grasp this particular knowledge and remained unaware of what mutation entailed. "All right, let us return." Seeing that the injuries of Marcus and his companions had nearly healed, Tiger grasped Neville by the back of his clothing and led a somewhat dazed Hermione out of the compartment. In truth, he would have preferred to remain there. However, the pungent odor was too overwhelming, compelling him to retreat to Hermione's compartment. "Tiger, violence is not a solution to our problems. We can find more amicable resolutions." Upon returning to the compartment, Hermione recalled the earlier events, her demeanor still tinged with trepidation. She wished for Tiger not to be expelled from Hogwarts. Moreover, this was neither Surrey nor Shelby-esque territory. Faced with a myriad peculiar spells of wizards, no one could shield Tiger. "You have breached the agreement." Tiger did not respond to Hermione's inquiry, but instead seized the powder from her arms once more, closing his eyes in feigned slumber. The powder lazily nestled into Tiger's embrace, stretching with a contented yawn. Its furnace-like body was supremely comfortable for any feline. Hermione remained silent, her gaze steadfastly fixed on Tiger, as if engaged in a silent duel, unwilling to concede an inch. In the past, she would have likely skirted around Tiger, but now, having been acknowledged as his friend, she could not stand idly by as he continued down a misguided path. Do you think I enjoy violence? After a lengthy pause, Tiger, feeling the weight of her gaze prickling at his scalp, reluctantly ended his pretense of sleep. Perhaps? Hermione awkwardly turned her head away, compelled by the loyalty of friendship, though she truly believed it to be the case. Tiger scoffed lightly. In truth, I detest violence, and even more so, murder. Tiger, I am not jesting. Hermione, exasperated, pressed her forehead with a hand, her tone imbued with a hint of pleading. I'm not jesting either. Tiger gently stroked the powder-as head, feigning seriousness as he spoke. Hermione, I am unlike you. Although Shelby is an ancient wizarding family, we are unable to cast spells normally. It is an inherited trait, immutable. If we do not employ violence to intimidate certain unscrupulous individuals, incessant troubles will ensue. A single punch can avert 100. You are still young. The wizarding world is not as simple as you perceive. The pure-blood aristocracy harbors deep-seated malice toward Shelby. With that, Tiger appeared fatigued, closing his eyes, the shrill laughter of venom ringing in his ears, inducing a headache. He was not lying. He merely articulated the facts from an objective viewpoint. Yet, subjectively speaking, he relished violence. The means that silenced enemies without the need for words would always be Shelby's preferred choice. He yearned to twist the heads off Marcus and his ilk, yet such actions did not serve Shelby's interests. Tommy required assistance, and Shelby needed lackeys. The brain matter of those three was not shed in vain. Venom's biorepair capabilities were certainly not free. Unable to cast spells normally, upon hearing Tiger's words, Hermione looked somewhat disheartened, compassionately grasping his hand. Oh God, this world incessantly compels kind-hearted individuals to undertake actions they are loath to perform. In truth, it is nothing. Hermione gently reassured him. For us, magic is not the entirety of life. The Hogwarts acceptance letter was merely a serendipitous occurrence. This was a statement that, on the surface, appeared quite sensible. In light of his guilt for deceiving the young girl, Tiger refrained from raising his middle finger as he typically would. Fortunately, at that moment, Neville regained consciousness, his bewildered eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and trepidation as he slightly turned to survey his surroundings. In his blurred vision, there were no decorations of silver and green, a realization that allowed Neville to exhale in relief. However, upon catching sight of Tiger's figure, his complexion turned ghostly pale, as if he had encountered a specter. He sprang up abruptly, shrinking back into the armchair, trembling in silence. Neville, can you hear me? Hermione approached him swiftly, gently clasping his trembling hands, her tone laced with concern. Try to relax, take a deep breath. Tiger won't harm you. Her gaze held a trust in Tiger, as she firmly believed in his inherent goodness. What? The tension and fear on Neville's face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of incredulity. Hermione, are you all right? Hermione, fully aware of Neville's sentiments, steeled herself to defend Tiger. Trust me, Neville. I've known Tiger for many years. He's a good person, I assure you. All right. Hermione, I believe you. Despite the absurdity of the statement, Neville, who had long considered Hermione a friend, ultimately chose to trust her. With her continuous reassurances, his emotions began to stabilize. He furtively glanced at Tiger, who appeared to be asleep, and quickly averted his gaze, as if shocked. The very presence of this individual was daunting, even with his eyes closed. By the way, Neville, once seated again, Hermione seemed to recall something, casting a puzzled look at Neville, who turned to meet her gaze. Do you know what a murmur is? Hermione's eyes flickered with concern as she glanced at Tiger. However, upon seeing him, Neville instantly comprehended why Hermione posed such a question. His round, chubby face turned ashen, and his previously steady heartbeat escalated to a frantic pace. He stared at Tiger in horror, nearly trembling uncontrollably. Run. Why is it me again? The perpetually unfortunate Neville felt certain that this time, his misfortune had reached its zenith. Chapter 22. Why not include me? Observing Neville's reaction, Hermione too felt a surge of anxiety, wishing to rise and comfort him. Yet, Neville hurriedly stammered no. Hermione froze in place, hesitant to proceed. Although Neville appeared somewhat clumsy, she recognized that he was not foolish. He merely lacked confidence. Do not move. Hermione, do not provoke the murmur. Otherwise, everyone on this train will perish. I am not jesting. His voice emerged from his throat with great difficulty, sounding as if it were being forced out. What? Hermione gasped in disbelief. Neville swallowed hard, striving to compel his weak legs to stand once more. Alas, after several attempts, he found himself unsuccessful. Reflecting upon the insidious, destructive force of morbidity, Neville ultimately chose to embrace his fate. His face contorted in sorrow as he sank back into the armchair, resigning himself to despair. It's over, Hermione, we are all doomed. And I never had the chance to bid farewell to my grandmother properly. As he spoke, tears streamed down the chubby boy's cheeks. Yet Hermione remained somewhat perplexed. Neville, Tigger would not harm us. I believe the situation is not as dire as you perceive. No, Hermione, you don't understand, Neville replied, his voice thick with emotion. Tigger truly would not harm us, but the entity within him would. That is morbidity, an uncontrollable monster of terror, regardless of who it is. My grandmother once encountered morbidity, and once it spirals out of control, it can obliterate a city in a fleeting moment. She has never forgotten that despair. It's akin to an atomic bomb. Suddenly, Tigger's voice pierced the tension, causing Neville to startle, his expression growing increasingly pitiful and helpless. Fortunately, Hermione had some familiarity with Tigger, observing the ambiguous smile gracing Tigger's lips. She exhaled a sigh of relief, heavily reclaiming her seat, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction as she glared at Tigger. Neville trembled even more violently. Neville, do not be afraid. Tigger can control morbidity. Though the venom appears fearsome, I possess an inexplicable intuition that what Neville describes as morbidity and the venom are fundamentally distinct. Noticing that Neville was on the verge of losing control, Tigger suppressed his teasing inclinations and patiently explained, "Rest assured, Professor Dumbledore has examined it. My morbidity is a mutated variety that will not spiral out of control. Of course, this is a secret. You will keep it confidential, won't you, Dumbledore?" Upon hearing Tigger's words, Neville's expression shifted and his trembling gradually subsided. In light of the influence of Madame Longbottom, Neville held an almost unconditional trust in Dumbledore. The greatest of wizards, he is revered by most witches and wizards alike. Noticing that the chubby boy was covertly scrutinizing him, Tigger spoke in a low, teasing tone. "This creature takes quite a liking to you. Would you like to greet it?" "Tigger," Hermione interjected, somewhat displeased as she recognized Neville's palpable fear of the venom. "Is that permissible?" Surprisingly, Neville cautiously glanced towards the back of Tigger. His youthful gaze was filled with trepidation and fear, yet it also brimmed with curiosity and longing. Truthfully, this chubby boy bore a striking resemblance to Arthur in his childhood, which was why Tigger found pleasure in conversing with him. Mother Polly once mentioned that Arthur was so timid as a child that he wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. It wasn't until he encountered the bandits attacking Tommy on his way home from school that he, in a fit of terror, decisively retaliated against the three assailants. From that moment on, Arthur developed an insatiable fervor for blood and violence, particularly following the explosion of his magical powers. The surge in his physical prowess often led him to revel in the exhilaration of vanquishing his foes. Tigger sensed that this chubby boy possessed similar potential. Just then, a plump witch wheeled her cart to the door of the booth, calling out to sell her wares. "Do you have chocolate?" Tigger, disturbed by the incessant chatter of venom, halted the rotund witch. "Oh, certainly, my dear. Chocolate frogs, chocolate cupcakes, chocolate ice cream, and chocolate pudding soaked in liquor." As she spoke, the witch arranged the chocolate confections for Tigger to choose from. "I want them all." Tigger produced a golden galleon, flicking it with his fingertip, the coin gleaming as it slipped into the cart's money box, producing a crisp metallic chime. "Ah, lovely score. Another generous little fellow." The witch, with an endearing demeanor, placed the treats into the booth, relishing the joy of sharing her culinary delights with the children. "That will be 15 silver sickles and 4 bronze nuts. Just a moment while I fetch your change." After handing the coins to Tigger, the witch departed the booth with a cheerful step. She adored this job. Foreseeing the new, students reminded her of her own school days. "I love chocolate." Venom, unable to contain its excitement any longer, surged forth with a cheer. As its tendrils shut the booth door, they eagerly tore open the packaging of the chocolate frog. The lively chocolate frogs were tossed one after another into its seemingly meat grinder-like maw. "Oh, this taste is divine. This is the finest chocolate I have ever savored. I adore magic. Haha, it's still bouncing in my mouth." Tigger, moved to the brink of tears, watched in astonishment. The stark contrast of the scene left Hermione and Neville momentarily dumbfounded. It was as if a world-destroying abyssal overlord had suddenly transformed into a couch-bound enthusiast of sugary beverages. Suddenly, a card slipped out from the packaging, and Venom's tendrils instinctively caught it. "What is this? A chocolate mascot?" Venom pondered, scrutinizing the card as its tendrils flipped it back and forth. The card depicted a bald, white-bearded elder gazing sternly at Venom. "This is Adalbert waffling. A promotional item for the chocolate frogs." Neville, the chubby boy, spoke with a tremor in his voice, cautiously explaining, "A very rare card. It ranks among the top 10. He is regarded as the father of magical theory to some extent." His timid eyes were glued to the card, filled with a mingling of fear and desire. Why didn't he include me in the illustration? Venom, dissatisfied, tossed the card to Neville while another tendril snatched the chocolate cupcake from the table. Here, it's for you. Oh, nom nom. Wow. Choo choo choo. Tiger, you should really choo choo choo. Try this. Venom's pale, ghastly eyes sparkled, while Tiger looked on in exasperation at the tendril guarding the cupcake. You had better be speaking from the heart. Meanwhile, Neville held the card in a daze, his initially fearful eyes gradually filling with gratitude and surprise. I now possessed the card of Adelbert waffling. His excited murmurs echoed in the booth. By Merlin's beard, grandmother, I have finally acquired the card of Adbeviflin. He was on the verge of leaping with joy, but considering the considerable space occupied by Venom's tendrils in the cramped compartment, Neville had to restrain his inner excitement. Thank you, sir. He expressed his gratitude to Venom sincerely, his tone brimming with respect. You truly are a good person. Venom's movements momentarily paused, tilting its head slightly towards Neville, as if it had misheard. Are you speaking of me? A pang of anxiety struck Neville, and he swallowed hard before confirming. Yes, sir, it is indeed you. You are a good person, and I apologize for my previous inappropriate remarks. Huh. Venom's laughter erupted within the compartment, resonating loudly. I'm a good person. Tiger, did you hear that? He called me a good person. Ha ha. I like him. He has quite the discerning eye. Ha ha. Observing Venom's unabashedly triumphant gestures directed at him, Tiger turned his head away, his expression unchanging. What is there to be proud of? I'm a good person too. This little chubby fellow has no discernment. Chapter 23. Another World. The sun dipped below the horizon. The train traversed its predetermined tracks, gliding past a shimmering lake, its golden reflections dazzling and resplendent. Hermione gazed mesmerized out the window, contemplating the breathtaking scenery and envisioning her future life in magic. Powder purred contentedly in Tiger's arms, both the boy and the cat enveloped in a serene slumber. My aunt makes the most delightful chocolate cream puffs, enrobed in rose-flavored sugar with champagne truffles inside. You must come and try them during the holidays. I can hardly wait. Neither can I. Neville was deep in conversation with Venom, particularly animated when discussing desserts, as they shared common interests. Venom's menacing teeth glistened with saliva, yet Neville's eyes no longer reflected fear. At that moment, the train's announcement crackled with static, followed by the news that they would arrive at Hogwarts in 15 minutes. Hermione snapped back to reality, nudging the still entranced Tiger while cradling Powder in her arms to ensure he wouldn't forget the cat upon disembarking. She adored cats immensely. Chubby, I must return now. We shall converse next time. Venom shockingly licked Neville's cheek before retreating back into Tiger's body. Neville did not recoil. Instead, he touched his cheek and began to chuckle foolishly. He had made another friend. How wonderful. Tiger, hurry. Everyone has exited. For heaven's sake. Outside the compartment door, Hermione was jumping anxiously, while Tiger leisurely donned his wizard robes. Students in the corridor surged towards the exit, their clamorous voices rising and falling in a lively cacophony. Neville found himself swept away by the crowd. This is Merlin's domain. Shelby belongs to the demons. To hell with God. Tiger tugged at his tight collar, pushed open the compartment door, and stepped out, his demeanor slightly displeased. Hermione glared at him, indignantly protesting. Hey, you cannot say that. Madame Granger is a devout Christian, and her daughter and father share a semblance of that faith. Enough of the pleasantries, St. Joan. Be careful lest I take the gunpowder away. Tiger, with an air of indifference, casually cleaned his ears before striding towards the exit. You rogue. Hermione followed Tiger with gritted teeth, her disheveled hair seemingly bristling with irritation. The whistle sounded once more. A dense white mist, laced with a chill, enveloped the entire platform as students in a daze followed the throng towards the light at the front of the train. Tiger, Hermione, thank Merlin, I have finally found you. Neville clumsily squeezed through the crowd, approaching the two, trailed by Harry and Ron. It's a relief you didn't get lost. Poison was just asking about you. Hermione said when she turned around, you had vanished. Tiger reached out and gave the chubby boy a tug, causing Neville to regain his balance and smile sheepishly. I almost bumped into Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. They were the ones who helped me. The chubby boy's eyes sparkled as if he had struck gold, especially when glancing at Harry. Harry, Ron, this is Tig Shelby and Hermione Granger, my dear friends. Hello to you both. Seeing Tiger's fierce demeanor, Harry and Ron inexplicably felt tense, stammering their greetings. Hello. Tiger furrowed his brow slightly. A vivid image flashed through his mind. The bespectacled boy jubilantly cheering from a snowflake-like envelope, along with his own retreating figure from the common room. It's him, Harry Potter. Good heavens, you are Harry Potter. It was as if she were witnessing a historical figure emerge from the pages of textbook. Hermione approached with curiosity and excitement. I have read about you. As it seemed this chatterbox was about to erupt, Tiger swiftly seized the gunpowder, continuing forward without a glance back. Oh, gunpowder. Return it to me. With her focus on the cat, Hermione momentarily forgot her inquiries about the book and hurriedly followed, fuming. First-year students, gather here. Gather around me. The thick mist gradually dissipated, accompanied by a booming sound that echoed like a bass drum, drawing everyone's attention forward. There, a giant was seen holding a large lantern resembling a searchlight, drawing circles to guide the students. His wild, unkempt hair and beard obscured much of his face, and his robust physique exuded an air of untamed vigor. Gasps of astonishment erupted, particularly from students of Muggle heritage. Goodness, he is truly formidable. Hermione instinctively covered her mouth and whispered, "Is this what a giant looks like?" Tiger, too, gazed in awe. He had a fondness for strong beasts. If such a creature were to join Shelby, he would undoubtedly be an even fiercer enforcer than Arthur. I wonder how many shots he could take. Hearing Tiger's instinctive mutterings, Harry, standing behind them, could not help but feel a chill of dread. At the same time, he recalled the surname Shelby, understanding its significance all too well for someone residing in Surrey. "Harry, haha, I see you. Come over here." Hagrid bellowed with laughter, pulling Harry close, as if fearing he might be lost. First years, follow me." The crowd exited the station and made their way along a somewhat rugged path, the slippery, steep cobblestones causing many newcomers to stumble, their grumbles echoing softly. The night air was brisk, and the young faces appeared slightly pale from the cold. Noticing that the familiar creature had nestled comfortably in Hagrid's embrace, Hermione cursed under her breath about his lack of empathy. Yet her eyes could not resist glancing at the creature. As they turned a corner, a lake came into view, as if they had stepped into another realm. The distant castle loomed before them, its candlelight shimmering brilliantly. Excited chatter erupted among the group. Hagrid organized the first years into small boats. In response to Hermione's accusatory gaze, the creature leaped into a boat alone, and under his icy stare, no one dared to join him. In the hazy night, a gentle mist enveloped the lake's surface, resembling a delicate veil. The creature reclined in the boat, gazing at the twinkling stars above, listening to the rhythmic lapping of the water against the hull, and let out a contented sigh. How beautiful it was. He relished this journey, feeling as though he had entered a fairy tale. Time seemed to lose meaning until Hagrid's resounding voice jolted the creature from his light slumber. "Children, we have arrived. Watch your step. Form a line and follow me." The creature stepped off the boat, stretching widely. Looking up, he beheld the towering cliffs before him, the magnificent castle rising majestically atop them. The moon appeared particularly large that night. Observing the group of first years not far ahead, Professor McGonagall let out a quiet sigh of relief, her stern expression softening ever so slightly. As Hagrid led the group to her, the little wizards, having finally reached their destination, fell abruptly silent under her gaze. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Damn it, we're late." The creature's frustrated voice cut through the crowd, drawing Professor McGonagall's immediate attention. Chapter 24. New Mungard will do. Late? After confirming that the number of first years was accurate, Professor McGonagall's expression remained calm as she shifted her gaze to the crowd, no longer dwelling on the creature's comment, but instead addressing important matters. As she broached the topic of the sorting ceremony, Hermione's face paled noticeably, and the other students seemed to recall something, nervously swallowing hard. Whispers of battling dragons, centaurs, and trolls began to circulate among them. "Ladies and gentlemen, the sorting ceremony will commence shortly. You have a few minutes to tidy yourselves up. Remember, all the faculty and students will be watching you." Upon hearing this, the first years hurriedly straightened their disheveled robes, realizing that their journey had indeed rendered them somewhat disheveled. "Tiger, what did you mean just now? Why did you say you were late?" Hermione inquired with a curious gaze, drawing closer to Tiger, while Harry and Ron, standing just behind them, couldn't help but perk up their ears at her question. Indeed, Tiger cast a regretful glance at Professor McGonagall, acknowledging his tardiness. "Had I arrived 20 years earlier, I would certainly have introduced this remarkable professor to my brother." No one could resist the allure of such an extraordinary beauty. Though Tiger's voice was not particularly loud, it was distinctly heard by Professor McGonagall, whose serious and cold demeanor turned towards him. "Mr. Shelby, I am honored by your compliment. However, I believe it is prudent for you to pay more attention to your own appearance." Her penetrating gaze swept over Hermione and the others. The students surrounding Tiger instinctively stiffened, while he merely responded with a cheerful mock bow. A slight arch of McGonagall's brow indicated a barely perceptible softening of her stern expression. The previously bustling sounds of adjustment began to quiet. Under McGonagall's commanding gaze, the new students lined up with remarkable self-discipline, and as she turned, the grand door before them creaked open slowly. Wow! The young wizards from Muggle families gasped in awe at the floating candles and the almost touchable starry sky. I've seen this in books. Hermione chattered incessantly about the passages from her textbooks, correlating them with the breathtaking scene before her. Unfortunately, the surrounding crowd paid her little mind, and Ron rolled his eyes dramatically. Harry, this guy's definitely not normal. Who memorizes textbooks like that? Harry discreetly shot a glance at Tiger and tugged at Ron's sleeve, signaling him to cease his remarks. Tiger's distinctive mannerisms were glaringly apparent. If Ron wished to keep his teeth intact, it was wise to hold his tongue. Fortunately, at that moment, Tiger was captivated by the splendor of the sky. He was so engrossed that he hardly noticed what McGonagall was saying beside the Sorting Hat. It wasn't until the raspy, eerie melody of the Sorting Hat song began that Tiger gradually returned to his senses. What the devil is this ruckus? However, after listening for a while longer, he found himself strangely entranced by it. The song concluded, yet Tiger still felt a lingering desire for more. And now, Hannah Abbott, the sorting ceremony commenced, with students being called to the stage one after another. Hermione's face paled, her hands and feet growing cold. Tiger, which house do you wish to join? Seeing Hermione's anxious demeanor, Tiger chuckled softly, placing a firework in her embrace. Likely due to this comforting presence, her tension began to ease. I have no preference. Venom is quite eager to join Hufflepuff. I hear it's close to the kitchens. How can you be indifferent? Hermione said, appearing quite distressed as she tugged at Tiger's wizarding robe, her voice a timid whisper. Does that not mean we would be separated? Tiger's lips twitched slightly. In the eyes of adults, separation was merely a commonplace occurrence. The bond of friendship shared among children like Hermione is not something he comprehends deeply. For him, the Sorting Hats division is no different from being placed in a different class. It merely signifies attending lessons in another room, not an absence of companionship. Should any trouble arise, he reassures her that she can always seek him out. With a gentle smile, Tiger affectionately tousled Hermione's hair. Yet she felt an inexplicable surge of anger at his gaze. What could that look possibly mean? Just as she was poised to voice her thoughts, Professor McGonagall called her name. Glaring at Tiger in frustration, Hermione swiftly ascended the stage, her heart racing as she took her seat upon the high stool. Gryffindor. The applause erupted as Hermione made her way to the Gryffindor table, expressing her gratitude to the warm welcome while keeping a watchful eye on Tiger's retreating figure. As the line of newcomers dwindled to just a few, Professor McGonagall glanced at the parchment before shifting her gaze toward the increasingly impatient Tiger. Tig Shelby. Striding forth with an air of indifference, Tiger confidently seated himself upon the high stool. Below, a throng of pure-blood and half-blood young wizards cast curious glances in his direction. Shelby's magical prowess is notorious within the wizarding community, marked by its peculiar and erratic nature. The moment the hat settled upon Tiger's head, a slumbering venom stirred awake. Oh, let me see. The Sorting Hat's languid voice abruptly ceased. A torrent of frenzied and sticky malice seemed to surge forth from the chasms of an abyss. Twisted and unrestrained, each flicker of emotional turbulence reeked of contempt for life and cruelty, with every manifestation of malevolence threatening to drag one into an unfathomable darkness. The Sorting Hat visibly trembled, as beneath its brim, Tiger embodied a perfect amalgamation of madness and evil, his very existence a harbinger of chaos and destruction. Oh Merlin! Holy Mother Maria! Jesus! The Sorting Hat shrieked incoherently. Azkaban! Take him to Azkaban! Or Nurmengard will suffice. We must act swiftly. Dumbledore! Now! Before it could finish its frantic plea, dark, menacing tendrils suddenly emerged, ensnaring the Sorting Hat, poised to rend it asunder at Tiger's command. The students below gaped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even though Dumbledore had briefed her on Tiger's situation, Professor McGonagall was taken aback, instinctively gripping her wand. Goodness! Venom, tear that wretched throat out. I wanted to sing in a pig's backside from now on. Tiger covered his ears, his face pale, unleashing a torrent of foul language that would make Professor McGonagall shudder. Even now, the echo of a banshee-like wail reverberated in his mind. Tiger, calm down. The Sorting Hat means no harm, Dumbledore's steady voice interjected just in time. Feeling an overwhelming sense of threat, the tendrils of venom released the Sorting Hat before it even uttered a word, instinctively adopting a defensive stance behind Tiger. Ah shit, this is clearly an act of aggression, Tiger exclaimed, rubbing his still buzzing ears and glaring at Dumbledore with indignation. If this isn't malice, then what is? Are they defecating in my ears? Damn it, I shall make them understand what true malice is. In a fit of rage, the tendrils of venom seized the Sorting Hat, propping it open and placing it behind Tiger. Fueled by anger, Tiger unfastened his wizarding robe, preparing to make a grand display. "Help! Dumbledore! Help!" The anguished cries of the Sorting Hat were enough to incite panic. The students in attendance fell silent, and even the typically poised Professor McGonagall shook her head in resigned disbelief. She was aware of Shelby's fiery temperament, but had not anticipated it to be this explosive. Chapter 25, Theodore. I want to scream too. "Calm down, Tiger, dear boy," Dumbledore said with a weary smile, shaking his head. "The Sorting Hat is merely frightened by your silencio. Its chaotic emotions would terrify anyone." Silencio. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, many students were left dumbfounded, and a cacophony of discussions erupted. In response to the younger students' inquiries, the older Ravenclaw students trembled as they explained what silencio entailed. "Isn't that akin to a nuclear bomb?" a Muggle-born first year from Gryffindor exclaimed. A chilling wave of panic swiftly spread across the houses, particularly among the pure-blood aristocrats well acquainted with silencio. Draco Malfoy turned pale. Merlin's sagging undergarments. How dare Dumbledore bring silencio into Hogwarts? "I must write to my father." Beside him, Theodore not murmured expressionlessly, "I want to scream too." Blaise Zabini, clutching a pocket watch, glanced at the image of his mother blowing kisses at him, her face reflecting a sense of hopelessness. "Mom, I knew it. This cursed fate is finally catching up to me." Dumbledore's subsequent remarks were drowned out by a tidal wave of raucous chatter. Nonetheless, Tiger remained attentive, a flicker of surprise crossing his irate features as he slightly nodded, as if reaching an unspoken agreement. Meanwhile, Venom's twisted tendrils, clearly dissatisfied, hurled the Sorting Hat away with disdain. The previous shrill scream had nearly reached the threshold of sonic resonance, leaving Venom exceedingly irked. Professor McGonagall invoked a summoning charm, retrieving the Sorting Hat to her grasp, letting out a sigh of relief before pointing her wand towards her neck, her gaze stern as she addressed the crowd below. "Silence! Silence! Silence!" The thunderous reprimand reverberated throughout the hall, gradually quelling the tumultuous discussions. "Beautifully executed silence spell, Minerva." Dumbledore clapped appreciatively. Yet Professor McGonagall did not bestow upon him a favorable countenance. "Headmaster, now is not the time for such discussions." "Oh, indeed, indeed." Dumbledore's smile remained warm, inciting a sense of vexation within Professor McGonagall, who found herself at a loss for words. "Children, may I interject?" A robust and commanding voice resonated, compelling even the haughty scions of pure-blood families to straighten their spines, their expressions taking on an air of solemnity. "Mr. Shelby's demeanor is not as you might presume. Rather, it is of variant nature. I vouch for Mr. Shelby's stability in the name of myself and several esteemed friends." Before certain individuals could exhale in relief, Dumbledore winked mischievously, his tone laced with playful admonition. "Of course, this is contingent upon not provoking him. Remember our school motto, do not disturb the sleeping dragon." Sensing an inexplicable malice, Tiger cast a fierce glance toward the faculty table. However, this disquieting gaze vanished the instant he turned, replaced by a myriad of expressions: coldness, dissatisfaction, kindness, or curiosity. "Very well. Let the sorting ceremony resume. Mr. Shelby, please return to the high stool." Noting that the students had settled down completely, Professor McGonagall regarded Tiger with a serious demeanor, her gaze imbued with warning. "I trust you are quite hungry, are you not?" "Indeed, I am ravenous," Tiger replied, raising an eyebrow before casting a warning look at the Sorting Hat, foreboding and grim. The grotesque head of Venom began to take shape, its pallid, deep-set eyes and razor-sharp teeth eliciting gasps from the students below. "So cool. I want one." George and Fred displayed envy, and the Gryffindor students seated nearby instinctively nodded in agreement. As the Sorting Hat settled upon Tiger's head, it emitted an uncontrollable tremor, its brim rising high. Sensing Tiger's violent disposition, the ancient hat's color seemed to pale. In truth, the number of gangs eradicated by the Shelby family was not less than that of Voldemort. The agony of Tiger as he crushed his enemy's bones was no less intense than the Cruciatus Curse. The efficiency of a Chicago typewriter, grenades, and RPGs far surpassed that of wands. The Sorting Hat yearned to exclaim Azkaban, yet restrained itself. The teeth of Venom loomed dangerously close, drool dripping upon the brim of the hat. "By Merlin, you are the most deranged young wizard I have ever encountered, and I still believe Azkaban would be more suited to you." A sigh filled Tiger's mind, laden with futility. "Slytherin." The Sorting Hat's proclamation echoed through the hall, prompting Tiger to rise impatiently and hurl the hat back onto the high stool. The hat emitted a pained cry, Watching Tiger's retreating figure, it muttered softly, "It's rather similar, one a reserve, the other regular forces. I am quite foolish." Unlike the other students, no one at the Slytherin table applauded. Yet, Tiger paid no heed, as he boldly sat beside Draco Malfoy. "Oh, little one, you appear quite delectable." In response to the taunts of Venom, Draco's body bristled with unease, his pallid cheeks trembling incessantly. He cast a desperate glance towards his companions, but Crabbe, Pansy, and the others merely averted their gazes. Opposite him, seated at the head of the table, was the head girl, Gemma Farley, who inclined her head slightly towards Tiger, her tone cool and detached. "Welcome, Mr. Shelby, and to your silent companion. Ah, Jellybean, you may call me Venom, and by the way, I find your scent quite appealing." In the face of Venom's terrifying gaze, Gemma Farley's expression remained unperturbed, her exquisite features maintaining an air of frosty aloofness. "Shelby, you are beneath consideration." The head boy, a tranche burst, appeared ready to voice his indignation, but was quelled by Gemma Farley's piercing stare. "Burst, do uphold your decorum. Mr. Shelby is a member of Slytherin. In comparison to him, you resemble a wild dog." Her voice held neither fluctuation nor familiarity, akin to addressing a mere stranger. "Shut your foul mouth, you wench." Tiger clearly showed no interest in the convoluted language of pure-blood aristocracy, flashing a wicked smile as he raised his middle finger, causing the students at the table to blanch. Only Gemma Farley remained unfazed, her expression still that of an unyielding iceberg. "Mr. Shelby, please maintain your decorum." Before she could finish her sentence, Venom's elongated tongue had already slithered towards her ear, the rancid breath palpable between his fangs. "Dear, a word of advice, before I discreetly feast upon your brain. It will be wise for you to silence yourself. Tiger possesses little patience, and I shall not defy my master's command." A ripple finally stirred in Gemma Farley's eyes, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a gentle breeze. Her hands, clenched beneath the table, turned pale at the fingertips from exertion, as if grappling with both fear and the impending loss of control over her emotions. Venom's whisper in her ear resembled the chilling flick of a serpent's tongue, and she could not dismiss it as mere folly. Filthy, crude, savage, violent. Such a person she had never encountered before, leaving her in a state of unprecedented shock and repulsion. What began as a verbal probe was met with unabashed provocation and arrogance, akin to flipping the table in defiance. The customary decorum among purebloods seemed utterly ineffective in the presence of this Shelby. For the first time in her life, Gemma Farley experienced a sense of helplessness and sudden loss of control, a feeling most distressing. Cursed Shelby. Chapter 26. A Change in Atmosphere. The sound of silver spoons striking glasses rang clear and melodious, drawing everyone's attention back. At some point, Professor McGonagall had returned to the staff table, and amidst the eager gazes of the young wizards, Dumbledore rose calmly, a serene smile gracing his face as he raised his hand to announce, "Now, let the feast commence." As the words fell, an array of delectable dishes materialized upon the long table of the academy, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Gasps of astonishment echoed in succession, as a mountain of fried chicken legs nearly poked Tig's nose. How was this accomplished? Tig, displaying a look of bewilderment, instinctively glanced beneath the table, eliciting derisive expressions from his fellow Slytherins. The male prefect, a tranche burst, openly exchanged a smirk with those beside him, labeling Tig a country bumpkin. In the midst of the horrified gazes from Malfoy and others, Venom extended its dark, twisted tendrils, seizing an unattended roasted turkey and tossing it into its formidable maw. As if caught in a meat grinder, the turkey, larger than a head, was swiftly rendered into shreds, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. "Wow, chew, chew, chew." This old fellow only uttered a single phrase, "Chew, chew." Chew. Venom emitted a satisfied noise, and after swallowing the turkey, it turned its wide mouth towards Tig. "Remember that idiot headmaster whose bones you crushed? I thought this old fellow would prattle on like him. Damn it, for over an hour, I genuinely wanted to devour him." "I was quite surprised as well," Tig casually replied. However, he soon seemed to recall something, grabbing a knife and fork, his fierce expression betraying his displeasure. "But truth be told, this old fellow is no simpleton. We cannot defeat him for now. Otherwise, I would make that filthy hat understand what it means to be devoid of malice." With that, Tig speared a whole piece of pan-seared lamb chop and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. His powerful jaws moved slightly, crushing the rib bones within the lamb chop like a beast. This starkly contrasting scene to Slytherin's usual demeanor caused the members at the long table to instinctively furrow their brows, including the female prefect, Gemma Farley. Despite her serene countenance and graceful poise, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding turmoil, One of the evenly cut pieces of steak suddenly slipped from the plate. Damn tiger. A filthy beast. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, Gemma casually waved her finger. Instantly, the steak on the plate, including the fallen piece, vanished from the table. A splendid wandless spell. The Slytherin seated beside her displayed expressions of admiration. Only Malfoy and his companions remained in stunned disbelief as they watched Tig devour an entire beef rib, bones and all. Merlin, are his teeth made of iron? Of course, a hoarse, deep voice resonated. Tig mischievously turned his head, and Venom's menacing fangs unexpectedly pressed against his cheek. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Draco Malfoy's face turned pale. Instinctively wanting to escape, he nearly toppled over the dining table. Ha ha ha! Tig erupted into a hearty laugh at the successful prank, high-fiving Venom's tendril. The raucous laughter, though not conspicuous in the hall, stood out starkly at the Slytherin table. Unlike the clamor of other colleges, the restrained demeanor of students from pure-blood families in Slytherin leads to conversations during meals being conducted in hushed whispers. Severus Snape, seated in the classroom, coldly scrutinizes Tyke, feeling inexplicably that this individual might pose an even greater nuisance than Potter, including the late Potter himself. What a splendid prank. The Weasley twins have been intently observing Venom, and upon witnessing Malfoy nearly brought to tears, they could hardly contain their exuberance, wishing fervently that they were the ones seated there. In unison, they exclaimed, "He ought to be in Gryffindor." Merlin's beard, the Sorting Hat, must have been utterly dazed. "No, he is Shelby," Harry interjected after a moment of silence, expressing a contrary opinion. The largest gang in Surrey. No house would suit Shelby. Perhaps the Sorting Hat was indeed correct. The mere thought of the Shelby family's status in Surrey brought an inexplicable sense of suffocation to Harry. That family was synonymous with the underworld, a realm he had never witnessed firsthand, yet one that had been vividly portrayed on television. Smuggling, gunfights, vendettas, illicit enterprises, territorial disputes, all steeped in bloodshed. In his eyes, nothing could be more malevolent than the gangsters, including the Slytherins of Ron's discourse. "What is a gang?" Ron, with his mouth full and a chicken leg in hand, inquired with his cheeks bulging. Several first-year students from wizarding families, including the Weasley twins, turned their curious gazes toward Harry. Harry hesitated slightly. Observing the young wizard around him, he suddenly realized that Shelby was Shelby and Tyke was Tyke. He did not wish for his words to precipitate discrimination against Tyke at Hogwarts. After all, the term gangster did not carry a commendable connotation. At that moment, from a half-blood family, Seamus Finnegan, chewing on an apple pie, mumbled in response, "It's like a dark wizard in the muggle world. My dad was once robbed by a gang on his way home at night. It was truly perilous." In the magical realm, similar occurrences of dark wizards robbing ordinary wizards were equally prevalent, with murder and theft not being uncommon. "Oh dear, a born Slytherin." Noticing the change in expression among the young wizards, Neville appeared somewhat anxious and mustered the courage to interject. "Tyke is a good person. I shared a compartment with him on the train. He was exceedingly kind." At the sound of Neville's voice, the crowd instinctively turned their attention toward him. Though the terms dark wizard and gangster carried an air of danger for the inquisitive hearts of Gryffindor, they also symbolized the allure of uncharted territories. Under the scrutiny of so many, Neville's speech faltered. "And Venom, it's really good too." The group instinctively frowned, casting wary glances at Tyke, as the menacing appearance of Venom was not easily associated with anything positive. Realizing that no one believed him, Neville hastily rummaged through his pocket. In front of the crowd, he clumsily extracted a card from a stack of wizard cards, lifting it high. "Look, this is—" Neville, nearly at a loss for words in his excitement, finally shouted the last phrase with his eyes closed. "A gift from Venom." The Gryffindor table fell into a sudden silence, and even the professors at the staff table turned to gaze at Neville. As the card emitted a faint purple glow, Ron forgot to swallow the chicken leg in his mouth. "Is that the one Merlin sent quietly?" Bits of meat fell from the corner of Ron's mouth, and his eyes brimmed with envy. He felt that if the card were in Venom's possession, he would dare to reach into its mouth to retrieve it and even give Venom a toothbrushing. At that moment, other Gryffindor students also recognized the white-bearded man on the card, gasps of astonishment rising in chorus. At the staff table, Professor Flitwick set down his cutlery, his gaze towards Neville filled with longing. "By Merlin, his luck is extraordinary. I only lack this card." "What a coincidence." "So do I," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, a rare spark of interest flickering in his wise eyes. Chapter 27, Slytherin. He indeed ought to be sent to Azkaban. "I shall not concede to you, dear headmaster." Professor Flitwick discreetly touched his coin purse, which Dumbledore evidently noticed. Thus, witnessing two elderly gentlemen, whose ages combined exceeded 200 years, attempting to corrupt a student with money. Professor McGonagall cast a mild, warning glance at the pair. Headmaster, your recent sugar intake has been excessive, and the budget for dental potion has already been severely exceeded. Severus has expressed his concerns regarding this matter. Flitwick, I hear your serial manuscript for the Duelist Daily is due the day after tomorrow. Editor Flora has sent owls several times urging you. You haven't left it untouched, have you? Cough, still refining. With Severus. Upon hearing this, the two elderly men instantly averted their gazes, abashedly searching for their forks with their noses. Meanwhile, not only Gryffindor, but even students from other houses cast heated glances, despite Neville having already stowed the card away. The mutated creature possesses its own thoughts and a normal sense of good and evil. How intriguing. Penelope, can we? No, do not even think about approaching the creature. It's perilous. I dare not even look at it. Penelope Clearwater timidly shook her head at her companion's encouragement, her expression filled with reluctance. Let us observe a bit longer. Indeed, Ravenclaw students quietly scrutinized Tiger, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Incredible. Look at its teeth. They're longer than my wand. And the sorting hat didn't Team mention. Well, that is not entirely accurate. It resembles a beast. Perhaps it possesses no sense of good or evil, only instinct. In any case, keep your distance. Safety first. Cedric spoke wisely, despite Headmaster Dumbledore's assurances. One should not provoke a beast simply because it has retracted its claws. Such folly cannot be overlooked. Remember the school motto. The older students of Hufflepuff solemnly admonished their younger peers. Badgers are indeed resilient creatures, but that does not imply invulnerability. Most notably, the venomous fangs that send shivers down one's spine certainly do not belong to herbivores, so it is best to maintain a safe distance. At the Gryffindor table, the atmosphere shifted as Neville's testimony alleviated the wariness with which they regarded Tig. Instead, the presence of the Weasley twins fostered a sense of envy toward him. Only Hermione remained oblivious to the surrounding changes, her lips pressed tightly together as she sliced her steak, casting furious glances at Tig. In truth, she was not fully aware of the source of her ire. It was merely a division into two houses. Yet, a single regretful glance from Tig would have sufficed. But he had not directed his gaze her way from the beginning. This left her feeling as though their friendship was under immense strain, leading her to believe that Tig seemed indifferent to her as a friend, which saddened Hermione. The harsh sound of knives sharpening pierced the air and lavender brown. Sitting beside her, Weasley reminded, Hermione, your plate is in pieces. The banquet was drawing to a close, and Tig sighed contentedly, wishing for a cigar at that moment. Having finally escaped the watchful eye of his mother, Polly, he yearned for the freedom to do as he pleased. Otherwise, what was the point of attending school? Feeling discomfort between his teeth, Tig glanced around, seemingly searching for something. Noticing that only a single bone remained in the platter of German pork knuckle, he reached out, seizing it with his thumb and forefinger, tearing it apart as easily as if it were bamboo. To the astonished gazes of the surrounding Slytherins, Tig continued to shred the bone with ease. Subsequently, he extracted a toothpick from the remnants and unabashedly began to clean his teeth. The pure-blooded aristocrat seated across from him regarded Tig's greasy hands with incredulity, which quickly morphed into disdain and disgust. Merlin, this is utterly unforgivable. He truly deserves to be sent to Azkaban. Has a troll entered Slytherin? Damn the sorting hat. The whispered expressions of frustration were palpable, and Tig naturally noticed the scrutiny directed at him. My hands? He raised his greasy fingers, arching an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief in his inquisitive gaze. However, faced with the troll-like confusion, the Slytherins hastily averted their eyes. Amidst Draco Malfoy's face, which had turned a sickly shade of green, Tig casually wiped his hands on a wizarding robe. Yet, this robe did not belong to Tig. It was Draco's, and he appeared as though he had broken out in hives, trembling in rage. Shelby, I must write to my father. The seemingly furious whispers, concealed within Tiger's warm smile, resembled nothing more than powerless resistance and groans. If possible, I would be immensely grateful if your father could pen a letter to mine. Tiger patted Draco Malfoy's shoulder, leaving a greasy mark, his smile gradually transforming into a sinister grin. This boy had just been chattering away at Hermione and Harry while in line. Tiger held no concern for the petty squabbles of children. He merely detested those who prattled incessantly. Merlin, how unbearable. Unable to endure any longer, Blaise Zabini discreetly drew his wand and gave a slight nod to Tiger, signaling his benign intentions before casting a cleansing charm on Draco Malfoy. As Draco emerged from his predicament, gasping for breath, he shot an indignant glare at Tiger before nudging Crabbe beside him, attempting to distance himself from a bully. Damn it, Crab, why are you so fat? At that moment, the Slytherin students encountered an even more embarrassing situation than a troll appearing within the castle walls. Their formerly proud and haughty expressions wilted like frostbitten eggplants, revealing their discomfort and helplessness. Even the head girl, Gemma Farley, quietly closed her eyes, wishing to escape the gaze of others, particularly as they scrutinized her. Please stand, children, to your favorite tune. As the remnants of food vanished from the table, Dumbledore stood up, directing the students to sing the school song, appearing as joyful as a child of over 100 years. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, please grant us our knowledge. Tiger's expression shattered like porcelain, leaving him frozen in place, while the other Slytherin first years wore similarly bewildered looks. The notes from all directions seemed to lose their original paths, intertwining into a cacophony of sound. The song was a blend of soaring shrieks and deep sobs, as if different voices were locked in a fierce struggle for dominance. With the Gryffindor students particularly animated, the Slytherin students, heads bowed, hurriedly recited the lyrics, eager to bring this embarrassing performance to a swift conclusion. However, the Weasley twins' funeral march prolonged this public spectacle further. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Tiger clutched his aching head in agony. The surrounding Slytherins dared to glance up, offering him rare looks of approval. Music! Dumbledore, seemingly moved, adjusted his glasses, surveying the young wizards below. What we do here is far more enchanting. All right, children, it's time for bed. Prefects, please escort everyone back to the dormitories. The charm of music? Blast, I have tolerated this long enough. Tiger, scowling, twisted his neck and donned his titanium knuckle duster, stepping away from the group. He intended to stealthily follow Dumbledore, determined to confront the old wizard tonight. Chapter 28. Who is the boss? Mr. Shelby, please return to your line. The head girl, Gemma Farley, suddenly appeared, positioning herself in front of Tiger, her gaze slightly narrowed. Upon noticing the brass knuckles in Tiger's hand and the intended target of his aggression, an indescribable absurdity flickered in her deep, tranquil eyes. Do not obstruct my path. You brute. If you persist, you may find yourself relegated to a lifetime of liquid sustenance. Tiger, uninterested in the head girl's admonition, pushed past her, striding towards Dumbledore. Gemma Farley's demeanor changed, her expression shifting as she seized Tiger by the collar, her lips curling into a cold smirk, her seemingly calm tone laced with barely concealed venom. Shelby, return to your group. Despite Tiger's brash demeanor, he felt diminutive before the tall Gemma Farley, resembling merely a crude, bothersome child in her eyes. Feeling the constriction at his collar and the unsteadiness beneath his feet, Tiger's expression darkened. Apart from his mother, Polly, no one dared to treat him so. Without hesitation, he launched a punch towards Gemma Farley's ribs, the sound of air being displaced sharply resonating. Do not inquire why he did not aim for her face. This formidable woman was indeed too tall for him to reach. The titanium brass knuckles halted just before Gemma, as if striking against armor. Simultaneously, one of her earrings dimmed, losing its former luster. Gemma's complexion paled slightly. She had not anticipated that Shelby would truly retaliate. It felt akin to grasping the tail of a tiger, provoking it to turn and bite. Nevertheless, her expression remained composed. Releasing her grip on Tiger's collar, she retreated 2 cautious steps. Tiger regarded Gemma with a hint of confusion. Tightening his grip on the brass knuckles, his brow furrowed. Was this woman's body truly that resilient? She did not appear so. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he stepped forward, eager to test her strength once more. He had never encountered anyone so unyielding. Curse this barbarian. The cold fury in Gemma's eyes was unmistakable, the palpable pressure compelling her fingers to unconsciously brush against her wand. Just then, Snape materialized behind Tiger like a silent black bat, his billowing robes exuding a faint bitterness. Beauty and the Beast. A rose and troll? Miss Farley, do you require your professor to procure a love potion for you? Or perhaps a draft of the living death? No, Professor. Under Snape's indifferent gaze, Gemma regained her former composure. She inclined her head slightly, stating, next time, I shall prepare the potion myself for such circumstances. This time, I have erred. Upon hearing this, Snape's gaze shifted from her to Tiger, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth, part mockery, part anticipation. Commendable courage, Mr. Shelby. However, in Slytherin, courage devoid of wisdom will only ensnare you deeper in the mire. Any transgression will be observed by the portraits and sculptures throughout this castle. My patience is finite, akin to the flame beneath a crucible, destined to extinguish at some point. With that said, Professor Snape turned swiftly and departed, his black robes billowing in the absence of wind. Observing the retreating figure of their headmaster, Gemma Farley's eyes flickered subtly, her lips curling into a faint, elusive smile. How intriguing. What does he mean? Tiger looked at Gemma Farley with a puzzled expression, and her smile abruptly stiffened. Did you not comprehend? She suppressed the urge to facepalm, gritting her teeth as she directed her gaze at Tiger. The professor commanded you to return to your slumber. Follow me. Tiger glanced towards the side door of the hall, only to find that Dumbledore, who had been engaged in lively conversation with Professor McGonagall moments ago, had vanished. Regretfully, he trailed after Gemma Farley. You unearthed Dumbledore's ancestral grave? Upon reaching the basement, and standing before a wall adorned with serpentine reliefs, Tiger's expression became somewhat difficult to articulate. The dim green glow, the moldy corners, the damp walls. This place resembled a den for sewer rats. Tiger suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for these pure-blood aristocrats. Ignoring Tiger, Gemma Farley addressed one of the serpent heads in the reliefs with a soft remark, Desire. That is this week's password. Do not forget it. At her words, the stone wall gradually opened, revealing a lavish interior adorned in silver and green, a warm, radiant fireplace, and a picturesque view of the lake's bottom through the window. Tiger's furrowed brow finally relaxed a bit. At least the common room exuded an air of sophistication. Groups of Slytherin students sat whispering in front of the fireplace. Gemma Farley approached the male prefect, Altrincham, lowering her gaze slightly. Burst, take him to the dormitory. You know what to do. Her seemingly calm tone was laced with an undertone of command. However, the male prefect, Altrincham, showed no sign of resistance. Instead, he raised a noble smile, set down his goblet, and stood with a nod. Certainly, I shall ensure he understands who is the boss. With that, he approached Tiger, his previously affable demeanor transforming to one of cold indifference and arrogance. Follow me, freshman. I hope you have pleasant dreams tonight. Observing his retreating figure, Tiger wore a cryptic smile. The exchange between the two prefects was devoid of any attempt to shield him, and he heard every word clearly. However, after escorting Tiger to the dormitory, Altrincham said nothing and briskly exited the doorway. As the dormitory door closed, the coldness on Burst's face gradually morphed into mockery. His gaze dark as he looked towards the common room. It is easy to provoke someone silently, yet not everyone can bear the consequences. He is no fool. Such foolish tactics of direct confrontation have never been the way of Slytherin. Even though he harbored immense disdain for Shelby, considering him a disgrace to Slytherin, it did not imply he would allow himself to be manipulated, even by the head of Slytherin. You will soon be no more. Altrincham scoffed softly, making his way back to the prefect's quarters. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, the atmosphere was palpably tense, punctuated only by the thunderous snores of Crabbe and Goyle. The dissatisfaction etched on Tiger's brow was nearly visible, while Draco Malfoy, with a woeful expression on his face, sat helplessly on the edge of his bed. He had been asleep, but was abruptly yanked awake by Tiger, who had seized him by the collar of his nightshirt. A shared room? Does this wretched school lack single accommodations? Tiger cast an impatient glance at Crabbe and Goyle, seeking a means to stifle the cacophony of their snoring. However, to Draco Malfoy, Tiger's gaze seemed more akin to a calculation, weighing which of the two to devour first, until Tiger directed his irritable stare at him. Draco's body tensed, his face pale, as he blurted out, "The room of Bester. Only the head boys' dormitory has single rooms, and it comes with a private washroom." The moment the door slammed shut, it felt as though a tremendous burden had been lifted. Draco Malfoy collapsed weakly onto his bed, tears streaming down his cheeks as he muttered, "I must tell my father." A low curse echoed from the washroom. The male head boy, a Tranchbester, emerged with a grim expression, discarding a shattered frozen ash serpent egg into the fireplace. As one of the ingredients for a love potion, the ash serpent egg needed to be frozen solid. Yet, given its inherent fragility, it was prone to shattering at the slightest oversight, thus necessitating exceptional freezing spell techniques. Undoubtedly, he had failed yet again. Just then, a series of urgent knocks interrupted the tense silence, and a Tranchbester, with a wary glance at the closed washroom, cleared his throat and coldly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Outside the dormitory door, silence reigned, only to be broken by increasingly forceful and impatient knocks. Should the rapping persist, it would surely draw the attention of others. With a darkened expression, a Tranchbester picked up his wand and cautiously cast an unlocking charm on the washroom door before striding toward the dormitory entrance. "You had better provide me with a perfect explanation." As he pushed open the door, a thick, inky black substance surged forth like a shadow, obstructing his outburst of fury. Almost immediately, a Tranchbester's eyes bulged in shock and anger as he was sent flying back into the dormitory. crashing heavily against the edge of the bed. The sound of splintering wood and cracking bones echoed through the room. "Are you a turtle?" Tiger remarked, his hands in his pockets, slowly lowering his lifted foot, the studs of his boots stained with droplets of blood. With a hint of impatience, he stepped into the dormitory, the tendrils of venom sealing the door behind him. Surveying the layout and decor of the room, Tiger nodded in satisfaction, deliberately ignoring the writhing figure of a tranchbester on the floor. Indeed, this place will be mine from now on. The act of claiming territory was second nature to Shelby. And were it not for the presence of venom, Tiger would have had a dozen methods at his disposal for disposing of bodies or framing someone else. At present, the Black Lake and Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts appear to be the sanctuaries of a criminal underworld. The veins on a tranchbersteed's forehead throbbed violently, his complexion shifting from crimson to a deep violet, while fine blood vessels surfaced around his neck. The mucus clogging his mouth and nose rendered him breathless, and the excruciating pain coursing through his body caused his vision to darken. As the head of Slytherin House, many coveted his position, whether through open provocation or covert plotting. Yet none approached the recklessness of Tiger. This beast acted without a shred of concern for consequences, a stark contrast to the conduct typically associated with pure-blood aristocrats, embodying a maddening fusion of lunacy and monstrosity. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, the piercing scream of the Sorting Hat echoed in a tranchbersteed's mind. Azkaban, Azkaban, or even Ermengarde. Dumbledore, hurry! It is indeed too late. A tranchbersteed's body gradually ceased its writhing, his flushed cheeks beginning to take on a pallid hue. The dark mucus that had obstructed his mouth and nose fell away, slithering into his oral cavity, while viscous blood and fragments of his innards were expelled. His limbs twitched reflexively, and only the subtle rise and fall of his chest bore testament to his lingering breath. Under Tiger's indifferent gaze, a tranchbersteed's body was rejuvenated, his shattered innards, concave abdomen, and fractured spine betraying the reality of his state. The restorative process he and Marcus underwent differed fundamentally from the healing abilities exhibited by Tiger following injury. They did not experience true restoration. Rather, their wounds were supplanted by biosynthetic cells spawned from venom. While the venom could not commandeer their thoughts, the biosynthetic cells could operate at the genetic level, thus modifying genes and influencing innate instincts. It is akin to the human aversion to the jarring sound of sharp objects scraping against one another, reminiscent of the dreadful echo of beasts gnawing on skulls in ancient times, instilling primal fear. Similarly, the darkness of the unknown and the unseen engender unprecedented dread and unease, prompting instinctual avoidance. Thus, what governs human behavior extends beyond mere emotions and thoughts. It encompasses hormones emanating from the body and instincts rooted in genetics. The sole purpose of ensuring the survival and evolution of the organism is instinct itself. Accompanied by labored groans, a tranchbersteed slowly opened his eyes, and through his blurred vision, Tiger's fierce countenance came into focus. "Sheldon, WH, what do you want?" A tranchbersteed sprang upright, incessantly shuffling towards the corner, his body trembling uncontrollably, seemingly gripped by an ineffable terror. Despite his efforts to maintain the dignity of a pure-blood aristocrat, the fear and anxiety in his eyes were unmistakable. He yearned to flee from this place, yet dared not move recklessly. Tiger had anticipated this reaction. He tilted his head slightly, speaking in a calm tone. "Pack your belongings and leave. This place is now mine." At that moment, the impending presence of death, which had been relentlessly approaching, miraculously paused. The pale-faced Atrankyburst nodded repeatedly, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. He suppressed the unease swelling within him and swiftly extracted an exquisite leather suitcase from beneath the bed, hastily yet methodically tossing his personal effects into it. Despite the rationality guiding him like a lighthouse, as an elite of the Sacred 28, he refused to succumb to weakness. To trample all dissenters, including Shelby, underfoot was the true essence of a pure-blood aristocrat. Yet the instinctual dread surged like a tsunami, shattering the seemingly solid bastion of reason into fragments. As he felt a prickling sweat on his skin, an ineffable panic enveloped his heart, akin to being ensnared by darkness with no escape. Just as Atrankyburst finished packing and was about to step outside with his suitcase, he unexpectedly halted, his expression fraught with trepidation as he gazed at Tej. "Mr. Shelby." Upon Tej's glance directed towards him, his trembling voice abruptly stiffened, prompting Atrankyburst to hastily correct himself. "Boss." In that instant of rephrasing, a wave of immense relief and exhilaration washed over him, leaving Atrankyburst somewhat entranced. "Speak." Tage crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow to indicate he should continue. A Tranky-Burst hurriedly divulged his plan to concoct an aphrodisiac in the washroom, intending to use it on the female prefect, Gemma Farley. An aphrodisiac? Pushing open the washroom door, Tage leaned against the frame, intrigued by the cauldron within, exuding a potent aroma. This is what will make her fall helplessly in love with you? Indeed. A Tranky-Burst nodded vigorously, a flicker of excitement and yearning igniting in his deep, shadowy eyes. Gemma Farley's family controlled 80% of the potion-growing lands in the British wizarding community, with 40% of potion-related industries closely tied to them. In Slytherin, their network was extensive, which was why he opted to brew his own rather than purchase from outside. Magic is truly wondrous. The thought of that audacious woman, who dared to tug at his collar, becoming a devoted admirer, filled Tage with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Do what you wish. This dormitory will be open to you for a month. Exceed that time, and I shall ensure your head grows fond of your backside. As you wish. With the boss's permission granted, a Tranky-Burst exited the dormitory with extraordinary elation. The night deepened. Accompanied by lazy yawns, Tage nestled contentedly in his bed, smacking his lips. It was only then that he resembled a child. Good night, Venom. Good night, Bastard. Good night, Powder. Where's Powder? Meanwhile, within the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Hermione had long since fallen into slumber. Yet, her prominent front teeth continued to grind restlessly, her small face wrinkled as if harboring grievances against someone. However, before long, her expression transformed into one of joyous delight. Nestled in her embrace, the little bundle of fur trembled, as if sensing something, and could not help but let out a sneeze. With a soft pop, another fluffy black kitten appeared in Hermione's arms. The two pairs of misty, azure feline eyes exchanged a lazy glance, stifled a yawn, and then promptly buried their heads, unfazed, and resumed their slumber. Chapter 30. The Morning at Hogwarts. The following dawn. Perhaps it was due to the unfamiliar bed, or perhaps the absence of his mother, Polly, the green giant, tugging at his ankle, but Tiger awoke unusually early. In the washroom, Tiger dried his face with a towel, lazily stifling a yawn, while a stubborn clump of sleep still lingered in the corner of his eye, which he casually wiped away with his thumb. Glancing at the exquisite skincare products on the sink, he disdainfully shifted his gaze to the mirror. With a stiff smile, he found the reflection staring back at him to be fierce and intimidating, certainly not the visage of a good person. By all that is holy, I am quite handsome. After a moment's pause, Tiger shamelessly boasted, attempting to coerce others into agreeing with the sentiment. Right, Venom? Of course. Yet Venom did not perceive this as coercion. The instinct of the symbiote was one of predation and evolution. Compared to humans, the ferocity and menace in Tiger's eyes conformed more closely to the aesthetic of the symbiote. You are indeed a striking rogue. If only you could grow a little more. After all, Tiger was still a child, whether in height or build, only slightly more robust than his peers. A juvenile symbiote, perpetually at risk of being devoured. Haha, I will grow and soon. Tiger laughed heartily, stretching out his arms and twisting his somewhat stiff neck. These pure-blood aristocrats revel in comfort. The bed was too soft for his accustomed slumber. At that moment, the voice of Prefect Atranky's burst echoed alongside a knock at the door. Boss, are you awake? Though reason told Atranky's burst that Tiger was not his boss. The ease and exhilaration that accompanied uttering the term had become subtly addictive, akin to a heavy burden being lifted in an instant. The dormitory door creaked open. Tiger emerged, tugging at his tight tie, a faint wave of fear washing over Atranky's burst, as though he had encountered a formidable adversary. He instinctively lowered his head and stood beside Tiger, resembling an elegantly poised butler. Boss, please gather in the common room. Today, I shall lead the newcomers to their classes. During the first week of the new term, it was customary for the prefect to guide the newcomers through the various classrooms and routes of Hogwarts. This was a long-standing tradition of Slytherin. Don't complain too early. Trust me, Hogwarts mornings will not disappoint. Really, Prefect Farley? Certainly, Miss Greengrass. Unless you happen to encounter those insufferable lions, they truly can dampen one's spirits. A gentle ripple of youthful laughter filled the air. In a common room, Prefect Gemma Farley sat gracefully in a wrought-tan chair, sipping a small mouthful of black coffee from the table. The ethereal light from the dome illuminated her profile, infusing her previously aloof visage with a hint of warmth. Humans are inherently visual beings. Setting aside the title of the most formidable Slytherin, her resplendent beauty and seemingly frigid, yet genuinely amiable and witty conversations make it exceedingly difficult for the young wizards not to feel a sense of admiration. Upon entering a new environment and encountering novel social dynamics, anyone, let alone these young novices, would inevitably experience a sense of bewilderment, even with familial guidance. The yearning for understanding and acceptance in this setting tends to amplify immensely. The emergence of Gemma fairly undoubtedly fills this void, becoming the most significant mentor in the lives of these young wizards until the offspring of these pure-blood families reach adulthood. It must be said that Muggle psychology proves quite effective. The curve of Gemma Farley's lips deepened slightly, yet her profound gaze remained cool, perhaps sensing something. She gently set down her coffee, her initially warm and congenial expression gradually reverting to its customary icy nobility. Very well, gentlemen and ladies. Time is of the essence. Please form an orderly line, remembering the glory that belongs to Slytherin and the honor of your families. Do not engage in actions that would bring shame upon me or the headmaster. The young wizards surrounding her hurriedly arranged themselves in a line, the cacophony of noise subsiding. Upon witnessing Atalanta burst and Tige emerge from the boys' dormitory in succession, Gemma Farley rose gracefully, each movement exuding elegance and composure, as if meticulously choreographed to display her poise. "Burst, you are late. As Slytherins." "Silence, you wench," Tige retorted, disregarding her presence as he joined the line, viewing the exquisite young lady before him as nothing more than a pile of foul refuse. Gemma Farley's expression stiffened, though it bore no discernible difference from her previous demeanor. The Malfoy newcomers were equally taken aback, their eyes reflecting astonishment, anger, and predominantly disdain. "Miss Farley, allow me to handle the remainder." A noble smile adorned Atalanta Burst's face. Although the beauty of his counterpart was disconcerting, he feared death far more. "Thank you for your efforts," Gemma Farley replied, her gaze lowering slightly, concealing her thoughts. Her noble upbringing and familial teachings forbade her from engaging in conflict with the beast here. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and strode back to her dormitory, the weighty sound of her heels upon the floor echoing like a heartbeat, instilling a sense of trepidation. The young newcomers cast furious glances at Tige. No one wishes for a filthy monstrosity or a soulless beast to invade their home. "How dare he?" "Newcomers, follow me." Atalanta Burst led the group out of the basement. Yet the atmosphere within the line was palpably oppressive, starkly contrasting with the earlier exuberance. "Breakfast concludes at 8:30. It will be served later on weekends. However, I still recommend arriving early. Although our time is ample, the morning Quidditch training for Gryffindor is exceedingly frequent, particularly if one wishes to avoid the unappealing distractions posed by those foul-smelling lions. Slytherin's jests and mockery are perpetually directed at Gryffindor, and vice versa. Unlike the amiable demeanor of Gemma Farley, the head boy, Alastair Chambers, presents himself as a quintessential young gentleman. Beneath his haughty and aristocratic facade lies a subtly humorous tone that gradually fosters laughter within the team. This stark contrast has garnered considerable affection, especially from a few younger girls. The great hall, spacious yet tranquil, was soon filled with a dazzling array of breakfast delicacies as the first-year students took their seats. Jam-filled bread, an assortment of muffins, eggs, bacon, juices, and more. Tiger felt a bit of a headache. To be candid, he truly missed traditional Chinese breakfasts. The sweetness of the offerings before him made his head spin. After reluctantly consuming a bit of egg and bacon, Alastair Chambers led the new students up the staircase, entering the outdoor corridor situated midway up the castle. The damp stone and railings exuded a unique fragrance of grass and earth, while the cool air rushed into his chest. Tiger contentedly squinted his eyes. He relished such weather and this way of life, which imbued a sense of tranquility and comfort. "Pansy Draco, look over there." Daphne Greengrass's exclamation rang out as the group of first-years followed her pointing finger. "Merlin, I absolutely adore this place. My father's estate." "Be quiet, Draco." The sounds of admiration echoed throughout. Tiger crossed his arms, leaning on the railing, captivated by the distant view. A soft lavender mist gracefully enveloped every corner of Hogwarts, draping the ancient magic school in a veil of mystery and enchantment. As the sun ascended, the mist gradually dissipated, bathing the forbidden forest in a gentle orange glow, while the Quidditch pitch resounded with the sounds of excited shouts and passing. Chapter 31. Do you wish to become a cat? Isn't it beautiful? Time passed unmeasured until Dumbledore's figure suddenly appeared behind Tiger. Gradually returning to the present, he noticed that the other little snakes had already departed, leaving him alone. Is something the matter? He slightly turned, facing Dumbledore, and perhaps due to the serene morning scenery, his typically fierce gaze softened momentarily. "Any changes for the evening?" "No, none at all." Dumbledore's smile remained as kind as ever as he gazed into the forbidden forest behind Tiger. His voice elongated with nostalgia. "I I was reminded of my first day at school, standing right here, just like you, watching the morning unfold at Hogwarts, observing the birds soaring above the forbidden forest, losing track of time. Oh, I was so young back then. His ancient laughter was filled with reminiscence. For one willing to impart life experiences, Tiger could not harbor ill will. Though he had a penchant for violence, he was not a rabid dog. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he truly wished to disfigure that old man's nose. Alas, the incessant, rambling characteristic of the elderly was intolerable. It made his scalp itch. Not merely Dumbledore, but the entire wizarding community, regardless of age, tend to speak in convoluted ways, replete with metaphors and implications. He truly wished to spare himself the exertion of such mental gymnastics. It was exceedingly tiresome. In contrast, Tiger was far more accustomed to the Shelby family's mode of discourse. Either you persuade me with your strength, or I will subdue you with mine. When it comes to action, words are entirely superfluous. Of course, this rule did not apply to his mother, Polly, whether through words or deeds. None of the Shelby brothers wished to witness any confrontation. Interrupting Dumbledore's reverie, Tiger yawned in apparent boredom. I apologize for intruding upon your musings, but I genuinely do not require a life mentor. You may seek someone else. He discerned that there were numerous troubled children at Hogwarts, particularly in Slytherin. The condescending attitude was truly irksome. Had they not been children, he would have long since pounded their noses into their skulls. Those words were best left unsaid. All right. Dumbledore sighed gently, his voice, perhaps due to his advancing years, carrying a tone of weary resignation. He slowly turned to make his way towards the corridor door. Just as he was about to step through, he seemed to recall something of importance and halted. I merely wish to remind you, Mr. Shelby. His wise gaze shifted slightly, the playful glint behind his foggy glasses evident. You are late for your transfiguration class. Tiger's expression stiffened. Blimey. Regardless of the circumstances, his Chinese heritage instilled in him an ingrained reverence for classes and examinations, particularly when he entered the transfiguration classroom and found the atmosphere unusually silent. It sent a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, he did not spot the professor. Scanning the room, he encountered only the disdainful glares from Slytherin and the snickers from Gryffindor. And then, a cat? Gazing at the tabby cat perched on the podium, Tiger was momentarily taken aback before he could not restrain himself from approaching. It had been an entire night since he last petted a cat. Oh! His low voice trembled slightly, a sigh of relief escaping his lips as he spoke. What a beautiful little kitty. I adore your patterns. They resemble tiny spectacles. Do you like friends? I have a little cat too. In the midst of the tabby cat's bewildered gaze, Tiger scooped it up, a contented smile gracing his face as he scratched its chin. Truth be told, Tiger had an immense fondness for felines. The hunting instincts and latent ferocity hidden beneath their adorable exteriors were simply irresistible to him. Tiger, you should put it down. Neville seemed intent on offering a warning, yet lacked the courage to raise his voice, his chubby face contorted with urgency and beaded with sweat. The Slytherins, on the other hand, appeared to relish the spectacle, with Malfoy's stifling laughter already in a fit of giggles at his desk. Compared to Potter's tardiness and subsequent reprimand, this scene was nothing short of delightful. At that moment, the tabby cat, rigid in Tiger's embrace, sprang nimbly from his arms, landing gracefully on the ground. As Tiger gazed vacantly, the tabby gradually expanded and transformed into a mature catgirl, until her fluffy ears and tail completely vanished. Mr. Shelby, perhaps I should not have turned you into an alarm clock, but rather into a cat, Professor McGonagall remarked, her raised brow betraying a hint of reproach mingled with a barely perceptible jest. Indeed, despite her exasperation at Tiger's recklessness, the peculiar amusement inherent in being an animagus often led to a certain wickedness that she kept from outsiders. Within the classroom, faint sounds of mockery began to emerge. Tiger remained silent for a moment. Is it possible? He asked slowly, lifting his head, his fierce amber eyes shimmering with palpable anticipation. Professor McGonagall's gaze became somewhat distant. She recalled her first encounter with an animagus, much like Tiger, whose innocent eyes brimmed with a yearning to become a cat. Her serious demeanor softened slightly. Of course, Mr. Shelby, but not at this moment. Very well. Tiger sighed, a hint of disappointment coloring his tone. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed at the door, prompting everyone in the classroom to turn their heads. Hermione, Harry, and Ron stumbled into the room, each cradling a multitude of cats. Upon seeing Tiger, Hermione's tear-filled eyes could no longer contain themselves, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Tiger, there's been a problem with powder. I couldn't have breakfast. I was late to class, and I left a bad impression on the professor. I couldn't take care of powder. A torrent of emotions surged forth. As if a dam had burst, Observing the little girl's tear-streaked face, Tiger withdrew his hand, which had instinctively reached out to console her, and instead offered her a handkerchief. Hermione, quickly wipe your face. It's rather unpleasant. Ugh, came Hermione's muffled response. A barely audible sneeze erupted, and suddenly, another black kitten appeared in Harry's arms. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the three of them were cradling at least 15 or 16 kittens. Noticing their owner, the kittens squirmed and leaped from their grasp, swarming towards Tiger, mewing excitedly. In that instant, surrounded by fluffy bodies, a radiant smile nearly overflowed from Tiger's face, particularly when several kittens affectionately nuzzled his cheeks. I apologize, Professor McGonagall. We didn't intend to be late. Encountering such a situation left us uncertain about how to proceed. Harry explained, his expression filled with remorse. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, assisting friends is commendable. I shall not hold it against you. However, I must remind you, if you wish to avoid losing points, it would be wise to rise earlier next time. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall picked up one of the kittens, her curiosity piqued. Upon glimpsing the cat's eyes glowing with a blue luminescence, a flicker of astonishment crossed her serious features. A hybrid spirit cat? What a fortunate little creature. I recall the last time I encountered a spirit cat was at the Ministry of Magic in France. Mr. Shelby, I believe congratulations are in order. Before she could finish her sentence, a barely audible sneeze echoed once more. The powder held in hand suddenly flickered before it fell to the ground, transforming into two slightly smaller kittens, mewing as they attempted to climb up Tig's trousers. Hermione's tears flowed even more profusely. Tig awkwardly scratched his cheek, while Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together slightly and waved her wand with a gentle motion. The chairs behind the podium appeared to come alive. Writhing for just 2 breaths before, amidst the gasps of the audience, they morphed into an oversized wooden cat cage. One by one, the kittens floated obediently into the cage under the guidance of the wand. Following this, a silencing charm was cast, and the enticing mewing sounds vanished entirely. Chapter 32. Consider Shelby's name. Do not worry, Miss Granger. This is a normal phenomenon associated with the awakening of the bloodline of hybrid magical creatures, typically lasting around 72 hours. In response to Hermione's grateful gaze, Professor McGonagall crossed her arms and raised her chin, speaking in a calm tone. However, at this moment, I believe the focus should not be on this little fellow. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, my apologies, Professor. Hermione and the others quickly realized the situation, and she hurriedly pulled Tig towards their seats, with Harry and Ron following closely behind. However, as Tig settled into his seat, the atmosphere in the classroom grew somewhat delicate. Slytherin students coldly scrutinized Tig's back, and the dissatisfaction among Draco Malfoy and his peers was almost palpable. Gryffindor students wore expressions of disbelief, as if questioning the very fabric of reality. The separation between the two houses had always been distinct. Observing Tig, clad in deep green, sitting among the lions, it felt awkward for everyone present. Couldn't this fellow be sent to Azkaban? All right, gentlemen and ladies, please temporarily stow away your wands. Before we commence this lesson, we must first familiarize ourselves with GAMP's basic laws of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall appeared rather pleased with this situation, her lips curling slightly into a faint smile before she retrieved her textbook and began the first lesson. Now, who can tell me what GAMP's basic laws of transfiguration entail? Hermione raised her hand high, her dark brown eyes sparkling. Miss Granger, please proceed. Professor McGonagall seemed to appreciate Hermione's enthusiasm. She favored diligent students. Tig, too, was thoroughly engaged. Although the focus of the lesson was transfiguration, it was interspersed with numerous warnings from Professor McGonagall, including harrowing examples of the dire consequences of magical misuse. Indeed, he relished listening to wizards recount the foolishness that led to their demise, yet he also understood Professor McGonagall's helplessness. The unbridled curiosity of children often causes them to overlook consequences, especially considering the inherent dangers of magic itself. Dear students, regardless of the circumstances, please maintain the utmost respect for magic, lest you wish to meet a tragic end. As the lesson reached its midpoint, the young wizard swallowed hard, observing Professor McGonagall's stern and solemn expression. And now, the sound of her wand striking the blackboard resonated. Please take out your wands and attempt to transform the matchsticks before you into needles. It must be said that this was the segment that Tiger anticipated the most. Even though the Shelby family's magical prowess had its flaws, it did not diminish his delight. However, when Professor McGonagall's gaze fell upon Tiger's wand, which bore a striking resemblance to a weapon, her brows furrowed slightly. Mr. Shelby, please reduce the amplitude of your wand movements further. Her serious tone was laced with a hint of exasperation and concern. Of course, Professor Tiger nodded, a bit bewildered, while Hermione couldn't help but chuckle enigmatically. Indeed, Tiger's countenance already conveyed a sense of aloofness, and combined with the weapon-like wand, it seemed as if he could transform into a marauder at any moment, wreaking havoc upon the classroom. Unlike the other students, Tiger needed to touch the matchstick with the tip of his wand after uttering the incantation. This delicate operation, akin to threading a needle, undoubtedly posed a challenge for someone with his fiery temperament. Excellent, Miss Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor. Well done, Mr. Malfoy. Please continue practicing. 3 points to Slytherin. Until the end of the class, Tiger failed to transform the matchstick into a needle, while the rest of the classroom, save for him, managed to effect some change in their matchsticks. Hermione even managed to adorn her needle with intricate patterns, which made the Otter girl feel quite proud. Oh, it seems our Mr. Shelby's magical talent is only surpassed by his muteness. Amidst the faintly mocking laughter, Malfoy smirked, preparing to deliver his sarcastic remarks. However, before he could finish, he witnessed an enraged Tiger plunge his wand into the desk. Damn it! Cursed matchstick! The laughter ceased abruptly. Blaise Zabini, with a look of terror, blocked the smaller Slytherins behind him, while Malfoy turned pale, for no one believed their necks were sturdier than the desk. Merlin, this is truly terrifying. Harry, we should leave quickly, Ron muttered vacantly. He indeed held a bias against Slytherin, but he harbored no such bias regarding his own life. Ahem, indeed, remembering Shelby's ferocity. Harry snapped back to reality and called to his classmates. Let us go. Gather your things. Next is potions class. My brother warned that old bat is not to be trifled with. Move. In truth, Tiger. Neville seemed eager to explain on Tiger's behalf, but his clumsiness left him at a loss for words, and ultimately he was pushed out of the Transfiguration classroom by his peers. The once boisterous classroom fell silent in an instant, with only the group of trembling Slytherins behind Tiger remaining in a state of trepidation. Tiger. Hermione gathered her textbooks, exuding a sense of exasperation as she tugged at Tiger's sleeve. It's actually quite simple. You merely need a bit of patience. I can practice with you this afternoon. But for now, let us head to class. Hermione had a deeper understanding of Tiger, despite his bulging veins. It was not indicative of a Tiger's aggressive stance. Furthermore, the Shelby family would never harm a child. That was their consistent principle. Thus, in her eyes, the fears and concerns expressed by Malfoy and his ilk were utterly ludicrous. However, she had no intention of elucidating this to them. The sight of the little snakes trembling was simply too amusing. I detest the switching spell, Tiger remarked with a hint of frustration as he drew his wand. He then picked up his textbook and led Hermione out of the classroom, the gaping holes left behind in the desks quite alarming. As for the gunpowder, it had long been taken back by Professor McGonagall, although this elder cat lady claimed to possess a potion to stabilize magic, thereby reducing the risk of gunpowder misfires. Tiger, also an aficionado of felines, harbored serious doubts. He suspected that Professor McGonagall merely wished to experience the delightful chaos of being enveloped by cats. Indeed, it felt marvelous. A sensation that swept from his toes to the very tips of his hair. Watching Tiger's figure vanish through the door, the Slytherin snakes collectively exhaled in relief, the faint sting in their throats gradually dissipating. Blaise Zabini cast a cool glance at Draco Malfoy, laden with a note of warning. Draco, mind your tongue. Do not mistake Shelby for Potter. You must comprehend the danger he poses. Every Silent One is nearly an emotionally unstable dark wizard. Consider the Sorting Hat. Slytherin was not his first choice. Hearing the almost admonitory tone, Draco Malfoy's face flushed, revealing his irritation. Blaise sighed, somewhat exasperated. He knew this fool all too well. Even if certain words were unwelcome, he felt compelled to speak out, lest a calamity ensue. Draco, when a beast bites, do not naively believe that a mere apology can quell its fury. Remember Shelby's name. Behind the Slytherin crowd, Theodore not, usually somber and aloof, suddenly broke into a smile. An undercurrent of anticipation shimmering within. The tiger among the serpents. Perhaps he does not quite belong here. Chapter 33, merely a love potion. Who among us hasn't tea partaken? Ah, love, how splendid it is, especially when dreams materialize before your eyes, Bester. In the boys' prefect dormitory, a cool and lingering serenade quietly began to resonate, its echoes interwoven with a subtle loneliness, almost hinting at an imperceptible mockery. Regrettably, such tactics were exceedingly hard to swallow. Observing the fog-laden cauldron in the washroom, Gemma Farley chuckled lightly, her typically indifferent gaze curving with amusement, the corners of her mouth lifting like a mischievous kitten that had pilfered a fish, filled with a sense of pride. Soon, Her laughter grew louder, reverberating in the vast washroom, tinged with derision yet also self-mockery. She laughed at Bester's foolishness and filth, as well as at her own cautiousness. What could be more foolish than administering a love potion to the eldest daughter of a potions family? In that moment, she truly yearned to write to her dear friend, Claire Prince. Let her relish in mocking her fiancé's family, for they have produced quite the fool. Oh, poor Claire. I sincerely hope you have avoided the effects of the love potion. Gemma Farley wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, gently massaging her slightly aching cheeks, a playful smirk gracing her lips. In truth, even she had not anticipated that this unexpected intrusion would unveil such delightful surprises. During the morning assembly of the newcomers, she had distinctly noticed the unusual demeanor of her old rival, a tranche burst, which piqued her curiosity. The serpent that had always lurked behind her, surprisingly, did not heed her commands. Was it out of fear, hesitation, or perhaps it had already devised a strategy to counter her? The young woman's curiosity rivaled that of a cat's. Seizing the opportunity when the lounge was deserted, Gemma Farley ventured alone into the boys' dormitory. As for Tiger, despite his crude and rude demeanor, which filled Gemma Farley with profound disdain and discomfort, she never allowed it to occupy her thoughts. Engaging in conflict with a family as nearly mute as the Shelbys would only diminish her own status and dignity as a pure-blooded aristocrat. Moreover, she was neither a professor nor Tiger's parent. There would undoubtedly be others to impose the necessary discipline on such a rebellious and unruly child. Slytherin was replete with ambitious souls. Those eager to make their mark would inevitably select a target to triumph over in order to gain recognition and respect. The Shelby family, with their dissonance and irksome nature, was undoubtedly the perfect target. Contemplating this, Gemma Farley furrowed her brow and exited the lavatory. She would never concede that she was utterly powerless against a creature as unpredictable as Tiger, a dangerous being bristling with thorns. The scent of the fire-ash snake egg was almost imperceptible, yet did not escape Gemma Farley's keen nose, her icy gaze lingering on the ashes in the fireplace. Instantly, the halted step in the creation of the love potion flashed through her mind. Burst. No wonder you saw my counsel on the freezing charm. Very well, do not keep me waiting too long. As for this love potion, who drinks it matters little. So let your toad imbibe it, Mr. Longbottom. The ethereal voice seemed to echo from the heavens. Witnessing Professor Snape hand over the scabies potion, Neville's pale face nearly crumpled into tears. Professor, Gryffindor loses 3 points. Disrupting classroom order. The moment Hermione opened her mouth, she was silenced by Professor Snape's cold rebuke. The clash of her red and green ensemble with Tiger was indeed an eyesore, as she saw the points earned in Transfiguration class dwindle to nothing just before class ended. Hermione glared, her face flushed with anger, wishing to land a punch on Snape. For a scholar, points were worth more than life itself. Fortunately, Tiger restrained her just as Neville, with a woeful expression, accepted the scabies potion. Suddenly, a dark, venomous tendril appeared, snatching the potion away and tossing it directly into its maw. A hoarse and somber voice conveyed an ineffable sentiment. The portly lad, the flavor, in truth, is rather pleasant. To encourage Neville, Venom, albeit somewhat against his better judgment, sought to provide some semblance of support. Moreover, potions, when assessed solely by their ingredients, scarcely possess any true flavor at all. Gratitude filled Neville's eyes. He discerned Venom's intent, for he was far from foolish. Disruption of classroom order. Slytherin loses a point. Professor Snape cast a shadowy gaze upon both Tig and Venom, his thoughts inscrutable, failing to promptly intervene in Mr. Shelby's actions. Miss Granger, Gryffindor loses 3 points, in addition to the task of cleaning the classroom. I believe with Mr. Venom's presence, you shall save considerable time from disposing of rubbish. Class dismissed. Amidst Hermione's seething glare, Professor Snape exited the potions classroom with a cold smirk, prompting the young wizards to hastily gather their belongings and follow suit. While Professor Snape was indeed terrifying, there existed something even more fearsome within that classroom. Is he reprimanding me? Surely. Venom twisted his grotesque head, momentarily revealing a bewildered expression. Perhaps not to prevent Tig from being expelled again for crushing the professor's bones. Hermione lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, I rather admire him. Tig smacked his lips, feeling a lingering sense of satisfaction. This fellow must share common ground with my mother. His words were as sweet as honey. After enduring years of terrifying encounters with his mother Polly, Snape's venomous remarks had no effect on him whatsoever. By the end of the lesson, Tig had even begun to appreciate the artistry of language. He longed for Arthur and the others to hear it as well, sighing with a hint of regret. Arthur and John might not appreciate him, Venom appeared to contemplate something, then broke into a raucous cackle, revealing his fearsome grin. Yet I believe this lad would undoubtedly align with Tommy's aesthetic. Wouldn't you agree, rascal? Tommy? Tig paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Huh, indeed. No one awaited the professor's transformation into an old hag more eagerly than he. Now, gentlemen, please suspend your idle chatter. Do you not think we have much work ahead of us? Hermione interjected sharply, interrupting their conversation. After this lesson, she felt the most aggrieved. When Harry was questioned, her eager response cost him points. When Neville nearly exploded his cauldron, her warning resulted in point deductions. When Ron nearly perished, her plea for mercy was met with further loss of points. Venom commandeered the potion, and her silence also led to point penalties. Hermione harbored grave suspicions that she was being targeted. Hermione, leave it to me. We shall assist as well. Neville seized a rag and, without hesitation, began to clean. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and, chuckling, picked up tools from the corner. As kindred spirits in misfortune, it was their duty. What shall we do with the remaining potion? Hermione gazed at the remnants in the cauldron, troubled. Just leave it to me. The laughter of Venom was wicked and eerie as it twisted. Supple tendrils seized the cauldron and tossed it into its maw, the crunching reminiscent of potato chips. Oh, no. The cauldron cannot be consumed. Hermione. Chapter 34. Slytherin. Unequivocally Slytherin. The shared experience of cleaning the potions classroom had subtly bridged the gap among the group. Upon learning that Hermione would accompany Tage for transfiguration practice in the afternoon, Harry and his companions eagerly joined in. In truth, Harry harbored some concern for Hermione, even though he felt it was somewhat unfair to Tage. Yet, aside from Tage's Slytherin identity, the notorious nature of the Shelbys in Surrey necessitated a more critical lens. After the lunch break, the group gathered by the Black Lake. Observing Tage touch the matchstick with the tip of his wand after each incantation. Ron couldn't help but feel perplexed. In response to Ron's inquiry, Tage casually divulged the magical shortcomings of the Shelby family. Oh, Merlin. Rarely did Ron, who traditionally held a prejudice against Slytherins, display a hint of sympathy. Nothing could be more cruel than a wizard unable to cast spells properly. Perhaps Hermione would fail to grasp this, but in the eyes of many wizards, the Shelby family resembled grotesque anomalies from a Muggle world. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Tage lay on the ground, utterly defeated, experiencing frustration for the first time. Perhaps I truly lack magical talent. On the shore of the Black Lake, numerous holes peppered the ground where wands had pierced the earth, yet no silver needles materialized. Tage. Hermione shook her head in exasperation, her thick lashes fluttering upward. Patience, it is paramount. This is unrelated to talent. Even Ron has managed to learn it. You cannot be incapable. Rather than believing the Shelby family lacked talent, Hermione preferred to think they simply lacked patience. Actually, Ron mumbled defiantly a few times, but ultimately fell silent out of respect for Tage's wand. Every time this fellow wielded his wand, it seemed as though he intended to pierce someone's throat. It was rather intimidating. Tage, relax. This is Hogwarts, not Surrey. Your muscles are too tense. Harry sighed quietly, momentarily setting aside his apprehension towards Tage, and drew out his own wand to demonstrate. He admittedly did not understand Tage, but he understood the underworld. Look, this is a wand, not a dagger. Be gentler. Your grip is rather awkward. The way he held the wand was indeed problematic. Who in their right mind switches between forehand and backhand with their wand? Crunch, crunch, crunch. This is delicious. I want this crunch, 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 and another chocolate crunch, crunch, crunch. Neville remained silent throughout, simply unwrapping the snacks he had brought from the dormitory, sharing them one bite at a time with Venom. He had never doubted Tage's strength. It was merely a matter of not having mastered transfiguration yet. He himself had not learned it either, so there was no rush. Eventually, mastery would come. At last, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Tiger successfully infused a matchstick with a metallic sheen. Well done, Tiger. Truly remarkable. Hermione beamed with joy, clapping her hands in excitement, while Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances. Merlin, she scolded me for over an hour because I didn't change the pattern on the needle. It's so unfair. Ron muttered, his eyes wide with indignation. Excellent. Tiger, let us call it a day, Hermione said, her smile radiating satisfaction as she addressed everyone. We ought to return to our assignments. Was she rejoicing over Tiger's successful transfiguration? No, she was proud of Tiger for mastering patience. The sense of accomplishment was akin to scoring full marks on an exam. Assignments? Tiger paused, bewildered. Harry and the others suddenly covered their heads in dismay. Oh my, we completely forgot about our homework. This was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar unit of measurement as inches in assignments. Viewing the parchment before him, Tiger's expression brightened. The frustrations he had faced in casting spells evaporated entirely. In the library, Tiger wrote fervently, while Harry and Ron looked on in astonishment. The 5-inch essay on transfiguration had expanded into 5 pages under Tiger's deft penmanship. This deeply ingrained Chinese heritage was truly unforgettable. A mere 5 inches? Who was he mocking? Satisfied, Tiger stretched lazily and retrieved his potions textbook along with the parchment. Merlin! Ron glanced at his own work, then at Tiger, murmuring in a daze. Had he lost his mind? I'm not sure. Harry wore a similarly perplexed expression. Just before this, he had even considered copying Tiger's homework. Even the gangsters must study diligently? Hermione remained silent. By the time Tiger began his second page, she had picked up her quill once more. This was a war without gunfire. Neville and the others munched on snacks as time ticked away. At last, Tiger set down his quill. He had penned 3 pages. Not due to inability, but because to continue would venture into a realm of ignorance. Goodness, he has finally finished. I feel like I'm suffocating, Ron gulped, sitting beside the 2 academic prodigies, feeling restless in their presence. Harry quietly glanced at Hermione, who, determined as ever, continued to write fervently, her desk laden with reference materials. Hermione, be quiet. I'll finish soon. Hermione resembled a lioness, her already voluminous hair now appearing particularly frenzied. Harry obediently fell silent. Hey, mate. Restless Ron leaned closer to Tiger, despite Hermione's repeated warnings not to provoke Tiger, whose temper was notorious. Akin to the troublesome boys at school who still hadn't fully grown their teeth, Ron had developed a fondness for this Slytherin who bore no resemblance to his house. He had even secretly complained to Harry about it. The Sorting Hat must be getting a bit senile with age. Tiger should undoubtedly belong to Gryffindor. Observing Ron's mixture of fear and curiosity, Tiger raised an eyebrow and playfully winked. Shelby has always been lenient with children, provided they are good. I heard from Hermione that you've taken down quite a number of foes. Ron mimicked a boxing stance, his freckles dancing on his face in excitement. As a Gryffindor, there's an inexplicable thrill associated with fighting. Oh, as for me, Tiger stroked his chin, his fierce gaze momentarily drifting upwards as if pondering something profound. Perhaps around 300 or so. Sitting behind Ron, Harry's complexion turned pale, his grip tightening on the chair's armrest, his hands and feet cold as ice. Yet, Ron was utterly amazed and filled with admiration. Over 300? Oh, by Merlin's most extravagant undergarments. You're incredible, mate. Ron raised his arms in exhilaration. His face flushed with excitement. It's not too bad, though. But really, it's not entirely my fault. It was Venom. Tiger shrugged helplessly, instinctively attempting to deflect the responsibility onto Venom. Harry, Neville, did you hear that? Tiger actually knocked down over 300 ruffians. Ron excitedly clung to the back of his chair, turning to look behind him, completely oblivious to Harry's horrified gaze. However, Tiger suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and fixed a penetrating stare on Ron. Wait a moment, Ron, are we discussing how many people I've taken down? He made an uncertain fist gesture. Yes, indeed. Ron turned back, blinking in bewilderment. Not wanting to frighten the child, Tiger breathed a sigh of relief, his awkward expression gradually softening into a seemingly friendly smile. Well, it's not quite that many. So about those 300. Ron's expression began to harden, his mouth and eyes widening in disbelief. Ha 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 ha. Tiger scratched his head, letting out a nervous laugh as he opened his textbook, attempting to discreetly conclude this conversation. However, the moment the laughter ceased, Ron, as pale as a ghost, sprang up from his chair as if jolted by electricity. With his hair almost standing on end, he scrambled towards his best friend, exclaiming in alarm, Harry, what did he mean by over 300? Just what you think it means. Harry Potter, pulling the still-shocked Ron to his feet, stood ready to flee, as if he had just uncovered the mask of a ruthless criminal. Slytherin, absolutely a Slytherin. Ron silently wailed in despair. Chapter 35, The Strange Temptation. This time, not only Harry and Ron, but even Madame Pomfrey, who was eavesdropping nearby, was utterly terrified. To her knowledge, even Voldemort had never personally killed so many. Watching Madame Pomfrey flee in a panic, Hermione set down her quill, sighed heavily, and lamented, Damn you, Shelby. Look at what you've all done. Dumbledore, look at what you have done. Albus Dumbledore murmured to himself, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as his wrinkled visage reflected an overwhelming sense of helplessness and remorse. I'm sorry, Irma, but this is the only course of action I can take. He carefully returned the ancient wand to the drawer. The once terrified Madame Pants, who had been shrieking in fear, now appeared unusually calm, her gaunt features reminiscent of a vulture, imbued with a hint of bewilderment. She quietly exited the headmaster's office, as if she had merely traversed a nightmare that would be forgotten upon waking. As the sound of the statue's movement faded, the office fell into silence once more. Dumbledore caressed his knuckles, gazing at the Philosopher's Stone upon his desk, his eyes deep and complex. He pondered whether this stone, entrusted to him by a dear friend, should be returned to its rightful owner. Nick, you have presented me with a true dilemma." On the wall behind him, the portraits of former Hogwarts headmasters exchanged glances. "This is not your fault, Albus," whispered Dilys Derwent, the only female headmaster in Hogwarts history, offering gentle consolation. Frankly, Madame Pance's hysterical demeanor suggested that she had personally dispatched over 300 individuals, rather than merely a student. Dumbledore's attempts at persuasion fell flat. Had she been in his position, she too would have resorted to a memory charm, if only it were feasible. A potent draught of the elixir of life would not be out of the question either. Phineas Black, the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts annals, retracted his incessant references to blood purity and glory. His stern and acerbic countenance now bore a hint of concern as he spoke slowly, his voice laden with worry. "Albus, I comprehend your love for and anxiety regarding Hogwarts. However, under no circumstances should you recruit from Azkaban. Slytherin is already troublesome enough." Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at him. "Phineas, I am not yet of such advanced age. Perhaps I should place you in the Muggle world to observe their progress?" "Oh, that would be rather unnecessary." Phineas Black sheepishly fell silent, reverting to his static portrayal. A weary sigh echoed once again. Time passed slowly. Outside the headmaster's office, shadows loomed, and silence reigned until beams of silvery moonlight streamed through the window, cascading like gossamer threads upon the desk. Suddenly, the dull sound of statue movement broke the stillness. Moments later, Hagrid entered, only to find the office devoid of occupants, enveloped in silence. "Headmaster?" Hagrid furrowed his brow, as the portraits on the walls turned to regard him with curious expressions. "I did not summon you." He waved dismissively, choosing to ignore the portraits. Phineas Black's irritation was palpable, his mustache bristling, but recalling Dumbledore's previous admonitions, he could only huff in frustration, resuming his stillness as Hagrid wandered alone within the headmaster's office. "Wow, what a magnificent bird!" Hagrid exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he approached Fawkes, the phoenix, resting upon the shelf. However, sensing an inexplicable threat, Fawkes was abruptly roused, and a dazzling burst of flames erupted, transforming its deep crimson feathers into fire. The searing heat enveloped Tiger, prompting him to retreat several steps, his previously languid gaze now filled with ferocity. The tendrils of venom swiftly spread forth. Fawkes, perched on the pedestal, grew increasingly agitated, its flames becoming ever more resplendent. The portrait of the previous headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet, suddenly shimmered with life. The elderly figure seated in the portrait spoke with a tone that, though mild, bore an undeniable authority. "Newcomer, do not approach Fawkes. The phoenix can easily sense any malice." Upon hearing this profound warning, Tiger hesitated momentarily, a flicker of realization crossing his fierce gaze. As a symbiote, it was Venom's instinct and mission to either parasitize or consume all life forms that could facilitate its evolution. Yet what Fawkes faced was not mere malevolence, but a predator, an adversary in a life-or-death struggle. This instinctual threat was primal and far more intense. Tiger chose not to explain, but rather to distance himself. Venom remained in a weakened state, and fire was inherently its weakness, leaving little chance of victory in the event of a confrontation. They too regarded Fawkes with trepidation. "What a pity," came the voice of Venom, laced with a hint of regret. "There will be an opportunity." A chilling, sinister smile graced Tiger's face, devoid of any pretense. Plunder was equally an instinct of Shelby. Fawkes shook its head, emitting an anxious cry, while the portraits on the wall displayed expressions of astonishment. The Phoenix was an XXXX-class magical creature. Aside from its ability to depart at will, its aggressiveness surpassed that of ordinary wizards. Yet now, it seemed to be urging Dumbledore to return swiftly. Was it frightened? This was utterly inconceivable. Tiger paid no heed to Fawkes' reaction. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the Philosopher's Stone casually placed on the headmaster's desk. For some unknown reason, he could distinctly sense the pulsing warmth emanating from the stone. A gentle, potent force radiated outward with each pulse, seemingly capable of alleviating all his fatigue and worries. Compelled by an unseen force, Tiger reached out his hand. Dumbledore, lurking in the shadows, instinctively wanted to step forward but halted abruptly. He witnessed the confusion in Tiger's eyes vanish entirely. As Tiger withdrew his hand, his pupils suddenly constricted. Venom. Possession. With a fierce shout, Venom's massive, grotesque form enveloped Tiger like a shadow of the night, ensnaring him tightly. The portraits of Hogwarts watched this scene in stunned silence, as if time itself had frozen. Venom unleashed a terrifying roar from its fearsome, fang-filled maw, directing its fury towards the unseen enemy. Come out. Food. A thunderous roar reverberated through every corner of the headmaster's office, the powerful sound waves sending the pages of books and parchment scattered across the desk into disarray. Fox, in a state of panic and unease, flapped his wings and swiftly vanished from the shelf, leaving behind only a few sparks that drifted down from the air. By Merlin's mumps. What manner of beast is this? Exclaimed Delacourt, unable to contain her astonishment. In her lifetime, she was not merely the headmaster of Hogwarts, but also the most esteemed healer at St. Mungo's. Whether it be vile curses or bizarre pathogens, the cases of magical afflictions and malevolent possessions were indelibly etched in her memory. Yet, she had never encountered a creature as bizarre and frenzied as Venom. The symbiote possessed various night vision abilities, with visual functions present at every part of its being, allowing it to observe every corner of the battlefield with near perfection. Gazing at the Philosopher's Stone on the desk, both Tiger and Venom were taut with anxiety. This seemingly tranquil room felt fraught with peril to them. Chapter 36. The Mockery from Black. To be frank, the eerie scene they had just witnessed had caused the hairs on Tiger's skin to stand on end. Venom roared in his mind several times before he could barely extricate himself from that intoxicating state. This was a sensation unlike any Tiger had encountered before. A primal yearning so intense it made his heart race. On the second floor of the headmaster's office, at the end of the staircase, a towering crimson figure loomed in Venom's infrared vision. However, in normal sight, the space appeared utterly vacant. Found you, you wretch. Tiger crouched low, muscles coiled, ready to spring. The fearsome fangs emerged, and his powerful thighs tensed to their utmost. What do you see? Flames erupted, screams and wails filled the air. Dismembered limbs and blood littered the ground, accompanied by the horrific sound of gnashing teeth and despair. Dumbledore still vividly recalled the agonized expression of the Sorting Hat as it uttered those words, as if every second in that memory was torturous for the Hat. When he regained his senses, Venom's massive, grotesque form had already assumed an aggressive stance. A dull thud shattered the silence. The floor cracked and sank. And with a deafening roar, Venom lunged towards the staircase, exuding a fierce and brutal sense of oppression that was nearly suffocating. Without the time to utter a warning, Dumbledore swiftly drew his wand, a brilliant light bursting forth from its tip. An array of obstacles. Venom's body, mid-air, suddenly froze, as though ensnared in a quagmire of emptiness. Immediately, invisible ropes surged from all directions, binding Venom's limbs tightly. A silent spell swiftly ensnared it. It was a masterful execution of multiple spells, yet it incited Venom's wrath. Had it not been in a weakened state, it could have transformed into a blade or a colossal hammer, shattering these inexplicable bindings and barriers. Now, however, it could only focus on protecting Tiger. Tiger, calm down. It's me. A steady, commanding voice resonated, and Dumbledore's towering figure materialized within Tiger's line of sight. Despite the lingering doubts surrounding Tiger's ability to unravel his own illusion spell, now was not the moment for such contemplations. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Tiger momentarily froze. But soon his struggles intensified. The roar reverberating through the air rattled the windows. Damn it! I knew it! You wretched son of a dog! You are nothing but a despicable creature. Come down and face me. You filthy squid. I shall extract your kidney stones and shove them back down your throat. Damn it! Regardless of Dumbledore's demeanor, this tirade, laced with expletives and brimming with fervor, rendered the portraits of past headmasters from astonishment to an unutterable silence. Phineas Nigellus Black, who had always harbored discontent towards Dumbledore, twitched slightly, then forced himself to suppress a smile and shook his head meaningfully. Dumbledore, it is truly deserved that Gryffindor boasts such an outstanding student. He is Slytherin. Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Phineas Black's smile faltered, swiftly replaced by incredulous shrieks. Impossible. This cannot be. Dumbledore, you old rascal. How dare you manipulate the sorting? I shall suddenly. The deep purple velvet curtains unfurled, entirely obscuring the portraits of former headmasters. The furious cries ceased abruptly, and Dumbledore let out a weary sigh. Tiger, my dear boy, calm yourself. Trust me, I bear no ill will. Facing the still cursing and struggling Tiger, Dumbledore continued his self-explanation. Please forgive the curiosity of an old man. I am merely cautious regarding this gentleman of Venom, yes. Caution is indeed warranted. You see, Hogwarts is filled with children, and I must take responsibility to comprehend all creatures that pose a danger to the young ones. His words, sincere and amiable, met with Tiger's utter disbelief. Like a great feline ensnared in a trap, no matter how much the hunter might apologize, it would bare its fangs in defiance. Dumbledore could certainly discern this, finding it quite troublesome. He could even anticipate the next move of the venomous creature. Tiger's invectives served not merely as venting, but also as a means of inciting himself. Once liberated from his restraints, this peculiar being would surely escape through the shattered window, lurking in the shadows, silently observing him. No one wished to be the object of such a creature's attention, himself included. "My child, let us sit and converse, shall we?" Dumbledore waved his wand in resignation. The doors and windows of the headmaster's office were sealed with bricks, heavy and perfectly fitted. The walls of the room, illuminated by the flickering firelight, reflected a faint metallic sheen. Simultaneously, the once entangled and complex ropes vanished abruptly. The suspended venom, now free from its bindings, flipped and landed heavily upon the ground, its weight shattering the floor once more, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. Dumbledore's eye twitched. It was intentional. He understood that it was indeed deliberate. Realizing that there was no escape, Tiger and Venom had no choice but to temporarily abandon their intention to flee. "Please have a seat, my child. Would you care for some chocolate marshmallows?" Like a venerable elder, Dumbledore descended the stairs with deliberation, taking his place behind the desk, his smile radiating kindness. In response to Dumbledore's invitation, Tiger refrained from approaching. Instead, he regarded the stone on the table, vivid as blood, with a wary eye. "What is this?" "A horse." Somber duet resonated within the room. Venom's fangs and pale eyes diminished like flowing water, revealing Tiger's fierce and agitated visage. "Do not worry, Tiger. In truth, I too did not anticipate that this Philosopher's Stone would render you uncontrollable." "Philosopher's Stone?" Tiger narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he was distanced from the stone, he could still sense its indescribable allure. "Indeed, but fret not. It poses no harm to you. Its creator is Nicholas Flamel, a name I believe you are quite familiar with." "Certainly familiar," Tiger replied. The ancestor of the Shelby family, the esteemed Rondo, Shelby's mentor, was also the architect of the bloodline magic of the Shelby lineage. Tiger could still recall the fervor and regret with which his father, Lauren, spoke of this family history. Observing the slight easing of Tiger's furrowed brow, Dumbledore nodded subtly and continued in a gentle tone. "This stone has the power to transmute base metals into gold and to concoct the elixir of life. Most importantly, its magic can assist you in unlocking the second surge of power within the Shelby family." As the words fell, Dumbledore silently observed Tiger, only to be taken aback by the unmasked greed and desire reflected in Tiger's eyes. Indeed, wealth, life, strength, who could resist such temptations? "But you, must you be so forthright? So, you intend to give me this?" Venom completely receded, and under Dumbledore's astonished gaze, Tiger licked the corner of his mouth and strode directly towards the desk, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the Philosopher's Stone. He had always been a man of directness, detesting convoluted expressions. Whether in affection or desire, a true man should speak candidly. "I want it, so what?" Concealing one's intentions, yearning yet afraid to voice it, posturing with false superiority. What difference is there from a rat in the gutter? Whether by force or by guile, that stone would be his. Chapter 37 Venom. What a thrill. In the hearth, the wood crackled as it burned, the faint glow dancing across Dumbledore's spectacles, obscuring the barely perceptible oddity and astonishment. Perhaps having encountered too many hypocritical faces and heard too many false oaths. Tiger's brutally straightforward reaction caught Dumbledore off guard. He had envisioned countless potential responses from Tiger, a dismissive scoff, shrewd deliberation, or the concealment of true thoughts, burying ambition deep within. Like a contemplative chess player, Dumbledore had preemptively set conditions for the myriad reactions that might arise to prevent any misuse of the Philosopher's Stone by Tiger. However, the unabashed directness and candor of Tage caused all of Dumbledore's preconceptions to crumble in an instant. "So, you wish to acquire this item?" Faced with Tage's piercing gaze, Dumbledore shook his head and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. He found himself unexpectedly admiring this little rascal, despite his rudeness, brutishness, and the fierce malevolence emanating from him. Tage's forthrightness offered a sense of reassurance that surpassed that of certain individuals. Were it those pure-blood aristocrats, they would have likely succumbed to madness by now, prepared to resort to any means necessary for the Philosopher's Stone. Noticing Dumbledore's sudden headshake, Tage furrowed his brow in agitation and bluntly inquired, What do you want? No, Tej. Upon sensing the hint of refusal, Tej abruptly leaned forward, his hands pressing against the edge of the table, and spoke earnestly. I apologize. Perhaps I need to rephrase my request. Headmaster, I currently possess over 400 galleons and wish to purchase your Philosopher's Stone. However, I have a question. I cannot afford the price, yet I still desire the stone. Could you possibly contemplate a solution for me? Gazing into Tej's ferocious eyes, Dumbledore's expression darkened. It was evident that this little rascal was prepared to go to any lengths. By Merlin's beard, what troubles the Shelby family? How about this? If you have any adversaries, I could assist in eliminating them. 10, or perhaps 50 at most. If you wish to eradicate an entire family, that could be arranged, and I would not hold it against you. Mr. Shelby. As Tej's words grew increasingly sinister, Dumbledore suddenly rose, his demeanor gravely serious. Frankly, in all his years, aside from Voldemort, no one had ever sent shivers down his spine quite like this. Were it not for the last request of an old friend, he would prefer to swallow the Philosopher's Stone rather than hand it over to Tej. Regardless, please retain your sanity. I am devoid of any sanity. Came the course. Hoarse roar. Perhaps the allure of the Philosopher's Stone was too potent. Tej's eyes turned a shade of crimson, and the venomous fangs of his malevolence began to manifest upon his cheek. Noticing Tej's unsettling transformation, Dumbledore stiffened, the tip of his elder wand emanating silver wisps of mist that mingled with Tej's labored breaths. Keep this object at a distance. For now. The instant Tej's gaze cleared, he hastily retreated a couple of steps, as though drenched in water. He gasped for air, his fierce expression tinged with residual trepidation. This loss of rational control was utterly dreadful. Damn it, Tej. Stay away from it. I'm beginning to feel its influence as well. The venomous voice growled uneasily. Just moments ago, it seemed as if he had glimpsed a confectionery delight, irresistibly smeared with chocolate sauce. Tej, in truth, this object is indeed meant for you, as per LeMay's instruction. However, I believe that perhaps now is not the appropriate time. Dumbledore sighed softly. He could not fathom the calamity that would ensue once Tiger stepped through that door, clutching the Philosopher's Stone. No, it was happening now. Tiger's profound gaze still lingered with yearning as he solemnly regarded Dumbledore. There was no moment more opportune than this. Allow me to attempt it, should any misfortune arise. Only you can restrain me. Did you not assert that this stone would not harm me? Now, Dumbledore paused for a moment, then waved his ancient wand, casting a protective barrier. A visible luminescent film enveloped the entire headmaster's office. Let us proceed, my child. Dumbledore was equally intrigued by the stone's overwhelming allure for Tiger. Remember, your future achievements hinge not on your abilities, but on your choices. Spare me the platitudes, headmaster. Mind your own neck. Such antiquated wisdom felt to Tiger like decades-old refuse. Very well. Do take care, for I cannot account to LeMay should anything happen. Dumbledore shook his head in bemusement. He truly found it challenging to reason with such a stubborn student. Come now, my dear. Come to your father. To afford Dumbledore a moment of respite, Tiger refrained from allowing the venom to take hold and instead strode directly to the desk, unhesitatingly grasping the Philosopher's Stone. Waves of energy radiated from his palm as Dumbledore's expression turned grave, raising his wand. In an instant, a powerful surge coursed through Tiger's entire being, igniting his blood like wildfire. As searing warmth rushed through every inch of his skin, Tiger could not help but gasp for breath. Desperately attempting to alleviate the burning and agitation within, sweat pouring down like a torrential downpour, soaking his garments. What in the world is happening? Lauren never mentioned anything like this. Tiger, how do you feel? At the sound of Tiger's irate exclamations, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, prepared to intervene should Tiger need to be separated from a stone. How do I feel? This sensation is extraordinary. That bastard venom is about to lose it. Motherf. Dumbledore looked on in disbelief. Oh heavens, let me perish. Anyone, oh heavens. Venom's piercing wail reverberated within Tiger's mind. He could not help but grit his teeth and groan. His heart raced violently, as if it might burst from his chest. Each beat reverberated with immense force, shaking his entire body. It was an experience of utmost intensity, evoking both fear and exhilaration, as though he could command everything. Suddenly, the energy retracted swiftly, and the room fell into an abrupt silence. Beneath Tiger's skin, it felt as if magma surged, radiating throughout, a searing breath enveloping him. Sparks erupting from his ears and nose. Then, the waves of energy expanded once more. And this time, the power, as if engulfed in chaos and torment. The sensation surged through his body in a peculiar manner, leading Tiger to cry out in agony. the separation from left to right. The magical stone flew forth. The acute pain dissipated instantaneously, as the enchanted stone, firmly grasped in Tiger's hand, swiftly soared into Dumbledore's grasp. Blast! Tiger slumped helplessly into the chair, the searing heat beneath his skin gradually fading away. The golden-red luminescence, reminiscent of molten lava, extinguished entirely, as though it had cooled. Dumbledore gazed quietly at the magical stone. Not only was it visibly dimmed, but the blood-red gem had shrunk by nearly a third. There's no need to retrieve it, Albus. Trust me, once it has fulfilled its purpose, it will vanish on its own. Nickleam's voice echoed in his ears. Chapter 38, The House Elf Tequila. Oh, heavens! This fellow is nothing short of a nightmare. As Professor Snape finally exited the classroom, Ron complained while cradling his head. Harry, does he have some issue with you? I've been dragged into trouble because of you several times. Harry Potter paused momentarily, then cast a complex glance at his dear friend Ron. Perhaps, in truth, he harbored a vague sense that Snape's antagonism toward him was not personal, but rather influenced by someone else. Yet, Snape's punishment of Ron with assignments was likely a genuine grievance against him. Hermione, are you ready yet? As the two tidied their textbooks and instinctively turned to look for Hermione, they discovered she had already left the classroom. Where's she? The once somewhat boisterous corridor fell silent with the sudden appearance of Professor Snape. Confronted by the imposing figure clad in black robes, the students hastily bowed their heads, scurrying to the sides. Professor! Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, Professor Snape halted his stride, abruptly pivoting, his deep, indifferent eyes precisely capturing the fleeting figure that rushed toward him. Please, wait a moment. Hermione, slightly breathless, approached Snape, clutching several hefty textbooks tightly to her chest. Miss Granger. Snape assessed her from head to toe, then declared, for running in the corridor, Gryffindor loses 3 points. I hope you remember this lesson. With that, he began to turn away. What? Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively preparing to retort. However, in that fleeting moment, the words echoing in her mind about the lack of respect for the professor, resulting in a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor, surfaced. Her youthful cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, in her quest to ascertain Tiger's whereabouts, Hermione clenched her fists and swallowed her indignation. Apologies, Professor. I merely wish to inquire if you knew where Tiger has gone. Mr. Shelby? Snape's brow arched slightly, a sardonic smile curling his lips, sending a shiver down the spine of those who beheld it. Regrettably, Miss Granger, I shall not entertain questions unrelated to academic matters. Noticing Hermione's stubborn expression, as if she intended to press on with her inquiry, Snape's tone turned impatient. If you must know, let us consider him expelled. As the words fell, Professor Snape turned and departed, leaving Hermione standing in a daze, allowing her books to slip from her grasp. In the narrative recounted by her father, Lauren, the Shelby family's second surge of magical prowess was referred to as enchantment. In essence, this process involved the profound integration of the ancient, lineage-etched powers of the Nivern with the individual's own magic. Subsequently, the identification and enchantment of the ancient Nivern became no longer a challenge for the Shelby family. An extraordinary ability, indeed, to speak of nothing else. Within the ancient Nivern course, Tiger could effortlessly achieve an outstanding. For a student, this was undoubtedly a remarkable feat, and had it been Hermione, she would likely have been ecstatic. Unfortunately, the situation Tiger encountered was far from such a reality. One could even say it was completely unrelated. Curse Lauren, I shall cast you into the pigsty. In the steamy confines of the washroom, Tiger's unbearable roars echoed incessantly. He reclined in the marble-carved bath, allowing the searing sensation of his blood to envelop his skin, igniting every nerve within him. The exquisitely crafted serpent-shaped faucet continuously poured cool water into the bath. Yet, the temperature within remained unyielding, the bubbling cauldron of water still roiling, with the pungent scent of sulfur growing ever more pronounced. Damn you, Lauren. I wish to hurl you into the pigsty. Blast it. Tiger clenched his teeth, unfurling a cold towel and slapping it forcefully against his face. He endeavored to dispel the stifling heat that felt nearly suffocating. But in mere moments, the towel began to emit scalding steam, its edges curling into a charred yellow. Since returning to his dormitory to sleep the previous night, this torment had persisted unabated. He felt as if he were ablaze, even his speech accompanied by smoke and sparks, his entire being unbearably hot. As for the bed in his chamber, it had long since turned to ashes. With a sudden pop, a house elf materialized in the washroom. Mr. Shelby, the headmaster has sent me with a magical release potion. It may prove useful to you. Thank you, Tiger replied curtly, reaching for it directly. biting the cork to uncork the bottle and downing its contents in one swift motion. It felt akin to sipping a refreshing mint soda on a scorching summer day, a sigh of relief escaping his smoldering throat. "What shall I call you?" he rasped, a rare lightness in his tone. "Tequila. Sir, you may call me Tequila." The house elf bowed excitedly, its floppy ears nearly brushing the tiled floor. "Ah, a splendid name. I adore tequila. I recall sneaking Polly's tequila when I was 7, hoping against hope for divine intervention that night." Sensing the burn spreading once more, Tiger's idle chatter abruptly ceased, and he wearily regarded the house elf. "Hey, Tequila, I require your assistance. Please procure a few more bottles of the magical slow-release agent from Dumbledore, and do bring me an abundance of ice cubes. The more, the better." The water in the pool began to bubble, and Tiger could not suppress a gasp. "That will be all, thank you." Upon hearing Tiger's voice, Tequila quickly straightened up, her large eyes, reminiscent of light bulbs, gleaming in a somewhat startling manner, and upon closer inspection, they appeared to be glistening with tears. "Very well, poor Mr. Shelby. I shall return forthwith." The moment her words fell, Tequila's form seemed to dissipate like fine sand swept away by the wind, gradually vanishing from sight. "Thank you?" He expressed gratitude to you? Inside the headmaster's office, as he observed the house elf move to tears, Dumbledore's initial astonishment gradually transformed into a look of contentment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor Snape cast a downward glance at Tequila, the corners of his lips curving into a hint of derision. How intriguing. Do beasts possess the capacity for compassion? In the early hours of the morning, dense black smoke began to emanate from Tiger's bed. A house elf on nightly patrol sensed something amiss and promptly reported to Snape, elucidating the situation. Snape hastened to the prefect's dormitory, with Dumbledore following closely behind. Upon realizing that the occupant was Tiger, Snape's expression darkened considerably. The original resident of the dormitory, Burst, was also brought in from his slumber by the house elf. Upon learning that Burst had willingly vacated the prefect's dormitory to promote virtue, Dumbledore's countenance softened with gentle encouragement. Only Snape remained with a grim visage, his aura nearly at its nadir. He was exceedingly curious as to what audacity had emboldened Burst to mock the head of Slytherin. However, this was not the moment for such inquiries. Having roughly deduced Tiger's predicament, Snape immediately retreated to the basement to brew the magical slow-release agent. As a precaution, he concocted several additional bottles during potions class and subsequently brought them to the headmaster's office. As for his brusque demeanor towards Hermione, it was simply his nature. One cannot expect a middle-aged man, weary from sleepless nights and besieged by numerous unruly children, to exhibit a pleasant temperament. Chapter 39. The Body's Renewed Development. Indeed, this has taken me by surprise, but I am pleased, Severus. It seems hard to envision Tiger expressing gratitude. Dumbledore's smile grew ever warmer as he picked up the magical slow-release agent from the table and handed it to Tequila. "Off you go, Tequila. I, too, wish to express my thanks." The headmaster expressed his gratitude to Tequila for conveying Tiger's thanks. Tequila trembled with excitement, and upon Dumbledore's nod, she transformed into dust and vanished. "This is not compassion, Severus." Gazing at the spot where Tequila had disappeared, Dumbledore appeared to reminisce, letting out a poignant sigh. To truly discern a person's character, one ought not to observe how they treat their equals, but rather how they regard those of lesser status. "Are you praising yourself?" Severus Snape displayed a look of utter disgust before promptly turning away and exiting the headmaster's office. He had truly had enough of Dumbledore's insipid platitudes. It was all too embarrassing. Dolores Umbridge wore a smile tinged with a hint of mockery. "What do you think, Dumbledore? I know you're not tooting your own horn." "Ah," Amando Dipete cheerfully reassured, "Severus is deeply misinterpreting your intentions. You both should engage in an open dialogue." "Dumbledore, your life experiences are of little relevance to Slytherin." Phineas Black scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. It would be wise to refrain from speaking too much. Listening to the wall portraits of former headmasters jeering, Dumbledore sat back down in his chair, a headache brewing. Indeed, when it came to Slytherin, he felt utterly powerless. "Thank you, Tequila. Thank you." Tequila heard the word again. Tequila's eyes widened in delight, his floppy ears perking up with enthusiasm. Unable to contain his excitement, he erupted into jubilant squeals. Tequila was the happiest house elf. The headmaster was a good man, and Mr. Shelby was also a good man. Tequila relished serving them. No. This was merely what Tequila ought to do. Tequila was a mischievous elf. After downing the remaining calming draught, the tumult and heat within Tage seemed to dissipate entirely, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue. His body gradually relaxed, as if shedding all burdens, and he slowly drifted into slumber. The sound of Tequila repeatedly bumping his head against the wall gradually faded in his ears, as if separated by two worlds, leaving Tage indifferent, enveloped only in tranquility and peace. The cacophony of wall banging abruptly ceased, hearing the heavy, rhythmic sound of breathing. Tequila wiped the blood from his brow and pointed towards the sink. Tequila will take good care of the master. His slightly trembling, high-pitched voice carried an undeniable seriousness and gravity. Amidst the swirling mist, Tage's body began to rise slowly from the water, and with a flick of Tequila's finger, the once flowing water transformed into wisps of steam, dissipating in the air of the washroom. The dry and comfortable sensation prompted Tage to murmur a satisfied dream. And then he gently floated back to the bed, which had returned to its original state, and softly settled down. "Goodbye, master." The sharp voice brimmed with reluctance. Tequila bowed deeply, his ears touching the ground, and then transformed into swirling particles of sand, vanishing within the room. Upon awakening, the sun was already setting. At the urging of his venomous hunger, Tage rolled out of bed, stretching luxuriously, his previously curled-up skeleton cracking audibly. One must admit, it had been the best sleep he had ever experienced. Upon entering the washroom, the sudden appearance of a tall figure in the mirror startled Tage. He leaned in closer and then realized that his body had undergone significant changes. Setting aside his height, comparable to that of a fifth grader, his broad and solid shoulders appeared beastly, while his muscular chest and arms were formidable, exuding an intimidating presence. "I love the person I have become." Tiger stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "I like it too, just like my son," Venom taunted with a careless laugh. "Damn it." Tiger twisted his neck, a fierce and rebellious expression on his face as he raised his middle finger towards the mirror. However, Venom was not entirely wrong. His current physique indeed resembled a smaller version of the symbiote. It was not merely the coldness and ferocity reflected in his gaze. At that moment, he resembled a restless tiger, more akin to a bull brimming with rage. In short, he felt somewhat detached from humanity. His muscles surged with power, every motion seemingly imbued with immense destructive potential. Standing there quietly, he exuded an indescribable aura of oppression. "You look rather dashing, you bastard." A sinister grin emerged in the mirror. After freshening up, Tiger rummaged through his clothing. Just by measuring them against his frame, he realized that his previous attire now seemed absurdly tight, akin to a bandage. Ah, damn it. Without hesitation, he tore the wizard's robe into shreds. Glancing at the clothes strewn across the bed, a frown creeping onto his face. "I'll just go out like this. No one will see you if I stay inside." "You bastard. Are you trying to starve your father?" "Shut up, idiot." "You're the idiot." Tiger and Venom exchanged heated insults. For him, even wrapped in Venom's embrace, being without clothes felt akin to running naked. Suddenly, Tequila appeared in the room, his gaze filled with reverence as he approached Tiger. Trembling, he held up a stack of old garments, the frayed edges of the wizard's robe hanging limply. "Sir, I thought you might need this upon waking." "Acidic radish, you fool." Tiger raised an eyebrow, bursting into laughter. "Tequila, you are far more considerate than this bastard Venom." Despite the brutality of his smile, devoid of any kindness, Tequila appeared to be immensely encouraged, puffing out his chest with pride. Tiger felt no disdain. He accepted the clothing and donned them immediately. Although the shirt was somewhat snug and the buttons strained against his chest, it was better than being unclothed. He carelessly tossed the tie onto the bed and reached out, ruffling Tequila's hair. "Well done, Tequila. You will make an excellent steward. Would you like to join me? The Shelbys are sure to adore your name." His seemingly fierce tone was laced with approval. Tequila shivered slightly, his bulbous eyes widening in disbelief, sparkling as if electrified, shining with a startling brightness. "Mister." Shelby patted Tequila's head, extending an invitation. However, as if struck by a thought, his gleaming eyes quickly dimmed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby, but Tequila is a house elf from Hogwarts. He cannot accompany you. Tequila is a naughty elf, a naughty elf." Suddenly, Tequila banged his head. The suppressed sobs soon escalated into uncontrollable wailing, his slightly pointed ears drooping helplessly. Calm down, Tequila. Stop. Damn it. I command you to stop." Tiger seized Tequila by the neck, lifting him with an irritable scold. "What is your problem?" Tequila's seemingly grotesque visage appeared even more unappealing after weeping. Yet there was a peculiar charm in his ugliness. On this matter, both Tiger and Venom were in agreement. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Shelby, that Tequila cannot accompany you. He is quite troublesome." In the face of Tiger's fierce demeanor, Tequila felt no fear. Instead, he was enveloped in an unusual sense of guilt. His sharp voice choked and intermittent. However, As long as you wish, tequila will always be at your service at Hogwarts. Chapter 40. The Abilities of the Son of Venom. Shut your filthy mouth. Spare me this damn nonsense. Anything that Shelby desires will ultimately belong to him. From this moment forth, you shall bear the name Shelby. Before my graduation, I shall take you away. Tiger indisputably cast Tequila aside and tossed him a towel, gesturing for him to wipe his tear-streaked face. You may return now. Tequila, incredulous, clutched the towel, his emotions reignited, and his crumpled features gradually unfolded, trembling hands barely able to control themselves. Did Tequila receive a gift? A gift? Tiger's expression turned to one of surprise. No, it is merely a towel. Now, go, Tequila. Tequila raised the towel high, exclaiming, It is a gift. It is the master's gift, not the owner's. Tiger could not suppress a sigh, hand to his forehead. Very well, it is a gift. Take it in return. Do as I say. As Tequila appeared ready to bash his head against the wall, the starving Venom decisively flung him out of the door and slammed the dormitory door shut. What on earth is wrong with this chocolate bean? Who knows? Tiger shook his head in disbelief. Tequila had acquired a new master. Back in the kitchen, Tequila jubilantly leaped onto the countertop, under the astonished gazes of the house elves. He raised the towel triumphantly, as if cradling a resplendent relic, and he had been granted the master's surname. From this day forth, Tequila would no longer be known as Tequila, but rather Tequila Shelby. His pride resonated in piercing shrieks throughout the kitchen, like a boulder cast into water. The house elves gaped in disbelief. Soon after, as if infused with a fervent power, they rushed towards the countertop, desperately extending their fingers to touch Tequila. In the eyes of wizards, they were as lowly as insects. Yet in their view, to bear the master's surname was not merely a stroke of luck. It represented the pinnacle of honor and faith. Overcome with excitement, the house elves revered their inner fervor, yearning to draw closer to the glory that was Shelby. Not only Tiger, but Venom too, reveled in his own evolution. Once a towering figure nearing 2 meters, he now stood over 3 meters tall. Before such a monstrous presence, hearts felt as though they were tightly gripped, leaving one breathless. The sensation of bidding farewell to weakness was akin to being reborn. As Venom stepped out of the basement, it eagerly enveloped Tiger's body. They had no intention of taking the stairs. Instead, they stood on the lowest level, gazing up at the ever-shifting staircase. It was time to dine. Under the astonished gazes of numerous portraits, Venom revealed a terrifying grin, bending slightly as its muscles rippled, then leaped with sudden ferocity. Accompanied by a fleeting roar, its massive, fearsome form shot into the air, grasping the moving staircase of the 6th floor, flipping into the corridor with a silent landing. Heeding Tiger's admonitions, Venom refrained from unleashing its destructive power recklessly. Its acrobatic maneuvers flowed with grace, as effortless as a whisper, embodying the essence of a perfect assassin. Its pale, menacing eyes casually swept across the 6th floor, prompting the portraits to flee in alarm. Fortunately, classes were still in session, and no students roamed the corridors. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. Its physique appeared to have recovered well. Watching as Venom ascended to the castle's pinnacle and then leapt high, resembling a cannonball aimed at the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore sighed, his head aching. Behind him, several idle portraits on the wall brimmed with individuals come to lodge complaints. In mere moments, Venom had breached the Forbidden Forest, leaving behind clear craters as if it were a projectile. Ah, how I adore this place. It is a hunting ground. A paradise. Venom sighed contentedly, its fangs glistening with saliva as it gazed into the depths of the forest, teeming with magical creatures that made its mouth water. Strangely, however, aside from a few wild rabbits and birds, it encountered no other beings along the way. Those fantastical creatures seemed to have received some forewarning. Venom and Tiger could distinctly sense this. Despite the distance, the magical creatures deep within the Forbidden Forest scattered in response to Venom's approach. Curious. Venom scratched its head in confusion. Just then, a faint scent carried by the breeze caught Venom's attention, its crimson tongue flicking across its lips. The aromas of horses and insects were approaching. How intriguing. With a sinister grin, Venom surged forward. Its colossal body swiftly swept through the dense underbrush, stirring up a tempest that made the ground tremble slightly. Leaping over a fallen giant tree, several arrows, hidden in the sunlight, shot towards Venom's eyes with a shrill whistle. With a casual grip, Venom seized the arrows, as if holding mere toothpicks, and with a sharp snap, broke them in two, allowing the fragments to fall to the ground. Not far off, atop a slope, a robust centaur stood in the sunlight, bow and arrows in hand, a horn slung at its waist. Sensing Venom's piercing gaze, the centaur's pupils dilated, and it swiftly vanished from sight. In the span of 2 breaths, venom landed fiercely atop the slope. However, as the dust settled, the centaur had already disappeared, replaced by 3 enormous 8-eyed spiders, each larger than a car. Upon spotting venom, the 8-eyed spiders launched a ferocious assault, either spitting silk or striking with their fangs. The intricate, dark green eyes shimmered with a chilling light, seemingly mocking the arrival of venom. You appear quite delectable, crabs. The spiny appendages, sharp as daggers, pierced the throat, while venom revealed fangs more terrifying than those of spider. Black tendrils, unbeknownst to when they appeared, enveloped the venom's form, their tips glinting with a cold sheen like scythes. With a swift motion, the scythes retracted as if summoned by a metallic tempest, shredding the swarm of 8-eyed spiders into mere fragments, accompanied by eerie shrieks. The remnants of the spiders scattered across the ground, their once glimmering eyes fading. As the dark green slime oozed freely, I revel in evolution. I delight in slaughter. With a hoarse, sinister chuckle, the venom picked up a spider leg from the ground, voraciously crunching it, the sound echoing in the stillness of the forest. Having evolved, the venom acquired the chaotic power of its progeny. Beyond a significant enhancement of its original form, it could flawlessly generate metallic elements, axes or hammers, sharp or heavy, no longer limited to mere imitation of the past. I savor this flavor. It surpasses that of crabs by far. Care for taste? The mask of the venom lifted halfway, revealing a glimpse of Tiger's face, who, gazing at the dripping spider leg, expressionlessly declined, "I do not partake, you wretch." Very well. The mask returned to place, and seeing Tiger's lack of appetite, the venom grew less courteous, eagerly picking up the spider leg, and, dipping it in the brain matter of the 8-eyed spider, devoured it with relish. Akin to savoring French fries. Ordinarily, the symbiont and host share a digestive system. Whatever the symbiont consumes reflects what the host consumes. However, to avoid the revolting taste of the venom, Tiger chose not to share its digestive system. Damn it! Tiger glowered as he watched the venom extend its long tongue, licking the spider's skull clean. Suddenly, rigid appendages, reminiscent of spider legs, sprouted from the venom's back. The tips of these appendages glowed, faintly red, sharp and fierce, akin to a vajra. Chapter 41. Let this be my second evolution. Woof, woof. Deep within the thicket, a thunderous bark resonated. 8 spiny tentacles, seemingly imbued with life, abruptly shifted, their tips shooting forth at an astonishing speed. The immense recoil propelled the appendages backward, only to slowly unfurl. Like bullets, they whizzed through the forest, a piercing sound fleetingly echoing as the 8 vajra-like tips pierced the underbrush, splintering wood in a barrage aimed at the source of the sound. "Yaya, have you found him?" Woof, woof. Among the trees, a formidable Neapolitan mastiff barked toward a small hill, then wagged its tail, joyfully bounding towards Hage. Yet, the moment it departed, a deafening whoosh erupted. Instinctively, Hage looked up. He witnessed shadows dart by, followed by a tremendous impact at the very spot where Yaya had been, the ferocity sending dirt and stones flying. The debris struck painfully, and Yaya, terror-stricken, reflected sheer fear and helplessness in its dark eyes. With a pitiful whimper, it dashed behind Hagrid without a glance back. Its once proudly erect tail, now tightly tucked beneath it, trembling incessantly. "Oh dear! Yaya, are you all right?" Hagrid hastily shielded Yaya behind him, his thick, bushy beard betraying a profound sense of vigilance and anger. The hunting knife strapped to his back was drawn, its rough blade still bearing remnants of dried blood. "Who goes there?" Before his words could fully escape, venom leapt from the hilltop, resembling a terrifying beast that had suddenly emerged, its tentacles, now sharpened like blades, reducing the surrounding trees to splinters. The appendages behind it, reminiscent of arachnid legs, sprouted sharp tips, but this time, they bore blood-red, lethal points. "Is there food calling for me?" Venom crouched low, revealing its fangs, tilting its head to display a sinister grin towards Hagrid. Hagrid stood frozen in place, envisioning, for a fleeting moment, his own demise, one that could only be described as tragically harrowing. Fortunately, he recalled Dumbledore's words, swallowed hard, and called out to Venom. "Shelby, is that you? Dumbledore sent me to find you." Although students trespassing into the Forbidden Forest violated school regulations, the sheer size and power of Venom clearly transcended any rules. Regardless, it could not be allowed to continue its rampage. Upon hearing Hagrid's call, Venom slowly rose, retracting its aggressive stance, its tentacles withdrawing into its body, and the fearsome visage receding to reveal Tager's face. "To be honest, I detest hairy chocolate beans. That creature looks decidedly unappetizing." "Shut your mouth, you fool." Ignoring Venom's retort, Tager leaped forward, landing before Hagrid with a tremor in the earth beneath them. What is it? Upon recognizing Tager's face, Hagrid visibly relaxed. But soon his beetle-like eyes sparkled with undeniable excitement. Dumbledore asked me to inform you that class is starting. This lesson is in flying. He said you would surely enjoy it. Also, skipping class is not acceptable. After delivering this message, Hagrid's tone shifted, and he eagerly gestured with his hands. Oh dear. Shelby, it truly is magnificent. May I touch it? This creature seems quite exhilarated. No, and tell that old man that I am not skipping class. I am currently on medical leave. Tager's eye twitched, decisively refusing. Despite being enveloped by venom, they essentially shared a single body, aside from the digestive system. For Hagrid to touch venom would be akin to touching himself. That is utterly grotesque. Don't even think about it. With a look of regret and pity from Hagrid, venom fully retracted, and Tager strode directly towards the edge of the forbidden forest. The magical creatures within seemed to have received a signal, scurrying away. Lingering any longer would yield nothing, so it was better to return to the school for sustenance. Venom was sated, but Tager was still hungry. Remember, try to keep the broom steady. After soaring through the air for a while, lean forward slightly. On the verdant grounds outside Hogwarts, Madame Hooch solemnly expounded upon the fundamentals of flying. A throng of students stifled their inner excitement, eagerly anticipating the imminent practical flight. However, Hermione surprisingly appeared lost in thought. Her lips turned downwards, concealing a veil of sadness. Ron could not resist nudging Harry. Hey, Harry, what's wrong with her? I don't know, Harry murmured, tilting his head. It started in potions class. Seems to be about Shelby. She got into a row with several Slytherins today. You'd best not provoke her. Shelby? Ron's expression shifted to understanding, followed by confusion. Right, but where is Shelby? He glanced towards the Slytherin team, yet that fierce gaze was conspicuously absent. Instinctively, he turned to Hermione beside him. Observing Harry's exasperated expression, Ron gently prodded Hermione, whispering, Hermione, where did Shelby go? Upon hearing the name, Hermione's eyes flickered, and she shot Ron a fierce glare. He's waiting for you in hell. She believed everyone was already aware of Tiger's expulsion, and inquiring about him was merely an invitation to mock him. Even though Ron was her friend, she deemed it unacceptable to speak ill of Tiger. However, it must be noted that after spending considerable time with Tiger, Hermione's manner of speaking had gradually adopted some of Shelby's characteristics. Hey, I was just concerned about you, Ron retorted, his eyes narrowing in indignation, a sentiment so harsh that even Harry found it difficult to bear. Attention, he my whistle. 3, 2. At that moment, Madame Hooch stood at the center of the two teams, raising the whistle at her chest. Yet before she could blow it, Neville had already lifted off the ground. Longbottom, noticing Neville's pale and frantic expression, Madame Hooch attempted to soothe him, but in the next instant, he shot directly toward the castle. The students gazed in astonishment at the sky, terror-stricken screams echoing in the air. Help! As Neville hurtled towards the stone wall of the tower, a massive shadow suddenly appeared, leaping from the high platform, seizing him off the broom, and then crashing heavily into the lawn. Oh, Merlin! Madame Hooch exclaimed, drawing her wand and rushing towards the foot of the tower with the students. Ha, little chubby one. How does it feel to fly? Venom tossed Neville onto the grass, grinning wickedly with his sharp fangs, while Neville's face remained ashen. Thanks, Venom. It doesn't feel good at all. Why am I always so unlucky? No, you are quite fortunate, Mr. Longbottom. Madame Hooch arrived promptly, hurriedly assessing Neville's condition. Relieved to find that, aside from some scrapes, he was not seriously injured. You are lucky. You did not break your neck. She let out a sigh of relief. Are you Mr. Shelby? Faced with the imposing and menacing figure before them, the students hesitated at a distance, while only Madame Hooch remained unafraid. On the contrary, she smiled with satisfaction and relief. Tiger had made a lasting impression on her during the sorting ceremony. To be honest, it was not a favorable one. She is an individual brimming with a spirit of adventure, perpetually filled with curiosity and a desire to explore the novel. Tig Shelby, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, madam. Allow me to clarify beforehand, I did not skip class. I merely took a sick leave. The venom retracted completely, revealing Tig's robust physique, prompting Mrs. Horkin to exclaim in astonishment, Good heavens, how have you suddenly grown? Tig shrugged nonchalantly, displaying a fearsome grin. It's merely a side effect of my magical surge. Consider it a second growth spurt. If all goes well, there may be a few more to come. Chapter 42. Goyle, I wish to go home. The Slytherin students instinctively huddled together with their Gryffindor counterparts, forming a tight-knit group. Their faces were etched with terror as they beheld the menacing visage and colossal form of the venom, reminiscent of a creature emerging from the abyss, sending shivers down their spines. Harry, let go of me. Hermione cried out. Ron, that S-Tig. Ron and Harry gritted their teeth, desperately restraining the agitated Hermione, fearful she might rush into the fray. I know, Harry exclaimed, neglecting to adjust his crooked glasses as he urged, but that thing is far more terrifying than a tiger. Ron nodded, his teeth chattering. Trust me, Hermione, that creature's fangs are certainly not for show. He felt a cramp in his calf, doubting whether Tig had already been devoured by the beast. Gasps rippled through the ranks of students. Mrs. Horkin, 1 tea be eaten, will she? Lavender Brown asked, her voice trembling. Should we seek out Professor Dumbledore? I think that 1 tea be necessary. It saved Neville, and Mrs. Horkin is there too. It may not harbor ill intentions towards us. Frankly, I find it rather cool, Simon Finnegan remarked, his clarity of thought a rare occurrence, though his quaking leg betrayed him, rendering his words unconvincing. The student's fear of the venom was deeply rooted in an instinctual dread, not easily quelled by rational thought. Good grief, is that Shelby? Blaise Zabini stared intently at the venom, his brown complexion paling. This is no joke. During the sorting ceremony, the Venom's head loomed over the Slytherin table for quite some time, leaving a lasting impression on all present. Slytherin, Rule 24. Everyone retreat. Under Blaise's command, the Slytherin students began to cautiously back away, wary of attracting the creature's attention. The Slytherin Code of Conduct, which encompasses nearly 100 rules, states in its 24th clause, do not place oneself in jeopardy. Only the esteemed head students of Slytherin, along with exemplary pupils, are permitted to enshrine warnings for future generations in the code, which the new Slytherins revere as a guideline for their conduct. Draco Malfoy was acutely aware of this. At this moment, he did not concern himself with Blaise's usurpation of the new student's command. Damn it, crap, Goyle, if you do not shed some weight, I will ensure my father carves your flesh piece by piece. Draco Malfoy dragged the incapacitated Crabbe and Goyle along, his face flushed with indignation. The increasingly impatient Theodore not approached with a stern expression, assisting as the tender green lawn was dragged into 2 shallow furrows. Gale, I wish to return home, he murmured. Clarib, I fear I may soil my trousers, came the anxious response. Merlin, Pansy, the disoriented girl leaned precariously on her companion, her eyes clouded with confusion. Daphne, quickly. I can't hold on any longer. I feel faint. Fortunately, at that moment, the venom retracted from Tiger's body, and without the instinctual suppression, the student's fears gradually dissipated, restoring order to the chaotic scene. I apologize, Harry, Ron, exclaimed Tiger, just as Hermione forcefully stepped on Harry and Ron's toes. Ouch! Amidst the surprised cries, Hermione gleefully dashed towards Tiger. Hey, how could she do that? We are her friends too, Ron muttered, feeling somewhat slighted. He believed their nascent friendship was being undermined by Hermione, especially given that Tiger belonged to Slytherin. Suddenly, a fluffy figure lunged at Tiger, attempting to embrace him, only to be hoisted up by the nape of her neck, as if he were lifting a small creature. Hermione? Tiger gazed at her, bewildered by the tears and snot adorning her face. Hermione, equally stunned, finally noticed, up close, just how extraordinarily large Tiger had become, both in stature and height. Instinctively, she reached for his muscular chest, her fingers struggling against the buttons that could not contain his solid physique. Good gracious! How did you accomplish this? Where have you been? They all said you were expelled. Oh my goodness, your chest is even larger than my mother's. Hermione exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide as she gawked, her words tumbling forth in a stream of astonishment. Be quiet, Hermione, I was not expelled, Tiger replied, his expression darkening. He casually tugged at his wizarding robe, pinching her nose to wipe away her tears as he sternly warned. And this is the allure of masculinity, nothing to do with your mother's bosom. Be careful, or I shall stuff your nose into your mouth. With that, he unceremoniously dropped Hermione to the ground, indifferent to her cries of pain as she clutched her nose. This scene, reminiscent of an adult bullying a child, elicited a bemused shake of the head from Madame Hooch, who then helped the recovering Neville to his feet. Mr. Shelby, I need to escort Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. If you would please keep an eye on this bunch of rascals, ensuring they practice their takeoff moves only on the ground. I shall return shortly. Tiger's imposing physique, coupled with the swift ferocity of his venom, made it difficult for anyone to view him as merely a newcomer to the school. It is my honor, madam, Mr. Shelby said, revealing a rare glimpse of his elegant politeness. Very Slytherin, Madame Hooch remarked with appreciation, passing him her whistle and playfully winking. From now on, you are the professor. As they spoke, she led Neville towards the castle. Oh, by the way, just as she turned to enter, Mrs. Hooch seemed to recall something and suddenly turned back with a smile, saying, Slytherin gains 10 points. For Mr. Shelby's helpfulness, you are a good person, Tige. Please continue to be so. Of course. Tige raised his hand in a graceful yet casual hat tip. Though his tone was nonchalant, it carried a hint of solemnity. No compliment could bring Tige greater joy than being called a good person. Hermione glared at him, her nose turning as red as if painted with clown makeup. You are not a good person. No one is worse than you, Tige. After angrily kicking him, Hermione returned to the group of students, vowing not to speak to Tige again that day. That wretched beast. Foolish idiot. Ouch, my nose really hurts. Tige raised an eyebrow, following slowly behind with a smirk. As Tige approached, the group of students involuntarily took 2 steps back, their brooms clattering to the ground. To them, the muscular Tige seemed capable of launching a ruthless attack at any moment, tearing them apart. Good heavens, what has happened to him? Has he mutated? Some students from Muggle families could not help but comment. I guess he has awakened the bloodline of giants, just like that gamekeeper, whispered the students from wizarding families. Compared to this group of little ones, Tige's stature indeed appeared somewhat intimidating. All right, shut your mouths. Tige, displaying rare patience with these unruly children, said while digging in his ears, now, pick up those damn brooms. As Mrs. Hooch instructed, practice the take-off motion, but do not take off. Otherwise, I shall twist your heads off. Do you understand? Was he serious? Absolutely. Tige's words frightened the young wizards, and under his fierce gaze, they scrambled to pick up their brooms and obediently began to practice. Seeing Malfoy pick up the memory ball, intending to provoke Harry, Blaise Zabini swiftly grabbed his arm. Draco. All right, Blaise, don't be so anxious. I know when to do what. Draco Malfoy chuckled nonchalantly, temporarily stowing the memory ball in his robes. Chapter 43. That thing is not for eating. Damn it, here it comes again. The searing sensation, akin to lava, hinted at a resurgence, with a slow, painful restlessness flowing beneath his skin, making Tige somewhat intolerable. He casually removed his robes and tossed them aside, placing his hands on his hips and taking deep breaths, attempting to calm the turmoil within. Fortunately, the intensity of the heat gradually stabilized, no longer raging as before. It felt as though an invisible force restrained it, maintaining it at a bearable level. Tige, what is wrong with you? Sensing her friend's discomfort, Hermione immediately dropped her broom and walked towards him, sweeping her previous vow into the garbage. Are you all right? Hermione gazed at Tiger with concern. I'm perfectly fine, he replied, furrowing his brow, beads of sweat forming at his temples, his shirt dampened within mere moments. Sensing Hermione's skepticism, he gestured dismissively and added, really, there's no need to worry. Just go practice. Yet, to Hermione, Tiger's countenance resembled someone who had succumbed to a bout of food poisoning, reminiscent of Mrs. Granger's struggles with constipation. It was a complex tableau of unspoken distress. Tiger, do not deceive me. My father may be a dentist, but he is a doctor nonetheless. And you do not appear well. Have you consumed something unwholesome? Should I escort you to the infirmary? As she spoke, Hermione attempted to pull him along. However, upon touching his wrist, it felt akin to grasping a scalding coffee cup, prompting her to recoil with a gasp. Goodness, Tiger, why are you so feverish? Are you ill? So, you're on sick leave, not withdrawing from school? No. Are you running a fever? Or perhaps you have a cold. Have you taken any medicine? Hermione's eyes widened in alarm, uncertainty lacing her voice as she gripped his wrist once more. The heat emanating from him transformed her astonishment into urgency. She scanned the vicinity, desperately seeking something to cool him down. I told you, I'm fine, Tiger said, gently grasping Hermione's head to turn her gaze away. His expression stoic as he studied her lips and front teeth, which oddly resembled a machine gun with its 2 magazines. Do not fret. It's merely some after effects. I've already taken the potion. Snape's personally brewed magical release elixir. 6 vials, all consumed. In an effort to silence her incessant chatter, Tiger raised his hand in a gesture of 6, striving to lend credibility to his words. What? 6 vials of magical release elixir? You drank them all? Hermione exclaimed incredulously, stamping her foot in frustration. Tiger, you cannot consume that much. You must vomit it out. Tiger stared at Hermione, bewildered. What nonsense are you talking about? That's a potion, not foot soak water. Blaise, listen, this fellow is unwell. What is the magical release elixir used for? Draco Malfoy, who had been eavesdropping nearby, posed a question. Blaise Zabini's face reflected disbelief and absurdity, having overheard the exchange between Tiger and Hermione. The magical release elixir that substance ISN team meant for human consumption. Is there something wrong with it? Tiger echoed, equally perplexed. Hermione clenched her fists, striving to articulate a term Tiger could comprehend. The magical release elixir is a potion designed to ensure magic is released at a constant rate or within a predetermined time frame, preventing the chaos and fluctuations caused by rapid magical discharge. Having delivered her explanation in one breath, Hermione found herself slightly breathless. Tiger's expression remained unchanged, even appearing somewhat dazed. It can be said that when Hermione strung together the words he could comprehend into a coherent statement, his mind went completely blank. He could not grasp anything at all. In that instant, Hermione discerned Tiger's state. She weakly supported her forehead and exclaimed, "Tiger, that is a potion for magical creatures, not for humans. It is only to be administered when certain magical beasts have lost control of their powers, and only a single vial is necessary. Just one will suffice." In her eyes, Tiger had undoubtedly consumed a dosage intended for 6 elephants. Not only was he burning with fever, but she would not have been surprised if he were sent to the crematorium the very next second. "Well, I must say I'm quite impressive," Tiger mused, stroking his chin, a hint of mockery subtly gracing the corners of his seemingly smug lips. After all, Hermione was still a child, unlike him. The fact that Dumbledore dared to allow him to use such a potion indicated that it posed no threat to him. There was nothing to be concerned about. He simply relished the rare sight of Hermione in a fit of fury and wished to observe it a little longer. "Miss Granger, I believe you may have misunderstood something." Just then, Theodore not emerged from behind Hermione. His pale, youthful visage bore an expression devoid of any emotion, resembling a stagnant pool of water. "A word of caution, do not underestimate Slytherin, and certainly do not underestimate Dumbledore and Hogwarts." With that, Theodore's gaze flickered toward Tiger, his lips curving into a stiff smile. "I mean no offense, but I believe Shelby has transcended the realm of the ordinary." Though his expression seemed taunting, an unexpected hint of praise and a faint inquiry could be discerned. Observing Theodore's grin, which resembled a spasm, Tiger furrowed his brow slightly. In the astonished gazes of Malfoy and the others, he reached out to pinch Theodore's cold cheek. "Damn Dumbledore, I knew that musty basement was uninhabitable." Not. The inability to smile and the refusal to smile are 2 different matters. The cause of your facial nerve paralysis is the dampness and cold. You ought to move your bed closer to the fireplace or request some potions from Snape. A glimmer of fierce determination flickered in his grayish eyes, and his typically frigid demeanor became even more distant. After a moment of silence, Theodore tossed a segment of a snake bone necklace to Tiger and turned to leave. "Take it. You will need it." Tiger raised an eyebrow, lifting the snake bone necklace, which emitted a faint, cold glow in the sunlight. The piercing heat and stinging sensations, influenced by the necklace, gradually dissipated from his fingertips, slowly spreading towards his palm. It was as if he were enveloped in the height of summer, with the sudden sound of ice clinking in a glass of soda ringing in his ears. A refreshing chill penetrated his skin, seeping into Tiger's heart, and his previously restless and fierce gaze softened slightly. He watched as Theodore remained silent amidst the inquiries from Malfoy and the others. A wicked smile crept across Tiger's lips. I like this kid. He would make a fine addition to the underworld." With that, he donned the snake bone necklace around his neck without a trace of hesitation. Hermione, with a hint of concern, extended her hand. She yearned to intervene with Tiger, yet she felt that such an action might stem from her biases against Slytherin. Ultimately, she pressed her lips together tightly and withdrew her hand. "All right, gentlemen and ladies, come over here." Moments later, Madame Hooch hurried out of the castle, with Neville jogging closely behind her. Tiger handed the whistle to Madame Hooch, waved goodbye to Hermione, and made his way back to the castle alone. Although Madame Hooch suggested he stay and finish the class, upon hearing Tiger's words, her complexion paled, and she closed her mouth in resignation, urging him to leave quickly. "Madam, there are 2 things that the venomous creatures favor: chocolate and heads. Perhaps you are unaware, but we haven't eaten all day." Upon returning to the castle, even Tiger himself did not notice the charred mark on his wrist, a dark, carbonized imprint, gradually healing at a visibly rapid pace, resembling the size of a girl's handprint. Chapter 44. Do not place yourself in danger. 5 meters above the ground, a group of students attempted to conduct flying training at low altitude. Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his entourage, approached Harry Potter. In just a few exchanges, a quarrel ensued, drawing a crowd of onlookers. "Theo, do you know what you're doing? Are you actually being friendly toward a beast?" Blaise Zabani disregarded the comment, and, along with several pure-blood Slytherins, flew over to Theodore Not, his tone laced with deep confusion. Slytherin had no need for beasts. Tiger's incongruity made everyone uncomfortable. His graceful and composed demeanor, along with the hierarchical order of pure-blood aristocracy, felt like a fresh pile of dung in Tiger's presence. No Slytherin could tolerate such disdain. It was utterly humiliating. The upperclassmen, influenced by their prefect, concealed their discomfort deep within, choosing to ignore it for the time being. The younger students, intimidated by Tiger, could not stand tall and opted for avoidance. Yet, in the eyes of all Slytherins, their actions were not mere passive indifference or evasion, but rather a deliberate isolation. They were not reckless lions, foolishly charging at a beast in challenge. Instead, they observed with cold detachment, waiting for the opportune moment for this savage, uncouth, and silent beast to fall into someone's trap. Blaze, do you know what you're doing? Theodore.'s gaze was icy and hollow, the corners of his lips twitching slightly, as if mocking their triviality. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that blundering fool, Bester. He bowed to Shelby, you know. The calmness in his tone was chilling upon reflection. Blaze Zabini pressed his lips together tightly, fully aware of this fact. As the male prefect, the lineage and strength of Adderlanche Bester were beyond doubt. Yet, he could not fathom it, ultimately relegating this unintended observation to mere fear of the silent. The family records made this abundantly clear. Silently spiraling out of control, akin to a natural disaster, even the behemoth's dread confronting it. Blaze, humanity has eternally revered the strong. This is an immutable truth. You may scorn Shelby, yet it is imperative to retain respect for the powerful, as this serves to protect you. Theodore not cast a meaningful glance at his friend, a hint of sarcasm suddenly surfacing in his otherwise indifferent tone. Since when have you become more naive than Malfoy? Even he understands the necessity of evading danger and maintaining silence and restraint in the presence of beasts. Rule 24 of the Conduct Code. You just articulated that. With that, Theodore not disregarded the others, slightly turning his head to observe the suddenly airborne Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. Upon hearing Theodore's words, several Slytherins fell into an eerie silence. Rule 69 of the Slytherin Code. One may assess the situation, but never kneel before an adversary. Shelby is not an enemy. Although Theodore.'s conciliatory behavior towards Shelby humiliated them, upon reflection, he had not erred. He merely acted as a true Slytherin should. Theodore, I comprehend your concerns, yet this is Hogwarts, this is Slytherin. Blaze Zabini's voice was somewhat parched as he attempted to persuade his friend, or perhaps to convince himself. We are in no peril. Shelby must be bound by the rules. He must adhere to the order of Slytherin. He is too volatile, which is detrimental to all. Gemma Farley will not endure this indefinitely. She will eventually come for us, compelling us. Then I can only wish you good luck. Witnessing Harry Potter's impressive aerial maneuver, Theodore not scoffed, descending towards the ground, his indifferent and hollow voice lingering in the air. When a tiger kills an antelope, it does not contemplate order nor morality. Blaze, for the sake of friendship, take a closer look into his eyes. You will understand. Theodore had noticed Tiger during the opening feast. Domineering, brazen, impudent, and suffocating. He could not fathom the origin of this sensation. Yet he discerned much within Tiger's gaze. It was the look of a parent toward a child. Mockery, irritation, disregard, and disdain. The rules of Slytherin, in the eyes of this beast, resembled a child's script for make-believe. Shelby is not as simple as he appears. And they, those pure-blood aristocrats. In Tiger's gaze, Theodore not perceived hunger and greed, akin to Crabbe and Goyle's fixation on a chicken leg. Are we the prey? This thought quietly blossomed within Theodore's mind, one he dared not affirm nor dismiss. Not far away, Madame Hooch apprehended Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. Theodore not gazed vacantly in that direction, observing Draco Malfoy's unabashed rationalizations and his threats towards Harry Potter. To speak candidly, Theodore not harbored a distinct disdain for Draco Malfoy, yet beneath that facade lay a profound envy, which ultimately served as the catalyst for their burgeoning friendship. In Draco, he discerned the warmth of family, the capriciousness of youth, and the preferential affection of parents, experiences he had never known. He felt akin to a mouse born in a shadowy nook, savoring the last vestiges of warmth in the dying light of dusk. Draco, you are indeed the fortunate one. As Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, the assembly of students reformed, and Theodore not ambled forth. It was precisely because he identified with the mouse that he comprehended the terror of predators, necessitating the search for refuge under the cloak of night. Fred? George? The jarring sound of the statue, shifting, interrupted his thoughts. Upon encountering the two brothers who had emerged unexpectedly from the wall, Theodore halted in his tracks. The impression left by the Weasley twins' funeral march during the start of term feast lingered vividly in his memory. The twins, taken aback by his presence, nearly leapt in surprise. But upon recognizing Theodore, their identical faces morphed into exaggerated expressions of astonishment. Wow, George, I can't be mistaken. No, Fred, you're not mistaken. Look at those solid muscles. George exclaimed, comparing Theodore's wrist to his own thigh. Behold this fearsome gaze. Fred quipped, mimicking a telescope with his hands to scrutinize Theodore's visage. In unison, they declared, "You must be Shelby's brother." "No, I am Shelby," Theodore replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the duo. Their banter resembled a delightful stage play, as their mere conversation had the power to uplift spirits. The malevolent, pale eyes of the basilisk soon overshadowed Theodore, affirming his identity and prompting the twins to raise their hands in awe. "This is too cool, brother. You are undoubtedly the king of Halloween." George and Fred circled Theodore, scrutinizing him as if he were a rare treasure. "Hey, brother," Fred said, casually draping an arm around Theodore's shoulder, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "We have concocted something splendid, but we require a dash of aging potion. How about a trade? You and T regret it." From his bag, George produced an assortment of fireworks and sweets. "I don't possess any aging potion." Theodore felt somewhat uncomfortable with the sudden intimacy of the twins, lifting the exuberant Fred and placing him beside George. "Come on, don't be like that, brother," the twins lamented in disappointment. "Trust us," George implored, embracing Theodore's leg dramatically, as if performing in a musical, tears and laughter entwined. "We would never breathe a word of this. Moreover, we promise an unexpected surprise. I merely experienced a mishap. My body matured prematurely," Theodore said, lifting the astonished George and setting him next to Fred, his tone earnest. "However, I am quite famished at present. If you could assist me in procuring some food, I would not hesitate to procure some aging potion for you." "Oh, no problem." The twins' eyes lit up, as if fearing Theodore might retract his offer. They bowed in unison. "Please, follow us, great king of Halloween." Chapter 45. The Sweet Shop of Badger House. It must be said, without comparison, there can be no pain. As Tiger traversed the barrel, following in the footsteps of the twins, he stepped into the Hufflepuff common room. The refreshing scent of earth, imbued with the fragrance of grass and trees, filled his lungs. The copper-bottomed flower pots on the ceiling swayed gently, and a verdant panorama unfolded before his eyes. The golden sunlight filtered through the skylight, casting a warm glow upon the plush furnishings, rendering the atmosphere both cozy and inviting. His mother would surely adore this place, Tiger mused as he surveyed his surroundings. On the table before the fireplace lay an array of cookies and pastries, with the names of their creators hanging above the plates. Although his mother Polly often behaved like a tempestuous lioness, Tiger understood that, as a mother and the matriarch of a crime family, she had to be that way. Once upon a time, she too had been a girl who embraced life, yearning for happiness and romance. "I love this place," he thought. "It's warm, just like home." George and Fred, mischievously winking at Tiger, reached for the cookies on the table. They delighted in sharing surprises and delectable treats, which filled them with profound satisfaction, especially when they witnessed the softer side of someone who appeared so fearsome. It was as if they had reformed a dark wizard, and their laughter echoed throughout the common room. Indeed, it felt like home. Tiger squinted slightly, gazing out the window at the expansive lawn and dandelions swaying in the breeze. At that moment, he increasingly felt that the Slytherin common room was akin to a foul heap of refuse, languishing in a stagnant gutter for years. The grandeur and decay hidden beneath the damp cold, the pride and nobility resting at the murky lake's bottom, resembled nothing more than a group of ignorant fools lost in their own self-importance. Aside from the flames in the fireplace, there was a pervasive chill and gloom. The silver ornaments that should have sparkled now appeared dull and lifeless. Any normal person residing in such a dreary environment would find it impossible to maintain a cheerful disposition. Were these individuals truly noble? Be it the extravagance of Western aristocracy or the opulence of Eastern nobility, Tiger felt no trace of it. Upon reflection, what once seemed somewhat refined about the Slytherin common room had been reduced to a relic of the Middle Ages, heavy with decay, shackling each year's newcomers and corroding their tender souls. It was utterly nauseating. He could not help but sigh. He began to comprehend the essence of these pure-blooded science. Pure blood, glory, class, nobility, wealth, power, order, ambition. These wretched marks were etched not only in the Slytherin common room, but also in the hearts of its students. Generations of Slytherins had witnessed the desolation of pure blood, yet they clung onto the candelabra of an outdated era. They were unwilling to acknowledge it. They watched as the half-burned white candle wax melted away, bit by bit, with the progression of the Muggle world. They regarded this as a legacy, yearning for their descendants to replenish the tarnished candelabra with new wax. How utterly absurd. The failures of a bygone era entrusted a decaying, sinking sailboat to a group of children for redemption. Suddenly, Tiger recalled Harry, known as the Savior, a sardonic smile curling his fierce lips. Leaning back on the sofa, he surveyed the warm abode, suffused with the essence of nature, and seized a muffin, devouring it with abandon as maple syrup dribbled down his palm. Though the flavor was somewhat cloying, the pleasure derived from the sweetness surged involuntarily within him. Look at that. This is precisely what children ought to do. A bunch of fools. Tiger snatched up a tart, tossing it into his mouth before the twins could intervene. Good grief. Who on earth made a tart with blue cheese? I feel as if my tongue has been punched. Damn. Ugh, it tasted as if a skunk, long deceased, had soaked in a sewer, then been wrapped in a football player's socks and boiled with rotten eggs. An assault on the palate. Tiger grabbed a glass of chilled pumpkin juice and gulped it down, feeling much better afterward. Haha, Susan Barnes, she is a genius in a certain sense. George pointed at the nameplate on the plate, laughing heartily. Fred wiped the tears from his eyes, grinning wickedly as he swapped the nameplate, then shrugged and explained, Brother, pay attention to the name above. This year's Hufflepuff newcomers have rather peculiar tastes. They always yearn to try unusual ingredients. Cedric has fallen victim to this many times. I must say, that fellow is truly kind-hearted. Upon realizing that most of the nameplates on the table belonged to Hufflepuff newcomers, Tiger took a couple of steps back, his expression darkening. Is there nothing edible in this place? Of course there is, brother. This is merely an appetizer. George flipped over from the sofa, resembling a butler, and with a slight bow, extended an invitation to Tiger. Fred approached a hidden bookshelf, casually retrieving 3 books, then, in a tone distinctively aristocratic, playfully intoned, My lord. Conducting business with the Weasleys, one never needs to worry about losses. The moment the words left his lips, the bookshelf shifted, releasing a rich, sweet aroma that dispersed the earthy scents of the lounge. The Hufflepuff Dessert Shop, a dessert haven that exists 24 hours a day, provided one reads enough to discover it. Come, brother. Only we know of this location, which has an exit leading directly to the kitchen. The vast Hogwarts resembles a playground, replete with various secret passages and hidden chambers. It satisfies every child's desire for exploration. As long as one is willing to seek, clues will invariably lead to the destination. The only requirement is one must possess ample patience and wisdom. Perhaps due to a monotonous past life, Tiger brimmed with anticipation for the surprises of the unknown. This was a rare glimpse of his childlike wonder. Oh, this flavor is delightful, albeit a tad sweet. Gazing at the array of desserts, Tiger felt somewhat dazzled and casually picked up a slice of apple pie. We find it quite acceptable. The Weasley twins' mouths were already stuffed. They had discovered this place in their first year. At that moment, they merely wished to observe the distinctions among the various common rooms. Look at this, chocolate cake. Venom. I hope your stomach isn't already full. Tiger sampled the dark chocolate atop the cake, the slightly bitter flavor unfurling on his palate, and he nodded in satisfaction. Of course, Venom sprang forth eagerly, devouring nearly half the chocolate cake with just one bite. Oh, Merlin, this is splendid. As they drew closer to Venom, the Weasley twins gasped in amazement, envy gleaming in their eyes. By the way, do you know of any other hidden chambers? Tiger leaned against the table, casually chatting while indulging. Oh dear, my friend. George and Fred exchanged glances before turning to Tiger, rubbing their fingers together with comical grins. That comes at a different price. Huh, you little schemers. I adore you both. Tiger laughed appreciatively. What an honor. The desserts of England were excessively sweet, the addition of maple syrup and honey nearly lethal. Even after years of living in England, Tiger found it intolerable to consume too many sweets. After just a couple of bites, his throat began to itch from the sweetness, while Venom inhaled the confections in a whirlwind, leaving the dessert room utterly bare. Fortunately, as they departed the kitchen, the bustling tequilas spotted Tiger. Amid its tearful cheers, the house elves in the kitchen were stirred into a commotion. It was then that Tiger realized, to his astonishment, that the food at Hogwarts was prepared by house elves. What delightful news! After sampling the potato cakes and steak offered by Tequila, an old, cherished thought suddenly arose within Tiger. Chapter 46, True Discrimination. During dinner, Tiger startled many as he entered the great hall, resembling a Siberian brown bear amidst a gathering of small rabbits, appearing remarkably conspicuous. Head girl Gemma foully cast a contemplative glance his way before swiftly averting her gaze. At present, her focus was not on Tiger. Although she found a tranche bester to be profoundly foolish, it did not warrant a lapse in vigilance. Upon entering the head girl's dormitory, she had found no protective charms, not even a simple unlocking spell. The male head, a tranche bester in her eyes, could not possibly be so negligent. After dinner, Hermione called out to Tiger. During the afternoon's Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had given Hermione the powder, which she was reluctant to part with, yet it belonged to Tiger, and she could not claim it as her own. To the Gryffindor common room? Tiger raised an eyebrow slightly. Ever since his conversation with the Weasley twins that afternoon, He had developed a keen interest in the common rooms of each house. Indeed, the powder had returned to normal, but it was prone to mischief, darting about everywhere. Hermione looked somewhat disheartened as she glanced toward the entrance of the hall, where her roommate awaited her, seemingly a bit upset. Petil was terrified. She feared the powder, which always hid behind the door to scare her. Tiger, I need you to carry the powder away. A sense of pity welled up within, as Hermione's delicate face contorted into a frown. Her fondness for gunpowder was unmistakable. Then, let us proceed, Tiger chuckled, affectionately ruffling Hermione's hair, only to have his hand swatted away by the irate young girl. For reasons unknown, witnessing Tiger's sudden growth while remaining diminutive herself ignited a peculiar anger within Hermione. In many ways, she was a person of her own volition. Otherwise, her relationship with her roommate would not have been so fraught. As she strode boldly into the Gryffindor common room accompanied by a Slytherin, the previously lively atmosphere fell abruptly into silence, all eyes warily fixed upon Tiger. The lips of the Gryffindor prefect twitched as if contemplating expelling Tiger, but he ultimately restrained himself, recalling that no such rule existed. "Hey, you can't be here. This is Gryffindor territory," exclaimed Lee Jordan, his exuberance palpable as he waved his arms, advancing with the fervor of a performer, attempting to intimidate Tiger into retreat. "Return to your snake den. You are not welcome here." Observing the animated figure before him, Tiger narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace lurking beneath his smile. "Why? Is it because I do not pick cotton?" The moment those words left his lips, the Gryffindor common room reverberated with shock. Even the Weasley twins exchanged incredulous glances with Tiger. "Wow, damn Slytherin. You can't say that. You are a knight. Apologize to Jordan at once." Chaos erupted within the common room. The faces of Gryffindor students flushed with indignation as they converged. "Oh dear," Hermione despaired, covering her forehead. From her understanding, it was not just Tiger. The entire Shelby family were knights, resulting in the absence of any black individuals in Surrey. The residents of Surrey, regardless of age, bore a striking resemblance to the rednecks of Texas. Do not be hasty, children." Tiger spread his arms, a wicked grin stretching across his face as a thick, dark, eerie substance rapidly enveloped his limbs, creeping up to his head. "Believe me, an apology is not the solution. There exists but one way to resolve the issue of the knights." Amidst the terrified gazes of Gryffindor, the venom encased Tiger completely. A monstrous figure, vast and grotesque, suddenly loomed within the common room, casting shadows of death and fear upon each startled visage. That is the source of the problem. With a hoarse, eerie dual-voice roar, the color drained from the faces of the crowd, an overwhelming sense of dread crashing over them, leaving them breathless. As the venomous gaze swept through the room, it felt like a chilling serpent's tongue caressing their napes. A spine-tingling coldness erupted from the depths of their souls. "Now, who wishes to go first?" Before the venom could finish, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, reverberating throughout the common room. Confronted with the essence of venom for the first time, a primal fear stripped them of their will to resist. Despite Gryffindor's renowned courage, it is instinctual, akin to a neural reflex, not something easily controlled by sheer will alone. Nearly fainting, Lee Jordan was swiftly pulled away by Oliver Wood, while even the house prefect of Gryffindor collapsed to the ground, pale and trembling. In just a few breaths, only a handful remained in the common room. Harry and Ron were hiding behind a sofa, while the incapacitated prefect was dragged beside them by Neville. The Weasley twins stood dumbfounded, their previously subdued red hair now standing on end as if whipped by a tempest. Laughter echoed through the common room as the venom receded within, a triumphant cackle resonating as Tig clapped his legs in delight. He was indeed a knight, though not one to resort to violence over a mere boiled egg, despite its rather irritating nature. "Tig, are you still a child?" Hermione seethed, her body trembling with anger as she shot him a furious glare before hastening toward the dormitory. "Am I not?" Tig's smirk remained unabated. Harry and Ron, supporting each other, rose to their feet, their expressions a complex mix of disbelief as they regarded his robust physique. "How old is he? For heaven's sake." The Weasley twins blinked, slowly regaining their composure. They had never before experienced such a hair-raising sensation, akin to plummeting from precipice. "Hey, mate," George exhaled, sidling up to Tig. "Are you really a knight?" He and Lee Jordan shared a close friendship, and he considered Tig a friend as well, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings. "Indeed, I am," Tig candidly affirmed, admiring the Gryffindor common room. The warm hues of gold and crimson, complemented by the irregular volcanic stone walls, created a refreshing atmosphere. The cozy room was adorned with plush armchairs and soft cushions, while the seemingly chaotic tabletop was cluttered with various time-killing board games, wizard chess, and explosive cards. Reflecting on the Slytherin common room, he thought, damn it, this is the true discrimination. Are you certain? Fred gestured awkwardly, his pointed ears twitching. You seem quite kind to house elves. They are, after all, quite lowly. Tig waved dismissively, responding as if it were obvious. Oh, for heaven's sake, the Weasley twins exclaimed, their heads in their hands. After all, to them, house elves represented the lowest of the low, and they were astonished to learn that Tig perceived even lower beings. At that moment, Hermione rushed downstairs, clutching 4 unruly explosives that tumbled into Tig's embrace, with one climbing onto his shoulder, mewing plaintively. Oh my, the dormitory is in chaos. Tig, you must return. Before Tig could utter a word, an out-of-breath Hermione shoved him out of the Gryffindor common room. Outside, the fat lady beamed at Tig. Ah, I had forewarned you that you would be expelled. However, your timing was somewhat later than I had anticipated. Next time, I shall endeavor to delay a bit longer. Tiger shrugged, uttering no further words as he vaulted over the railing and leaped downwards. The scream of the portly lady echoed throughout the castle. Are you mad? This is the 8th floor. Chapter 47. The Most Beautiful Nightscape. The night was thick and heavy. A Tranchoburst was still in the washroom, diligently casting a freezing spell on the ash snake egg. Tiger, on the other hand, sat at the writing desk in his chamber, penning a letter. Powder sat quietly by the window, his gaze intensely fixed on the delicacies swimming beneath the lake outside, bathed in the warm glow of the desk lamp. Tiger's sharply defined features appeared somewhat softened. Dear Mom, I hope that when we meet again, you will recognize me. Do not expect me to utter the word sorrow. Sealing the envelope, Tiger retrieved another sheet of paper from the folder to write to his brothers. Arthur, Tommy, John, and the Fools of Shelby, how have you been? Before Tiger's enrollment, Tommy had already begun preparations to enter the magical realm. Yet here, things are far from simple. The shadow of pure-blood aristocracy looms large. Even in the most chaotic of alleyways, as a member of the underworld, Tiger perceived this clearly, particularly in Surrey, where Shelby was concerned. However, the superstructure dictates the foundation. In the Muggle world, the Shelby family is not without its protections, but in the Wizarding world, the Shelby family is akin to a mute existing at the lowest tier. No wizard or institution harbors pity for a mute, nor do they treat them with equality or engage in collaboration. This is an insurmountable chasm. Many of the older students of Slytherin have already begun to take over their family enterprises, and Tiger gathered a wealth of information from their conversations. The Wizarding world is vast yet small, its interests firmly entrenched. Pure-blood aristocrats tightly control their own share of the pie, while secretly watching others. For the Shelby family to seize a portion of the pie from the purebloods is akin to scaling a mountain. This, too, is another great divide. Arthur, before you break the necks of these fools, I need you to manage the Shelby enterprises effectively. You are not a soldier, you are a general, and we are about to change the battlefield, so our rear must remain orderly. Tommy, the wiles of wizards are unpredictable. We require more intelligence and additional means of defense. Continue to cultivate Uncle Martin. He shall surprise you. John, the Shelby business has its share of light and shadow. It is time to make a choice. You are not a duck, and there is no need to entertain so many women. Once again sealing the envelope, Tiger exhaled softly. Creation is far less efficient than plunder. Thus, Shelby prospered, but plunder inevitably spills blood, and he wished for no misfortune to befall his brothers. Therefore, prior to this, Tiger needed to ascertain how the organization, known as the Death Eaters, had developed. He had heard Ron mention that the Death Eaters were once the most notorious gang in the wizarding world of Britain, notorious for their bloodlust, violent actions, and a morbid fascination with witnessing the fear and anguish of lives extinguished. After committing their heinous acts, they would leave behind a signature mark to instill terror in their adversaries. Had it not been for Harry S. interjection, Tige might have mistaken Ron S. description for that of the Shelby family. Nevertheless, this was rather reassuring. It indicated that the scoundrels of the wizarding realm thrived on such tactics, and the Shelby family required little alteration. At that moment, Atlantic Burst walked out of the washroom, a hint of subdued joy flickering in his solemn, aristocratic gaze. However, upon catching sight of Tige, the glimmer of joy swiftly ebbed away like the retreating tide, replaced by an indescribable fear. Boss, the initial preparation and brewing of the potion of infatuation are all set. We can proceed with the final concoction tomorrow. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, there is no need to report these matters to me, Tige replied, gathering the letters and waving his hand dismissively. Wishing you a pleasant evening. Atlantic burst slightly bowed, unable to meet Tige's gaze. He took 2 steps back, turned, opened the door to his chamber, and hurriedly exited. Watching the door close, Tige's expression remained indifferent. The biochemical transformation of the venom altered instincts rather than thoughts, which was precisely why he had not included Atlantic burst in his plans. He feared Tige, yet this did not prevent him from disregarding Tige's orders. Much like humanity fears beasts without necessarily submitting to their dominion. Powder, would you care to join me for a night view? Tige intended to send the letters from the Orrery that very night, turning to look at Powder. Meow. The cat promptly leapt down from the windowsill, climbing up Tige's leg to perch atop his head, as if urging him onward with a sweep of its tail. After leaving the Orrery, Tige did not return, but instead wandered through the castle. The Weasley twins had mentioned that the Ravenclaw common room boasted the most beautiful night view at Hogwarts, and Tige was filled with anticipation. The night at Hogwarts was hardly tranquil. The dim, shadowy corridors echoed with the sounds of hushed conversations, occasionally interrupted by the passage of a ghost. Yet, for reasons unknown, those ghosts, typically fond of mischief, seemed to flee at the sight of Tige, escaping through the walls with wailing shrieks as though they had encountered their nemesis. Gazing at his suddenly ignited fingertips, Tige wore a perplexed expression. Despite the searing pain assaulting his nerves, he had no intention of extinguishing the flames. The second surge of magical energy had been quite painful, and he needed to understand what was occurring. Just as his fingertips morphed into stark white bones, a raspy meow echoed from the corridor's end, causing Tige to clench his fist, and the flames dissipated in response. A cat? Tige raised an eyebrow, recalling the Weasley twins' warning as he lifted his hand to stroke his head. Powder, lead it away. Meow. Powder sat up, lazily yawning, its azure eyes shimmering even more brightly. With a soft pop, another firecracker landed on Tiger's shoulder, before lightly leaping onto the ground and darting toward the end of the corridor. Madame Loris, what did you see? More of those bothersome little imps? Ferk suddenly turned, lantern in hand, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he approached Madame Loris. He relished the nocturnal chase. The disdain and provocation of the day morphed into ghostly terror under the veil of night, a transformation that brought him immense satisfaction. However, as the light of the lantern drew nearer, Ferk was taken aback to find Madame Loris tenderly grooming a small black kitten at the corridor's end. Her previously grim visage unfurled like snow melting under the sun, revealing a rare softness glimmering in her murky, shadowy eyes. Look, where did this little darling wander off from? As he spoke, Ferk set down the lantern and scooped up the firecracker, his tone laden with reproach. I had already warned Dumbledore, these filthy-minded, unruly brats are utterly incapable of caring for pets. They can barely manage themselves. You must be famished to have ventured out. Ferk trembled as he retrieved some dried fish from his pocket. Meow. However, the firecracker suddenly leapt from his arms, letting out 2 soft cries towards Madame Loris before turning and trotting away towards the opposite end of the corridor. Where are you going? Seeing Madame Loris follow, Ferk had no choice but to grab the lantern and trail behind. As they rounded a corner, he abruptly halted. Meow, meow, under the dim light. Madame Loris began to spin in place, her hoarse cries filled with confusion, as though searching for something. The little black cat had vanished without a trace, leaving only an imperceptible wisp of black smoke lingering in the air. Chapter 48, The Perfect Answer. Oh, Ron, it was Madame Loris. In a frenzy, Harry, Ron, and Hermione dashed out of the trophy room, their little legs moving swiftly. Meow. Madame Loris followed them leisurely, occasionally letting out a hiss to remind Ferk, who was not far behind. What do you discover, Madame Loris? Ferk inquired, as he approached, the softly glowing lantern swaying in the dim corridor. In the stillness of the night, any slight sound was magnified, especially the thunderous crash of armor that echoed deafeningly through the castle. Hearing the commotion and cries resounding in the halls, Tiger, engaged in a casual chat with Venom, leaned out to gaze at the winding staircase below. He observed Hermione and the others frantically ascending to the 4th floor. A slight arch of his fierce brow and a flicker of surprise and amusement danced in his calm eyes. He hadn't anticipated that Hermione, the model student, would also breach school regulations. Alas, following 2 clumsy fools was akin to a headless rabbit careening into walls. Very well, Firecracker. Go assist this bumbling little rabbit. But remember not to return too late. Gryffindor does not welcome you. Meow. The seemingly soft meow was filled with disdain. A gentle breeze caressed the air as the explosive essence, perched atop Tiger's head, leaped down, casting a shimmering azure glow that flickered like stars between the balustrades of the staircase. Tiger redirected his gaze, resuming his journey towards the Ravenclaw common room, seemingly recalling something that rendered his conversation with Venom more solemn. He contemplated the possibility of allowing Venom to split once more, cohabiting within his brothers. Yet, Venom expressed its trepidation regarding the notion of harming Tiger's kin, delineating the distinction between parasitism and symbiosis. The previous division had stemmed from Venom itself. The aging of the Gringotts dragon had rendered it incapable of resisting Venom's encroachment. Venom could utilize its mimetic abilities to reconstruct a dragon's brain, thereby exerting control over the mighty beast. To be precise, it would merely be a manifestation of Venom. Upon its retraction, the dragon would perish instantaneously. Moreover, to create a progeny of Venom, the essence of the most vital component of this world, soul, was requisite, particularly a soul steeped in malevolence. Standing before the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, Tiger let out a resigned sigh. This matter could be postponed until the holidays. There was no shortage of wicked souls in this world, whether within the confines of prisons or beyond them. The imposing eagle-shaped knocker on the door shimmered even in the night, as if imbued with life. As Tiger approached, the eagle's head slowly bowed, calmly presenting a query. Not all hope arises from despair. What is the most indispensable element in the annals of human progress? Perhaps perceiving that Tiger did not belong to Ravenclaw, the eagle's inquiry broadened in scope, escalating in difficulty, leaving Tiger momentarily dumbfounded. Tools? He ventured tentatively, but the eagle offered no response. Ideals? Tiger shifted his approach, leaning towards the philosophical, yet the eagle remained unyielding. With a furrowed brow, Tiger, now growing impatient, pondered anew before answering. Competition? Silence enveloped the surroundings. Only Venom's mocking laughter echoed persistently within Tiger's mind. All right, for heaven's sake, shut your foul mouth, Venom. Let me think. Suddenly, a student darted out in the dead of night. From the direction of the Charms classroom came the piercing wails of a poltergeist, shattering the stillness of the castle like a vice tightening around one's heart. Harry stood hopelessly before the door at the end of the corridor, his face ashen, while Ron mirrored his pallor. The footsteps of Filch grew ever closer. Fortunately, Hermione reacted swiftly. A spell, lacking in finesse, granted the two boys a taste of miraculous escape. What are you dawdling for, you dolts? Hermione urged impatiently, prompting Harry and Ron to shove their way through the door. As the door closed behind them, a familiar sensation and warmth surged into Hermione's embrace. Powder, what are you doing here? She exclaimed upon recognizing the feline nestled in her arms. Realizing that Tiger might be nearby, a spark ignited in her dark brown eyes. She promptly raised her gaze to survey her surroundings. Tiger had also emerged. Through the rigid forms of Harry and Ron, a colossal three-headed dog loomed, its predatory gaze fixed upon them, thick drool cascading from its sharp fangs. This was no jest. Hermione's complexion drained of color. The creature possessed 3 heads, while they were merely 3 children. It was evident that they would hardly stand a chance. Don't just stand there. You fool. Run. Ron, do you wish to become a pile of dog excrement your own height? Fueled by the influence of anger, Hermione's furious reprimands echoed the temperament of the Shelbys. The hellhound seemed incensed, baring its fangs and preparing to launch an assault, its warm, foul breath assaulting their senses, inducing nausea. In this critical moment, Hermione, along with her companions, crowded at the doorway, frantically fumbling with the lock. However, the little creature, Powder, suddenly broke free from Hermione's embrace and dashed towards the hellhound. No, Powder, come back. Hermione's face drained of color. She desperately attempted to rush forward, but Harry and Ron held her back tightly. Hermione, don't be reckless. You can't save it. In their eyes, not even Powder, nor the 3 of them combined, could adequately fill the gaps between the hellhound's teeth. Powder flew forth. Hermione refused to relent. As Harry swung open the door, she brandished her wand, seeking to rescue Powder. Alas, the summoning charm was only somewhat familiar to her, and they could only watch helplessly as Powder was engulfed by the hellhound's claws. No! Before Hermione could utter a cry, a dozen tiny powders burst forth from beneath the claws, flickering like phantoms, accompanied by a piercing feline wail. The multitude of powders leaped onto the hellhound's body, launching an assault on its glaring eyes and ears. A whoop! The dog's high-pitched howl erupted. The hellhound, visibly pained, writhed as if shaking off fleas, dislodging the powders, before retreating to a corner, desperately covering its ears. It had surrendered. It was no match. The powders that had fallen to the ground reassembled, tilting their heads, their fur bristling, emitting a threatening growl as they advanced steadily. In the logic of a cat, it feared them, but they did not fear it. It was capable of vanquishing the beast. The reasoning was sound. Continue the assault. Under the vacant gazes of Harry and Ron, the defenseless hellhound cowered in the corner, trembling, as powder gnawed at its nape, its delicate paws transforming into fleeting shadows, sending tufts of fur flying. However, the hellhound's thick hide rendered it impervious to harm, save for the scattered fur. Yet the trio's mournful whines grew increasingly poignant, and Hermione pressed her lips together, sighing as she lamented, "Powder, cease your attack. It understands its wrongdoing. What do you mean, another mistake?" Time ticked away. Tig's eyes widened in disbelief. He gritted his teeth, rattling off a string of answers. Yet the silence of the eagle-shaped door knocker was deafening. The venomous tension was almost unbearable. Before the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, the palpable atmosphere of irritation intensified. Sour pickled radish. Tiger's expression darkened, his amber eyes glinting with fury. In an instant, the black, viscous substance of venom enveloped his arm, transforming it into a massive axe that crashed down onto the ground, carving a deep trench into the solid tiles. Whether or not one could enter mattered little. It was the perfect answer. The wings of the eagle-shaped door knocker swiftly retracted, and the heavy door slowly creaked open. Tiger. Chapter 49. The original intent of our affection for this world. In the tranquil night, the Ravenclaw common room was enveloped in a dreamlike layer of starlight. The vast circular dome above showcased constellations that flowed languidly, akin to rare jewels embedded in the night sky, radiating a brilliant yet ethereal glow. Countless dazzling stars cast their reflections throughout the common room, as if the Milky Way had spilled forth, creating an enchanting atmosphere that captivated the heart and soul. Unlike other houses, the plush sofas here were not only spacious, but also adorned with thick cushions, making it hard to imagine how comfortable one must feel curled up with a book upon them. How beautiful it was. Tiger reclined against the sofa, stretching languidly, Venom's head resting alongside his. How beautiful. I adore this night view. I must thank you for bringing me to this world. Venom's voice, typically hoarse and irritable, resonated with an unusual tranquility in that moment. You're welcome, brother. Above, the resplendent constellations glimmered in Tiger's slightly dazed eyes. He was uncertain of whom to express his gratitude. All he knew was that he too cherished this world, as if he had stepped into a fairy tale. Every corner here unveiled vistas he had never encountered before. He savored each passing moment in this realm, including those aspects he found displeasing. This fresh and extraordinary experience was utterly irresistible. He yearned to behold more scenery. If only there were hash browns and chocolate, it would be even better. Venom smacked its lips, the faint aroma wafting from the student dormitory, making it feel ravenous. Compared to the bitter tastes of adulthood, the flavors of these carefree children were far sweeter. Oh, damn it. Tiger wiped his cheek, abruptly rising and shaking Venom by its neck while cursing. Fucking squid. You drooled on my face. Not my fault, you idiot. Venom growled in annoyance. You said I could eat those bad guys. But this is a damned school, filled with children, and more damned children. Not a single bad guy. Realizing his own folly, Tiger released Venom, grabbed a blue pillow from his lap to wipe his cheek, and tossed it aside. Damn Slytherin. The black leather sofa of Slytherin, while appearing luxurious, was nothing more than a pile of rubbish. Strolling to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, Tiger's furious expression transformed into an unspeakable complexity. The Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the cliffs all unfolded before his eyes. Though the night was deepening, he could easily envision the grandeur of the daytime view from this lofty vantage point. Watching the sunrise and sunset, observing the autumn leaves fall and the snowflakes dance, witnessing the mist enveloping the landscape. What exquisite beauty it all is. The sound of the night breeze caressing the window panes should be particularly soothing. However, in contrast, Tiger feels a knot tightening in his chest. Cursing under his breath, he storms away from the window, unleashing a torrent of invectives that, if overheard, would surely send the most exemplary Ravenclaw into a panic flight. In the depths of the common room, a few dimly lit desk lamps flicker, illuminating a corner that is far larger than the entire lounge, where, in the quiet shadows, the sound of pages turning resonates, a testament to focused study. Hermione would surely be driven mad by this sight, Tiger muses with a sigh. Though he mutters Hermione's name, his thoughts wander to what lies within the Slytherin common room. A wine cabinet, silver trinkets, medieval tapestries, dusty displays of accolades, and the Slytherin code hanging on the wall. Beneath the facade of elegance and nobility, a whiff of decay permeates the air. What a grotesque abode for such creatures. He is but a child. This damned place is filled with children. He desires a common room, a sanctuary, A home for the coming years, not a wretched dungeon. Just glance at the crystal chandeliers of other houses, and then behold the iron chains dangling from the eaves of Slytherin. Why not hang a few corpses from them as well? The heavy door creaks open, and Tiger exits the Ravenclaw common room with a stoic expression. Unbeknownst to him, the portraits in the corridor hear every curse he mutters about the founder Slytherin's ancestors. As they watch his robust figure stride away, the portraits are left dumbfounded. They have never encountered such a vile, yet novel string of curses, except for Sir Cadogan, who gazes on in admiration. This is nothing short of a curse. Tiger is indifferent to the whispers echoing in the corridor. He is determined to transform his house's common room into a place fit for civilized beings. Do these self-proclaimed noble snakes not feel embarrassed to inhabit such a wretched locale? Tiger, is that a villain? I sense it. Malevolent, cruel, reeking of rich blood. Oh, it's like a blend of strong liquor and poison in black coffee. I absolutely relish its scent. Tiger halts, his gaze bewildered as it falls upon the staircase below. This is the first time he has realized someone can exude such an alluring charm of venom. A vaguely familiar figure flashes by, swiftly disappearing into the dark corridor. Professor Quirrell? PSA Professor? Tiger squints thoughtfully, as if witnessing a grand feast vanish, and the venom cries out in despair. Morning dawns. Blinding sunlight streams through the window panes, casting mottled reflections upon the meticulously groomed hair of the Slytherin students, forming radiant halos of orange. That fool Potter, confronted by his triumphant friend. Blaise Zabini's faint smile froze as he lowered his voice, firmly grasping Draco Malfoy's arm, appearing somewhat pained and incredulous. Have you lost your mind, Draco? You dare to toy with Potter in the name of a duel? Upon observing his friend's pallor, Draco Malfoy seemed to awaken to the gravity of the situation. His initial confusion gradually morphed into palpable tension. I was just making a joke, he stammered, attempting to explain. Blaise Zabini appeared utterly defeated by his friend's foolishness and naivety, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Draco, tell me. Article 50 of the Slytherin Code. He was acutely aware that no one would care if Draco Malfoy was merely jesting. Once word spread, such behavior would not only tarnish the Malfoy family name, but also strip Draco Malfoy of his influence within Slytherin. Every duel is a battle of honor. Treat it with caution, Draco Malfoy murmured, his complexion darkening as he evidently grasped the implications alongside his friend. Setting aside familial repercussions, as the initiator of a duel with a Gryffindor student, to evade said duel would undoubtedly trample upon the honor of Slytherin House. Merlin's beard. The more Draco contemplated, the more fear enveloped him. He clutched Blaise Zabini's hand tightly, his voice urgent and hushed. Blaise, help me, what should I do? His already pale face drained of color, as if at any moment Potter would storm into the great hall alongside that Weasley pauper, furiously demanding to know where he had been during the duel. At that moment, Tig entered the great hall with a yawn, striding in with a swagger. A small hat of gunpowder languidly rested atop his head, his tail occasionally flicking. I was exhausted from chasing dogs last night. Chapter 50. Challenging Boundaries. Oh, Merlin. How could he? The sheer disgrace of it all was overwhelming. Observing Tig's rumpled trousers and ill-fitting white shirt, the expressions of the Slytherin students instantly froze, as if they might shatter. To them, a Slytherin student represented far more than just an individual. Whispers from other houses drifted through the air, a powerful wave of shame crashing over the Slytherin students, making them long to vanish from the great hall. Though the head girl, Gemma Fox, maintained her composure, the silver fork in her hand had begun to warp under her grip. Her subordinate, Relia Shafik, sat beside her with a pale countenance, wishing to speak but silenced by a warning glance from Gemma. It was breakfast time, and having already insulted her eyes, Gemma was determined to protect her ears from further indignity. Tig plopped down right next to Draco Malfoy, casually snatching a sandwich and devouring a whole, showing no intention of using utensils. Gunpowder lazily yawned, leaping off Tig's shoulder to cast a longing gaze at the fried eggs on the plate, his tail playfully flicking against Tig's wrist. Tiger chuckled softly, deftly picking up 2 slices of fried egg and placing them before the cat. Just then, Bressabini approached cautiously, observing the expression on Tiger's face with a serious tone. Good morning, Mr. Shelby. I wonder if you have a moment. I would like to invite you to— Shut your foul mouth, Tiger interjected, casting him a dismissive glance. The roundabout aristocratic tone was truly irritating. Speak plainly, kid. If you continue with that sticky, repulsive manner, I might just replace your teeth with gold. Bressabini gulped, acutely aware of Tiger's robust wrists and knuckles. The fierce gaze directed his way, rendering him hesitant to breathe too loudly. Due to his mother's influence, Bresabini had encountered numerous distinguished aristocrats, some in high positions and others of exceptional prowess. Yet none had instilled such a sense of oppression and fear in him simply by proximity as Tiger did. If not for his friend, he would never venture this close. This fellow was undeniably dangerous. Recalling his friend Theodore's words, Bresabini had a vague realization. He took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting to one of sincerity. I apologize, Shelby. I simply do not know you well enough. If I have offended you, I am willing to make amends. Facing a beast that could devour you at any moment, any trickery or idle chatter felt like a death knell. He might as well be bold. If he was to perish, let it be with some semblance of grace. His deliberately subdued voice bore a hint of earnestness, prompting a slight raise of Tiger's brow as he nonchalantly waved his hand. No need. Having discovered a means of communication, Bresabini exhaled in relief. Though still somewhat uncomfortable, he had to admit that this direct manner of speaking was far less taxing. Indeed, Shelby, Draco has made a mistake, and I sincerely request your assistance, considering his wizarding robe could serve to wipe your hands. Dismissing the circumlocution, the nobleman's subtle humor was not unwelcome. This was the art of conversation. Tiger's lips curled slightly as he directed his gaze towards Bresabini, gesturing for him to continue. Draco. After all, it was Draco Malfoy who had enlisted him to act on his behalf, and it was only fitting that he personally clarify the matter. Bresabini understood this well. He tugged at the figure cowering behind him. Though bowing to Shelby was embarrassing, Draco Malfoy was not foolish, merely a bit naive. This was a task only Tiger could accomplish. The repercussions of disgrace and public scorn were too great for him to bear. The scowl he had previously worn in Tiger's presence was now entirely absent, his golden hair paired with his youthful, taut, fair visage appearing considerably more agreeable. I am truly sorry, Shelby. I have wronged your friend. After hearing the entire sequence of events, Tiger consumed the last piece of the fried sausage. Subsequently, he habitually picked up Draco Malfoy's wizarding robe to wipe the grease from his hands. Observing the grease stains on his wizarding robe, Draco Malfoy appeared to break into a rash, trembling with indignation. His previously timid visage now flushed a deep crimson. Blaise was merely jesting. Did you truly take it to heart? Tiger found an unprecedented amusement in bullying the young Malfoy, laughing heartily as he patted Draco's rigid shoulder. Very well. I shall take charge of this matter. However, both of you shall owe me a personal favor. The mention of a promise rendered the expressions of Blaise Zabini and Draco Malfoy considerably serious, even tinged with a hint of wariness. Tiger couldn't help but scoff. Merely two children, it was baffling how much scheming they could muster. Rest assured, it shall not contravene your honor, nor violate the tenets of Slytherin. How does that sound? Draco looked somewhat perplexed at his friend, and Blaise, gritting his teeth, nodded in agreement. It was a simple word, yet it distinctly delineated a valuable transaction from an invaluable bond of friendship. Be off, Tiger, he muttered with a hint of disinterest, his tone reverting to its previous coldness. Disgusting pure-blood aristocrats. He loathed such convoluted dealings, though it did not imply he was oblivious to their intricacies. Blaise, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized he had fallen into his old habits, a flicker of annoyance crossing his composed gaze. However, to prevent further disturbances regarding Draco, he chose not to elucidate at that moment and swiftly departed the great hall with his friend. Meanwhile, the creature devoured the egg with fervor, nonchalantly licking its paws before leaping up on a Tiger's arm, then bounding onto his head. The already disheveled shirt now bore an array of glaring plum oil stains, prompting the delicate little snakes surrounding them to nearly choke in horror. Yet, whether in whispered indignation or the peculiar glances from those around, none of it impacted Tiger in the slightest. At that moment, Hermione entered the great hall, and amidst the predatory gazes of Slytherin, Tiger unabashedly seated himself at the Gryffindor table. Would you continue to ignore this? Several upperclassmen from Slytherin abruptly rose, fists clenched tightly, casting scornful looks at their peers who attempted to restrain them. Spermistos from Rebirth.They. This rogue has continually challenged our boundaries, undermining the dignity of Slytherin. With that, the angered upperclassmen stormed out of the Great Hall. Other Slytherins, witnessing this, gradually vacated the long table, unwilling to cast another glance at Tiger. Head girl Gemma, Farley shot a bemused glance at the flustered Hermione before disappearing through the door. Tiger, you cannot be here. The Slytherin stares sent chills down one's spine, while the Gryffindor gazes felt like needles upon the scalp. Hermione sighed, placing her hand on her forehead. As she spoke, she intended to rise and pull Tiger away for the sake of friendship. Breakfast was of little consequence, really. She cast a lingering, regretful glance at the mango waffles, which the head girl had mentioned only appeared twice a month. However, she did not manage to pull Tiger away. Tiger? Under her anxious urging, Tiger cast a sidelong glance at the Gryffindor long table and broke into a menacing grin, his fierce expression exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The young lions, in sheer panic, averted their gazes and began to slice into their empty plates. The terrifying images of the venom from the previous night would haunt them for a lifetime. Chapter 51. You mean him? Noticing the eerie silence at the Gryffindor table, Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation and returned to her seat. For the mango waffles before her were indeed quite tempting. Tiger wasted no time, leaning closer to Hermione's ear to relay the message entrusted to him by Draco Malfoy. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing a faint blush to rise upon her cheeks, provoking an involuntary shiver from her. A fork clattered onto the plate, producing a crisp sound, and she shot Tiger an annoyed glare. Subsequently, she rubbed her itching ear, feeling a touch embarrassed as she discreetly stole glances around her. Due to the angle, the Gryffindor lions hastily lowered their heads, exchanging incredulous and shocked glances in silence. They could envision the gruesome scene of a tiger savagely tearing into flesh, yet they dared not imagine the sight of a tiger nuzzling against Hermione's ear, softly purring. She was a true warrior. Angelina Johnson regarded the scene with admiration. Truth be told, she was not afraid of Tiger, knowing he would not harm her. Yet the appearance of the venom the previous night had genuinely frightened her. Moreover, the sight of Hermione and Tiger together resembled that of a timid rabbit nestled against a great tiger, creating an inexplicable allure. Upon sharing her thoughts with her friend, Katie Bell's expression froze momentarily, followed by a careful glance towards the duo not far away, her eyes widening in astonishment. You must admit, it is indeed the age of surging hormones, and the thoughts of girls, often more precocious than boys, can be quite bizarre. As Hogwarts' acknowledged heartthrob, Cedric's infamous forbidden notebook had circulated among the girls of various houses long ago. Not to mention the striking contrast of a pairing like Hermione and Tiger. In an instant, Katie's mind filled with romantic scenes adorned with pink bubbles. Oh, envisioning the soft image of little Hermione being cradled effortlessly in Tiger's arms. Katie tenderly caressed her chest, unable to suppress a smitten sigh. As Gryffindor's finest chaser, Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell were not lacking in courage. After a meaningful exchange of glances, the two quietly rose, using the pretext of fetching jam to subtly position themselves closer to Hermione, their ears perked in curiosity. Don't lose focus, you fool. Did you catch what I said? Feeling Tiger's searing body heat, Hermione instinctively shifted away, her ears growing increasingly flushed. I understand. You really are quite chatty, she muttered with an irritated pout, then picked up her fork to indulge in the mango waffles. When the exam results are released in the future, she would see who the true fool was. For reasons unknown, the mango jam in the pastry was both tangy and sweet, causing Hermione to squint her eyes in satisfaction. She warned the two young rascals that should word of this affair get out, she would break their necks and then thrust their heads into each other's nether regions. Her deep, magnetic voice was laced with a suffocating threat. Despite the two eavesdropping girls trembling in fear, Hermione was unfazed, merely nodding in indifference. Harry and Ron had been terrified by the three-headed dog the previous night, completely forgetting about Malfoy. Tyke raised his hand, tossing a bewildered fur ball into the young girl's embrace as a reward, before rising to leave the great hall. Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell. This hardly seemed like the affair of romance. Not at all. Miss Granger had articulated it thoroughly, obstacles abound, but they could facilitate a smoother path for you. Within the defense against the dark arts classroom, the pungent aroma of garlic mingled with the stuttering lecture, creating an ordeal akin to hell itself. The Slytherin students were nearly grinding their teeth in distaste, unable to conceal their disdain. The Gryffindor students in the front row also struggled against the olfactory assault, occasionally raising their hands to wipe away tears from the corners of their eyes. The British have never had a fondness for garlic, especially after news of the Queen's aversion to it spread, leading to its subsequent neglect in the magical community. However, this was of little consequence to Tyke. With a palate accustomed to Chinese cuisine, where the absence of garlic felt like the loss of one's soul, the flavor was significantly diminished. Yet now, amidst the stimulating garlic scent, he detected a faint, foul odor, something reminiscent of decay. He was uncertain. The Shelby family's methods had always involved obliterating evidence, so this scent was not one he could easily place. A fierce frown creased his brow, and the allure he had sensed the previous night from the venom had now completely dissipated. Was the individual from last night not him? To be honest, to satiate Venom's cravings, Tig had been prepared to eliminate Professor Quirrell, but it appeared he had mistaken his target. Noticing Tig's puzzled gaze, Professor Quirrell's expression faltered, quickly replaced by a timid smile as he clumsily rummaged through his teaching materials. Oh, for heaven's sake, finally, class was over. I feel like I might vomit. Let us hurry and leave. After hastily announcing the end of class, Professor Quirrell dashed out of the classroom, yet the potent aroma lingered, prompting students to rush out in a frenzy. Spotting the large stains on Tig's clothing, Ron elbowed Harry, unable to suppress a grin. The small oil stain at the collar had been the subject of Hermione's incessant chiding all morning, where she had compared him to others in the classroom. Now she had no ground to stand on, did she? Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Hermione slapped her forehead, a hint of annoyance flickering across her face as she drew her wand and cast a cleaning charm at Tig. Instantly, the sugary grime vanished, and his trousers appeared considerably more presentable. I shall take my leave now. I will return the explosive later this evening. With that, she swiftly gathered the explosive, accompanied by the bewildered expressions of Harry and Ron, and hurried out of the classroom. Their next lesson was herbology with Ravenclaw, and they had much to prepare. Is this truly the end? Ron's mouth hung slightly agape, glancing back with disbelief and indignation etched across his face. Why don't you speak up about him? The upcoming class for Slytherin was flying. Yet alas, Tig's flying prowess was scarcely better than his spellcasting, rendering even the broomstick unresponsive. The laughter of the little snakes echoed faintly in the background. However, as the broom disintegrated into splinters in Tig's grasp, the mocking laughter ceased abruptly. They were acutely aware that, despite the brooms being of an obsolete model, they were undoubtedly sturdier than their own necks. You won't gloat for long, Shelby. You can't frighten us. A few of the little snakes glared at Tig with fury, yet he paid them no heed. He approached Madame Hooch in an attempt to exchange his broom, only to be met with a firm refusal. Madame Hooch sighed, her tone tinged with resignation. Mr. Shelby, this is not merely a matter of brooms. No, it is indeed a matter of the broom, Tig responded with unwavering conviction, gazing at Tig from a distance. Theodore.'s eyes were deep and inscrutable, pondering something unknown. As a friend, Blaise Zabini sensed a hint of foreboding. He tugged at Theodore's sleeve, his expression anxious as he whispered, Theodore, this is not your concern. You cannot intervene, and Shelby must accept this. Theodore.'s lips twitched slightly. His gaze detached as he looked at Blaise Zabini. You misunderstand, Blaise. I am merely anticipating the splendid drama that is about to unfold. Anticipating my own choices. Chapter 52. For Glory? The setting sun, like a gentle painter, colored the Quidditch pitch in a tapestry of orange and violet hues. Tig sat in the stands, leaning against the steps behind him, gazing at the splendid vista on the horizon. The figure soaring above the pitch noticed Tig's robust frame. Oliver Wood, with a wary expression, swiftly brought Harry Potter back to the ground, hurriedly vacating the pitch. Harry was Gryffindor's secret weapon. Oliver wished to avoid drawing any attention, especially from Slytherin. However, Tig remained oblivious to their caution, instead filled with admiration for their graceful forms in the air, lamenting his own lack of talent. Damn Merlin, damn flying. Accompanied by venomous taunts, Tig could not restrain himself from cursing. The temperature gradually descended. The dewdrops on the grass sparkled in the fading light, resembling countless tiny diamonds, shimmering brilliantly until the sun completely vanished. Enveloped by the night, the Quidditch pitch was left with a solitary flicker of flame, striking in its brilliance. Tig gazed deeply at his palm. Within the searing flames lay glaringly bright bones, devoid of flesh, yet moving with ease. Perhaps influenced by the magical dampener, the flames did not spread further up his forearm. He clenched his fist tightly. Where the mind directs, the flames suddenly vanish. Flesh and sinew swiftly enveloped the white bones, restoring the hand to its former pristine condition at an astonishing pace. Tiger did not utilize the regenerative prowess of the venom, which implies that this seemingly terrifying searing and flame inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. Curse be it. Tiger rose to his feet and walked towards the castle, shaking his head in mild frustration. I should not have consumed so many mana release agents. He did not dwell in regret. Rather, he recognized his own frailty. Men ought not to yield to the pain of the flesh. The venom sought to comfort its good brother and master, but struggled to find the right words, finally muttering in a low voice, "You are not, young man." Tiger's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he retorted, Am I not a man? What has led you to this erroneous conclusion? Do I need to prove it to you? No. The venom exclaimed in a state of alarm. It held no doubts about Tiger's orientation, but it certainly did not question his volatility. To affirm his dignity, This wretched Shelby rascal could indeed act in such a manner. Hey, you rogue, listen to me. What I mean is, while your soul may be that of an adult, do not forget that human behavior and emotions are governed not only by thought, but also by hormones and instincts. Your physical age and hormonal development have not yet reached normal levels. It is natural for children to fear pain. Contemplating the opening banquet and then recalling the recent events, it dawned on Tiger that this rascal had already unfastened his waistband. What adult would engage in such behavior? To prevent Tiger from proving himself, the Venom spoke rapidly, resembling the rhythm of a hip-hop artist. Tiger's gaze momentarily lost focus. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. He did not despise youthful innocence. In fact, he regarded it as a rare and splendid opportunity for experience. He simply did not wish to exhibit childishness when confronted with significant decisions. Seeing Tiger resecure his waistband and regain his composure, the Venom's taut nerves gradually relaxed. Tiger was not merely its master. He was the most perfectly compatible host within the symbiote family. To some extent, the symbiote's thought patterns would gradually align with Tigress over time. The Venom considered itself to be male. It began to ponder whether it should seek out a human female for inhabitation, to record her genetic coding and behavioral patterns. That way, if Tiger were to engage in something with it, it might be able to accept it. However, the Venom had no intention of revealing its plans to Tiger. It understood all too well that if Tiger were to learn of its intentions, he would certainly bring about its demise. As night enveloped the sky, the grand dining hall during dinner appeared even more boisterous than during the day. Laughter and merriment echoed throughout the spacious hall. The students from various academies were in no hurry to finish their meals, instead engaging in lively discussions about the day's amusing events. The professors engaged in casual banter at the dining table, while only Snape's countenance remained frigidly cold. As Tiger took his seat, the murmurs of Slytherin abruptly ceased, as if a pause button had been pressed, leaving only the sporadic clinking of cutlery. A peculiar atmosphere pervaded the air. Anticipation, indifference, mockery, and ill will. Various gazes occasionally directed at Tiger. Prefect Gemma Farley lightly tapped her spoon against a crystal goblet, the clear sound resonating through the hall, causing the little serpents to hasten their dining. Before long, Slytherin students began to exit the hall one after another, leaving Tiger alone at the long table. Draco Malfoy's lips twitched, but he ultimately sighed and hurriedly fell in line with the departing crowd. Observing this strange scene, students from other houses exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Hermione cast a worried look at Tiger, yet he appeared unaffected, calmly tackling the ribeye on his plate. The sound of bones cracking between his teeth sent an inexplicable chill through the air. Poppy Dumbledore shook his head with a resigned smile, glancing at Madame Pomfrey with a hint of pleading in his tone. If possible, could she extend the evening's duties? Madame Pomfrey responded nonchalantly, burst as the male prefect. You cannot disregard the concerns of Slytherin students. You have been remiss in your duties thus far. This matter is now yours to handle, regardless of the process. I hope you will not allow Slytherin to endure further disgrace. Within the Slytherin common room, a throng of students stood packed together, their fervent emotions deeply suppressed beneath a veneer of pride and nobility. Observing the somewhat anxious expression of Atlantic Burst, Prefect Gemma Farley furrowed her brow slightly. However, as the faint scent of a love potion wafted through the air, her gaze took on a significant depth. She chose not to voice further words, instead drawing her wand and directing it toward the medieval tapestry on the wall. A mist-like glow dispersed, and the tapestry depicting the silhouettes of the four founders gradually transformed into a mere phantom. The door hidden behind the tapestry slowly swung open, revealing an exceptionally spacious training ground before the gathered crowd. Remember your identities. Remember your honor. Gemma Farley turned, casting a profound glance at the eager crowd. The little serpents stood solemnly. Honor above all. With that declaration, Gemma Farley nodded slightly and led the group into the expansive training arena. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, Gemma Farley's follower, Rayla Shafik, stealthily entered the boys' dormitory. To her surprise, the door to the male prefect's chamber bore no protective enchantments. Cautiously, she stepped inside, following Gemma Farley's guidance to locate the cauldron hidden in the washroom. The flames beneath the cauldron had long extinguished, leaving only the love potion inside, awaiting cooling, its pearlescent pink sheen spiraling upwards with steam. A derisive smile curled at the corner of Rayla Shafik's lips. Chapter 53. How many has he killed? Unlike other colleges, the internal strife within Slytherin has never resembled the petty squabbles of children. The disputes among pure-blood aristocrats the economic market of the British wizarding world. And even the quest for peace and stability all begin to emerge within this seemingly small institution. Nonetheless, Albus Dumbledore has never harbored prejudice against Slytherin. As the headmaster, he perceives a broader perspective. Every student of Slytherin carries a youthful and fervent spirit, deserving of respect and guidance, irrespective of their lineage. Alas, the antiquated notions of pure-blood aristocracy entwine themselves around the hearts of these students like ancient vines, making them difficult to extricate. He feels a profound sorrow for these misled young souls, struggling in the quagmire of bias and arrogance. Yet, in order to avoid further turmoil, he must choose to remain an observer, as per the agreement with the board. The pure-blood aristocrats, like startled birds, remain ever vigilant of his every move. Watching as Tage strides confidently away, Dumbledore sighed apologetically. He had no intention of intervening. Rather, he harbored a far-reaching vision regarding this conflict, Slytherin and Tage. Mr. Shelby, it seems you are prepared to become the king of Slytherin? Professor Snape obstructed Tage's path before the serpentine relief in the Slytherin common room. His cold and hollow tone laced with a hint of mockery. He had never truly accepted Dumbledore, especially not the esteemed philosophies revered as doctrine. To him, they were merely ephemeral illusions, far less tangible than the unembellished mucus of a slug. To burden Harry Potter with the mantle of the savior, or to anticipate Tig Shelby to usher in transformation for Slytherin. Such notions are absurd fantasies, repugnant and difficult to endorse. As the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore himself could not accomplish such feats. How could he so recklessly entrust this to two children? Had the old be indulged in too much honey, clouding his mind? King, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Tage's face, quickly replaced by an uncontrollable fit of laughter, which only subsided when Snape's expression darkened. Crowned by a group of children? The notion of a child king is far too ironic. Facing Snape's increasingly grim gaze, Tage wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes and shook his head with a smirk. Apologies, Professor, but I am part of the underworld. If it were up to me, I would prefer they call me father rather than the ridiculous title of child king. The term father encompasses many meanings: dad, ancestor, priest, divine father, and godfather. Yet, regardless of the interpretation, Tage would gladly welcome any of them. I have no interest in playing house with them. Tage gradually subdued the mirth from his face, the ferocity and ruthlessness in his brow becoming increasingly pronounced. He stepped closer to Professor Snape, pausing briefly. I hear they fear that fool known as the Dark Lord. That name is quite foolish. How many has he killed? The Dark Lord? In this day and age, who dares to call themselves a Dark Lord without possessing at least hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits? The entire wizarding world comprises but a handful of individuals. It is laughable to suggest otherwise. How dare he? Severus Snape's pupils dilated sharply, the tips of his fingers clutching the healing potion, turning pale from exertion. Tiger disregarded Snape entirely, striding directly toward the serpentine relief, uttering the incantation with a mocking expression. Order. He despised convoluted approaches and lacked the myriad reservations that plagued Albus Dumbledore. His perception of Slytherin was stark and unambiguous. To deny others was to elevate oneself. The confidence derived from class and bloodline led this group of fools to become enmeshed in a sense of superiority. Furthermore, the collective behavior of their clique provided a sense of safety to half-bloods and those of common lineage, leading them to instinctively adopt exclusionary attitudes. They bullied the weak and blindly conformed, all in the name of validating their worth to gain the favor of pure-blood aristocrats. It was grotesque and abject, absurd and foolish. It was not that they felt out of place. Rather, the wretched academy exuded an odor of decay, with every brick and stone seemingly narrating tales of oppression and constraint. Tiger was thoroughly displeased, exceedingly so. These fools sought to wield power and impose rules to force his submission, to compel him to join their ranks. To hell with that. Tonight, he would make these imbeciles understand what true power and fear entailed. We had repeatedly tolerated him, ignored him, even allowed him to tarnish the honor of Slytherin. When would they awaken to reality? Man cannot communicate with a tiger. We must confine him within a cage, shackle him, and knock out his teeth. Within the Slytherin training grounds, Coleman Avery fervently delivered a rousing speech. He was among the first to voice his discontent with Tiger. And under the persistent suppression of the female prefect Gemma Farley, the flames of his indignation burned ever brighter. As a member of the Sacred 28, he would not permit anyone to tarnish the honor of Slytherin or the dignity of pure-blooded aristocrats. His passionate and fervent shouts elicited waves of cheers. The jeers and reprimands directed at Tiger echoed from the training grounds to the common room. Slytherin girls seated by the fireplace whispered and occasionally chuckled. They paid little mind to what could only be described as a bullying duel, the outcome seemingly predestined. Look at that, this is a man. The provocation directed at Coleman Avery stemmed from these girls. While they were not adept at physical confrontations, they excelled at manipulating fools, particularly those who were self-important. Indeed, this is what men are. As Rilisha Fafik emerged from the boys' dormitory and discreetly returned to her place, a hint of derision flickered in Gemma Farley's cold gaze. Remember, honor surpasses all, but only the victorious can claim glory. We must employ every means at our disposal, even if it means taking his life. Coleman Avery clenched his fists amidst the crowd, his meticulously styled hair appearing somewhat disheveled, his eyes ablaze with fury. Indeed, to refuse subjugation is to invite death. Let him perish. Tig Shelby, he is nothing but a disgrace. Amidst the fervent outrage of the crowd, all the small serpents erupted in a furious roar, displaying a profound disdain for Tiger's dignity and life. In their eyes, the Shelby family resembled mere dummies, indistinguishable from the domesticated house elves. The male prefect, a tranche burst, exhibited a complexity of emotions, fear, unease, and an almost imperceptible resolve. He was terrified of Tiger, unable to comprehend the source of his fear. Even a mere glance from him left him breathless. Now, however, presented itself as the opportune moment to dispel that fear. Silence. The tip of his wand pointed at his neck, his resonant voice echoed throughout the training grounds. The fervent shouts ceased abruptly, as all eyes instinctively turned towards a tranche burst. Slytherin could express anger, but it must not be expressed in anger. Do not let your fervor cloud your judgment. It was as if cold water had been poured over their heads. His dark, foreboding tone gradually restored clarity to the serpents' gazes, and they bowed their heads slightly in acknowledgement. Only Coleman Avery squinted in dissatisfaction, the ruby brooch at his collar dimming almost imperceptibly. A tranche burst snorted disdainfully. Avery, Lestrange, Rosier, Selwyn, Yaxley, Orlam. Prepare for the duel. In Slytherin, a formidable lineage commanded respect, and immense power drew followers. The male prefect called out over a dozen names. Whether by heritage or strength, these were recognized as the elite among the serpents. Those named lifted their chins with pride, stepping forward from the crowd, one hand resting on their chest. For the glory of Slytherin. Chapter 54, Terror Approaches. The sound of stone walls grinding and shifting echoed as Tiger strode into the common room with a commanding presence. The small serpents turned in unison, their various mocking gazes converging upon him. A palpable tension enveloped the silent crowd, thick with an unnameable weight. A tranche burst, accompanied by a cadre of duelists, advanced, and the other Slytherin students followed suit, encircling Tiger in a mass of bodies. The two sides stood in confrontation. The onlooking girls, whether out of curiosity, anxiety, or indignation, held their breath in anticipation. A tranche burst's face flushed crimson. He wished to utter something, yet under Tiger's calm gaze, he felt like a chicken caught by the neck, unable to produce a sound for an extended moment. Sheldon, we challenge you to a duel. The impatient Coleman Avery stepped forward, his eyes icy and filled with rage as he approached Tiger, his head held high in scorn. If you still possess any dignity, before he could finish his sentence. A size 42 leather shoe struck his chest with a sickening crack. Avery flew from the crowd like a cannonball, a blur as he passed by Gemma Farley, crashing violently into the liquor cabinet and crashing to the ground. The girls' screams erupted in response. The female head girl, Gemma Farley, gracefully held her teacup, frozen in her seat, her usually calm and tranquil eyes now betraying a look of incredulous shock. Under the fearful gazes of the Slytherin students, the terrifying venom completely enveloped Tiger's body, casting a shadow towering 3 meters high over all the duelists. The grotesque, spider-like tendrils exaggeratedly spread out, their metallic sheen at the tips evoking a sense of dread that left everyone trembling uncontrollably. Eyes, lungs, pancreas, head, delicious delicacies, yet time was running short. Then, surrender or become prey. The hoarse, furious duet roared deafeningly, like a hurricane sweeping through. In the face of the menacing fangs, the male head boy, Atlantis Chambers, slackened and fainted, drenched in saliva. Tiger ceased his chatter, akin to a tiger among sheep, lunging into the crowd amidst the panicked screams. His massive fists fell like boulders, accompanied by heart-wrenching shrieks, as more individuals were crushed and scattered, some collapsing unconscious on the ground. Help me. I don't want to die. Quickly, find a professor. No. No, no. A few small snakes attempting to flee the lounge were pinned against the stone walls by the spiked tendrils, blood slowly oozing down the crevices. The anguished cries echoed throughout the basement. "Do not run! Do not run! Draw your wands and prepare to fight." Lestrange attempted to rally the others to withstand the monstrous terror wreaking havoc. Yet, in the next moment, a gleaming axe hurtled toward them. The tall, slender figure was sent flying, the protective ring on his finger shattering into two, as his typically graceful demeanor turned into a frantic escape at the edge of the room. "He wants to kill me. He wants to kill me." Lestrange murmured in disbelief, the terror of life and death stripping him of all courage to resist. A blinding light appeared from behind the sofa. A pitch-black, twisted tendril surged forward, twisting Rilia Shafik's arm into a contorted spiral, her shrill scream piercing the air. "Rilia!" Rapid freeze. Stunning spell. Gemma Farley, without a moment to evade, flicked her wand, and the frozen tendril shattered as if struck by dozens of blades. This could not be mere happenstance. Her frost-laden gaze revealed her horror. She had not anticipated the tendril's formidable strength. It was only through the combined might of the multiple spells that it was severed. "Farley, be careful!" Rilia Shafik, covering her arm, shrieked in alarm as her pupils constricted. The spikes that had previously pinned someone to the wall transformed into cannonball-like projectiles, the sound of their flight approaching rapidly. Gemma Farley swiftly leaped over the sofa, pulling Rilia to her side. A visible golden shield abruptly flared to life, encasing them in its protective embrace. The relentless, muffled impacts caused the shield's glow to dim swiftly, as the surrounding sofa and tables were obliterated into fragments. "Damn it, we were all mistaken. We were all mistaken." As Gemma Farley beheld the adamantine pestle shattering the ground, her complexion oscillated between green and white, her eyes filled with remorse. "Get out of the way! Quickly! Damn it! Blaze! Run, Pansy! Get down, Draco! Quickly get down!" The scene descended into chaos. The fractured floor, the wailing crowd, the piercing screams of terror, and the glaring blood splattered everywhere. "Look closely, you fools. Do you comprehend what true power is?" Accompanied by a roar that reverberated through the very soul, a monstrous figure darted through the lounge with terrifying speed. Any who dared to stand or draw their wands would face a merciless assault. Aside from those unable to flee, the first-year students huddled tightly in the cold corners, their earlier fervor extinguished, replaced by bone-chilling fear. The unconscious Blaze Zabini was dragged back to the ground by Theodore, while the others wept bitterly, resembling a clutch of chicks seeking survival. As the elite of Slytherin, the pureblood duelists found themselves with no retreat, panic intertwined with ferocity in their eyes, transforming their dread into a fierce desire to kill, surging uncontrollably. "What in the world is this monster?" Selwyn appeared somewhat unhinged as he swiftly redirected his wand towards the venom. Thunderous explosions erupted. Before he could complete the incantation, the adamantine pestle struck with a dull thud. Scalding flesh and shattered bones splattered onto the surrounding duelists. Selwyn's wand fell to the ground as he clutched his severed arm, wailing in agony. Several nearby fell to their knees, collapsing uncontrollably. At this juncture, the entire lounge was devoid of any resistance, with the venom standing at the center, revealing a ghastly grin. "To be honest, you are quite fortunate. You encountered me, a good person. Look, none of you fools have perished." It stood proudly, hands on its hips, reflecting on the fortuitous evolution that allowed it to control its strength. "But they're almost done for." Professor Snape entered the lounge with a face ashen with fury, surveying the debris and blood-strewn floor, listening to the cries of despair and pleas for help. He could not suppress his trembling. "Shelby, have you lost your mind?" The venom instantly receded, revealing Tiger, who smirked enigmatically. "I am not insane. They're the ones who have lost their senses. Is this what Slytherin has become? Attempting to provoke a silent entity, trying to attack a volatile threat capable of ending their lives? Is there anyone more deranged than they? Any sane person would avoid playing with a grenade, let alone a so-called uncontrollable atomic bomb. These Slytherins must be somewhat unhinged." As he spoke, tendrils of thick, black liquid began to slither toward Tiger from all directions, and the surrounding cries seemed to diminish. Noticing this, Professor Snape narrowed his eyes and glanced at the one-armed Selwyn. Before him, the severed arm that had transformed into a mist of blood and bone now lay intact on the ground, the wound miraculously staunched, awaiting a compassionate soul to reattach it. The Slytherin student pinned at the doorway slowly began to rise. The previously shocking wounds have vanished without a trace. Were it not for the bloodstains adorning her torn clothing, the entire ordeal would seem like a dreadful nightmare. Rilia Shafik gazed incredulously at her arm, where the grotesque, twisted marks had completely disappeared, leaving only a faint, lingering sting as a reminder that her injuries had yet to fully heal. Chapter 55. Did you think it was over? As night deepened, the usually tranquil infirmary erupted in chaos. "Oh, my Merlin!" Mrs. Pomfrey exclaimed, her hand pressed to her forehead, nearly fainting at the sight of yet another wave of Slytherin students, supporting one another as they filed into the medical room. Having received a message from Dumbledore, Professor Sprout rushed in with students, clutching various herbs in a flurry. Upon seeing the writhing students on the beds, she froze, her arms full of herbs tumbling to the floor. "Merlin, you've been attacked by Death Eaters." As if by instinct, several students, whose parents were devoted Death Eaters, glanced at her, their eyes reflecting a profound terror. How foolish of me, Professor Sprout thought, a flash of realization striking her. "So you were attacked by Severus." Just then, a few of the Slytherin students, whose parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix, were being bound by house elves, their cries rising in anguish. No, that can't be right. Severus would never harm children. Professor Sprout chastised herself for her confusion. Unaware of the full situation, she felt both anxious and frustrated. Instinctively drawing her wand, her usually gentle demeanor turned serious, as she feared for the safety of the remaining students. "What on earth happened? Which scoundrel dared to harm you? A dark wizard? An Auror? A werewolf? A centaur?" Professor Sprout, despite her kindly nature, was formidable in her own right. From behind the door, Blaise Zabini pressed a hand to his pained forehead, his complexion pale as he murmured, "Let us not dwell on that, Professor. I need the white fresh. I feel my wound reopening." "Right away," Professor Sprout responded, hurriedly retrieving the fallen herbs. "Poor child, let me see your injury." Upon viewing the raw flesh exposed on Blaise's forehead, she tightly pressed her lips together and retrieved a vial of white fresh essence from her pocket. "How did you sustain this injury, Mr. Zabini? Does it still hurt?" As the essence dripped onto the wound, a delicate mist enveloped the area, and the long, deep gash began to heal at a visibly remarkable rate. Perhaps out of empathy, Professor Sprout's rough fingers trembled slightly beside the injury, an unfamiliar warmth spreading through Blaise, a sensation he had never encountered before. He looked into the kind eyes of Professor Sprout, and the tension in his face gradually eased, the pallor of fear receding, replaced by the return of color. "It's nothing, Professor. The Slytherins organized a duel, and I was merely caught in the crossfire." Bressabini shook his head in a daze, revealing a self-deprecating smile. He could not fathom how he had mustered the courage to draw his wand against a creature that seemed as catastrophic as a natural disaster. It was utterly absurd. Yet, Draco, that foolish boy, was right behind him, and in his attempt to scare the unconscious Crabbe and Goyle, he nearly lost his own life. The enormous scythe that had approached him was an image he would likely never forget. The ironclad charm he wore felt as fragile as glass. Had Draco not yanked him back, his skull would have surely been shattered. Heaven knows, before that strange, viscous substance had left his forehead, he had even felt the cold touch of bone. "Severus, I require 24 vials of bone regeneration potion." Meanwhile, in the infirmary, the supply of healing potions was rapidly dwindling, and Professor Snape, wearing a grim expression, departed in haste. Fortunately, due to the haphazard biotic repairs, there were no severe injuries here. The young Slytherins were bloodied and tattered, but the scene only appeared dire. The remaining students needed merely to consume the bone regeneration potion in a dreamless sleep draft for a restful night. Due to a shortage of beds, only those with minor injuries were able to leave the infirmary after their treatment. Head of House Burstead, upon regaining consciousness, the young aristocrat Atlantic Burstead was immediately pulled aside by Madame Pomfrey. After a thorough examination, she handed him a heavy wooden box filled with dreamless sleep draft. "Head Burstead, everyone will require this tonight. Please shoulder your responsibility." Among the entire Slytherin house, Atlantic Burstead was the only one unscathed. Madame Pomfrey harbored considerable discontent towards him for failing to prevent the conflict. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. Clutching the heavy box, Atlantic Burstead exited the infirmary, his expression still tinged with confusion. His thoughts seemed to linger in the final moments before his unconsciousness, the fragmented memories swirling chaotically. In stark contrast, the pure-blooded noble children remaining in their beds were still filled with a twisted, dark fear. The mere approach of a house elf would incite hysterical screams and wails, until Professor Snape, with a somber demeanor, approached them holding the elixir of life. In the Slytherin common room, the once ruined and chaotic space was restored to its former glory by the deft fingers of the house elves. Tiger lifted a sofa and tossed it into the center of the room, sitting down with an imposing demeanor and a smile that was both defiant and fierce. Upon witnessing this terrifying figure, the Slytherin students who had returned early huddled together, none daring to take a step forward. Tiger's sudden voice caused the young snakes to instinctively shudder. I will assist you in accomplishing great feats. A derisive laugh echoed through the silent common room. Sharp and jarring. This is what you often say, is it not? Or perhaps it is something certain individuals frequently hear. Tiger shook his head in amusement. Without further ado, at least this method of making grand promises to appease the masses is something only these unruly children firmly believe. The female prefect, Gemma Farley, stands at the forefront. Her gaze is chilling and desolate as a still pond. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, an inexplicable sense of panic begins to unfurl within her. What exactly do you wish to convey, Shelby? Do you believe this is the end? She observes with clarity. Slytherin is engulfed in wails and chaos. Yet not a single soul lies dead. This wretch does not dare to kill them. The retribution of pure-blood nobility is a burden the Shelby family cannot bear. The end? Tiger's eyes narrow slightly, the menacing glint obscured, replaced by indifference. I thought it was over, but it seems you do not share that sentiment. He despises circumlocution, yet it does not imply he is oblivious to the thoughts of this foolish woman. Marcus, Adrian, Lucian. As Tiger's gaze falls upon them, Marcus Flint and the others emerge from the crowd, standing behind him, their deep-set eyes betraying a barely perceptible fear. During the recent melee, they did not dare to move an inch, their instincts fiercely resisting their thoughts. The drawn wand, perhaps in the instant of casting a spell, would instinctively turn against their own throats. They are astute Slytherins, elite cultivated by their families. They are acutely aware that in the face of insurmountable fear and power, they possess but one choice. This is a near-cold clarity, a testament to survival's wisdom. As members of the Sacred 28, Marcus Flint is equally aware of what Gemma Farley is contemplating. The once hideous overbite had long been shattered by Tiger's fist, a cold smirk, now playing on his lips, tinged with a hint of sympathy. He does not dare. No, he dares everything. You seem to have grasped something, albeit insufficiently. When, watching the three behind Tiger, Gemma Farley's gaze subtly shifts until Tiger speaks again. Bursted. With a thunderous roar, the crowd suddenly shifts. Chapter 56. Go ask the elders of Azkaban. Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, a Tranche Bursted emerges from the throng with a solemn demeanor. The sound of his shoes striking the tiled floor sending shivers through the crowd. As the prefect and the next heir of the Bursted family, his silhouette has been a source of admiration for many young serpents. Yet at this moment, this elegant and upright figure bows with an unprecedented humility before a brutal beast, placing a single hand upon his chest, offering the highest of honors. Bursted prefect. Marcus. Why? Someone can no longer contain their voice. They cannot fathom why the Sacred 28 would bow to a mute. Why would the illustrious and noble purebloods lower themselves to a crude and savage giant? Even female prefect Gemma Farley fixates on the four, her deep-set eyes filled with confusion and anger. This is nothing short of self-degradation. She knows full well that the custom of purebloods is to slice the cake at the negotiation table, maintaining a facade of opulence and dignity. As for the sordid interests at play, they bear no relevance to him. This is the tacit understanding among the pure-blood aristocracy. In stark contrast, the modus operandi of Tiger is precisely what sets him apart from Slytherin. This beast employs unabashed violence and fear to liberate himself from constraints, intimidating the serpents, and, in the future, securing advantages for the Shelby family. Dignity holds no value for the beast. Yet, these matters are trivial. To Gemma Farley, the Shelby family, akin to a damp squib, possesses no foundation within the magical realm. No matter how ferocious this tiger may be, he remains confined to his territory, reluctant to overstep. Slytherin need only maintain a discerning distance to leave him trapped within Hogwarts. Once this creature departs the school, bereft of Dumbledore's protection, all that awaits the tiger are cages and shackles. Continued disregard suffices. Sustained isolation is paramount. Yet why, oh why? Thoughts surged like tumultuous waves. The head girl, Gemma Farley, appeared impassive, yet her fists clenched tightly, her breathing growing increasingly erratic. Gazing upon the faces in the crowd that radiated fury, Altrincham Bester's smile failed to reach his eyes. Why, if only you could comprehend, I would welcome your company. If you cannot grasp it, consult your elders still imprisoned in Azkaban. But by that time, I would be compelled to express profound regret for your foolishness. His drawn-out, tranquil tone concluded with a cold smirk. On the path back to the common room, the reassembly of fragmented memories mirrored the fears and tremors within him. He beheld calamity. He witnessed wails of despair. He recalled the hollowed chest of his former self on the night of the school as commencement, the bizarrely twisted ebony liquid, and the image of his father kissing Voldemort's heel. The questions Marcus and his companions could fathom were equally within Altrincham-Bester's grasp, perhaps even more deeply contemplated in a certain sense. What is power? The essence of power is violence, the clandestine cornerstone of any family's glory and a nation's ascent. Great ideals guide the pursuit of the faithful, immense interests attract the ambitions of the driven, and striking charisma unites the hearts of followers. What of extreme violence? The ferocity that sweeps all before it, the awe and fear instilled in Marcus and his ilk, dispelled the last vestige of hesitation within Altrincham-Bester. The negotiation table of Slytherin was upturned by Tiger, and their wands were carelessly snapped. Amidst the banter, a web of insincerity was spun, and from graceful, noble steps emerged blades laced with poison. This was Slytherin's forte, yet before Tiger, they appeared utterly fragile. Are we ignoring him? No. Is he who disregards us? Great power can overlook all. The terrifying visage of Venom grew increasingly grotesque in Altrincham-Bester's mind, and suddenly, he found himself drawn to this rampant, brutal style. Remarkably, it seemed even he had not noticed this inclination. Thoughts flickered like lightning, and Altrincham-Bester positioned himself at Tiger's right hand. A sinister smile graced the corners of Gemma Folly's lips as he faced the woman for the first time, a sensation of exhilarating honesty coursing through him. There was no need for artifice or pretense. As the heir to the Bursted family, he was naturally surrounded by unwavering loyalists. The bond between pure-blood aristocrats and their subordinate families was deeply entrenched and difficult to disrupt. Amidst the bustling crowd, for senior Slytherins emerged. Although they expressed confusion over Bursted's choices, they steadfastly approached Tage. After placing their hands over their hearts in salute, the four silently positioned themselves behind a tranche Bursted, silently declaring their allegiance and loyalty. 3 more figures stepped forward, saluting Tage before standing expressionlessly behind Andrian and Lucian. "Curse it, Marcus, you must be mad," someone muttered darkly. Yet like their predecessors, they proceeded to join Marcus's side, with many followers of the Flint family following suit. In mere moments, half of the male Slytherins positioned themselves behind Tage, their complex and fearful gazes fixed upon his broad back. "Theodore, what are you doing?" Theodore, not suddenly advanced. Blaise Zabini instinctively reached to restrain him, but was cast off. He could only watch in disbelief as his friend saluted Tage. Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson exchanged bewildered glances. They never anticipated that Theodore Not would so unhesitatingly choose to join Shelby. Old Not was a staunch loyalist to Voldemort. After the war, the Not family's assets were entirely seized by other family members, leaving a pitiful portion for Theodore. Though the pure-blood aristocrats looked down upon this, the victors reigned supreme. And for the sake of stability, they begrudgingly accepted the situation. Under the guidance of their parents, Draco and his peers took care of Theodore Not, yet he remained aloof, cold, and unfriendly, gradually dulling their enthusiasm, though they still kept a watchful eye on him. Among the newcomers, only Blaise and Theodore shared a close bond. "Blaise, Draco Malfoy began to inquire, but was interrupted by a dismissive wave from Blaise Zabini. "Don't ask me, I have no idea." As he gazed at his friend, who wore a half-smile, Blaise's expression darkened significantly. Standing at the center of such turbulence was akin to placing oneself in the eye of danger and conflict. The murmurs within the crowd grew increasingly piercing. Others had family backing them. Even in defeat, they could retreat unscathed. "What do you have?" "A newcomer. A castaway of the family." "What do you possess, Theodore Not?" Beneath his dark skin, a simmering fury began to surface, subtle yet unmistakable. "I must be mad." Blaise Zabini clenched his jaw, and under Draco Malfoy's astonished gaze, he too stepped forward with determination. Though one may not belong to the esteemed lineage of the Sacred 28, fortune favors him, as his mother is affluent and his stepfather numerous. For the sake of wealth, he can indeed assist his friend in evading peril. "Theodore, this is your debt to me." Approaching Theodore Not, Bress Zabini's face flushed as he growled in a low voice. "No, Bress." Theodore Not's eternally vacant gaze briefly flickered with amusement. Bress Zabini was momentarily taken aback, a vague whisper echoing gently in his ear. "It is you who owe me." Chapter 57. Do you still face discrimination? What is power? Head girl Gemma Farley and head boy Tranche Bursted hold strikingly divergent views. She believes that the essence of power lies in deprivation. The more one can deprive, the more significant it becomes. Thus, her authority amplifies, affirming her strength. Violence and intimidation are but facets of power. To achieve lasting governance, mere violence suffices not, for intimidation may incite rebellion. This is precisely why Gemma Farley finds the unfolding events utterly absurd. Although she perceives those standing behind Tig as imbeciles, she cannot simply allow matters to proceed unchecked. Power is directed toward specific subjects. Slytherin, inherently drawn to strength, cannot permit this tiger to develop unchecked. Otherwise, whom shall she govern? Observing the newcomers begin to stir. Head girl Gemma Farley's gaze flickered with determination as she decisively stepped before Tig. Her tall, aloof demeanor radiated disdain as she lowered her gaze slightly. Speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, "Your trivial games among men have disturbed the entire academy. It is time to bring this to an end. Let's be frank. Shelby, what do you desire? Rather than opposing in hostility, one should rise to a loftier position and bestow from the stance of nobility." It must be said, this statement had a remarkable effect. The Slytherins standing behind Tig instinctively furrowed their brows, while those behind her involuntarily displayed expressions of reverence. "What do I desire?" Tig's fierce gaze momentarily dulled. The female mind, after all, is more intricate than that of a man. Not only he, but even a tranche Bursted struggled to comprehend the convolutions of her words, sensing something amiss. Yet Tig was not easily deceived, sensing the malice within her words. He abruptly rose from the sofa, akin to a mighty brown bear standing tall, an almost suffocating aura of intimidation enveloping the space. Gemma Farley's pupils dilated, and instinctively she wished to retreat, yet she stifled the urge, her gaze growing colder, as if veiled in frost. Tig raised an eyebrow, directly grasping Gemma Farley's pale chin, and gazing into her furious eyes, he sneered with malicious delight. "I desire nothing at all, save for the opportunity to shatter your spines and watch you scurry like dogs. Release me, you filthy villain." Gemma Farley abruptly turned her head, struggling to break free in a somewhat disheveled manner. Her typically composed and haughty visage transformed entirely, the past serenity and poise evaporating. The searing pain at her jaw was swiftly replaced by a tumultuous nausea roiling within her chest. She longed to unleash a fierce fire spell, reducing that filthy, barbaric scoundrel to ashes. "Thank you for the compliment," Tig laughed, unashamed and even proud. He then raised his head to regard the others. The Slytherins standing behind Gemma Farley displayed expressions of suppressed rage, and even those behind him furrowed their brows deeply. Yet, he remained indifferent, unconvinced. A cold, derisive laugh echoed through the common room. "Then stew in your anger until you possess enough strength to take me down." In the astonished gaze of the Slytherin crowd, Tig arrogantly raised his thumb, pointing it at himself. This exemplified a fundamental difference in mindset. The pure-blood elite, perched high upon their pedestals, would never allow anyone to challenge their authority or encroach upon their interests, thus giving rise to the hierarchy within Slytherin. Half-bloods must submit to pure-bloods to the aristocracy, and the aristocracy to the sacred 28 families. This has always been the case. Prick up your ears filled with nonsense and listen closely. I shall say this only once. Tig's tone shifted as he coldly addressed the crowd. "You are bloody wizards, whether dark or light. You are not mere hairless monkeys draped in garments. Nor are you slaughtered pigs awaiting the butcher. Henceforth in Slytherin, to hell with wealth, to hell with aristocracy, to hell with servants. The only thing that warrants my equal regard is genuine power. To earn respect, one must possess power. To achieve greatness, one must have power. Only bloody power." To put it plainly, Tig dismissed the classist notions of pure blood superiority as mere nonsense. He believed in the valor of the common man. Under his command, everyone stood equal. "You may be a pure-blood aristocrat, but that does not grant you the privilege to boast at me, for you possess but one life. To safeguard your wealth, you must first have strength. Furthermore, through Shelby's experiences, the pride and dignity of wealthy merchants and politicians paled in comparison to that of a commoner when faced with someone like Tig." A string of expletives, like a hurricane's roar, swept through the minds of the Slytherin students. They loathed such crudeness, even hesitating to utter the words, yet as they listened to Tig's furious outburst, they felt an inexplicable sense of catharsis. You may write to your families to seek retribution against Shelby, but the opportunity is but a single one. His deep and chilling gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their fears, causing those he looked upon to shudder involuntarily. The Slytherin students, who had previously glared at Tig, now hurriedly lowered their heads, avoiding the piercing gaze that instilled dread. The wails and cries echoing within the common room still resonated in their ears. No one dared to contemplate such thoughts. They knew full well their opportunity was singular, and their lives were limited. More subtly, Tig, inadvertently yet fiercely, bound together the once fragmented Slytherin students into a cohesive collective. This sudden unity, although born from fear and helplessness, has inadvertently become one of the cards in Tiger's audacious hand. The female prefect, Gemma Farley, cast a cold glance downward, moving to a corner as if witnessing a robust and revolting toad flaunting its prowess before her. The feelings of annoyance and disgust morphed into an inescapable stench, rendering her nearly intolerant. Yet, this did not imply that she would yield. Her indifferent gaze traversed past Tiger, focusing on the male prefect, Adderland-Best, with a slight curl of her lips, an expression more akin to scrutiny than mockery. She steadfastly maintained her views. This Slytherin solidarity was constructed upon a fragile foundation of fear and helplessness. Should the support of its core figures wane, sustaining such cohesion would become an arduous endeavor, destined to unravel into disarray. Tig Shelby, though fierce, remained but a solitary figure, once stripped of collective backing. Should he dare to depart Hogwarts, he would swiftly be reduced to ashes by the searing flames. Best, you are mistaken. Wizards are but mortals. The strength of humanity is finite. Only those who comprehend how to harness the power of the collective to fulfill their ambitions are the true victors. Seeing no one daring to meet her gaze, Tiger grew disinterested in further discourse. Ultimately, he merely illuminated a path for these fools, indifferent to whether they chose to heed his words. The aristocrats stockpile grain, I stockpile arms. The aristocrats are my granaries. Tommy once remarked that Shelby's decline stemmed from plunder, just as its prosperity arose from it. Shelby would never forget this truth. As for the Slytherins behind him, he had never truly contemplated bringing those granaries over. However, now that they were present, he felt compelled to unveil the grand design long in the making. Pointing to the silver tapestries and antique oil paintings adorning the walls, he declared with unwavering conviction, "From tomorrow, toss all this rubbish in the lounge out. If anyone dares leave even a single piece, I shall wrench your teeth from your mouths with a fire tongue. And this moldy, green-furred, dog-like wall, replace it with Gryffindor's volcanic stone." Witnessing the astonished and dazed expressions of those around him, Tiger's frustration erupted. "What are you staring at? You lament daily about Dumbledore's discrimination against you. Yet you all continue to discriminate among yourselves. If I were Dumbledore, I would string you all up like sausages and hang you to dry on that iron chain. Are you even aristocrats? Have you ever encountered anything of quality? Have you ever been to the lounges of other houses? Is this filthy, rat-infested, stinking cesspool truly comfortable for you?" Reflecting on the lounges of other houses and comparing them to their own, numerous upperclassmen grimaced as if struck by a toothache. A cesspool? Previously unconsidered, but after Shelby's remarks, the realization struck. Chapter 58, Dumbledore's Concern. Filthy vermin. He has ruined Slytherin. Despicable, vile giant, you must expel him. Dumbledore, look at what he has done. Late at night, the portraits in the headmaster's office were particularly raucous, especially the portrait of Slytherin, where its inhabitants fervently waved their hands as if attempting to leap from the canvas, seizing Dumbledore by the throat to roar in fury. In stark contrast, Dumbledore's smile grew ever more profound. Even the notoriously radical Phineas Black succumbed to an eerie silence, for he had been a most vociferous in his vitriol from the very beginning. It was then that Professor Snape stormed in, his countenance ashen, striding purposefully to the table. And with a somber tone, he demanded, "What on earth do you intend to do, Dumbledore? Will you allow Shelby to run amok? Look around tonight. The air is rife with lamentations. Has the great and benevolent Dark Lord changed his taste? Shall I, your pitiful potions master, kiss your feet and implore you to venture to Azkaban? Heaven knows, it was usually he who unleashed venom upon others. Yet tonight he found himself besieged by the two elderly women in the infirmary, unable to open his eyes. He was the head of Slytherin, a master of potions, not a house elf to wipe others' behinds." In response to Snape's scathing and wrathful words, Dumbledore remained unperturbed, instead gently advising, "Do not be so agitated, Severus. Understand that children invariably grow through their tumbles and stumbles. How about a cup of lemon tea? Tumbles and stumbles?" Professor Snape was nearly driven to laughter by his vexation. "What nonsense are you spouting?" For the first time in his life, he felt an absurdly perfect embodiment of incomprehensibility emanating from an old man. "I do not care what you aim to achieve, Dumbledore. Take this fellow away, for he is unfit for Slytherin." Snape abhorred chaos, and Tiger was undoubtedly the architect of turmoil within Slytherin. Damn those tumbles. If these pure-blooded imbeciles dared to employ dark magic, they would have been torn asunder long ago. Shelby's mind is but a mass of muscle encased in the slime of a slug. He lacks the wisdom and capability to fulfill your grand ideals. His fury swelled, blocking the throat of Professor Snape, hissing like a true Serpent King unleashing venom. Dumbledore shook his head, a glimmer of certainty and resolve flickering behind his glasses as he intoned, "Severus, do not underestimate Tiger. He is acutely aware of his actions." Faced with Snape's grim visage, he could not help but exhale a long sigh, imbued with an ineffable sense of solace. "Severus, when facts favor Slytherin, Slytherin emphasizes the facts. When rules are in Slytherin's favor, Slytherin emphasizes the rules. You deem this clever, believing it to be a necessary means for the functioning of order." Dumbledore's tone faltered slightly, and he sighed again, a hint of helplessness surfacing in his wise gaze. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes, appearing somewhat incredulous, for in his mind, this honey-addled old bee was not a feeble man, nor could he ever exhibit weakness before others, unless this wretched old fool was once again plotting against him. With thoughts trailing off at that juncture, Professor Snape cautiously took a step back, his already somber gaze becoming increasingly hollow. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at the fool so grievously affected by Slytherin and continued his self-absorbed explanation. Such a mindset, even to one as moldy as I, appears exceedingly stale. You see, when the rules and facts turn against Tig, he will upend the table, grip them by the throat, and compel their obedience. They have no choice but to comply. One must understand that all forms of dominion begin with violence. Oh, Professor Snape emitted a subdued snort. It seems our Lord White Wizard is living far too comfortably, seeking to cultivate yet another Dark Lord. Severus. Dumbledore shook his head with a sense of helplessness. The essence of how the world turns remains unchanged, yet the times have shifted. The old ways of the pure-blood aristocracy are no longer viable. It is time to embark on a different path. The minds of the children cannot remain entrenched in the past, for that would lead to their downfall. In Dumbledore's eyes, Slytherin and the other three houses were fundamentally different. Their status and wealth served as a barometer for the entire wizarding community of Britain. They stand upon lofty heights. Yet that very elevation is perilous, be it through violence or savagery. Any means that precipitates their early descent from their precarious thrones is a promising beginning. It is essential for them to firmly plant their feet on the ground, to witness the world, to glimpse their future. In this complex and multifaceted world, where there are good people, there are inevitably bad ones. Dumbledore is indifferent to what kind of individuals Slytherin's students may become. His vision extends far beyond, encompassing a broader horizon. As the tides of time surge forward, the landscape of the world unfolds magnificently before him, with the wisdom of ordinary people continuously reaching new heights. The realms of wizards and muggles, once parallel and disconnected, now quietly draw closer with a subtle yet resolute stride. Yet beneath this seemingly harmonious fusion lies an undeniable undercurrent of contradictions and conflicts. How one might resolve this conundrum remains a mystery, even to him. He knows only that figures like Grindelwald and Voldemort will not alter the course of Muggle development. Rather, they would usher in catastrophic consequences for the wizarding realm, leaving a legacy of ruin. He understands that before the eruption of conflict, the students of Slytherin must grasp the wisdom of survival and cultivate inner resilience. They must possess the courage and freedom to shine as wizards amidst the tempest, rather than devolving into hollow puppets upon the thrones of pure-blood aristocracy. Ultimately, to be mercilessly nailed to the pillar of shame that Muggles disdain, becoming a mournful footnote in the annals of changing times. Professor Snape fell silent for a moment before turning and exiting the headmaster's office. "I hope you do not come to regret this." The sound of the statue shifting rendered his words somewhat indistinct. "I have long surpassed the age of regret," Dumbledore murmured lightly, his smile easy. As for whether Tig would become the new Dark Lord, he remained unconcerned, even adopting a detached indifference towards the notion. His aversion was not directed at the power and malevolence behind the title of the Dark Lord, but rather at the reckless abandon, unrestrained madness, and pathological tendencies that accompanied it. The jungle law that Tiger adhered to, though brutal, was an inevitable principle of growth and renewal. Moreover, this despicable scoundrel had repeatedly claimed to be a good person. Dumbledore found this inexplicably hopeful. "Forgive my morbid curiosity, Severus. I am long past my prime. Yet I occasionally wish to see what those pure-blood aristocrats consume when they are devoid of their teeth." Chapter 59. Internal Conflicts. "Very well, take your time." "Ah, splendid work. Spike." The potion, once diluted, continued to emit a faint luminescence, and Madame Pomfrey nodded in satisfaction. She then retrieved the remaining dreamless sleep potion and placed it beside the two upperclassmen Badgers, her assistants left by Professor Sprout. "Remember, children, do not make the concentration too high, or it will hinder their wound healing. Once they awaken, give them another vial." Very well, madam. For this night watch arrangement. Spike and Tracy had no objections. They nodded eagerly and resumed their task of diluting the potion. After graduation, they aspired to work at St. Mungo's Hospital, and today, S events undeniably provided an excellent internship opportunity. Once the remaining matters were settled, Madame Pomfrey exhaled a sigh of relief, leaving the infirmary with a heart full of fatigue. The Slytherin students, having tended to their wounds, had already returned to the common room, leaving only a few grievously injured to consume the potion and drift into slumber on their beds. The infirmary, once filled with noise, had reverted to its former tranquility, imbued with the sharp scent of the dreamless sleep potion. Soft breaths rose and fell in unison. Moonlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. The occasional whisper of wind from outside served as the most delicate background music in this stillness. Time passed, second by second. The pain and itch from their bones intensified, and consciousness gradually returned to the patients, giving rise to muffled groans and curses within the ward. Damn it, someone come. I feel like my chest and back are going to split open. What has happened? Shelby. Oh, that wretched spawn of Shelby. I will send him to hell. As memories surged back, Comyn Avery's cries grew increasingly loud, his invectives becoming ever more venomous. Once destined for glory, he now resembled a defeated dog, curled in a corner and howling in despair. The attention that should have been his was swiftly snatched away by Tiger, who kicked him aside as though he were a mere stray dog. In the final scene of his mind, he had not even the time to emit a symbolic wail before he fainted. The duelists lying in their beds still vividly recalled the horror of his concave ribcage, though he received timely treatment. Yet the shoe prints and bruises on Comyn Avery's chest remained starkly visible, resembling the searing marks left by a branding iron on the hindquarters of livestock. For a pure-blooded noble, this was an indelible stain of disgrace. The sentiment was palpable to all present. Comyn Avery's hatred, intertwined with palpable pain, became increasingly suffocating. Each breath felt like a tormenting tug, nearly unbearable. Selwyn slowly rose, adopting a posture of near reverence as he tenderly caressed the phantom arm that should not exist. The relentless ache and tingling at his shoulder did little to stir his inner turmoil. Instead, the joy of regaining what was lost surged forth like a tidal wave, nearly bringing him to tears. And as for hatred, who would harbor animosity toward a natural disaster? Unlike Comyn Avery, Selwyn had witnessed the venom's rampant devastation in its entirety. Thus, to him, this fearsome venom was akin to a calamity, an inexorable force like earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. In the face of such disasters, the wisest course was to keep one's distance. How foolish he had been to provoke such a force alongside those imbeciles. Good heavens! He couldn't even dare to confide this to his grandfather. Utterly absurd. He had never seen anyone leap into a volcano or a ship charge headlong into a tsunami. To still be alive, with his arm intact, was a testament to fate's mercy and grace. The frenzied, venomous tirades made Selwyn furrow his brow tightly. As the elation of surviving began to fade, the prickling pain of bone regeneration threatened to drive him to madness. Silence, Avery. Do not compel me to stuff your mouth with my shoe. Selwyn's patience with Comyn Avery had completely evaporated, his words devoid of any politeness. How dare you speak to me like that? Selwyn, Comyn Avery glared at the adjacent sickbed, his eyes filled with a venomous resentment akin to indelible ink. What do you want? If I were you, Comyn Avery, I would bury my head in the pillow to prevent anyone from hearing the lamentations of a defeated hound. You insipid, arrogant fool. You led everyone to their doom. You have no idea what you have done. Selwyn's inexplicable hatred was directly transferred onto Comyn Avery. His words, laden with wrath, rang out like a deafening bell, striking a chord in the hearts of all present. As members of the Sacred 28, every individual here tolerated Comyn Avery not out of fear, but for the sake of the dignity among pure-blooded nobles. Glares of disdain and disapproval converged upon Comyn Avery. Only Relisa Fick observed the quarrel between the two with a cold, detached demeanor, her deep-set eyes revealing no emotion. For her, the matter was far from resolved. Oh heavens! I actually fell asleep. The clamor in the ward escalated as Spike, who had dozed off in the medication room, abruptly awoke. The early hours of the night were indeed the most drowsy, and the occasional breeze wafting through the window served as the perfect lullaby. He hastily gathered the diluted concoction for dreamless slumber and rushed toward the ward. As the door swung open, the cacophony of arguments intensified manifold, particularly in the stillness of the night, rendering it particularly jarring. Hey, enough of the noise. This is the infirmary. Unless you wish for me to summon Madame Pomfrey to intervene. Spike glared at the still barking Combe Avery, fully aware that these pure-blood aristocrats held him in contempt. Thus, he cleverly invoked Madame Pomfrey's name. Yet, the din persisted unabated. With a resounding bang, the usually taciturn Ravenbock slammed his palm against the table, heedless of the blood-stained bandages that spilled forth. "Damn it, Avery, can you not silence that foul mouth of yours? Speak another word, and I shall stuff a slug down your rear." Ravenbock's fierce gaze bore down on the nearby hospital bed, his face a storm of threats. This outburst, rife with the rawness characteristic of the Shelby clan, left the Slytherin students wide-eyed in astonishment, even causing Combe Avery to momentarily freeze in disbelief. "Hey, Mr. Bach," Spike interjected, his eye twitching in dismay. "This is the infirmary. Kindly refrain from such language." It was an extraordinary occurrence. Not only had no pure-blood aristocrat ever uttered such foul words, but not a single student in all of Hogwarts had ever resorted to such obscenities. Surely, one could not allow the ruckus in the infirmary to devolve into a cesspool of filth. "Damn you, Bach." Combe Avery, flustered and enraged, raised his eyebrows, preparing to retort, when suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated through the room. The infirmary door was kicked open, and a gust of cold wind from the corridor swept in as Tage strode in unabashedly, his gaze fierce as he surveyed the occupants within. The primal modifications from the venomous biocells began to take effect, and a wave of fear started to envelop the room. The Slytherins lying on the hospital beds began to tremble involuntarily. Though the room was dimly lit, they could distinctly feel a greedy and cruel gaze fixed upon them. A bone-chilling dread surged to their heads, as if someone were incessantly screaming in their ears, "Run, run." The once raucous infirmary fell into an eerie silence, and Spike, frozen in place, could even hear the sound of teeth chattering in terror. "Thank you, Shelby." Chapter 60. "Next time we meet, I shall not let you escape," Tage declared as he turned away. "He's Shelby?" Spike's eyes widened in shock. As the medical personnel amidst this chaos, he was no stranger to that name. Just look at that muscular physique, those robust arms, and that chiseled chest. Professor Sprout would surely be enamored. By Merlin's cauldron, this fellow was undoubtedly adept at herbology. Why wasn't he in Hufflepuff? Only the heavens knew how laborious it was to manage those herbs. One needed a strong constitution for it. Spike, filled with envy, smacked his lips. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. He suddenly snapped back to reality. The frail door of the infirmary seemed to cry out for help, creaking and trembling incessantly on the verge of collapse. "Mr. Shelby, this is the infirmary, a sanctuary for patients to rest. One cannot be so impudent as to intrude." Madame Pomfrey would be incensed. The entirety of Hogwarts is aware that when Madame Pomfrey is angered, even Dumbledore is inclined to steer clear. The tone of the medical staff is undeniably assertive. However, as Tiger's gaze fell ominously, Spike's breath hitched in his throat, his complexion turning ashen. You could be a tad gentler faced with such a fearsome glare. It is nearly impossible for anyone to smile without appearing wretched. Get outside and wait." "Very well." Noting the yellow lining of the other's robe, Tiger wasted no time, and Spike promptly turned towards the door. "Hey, you can't leave. Come back. You need to tend to our injuries. The Bach family will grant you a condition." "Stop. I warn you." The Slytherin cohort clamored in unison, their trembling voices tinged with an undercurrent of helplessness. The harrowing scenes of their previous torment haunted them like a nightmare. Merely shutting their eyes would conjure those piercing and tragic images in their minds. They were unwilling to be alone with Tiger. Which sane person would confine themselves with a tiger? Even the typically composed Raylisha Fick found herself unable to resist the gnawing fear, casting a pleading glance towards Spike's retreating figure. The glimmering eyes of the dark-haired girl were indeed heart-wrenching. Yet unfortunately, Spike remained oblivious. He could only shake his head in resignation, glancing at Tiger and then at the Slytherins, arms outstretched in an expression that conveyed understanding. "No offense intended, everyone. You just experienced that, did you not? He would snap my neck and shatter my limbs." Spike's tone softened as he pointed sympathetically toward the group. "But you won't, will you? I shall see you shortly with that." He decisively exited the infirmary, inadvertently dragging along the wide-eyed Tracy, who had been peering in from outside. The Hufflepuff girl not only favored brawny men, but also reveled in watching muscular men dominate the pitiable Cedric, whose eyes glistened with tears. Spike sighed quietly. What a cursed taste. What is fear? Fear is a potent, oppressive emotion that arises from the desire to escape while feeling utterly powerless. It cannot be resisted, nor can it be thwarted. It is instinctual. When faced with such primal instincts, humans either flee in panic, beg in humility, or retaliate fiercely. Tiger is not an arrogant individual. He is acutely aware of the pride and obstinacy inherent in pure-blood aristocrats, which is why he spoke so much nonsense in the lounge. He is observing, identifying the true adversaries. Beneath their brutal exteriors lie eyes that are cold and profound. He scrutinizes each member of Slytherin, mentally marking who should be buried in the Forbidden Forest and who should be submerged in the Black Lake. Curiously, aside from that wretched old woman who grasped his collar, those whom he deemed fools are, in reality, all quite astute. They all bear the peculiar flaws of the intelligent, a lack of courage and an excessive arrogance. Their affluent surroundings act as an invisible web, offering them shelter from the storms of life while simultaneously binding their hands and feet. This has rendered them hesitant and fearful, terrified of falling from their lofty heights. Consequently, they gather together, sacrificing the weak to protect the strong. When faced with challenges, their instinct is to evade. When confronted with problems, they tend to hide, and when touching upon risks, their hearts are filled with indecision. They perceive a frontal assault as folly, direct confrontation with power as naivety, and avoidance of risk, along with indirect approaches, as wisdom, while regarding being led by the powerful as an honor. Deep within, they possess no real strength. Tigger felt a twinge of disappointment. But what was there to be disappointed about? He was too apathetic to ponder this further. This was the answer he had sought. As the members of Slytherin dispersed, Tigger made his way out of the common room and towards the infirmary, carrying with him an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Perhaps these pure-blood aristocrats wielding wands would provide him with a different answer. Moreover, whether one or two, death would remain the same. The Forbidden Forest was indeed the perfect place for disposing of a body. However, as he gazed upon the trembling quails before him, Tigger's murderous intent gradually transformed into boredom, until he noticed one individual who dared not raise his head. The venomous resentment in Corman Avery's eyes was unmistakable. Fear and shrinking terror flickered within his gaze, twisted with a malevolent hatred that longed to rend Tigger to pieces. He believed that in this dim environment, the lowly Shelby would barely notice him. Yet Tigger's scrutiny extended beyond mere vision. How delightful the emotions of this chocolate bean are. Might I indulge in them shortly? The hoarse whisper of venom trembled, akin to a sigh of anticipation for a delicacy. Let me be clear, I do not consume the dead. Then would you mind if it were soft? Tigger approached Corman Avery with a malicious grin, the sound of his chattering teeth growing ever clearer. Do you yearn to kill me? No, no, no. The sudden voice rendered Corman Avery's body rigid, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He clutched the bedsheet tightly, striving to quell his trembling, terrified of inciting the beast before him. The next moment, his resentful gaze abruptly constricted as Tigger forcefully seized his fingers. Immediately, a mass of black, viscous substance lunged towards his mouth and nose, icy tendrils binding his entire being. Corman Avery struggled in terrified desperation. Fear not. I shall not grant you that opportunity. Tigger's sinister laughter rose, his unrestrained words and actions devoid of any concealment. The other Slytherins looked on in disbelief. Madman. He is utterly insane. Farley, you cannot continue like this. Amidst Rely Shaffick's dazed murmurs, the heart-wrenching, piercing sound of shattering bones suddenly echoed through the infirmary. Accompanied by anguished groans and tremors, the hairs on the backs of the Slytherins stood on end. Selwyn cowered in the corner of the bed, his pallid visage betraying a profound dread as the pristine sheets became increasingly stained, the droplets of moisture merging with the crimson flow upon the ground. He was the closest to the two. Bathed in the luminescence of the moonlight, he could even discern the throbbing veins of Corman Avery, painfully visible, as fear and pleading filled his bloodshot eyes, obliterating the previous malice and hatred that had consumed him. The jarring sound of bones fracturing continued unabated. In the presence of the onlookers, Tigger methodically squeezed Corman Avery's shoulder, a smile devoid of genuine warmth gracing his lips. The intense tremors and muffled cries of despair seemed akin to a merciless grip tightening around the hearts of the witnesses. A chorus of hopeless lamentation began to echo faintly. Confronted by Tigger, they resembled dazed rabbits stunned by a tiger's roar, paralyzed to the point of inaction, forced to witness the predator devour their companion. Only Ravensbrück's breath grew increasingly labored, his unwavering gaze fixated upon the scene, an inexplicable thrill surging within him. The tremors and whimpers diminished further. Chapter 61. The edict that frightened Shelby in a moment of abstraction. Corman Avery beheld a steam locomotive stationed at a deserted platform. The vast, empty station stretched into the infinite distance, with sparse, indistinct figures seemingly awaiting a visitor. Where am I? The unbearable agony gradually transformed into numbness, engulfing every fragment of his thoughts, as ripples of fear gently stirred at the fringes of his consciousness, receding further away. The comfort of distancing from pain allowed Coleman Avery's pupils to gradually dilate, and his lips involuntarily curled into a subtle arc, succumbing to a state of indulgence. Coleman, what are you doing here? This is not where you belong. Return, quickly. Suddenly, a familiar figure burst forth, unceremoniously shoving him off the platform. In an instant, Coleman Avery regained his senses, his previously bewildered expression morphing into one of terror. Grandfather, get away from here. Run. As he stumbled off the platform, a blinding flash of white light erupted. It resembled the boundless expansion of the cosmos at its inception, or the rapid contraction of a black hole consuming all within its grasp, severing the connection between Coleman Avery and old Avery upon the platform. In the final moment of the light's convergence, time appeared to freeze. Coleman Avery stared with incredulous eyes at his grandfather's parched lips slowly moving. Survive. Old Avery had once been a devoted follower of Voldemort, perishing on the day of Voldemort's disappearance. Though he had never met his grandfather, he had conversed numerous times with the portraits at home. Indeed, I cannot perish. I must live. I must live. Coleman Avery scrambled to his feet, stumbling towards the depths of the radiant light. He was still young, with a brilliant future ahead, a legacy yet to inherit, and an abundance of wealth to squander. He could not simply succumb to death, fueled by an insatiable yearning for life and the mundane world. Coleman Avery exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to escape the void. However, before him lay an overwhelming brightness, devoid of color, devoid of form. The intense pain quietly resurfaced, becoming increasingly vivid and acute, radiating from his arms to engulf his entire being. It felt as though countless blades were slicing through his flesh and soul, compelling him to slow his pace and even yearning to turn back, confronting the suffocating platform of death. I beg you, let me live. I do not wish to die. I am willing to sacrifice everything, he fervently cried within, each word brimming with desperation and plea. In the infirmary, Coleman Avery's visage contorted to the extreme, his thirst for life and the wailing of sorrow resonating in the ears of all present. Only Tiger remained indifferent. He was determined to show these pure-blooded fools what true enemies and real gangsters were. His cold, fierce gaze stirred not a ripple. While his robust fingers pressed down on Coleman Avery's leg, the sound of shattering bones growing increasingly jarring. Except for Ravenbork, the rest of the Slytherins, curled up in their beds, helplessly covered their ears, burying their heads deeply into their pillows. Stop it, Tiger. Dumbledore's voice suddenly rang out, as if a celestial melody, bringing the rampant suffering to a halt. The sound of bones fracturing ceased abruptly. The Slytherins lifted their heads sharply, facing the headmaster, whom all families despised, their broken and pale faces transforming into expressions of incredulous relief and astonishment. It was as if all their torment and struggles found redemption in that moment. Do not worry, children. This is merely a nightmare. Dumbledore sighed softly, then waved his wand, and the Slytherins gently fell into a slumber, the dim infirmary once again enveloped in silence. Damn it, the officer's here, Poison muttered regretfully, while Tiger released his grip, turning with a look of disdain. This is the gang. You can feed someone excrement, but you cannot do so in front of the officer. Moreover, this officer was someone he could not overpower. Soon after, a dark, viscous substance blocked Coleman Avery's airways, penetrating his throat, and his shattered, twisted body visibly began to mend. Tiger, Hogwarts will protect every child, no matter who they are. Dumbledore's tone was gentle, yet only Tiger discerned the underlying admonition. Where the hell have you been? Tiger shrugged and rolled his eyes. Right, the great Hogwarts. He showed no inclination to nod in acknowledgement of the forthcoming lecture, appearing quite dismissive. As the biotic fluid returned, Tiger swiftly circumvented Dumbledore and made his way outside the infirmary. This was a matter of differing values. He had little patience for lengthy discussions. Understanding the essence was sufficient. Just like tonight's events. Dumbledore evidently understood this, hence he did not impede Tiger's departure, only offering a gentle reminder as Tiger was about to step out the door. Shelby will not harm the child. Wouldn't you agree? He never expected Tiger to comply. He merely hoped that this irritable young man could exercise some restraint. Manipulating people's hearts through fear inevitably leads to backlash. The cautionary tales of the past linger within this castle, and he harbors no desire for Lauren's child to face such dire retribution. Indeed, you are correct. However, Shelby will eliminate every enemy, and this wretched individual has been in the 6th grade for quite some time. No longer a mere child. Tiger raised his middle finger defiantly and, amidst the mocking laughter of two young badgers, quickly vanished from the infirmary door. In truth, he bore no ill will towards the old man, but alas, he was a mama's boy. Tiger vividly remembered his mother Polly's wariness and estrangement towards Dumbledore. The only ones capable of eliciting such expressions from the gangsters were the cops, those terrifyingly formidable officers. In the name of maintaining social order, they would sacrifice anyone, including themselves. This was precisely the type that Shelby despised the most. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation, gazing at the unconscious Coleman Avery. He spoke with gravitas. "This is the last time I will assist you, old Avery." The night was thick and heavy. Silence reigned both inside and outside the castle. Even the portraits on the walls had succumbed to gentle snores. Confronted by the aggressive Tiger, the ghost attempting to frighten the nocturnal students fled with a shriek. With a loud bang, the dormitory door was forcefully slammed shut, echoing through the halls. "Damn it. One day, I will twist his nose and implant his dentures in his backside," Tiger muttered angrily as he returned to the dormitory, tearing off his taut shirt and carelessly tossing it onto a chair. Meanwhile, Venom, lamenting the loss of a delightful late-night snack, cursed with even more ferocity than Tiger himself. In stark contrast, the senior dormitory next door was eerily quiet. The boys, having consumed a dreamless sleeping potion, were ensconced in deep slumber. Meanwhile, senior Gemma Farley sat composedly at her desk, gazing out at the dark lake while savoring her steaming coffee, her cold eyes deep and contemplative. Suddenly, the heavy sound of a door slamming jolted the silence. "Burster, you have finally returned," she remarked, a sultry smile gracing her rosy lips as she slowly set down her coffee cup. With a flick of her wrist, all traces of her presence in the room were erased by a cleaning spell. She then rose gracefully, her unwavering pride and determination subtly manifesting in her eyes. "What a pity, Burster. It's a matter of whom one serves." With a delicate lift of her pale chin, reminiscent of a neck just kissed by fresh snow, Gemma Farley glided towards the dormitory door. "Oh, I almost forgot about you all," she said, pausing at the door and turning back to the slumbering boys, curtsying elegantly. "Thank you for your hospitality." Chapter 62. It hurts. It hurts so damn much. "Venom, do you mind using your tendrils on a man? More specifically, an old man." The malice in Tiger's words was palpable, and Venom's curses came to an abrupt halt as it responded, albeit with great difficulty. For the time being, yes. In truth, Tiger merely sought to vent his frustrations. If Venom truly did something unspeakable to an elderly man, he is undoubtedly the most repugnant of individuals. Therefore, Tig did not pay much attention to Venom's somewhat hesitant demeanor. As he cursed until his throat was dry, he grasped the teapot on the table and drank directly from its spout. The cool droplets trickled down the corners of his lips, flowing past his Adam's apple, occasionally splattering onto Tig's broad chest. This water. Halfway through, Tig raised an eyebrow, lifted the handle of the pot, and gazed into the teapot, a wave of inexplicable curiosity swelling within him. The taste of the water was unlike anything he had experienced before, as if it awakened a gentle echo from the depths of his memory. He seemed to savor the rich sweetness of whiskey and catch a whiff of the earthy fragrance after a spring rain. Within this intricate flavor symphony, there lingered an indescribable sense of familiarity, warmth from his mother Polly's embrace, the aroma of Arthur's Cuban cigar, the bold scent of Tommy's bourbon, and the floral notes from John. The bland, cool, boiled water had unexpectedly become a messenger of time, artfully intertwining his past memories with the present flavor. "What the hell?" Tig couldn't help but murmur. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, the sound of heels striking the tiled floor echoing pleasantly. "Burster, forgive my audacity in asking, how does your personally concocted aphrodisiac taste?" The creation of the aphrodisiac is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in the pre-preparation of various potions. The reason why Atlanche Burster took such a long time was to amplify the dosage of the aphrodisiac, concentrating its efficacy to ensure that Gemma Farley would forever bow in submission. However, for Gemma Farley, this was a most unexpected delight, especially when Burster himself consumed it. "Burster?" Tig's brow furrowed slightly. His fierce and questioning gaze turned back, and the tall and elegant figure of Gemma Farley suddenly entered his view, under the shimmering reflection of the lake. The cold and proud, noble maiden appeared as the brightest star in the night sky, inadvertently illuminating everything around her. Yet, as Gemma Farley's gaze met Tig's, her previously somewhat sarcastic eyes abruptly froze. The cold and proud, porcelain-like visage cracked ever so slightly at that moment, her round eyes widening involuntarily, betraying an emotion of disbelief. "How could it be you?" Her hurried words were filled with disgust and astonishment. Feeding the aphrodisiac to tonight's chaotic instigator seemed to suggest a more favorable turn of events. Yet this was not the answer Gemma Farley desired. The power behind Longbottom was what she truly sought. While Tig was undeniably fierce and formidable, to her, he was merely a man destined to perish, and moreover, she loathed Tig even more than a toad. An aphrodisiac? That idiotic piece of garbage. Tig's expression darkened suddenly. From Gemma Farley's few words, he gleaned a considerable understanding. The most vile curses instantly fell upon Longbottom's head. Yet in just a few breaths, a peculiar warmth, imbued with an ineffable joy and sweetness, spread from the depths of Tig's stomach throughout his entire being, ultimately surging into his mind. The fierce and ruthless glint in his eyes began to transform under Gemma Farley's disdainful and vexed gaze, as if he were experiencing an illusion. In this dazed state, the once aloof and haughty features of the noble maiden softened like the melting snow of early spring, subtly revealing a hint of tenderness and moisture, adding an indescribable charm to this unexpected encounter. Blast! Caught in the snare. That wretched harlot! Amidst the urgent warnings of venom, Tig vigorously shook his heated head and clenched his fists tightly. A torrent of euphoric hormones, such as dopamine and phenethylamine, began to flood his system. Under the influence of the potion mixed with magic, even venom could only temporarily delay its effects. Stumbling, Tig retreated unsteadily to the table, inadvertently sweeping aside the teacups that cascaded to the floor in a melodious clatter. Drawn by the sound, Tig's blurry gaze fixated on the teapot. "Hey, beautiful!" Accompanied by seemingly frivolous teasing, a playful smile curled at the corners of Tig's mouth. In the instant he turned, venom's tendrils enveloped the teapot, concealing it behind Tig's back. Tig approached Gemma Farley as if intoxicated, his steps unsteady. The confusion in his gaze and the flush on his cheeks revealed the potent effects of the potion known as Pursed. Gemma Farley's disdain was unmasked. Yet to amplify the potion's effects, she chose to remain. After all, she was already present. As Tig drew nearer, the serpent-patterned bracelet on her wrist trembled restlessly, a piercing chill coursing through her delicate skin, reaching her heart in an instant. An unprecedented surge of malevolence, akin to a roar from the abyss, caused the bracelet to emit an eerie green light, illuminating the sudden constriction of her pupils. "Get back, you bastard!" A sharp command followed. Gemma Farley swiftly retreated, attempting to distance herself while drawing her wand. However, the dark and twisted tendrils surged forth like an inescapable nightmare, ensnaring her arms and waist with an irresistible force, weaving into a tight iron chain. Subsequently, two enormous blades, accompanied by a suffocating howl, descended upon her, bearing down with unstoppable might towards the proud, swan-like neck of the young maiden. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and despite her despairing gaze, Gemma Farley's reaction was ultimately a fraction too slow. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the overwhelming force propelled her violently away. Her soft body crashed against the cold wall like a kite severed from its string, before tumbling heavily to the ground. The emerald earrings adorning her earlobes dimmed in that instant. Tig approached, his steps uneven, observing Gemma Farley still struggling. A savage and indifferent grin emerged on his fierce, cold visage. Even though his tongue was nearly bitten to shreds, blood trickled from the corners of his lips. "Cough, cough. Are you planning to release me?" The thick fingers gripped Gemma Farley's delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly. She fought against the dizziness and terror, fixing her gaze on Tiger with an unnerving calmness. "Shelby, we can discuss this. I can offer you." "Discuss? What the hell?" Tiger's face contorted into a grotesque grimace, a painful expression akin to a tumultuous love-hate relationship, one that is deeply infatuated yet painfully unattainable. Damn it, he had never endured such suffering in his life. His current mood resembled that of a man whose first love, after a decade in Africa, desperately pleaded for reconciliation. The pain, it was excruciating. The venom erupted in an instant, shattering any restraint over the seductive potion. Without a shred of hesitation, Tiger dislocated Gemma Farley's jaw, while the tendrils of venom forcefully shoved the remaining half bottle of the potion into her mouth. Chapter 63. Entering the cage with the beast. As her jaw was reset, with a thud, Gemma Farley's soft, powerless body collapsed to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Her typically placid eyes now mirrored a stormy sea, revealing an unmistakable panic and horror. She was oblivious to her physical pain, bending over desperately in an attempt to expel the potion. Ugh! Yet, her exquisitely pale visage rapidly blossomed into an enticing pink, the drug's effects clouding her gaze in a daze. Sour radish, damn it! Tiger staggered backward, holding his forehead, muttering incoherently under his breath. He was in a terrible state. Despite his imposing physique, his hormonal development had not kept pace, leading to the full potency of the potion being trapped in his lower abdomen. Damn! 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 Tiger roared uncontrollably, trying to cling to the last vestiges of his sanity. He felt akin to an immature teddy bear, twitching in frustration at the intangible air around him. Realizing that Tiger was utterly lost in chaos, Gemma Farley bit her tongue, glaring at him with venomous disdain. Gathering her remaining composure, she discreetly retrieved a vial of suppressants from her inner pocket. This was a product exclusive to the potion-making lineage. In the wizarding world, potions abound like stars, their sheer number and swift efficacy inspiring awe. Over half of these potions were mere accidents discovered during experiments. Consequently, many potions, including the seductive concoction, lack any known antidote. To guard against treachery, every potion-making family developed suppressants and slow-release agents to mitigate or dilute the effects of their potions, granting themselves a chance for salvation. However, just as Gemma Farley trembled with her fingertips, poised to bring the suppressant to her lips, the tendrils of venom, like shadows, swiftly and cunningly snatched the suppressant from her grasp and, in a flash, poured its entirety into Tiger's mouth. Gemma Farley looked at Tiger with a dazed expression. That was perilously close, little girl. A hoarse, muffled voice echoed from behind Tiger. The venomous entity revealed a grotesque head, casually discarding the empty potion bottle, licking its lips with a lingering sense of trepidation. Fortunately, you possess the antidote, and thankfully this substance proves ineffective against the symbiote. The dark, twisted tentacles wiped away the non-existent cold sweat of the venom, while also brushing away the perspiration from Tiger's brow. A bone-chilling cold seeped into his being. The moment he ingested the suppressant, the hormonal tempest raging within Tiger gradually subsided. The heavy, sweet thoughts and the burgeoning desires were utterly dissipated by this chilling onslaught. His intoxicated, hazy gaze gradually regained clarity, once again radiating a menacing fierceness. Oh, damn, Merlin! Tiger blinked, hands on hips. He tilted his head back and exhaled deeply. This stuff is truly exhilarating. Despite the annoyance, the rapid secretion of dopamine and phenethylamine had indeed proven addictive. An ineffable, untouchable love seemed to materialize perfectly at the moment the drug took effect, especially when he realized something. Tiger abruptly turned, casting a fierce gaze toward Gemma Farley, his expression a mix of mirth and menace. Oh, you don't just have that one vial of antidote, do you? The instant the words left his lips, Tiger's pupils constricted, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. What should have been laced with indifference and mockery miraculously bore hints of embarrassment and unarticulated apology. As his gaze settled, he beheld a small, curled figure on the ground, emitting weak, helpless whimpers, striking a chord within Tiger's heart. An unprecedented softness beginning to spread within his chest. What the hell? Someone whispered in disbelief. In his fierce, menacing eyes, a hint of a bewildered beast emerged. Clearly, the effects of the aphrodisiac still lingered. Tiger felt acutely and rationally that something was amiss, yet he found himself powerless to quell this sensation. Antidote? What antidote exists for an aphrodisiac? A grinding sound of teeth echoed from the ground. Gemma Farley, too, was resolute. In her bid to maintain clarity, her delicate, rosy tongue was nearly chewed to a pulp. Murky, viscous blood was spat out, as the once poised and graceful noble girl completely shattered her previous image. What do you think, you wench? Her rosy lips parted, her teeth clenched, angrily uttering a rather imposing curse. But as Gemma Farley lifted her tear-filled gaze and beheld Tiger's robust figure, the hatred in her eyes, akin to an iceberg collapsing, melted into a thick fog of affection and yearning, nearly tangible. The upper half of the beast was exposed to the air, with broad and powerful pectorals, and taut abdominal muscles devoid of any excess. The sensual contours glisten faintly with droplets of water. Each muscle appears as if it has been meticulously sculpted, exuding an overwhelming aura of searing hormones. The joy is magnified, akin to the explosive potency of a volcano. An indescribable sense of fulfillment crashes upon Gemma Farley's heart like tumultuous waves, and suddenly, the entire world seems to hush. With the last vestiges of willpower, Gemma bites down on her tongue, causing blood to spurt forth. An inexplicable surge of strength wells up within her as she unsteadily rises, covering her flushed cheeks. She retreats in fright, as if confronted by a ghost, until her back meets the cold door, leaving her with no avenue of escape. A hiccup escapes her lips, laced with a hint of sobbing. The once composed gaze now betrays a complete loss of tranquility, replaced by a whirlwind of panic and confusion. A sensation she has never encountered before. Shelby. It feels as though two entirely distinct souls are fiercely clashing within her. The initially cold and stern tone is swiftly supplanted by a tender and soft voice. This matter is far from over. The defiance and resolve in her tone are inexplicably tinged with a hint of playful reproach. What on earth is happening? Realizing she can no longer linger, Gemma abruptly turns, colliding harshly against the door before she can grasp the handle, producing a dull thud. The soft whimper that escapes her is tantalizing. Tiger instinctively reaches out, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately chooses silence under the weight of his furrowed brow, watching as Gemma, hand pressed to her forehead, opens the door and makes her hasty exit. With a loud bang, the dormitory door swings open, and Gemma Farley stumbles back into her room, her legs trembling. In the dim light, her anxious figure darts between the shelves of potions, bloodied fingertips brushing against every edge. Bottles containing various elixirs are carelessly toppled, their contents spilling with a dull clatter. Drawers are yanked open with force, their contents producing a crisp sound as they scatter. Gemma's eyes, glazed and hollow, reflect her total surrender to the effects of the aphrodisiac, her lips, stained with blood, curving into an eerie smile. It is only upon discovering the suppressants within the drawer that a flicker of light returns to her vacant gaze. This is her final opportunity, the last task allotted to her body after succumbing to the intoxicating haze. However, the moment the suppressant touches her tongue, a violent clash of repulsion and affection erupts. The remaining half of the suppressant is violently discarded, glass shards scattering alongside the liquid. Moments later, Gemma's gaze becomes vacant as she leans against the potion shelf, sliding helplessly onto the cold floor. Shattered glass pierces her skin, the vivid crimson dripping onto her ankle, seeping into her white socks. In the dim and silent room, the sounds of laughter and tears echo throughout the night. Chapter 64, Bowing the Head. As dawn's first light gently pierced through the mist, the students of Slytherin emerged from their dormitories one by one. In the exchange of weary glances, they managed to muster a semblance of polite smiles. The tumultuous events of the previous night lingered in their minds, yet all chose to remain taciturn. In a corner of the common room, a tranche burst opened the potions cabinet, extracting several bottles of crystalline exhilaration potions, which he poured into the teapot. As the liquids mingled, a delicate, sweet aroma wafted through the air. Following the cue, the young serpents harmoniously served themselves and their companions a cup, offering grateful smiles to burst their prefect. Draco Malfoy downed 2 cups before finally exhaling in relief, slouching against the sofa and casting aside the constraints of family etiquette. Late that night, Goyle had secretly penned a letter to his family, pleading for a transfer, only to be caught by a sleepless Draco. No amount of persuasion could alleviate Goyle's despondent demeanor as he clutched the letter to his chest, shaking his head vigorously. "Oh, come on. Who in Hogwarts doesn't know you're my lackey? If you wish to quit, don't drag me down with you." Unable to contain himself, Draco, accompanied by Crabbe, pinned Goyle down on the bed, and they engaged in a spirited tussle that lasted half the night. Eventually, Blaise Zabini, who had been tossing and turning, joined the fray. The trio disregarded Goyle's cries for mercy, creating quite the ruckus. It must be said, the efficacy of physical persuasion was remarkably pronounced. Bruised and battered, Goyle relinquished his letter-writing aspirations and willingly wagered his family's honor. Blaise and Crabbe returned to their beds, soon enveloped in the sounds of their snores. For reasons unknown, as Draco reclined back onto his bed, he felt a peculiar sense of relief coursing through his bones. Just before surrendering to slumber, he found himself unexpectedly empathizing with Shelby. In summary, that night, many in Slytherin found little solace in sleep, their minds burdened by an invisible weight. However, after consuming the diluted exhilaration potion, their once stony expressions gradually softened into smiles, the clouds of their inner turmoil beginning to part. As the number of students in the common room swelled, the soft murmurs disrupted the tranquility. Yet this harmonious atmosphere was short-lived. When the pure-blooded aristocratic children, who had spent the night in the infirmary, returned to the common room, all sounds abruptly froze, as if an invisible force had seized their throats. The young serpents exchanged complex glances, and an ineffable tension permeated the air, rendering the passage of time particularly arduous. It was not until the heavy footsteps echoed that a tranche burst abruptly rose, followed closely by Marcus and others. As more students stood to greet them, the common room was filled with figures. Even those Slytherins who had not stood behind Tiger the previous night found themselves rising involuntarily. gazing toward the source of the sound. This was not subservience. It was merely a mark of respect for the formidable. They silently reassured themselves. "Good morning, my lord." The voice of Avalanche-Bursteed was composed and resolute. "Silence, fool," Tiger retorted, digging into his ear and casting a sidelong glance. That title was utterly repulsive. He then turned his attention to Marcus and the others, whose faces wore bewildered, insincere smiles, and spoke in a menacing tone. "Remove those hypocritical expressions from your faces. Should I see them again, I shall personally tear them off." Instantly, Marcus and his companions suppressed their smiles, their expressions replaced by a sheen of nervous sweat and awe. "Remember, I do not require slaves. I only need scoundrels willing to descend into hell with me. Those who are inclined may call me father. For those who are not—" Tiger's tone faltered slightly as he surveyed the room, a sinister grin lingering. "You may address me as the villain." Ravenbroke was the first to step forward, an inexplicable fervor gleaming in his eyes as he deeply bowed. "Father." The pallid Comyn Avery trembled, bending low until his head nearly touched his knees. Father." The remaining pure-blood aristocrats, though silent, followed Selwyn's lead, solemnly lowering their proud heads in a gesture of respect. Was true power. They had grasped that lesson the previous night. They had surrendered. The ingrained mindset of the pure-blood aristocracy was not easily shattered. Their submission represented only themselves. In their hearts, their families remained formidable, an entity that Shelby could not threaten. The Slytherin students regarded them with disbelief, momentarily forsaking their pure-blood identities. Ravenbroke's arms were twisted painfully. Comyn Avery's chest caved in, Selwyn's shoulder was shattered, and Rayleigh Shafik had lost a hand. Each incident was vividly etched in memory. "You have truly surrendered?" As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Theodore not grasped Blaise Zabini's arm and bowed his chest. "Father." The male prefect, Avalanche-Bursteed, soon followed suit, wearing an expression of utmost reverence. "Father." A sea of bowed heads echoed through the room as Marcus and the others saluted, the commotion resonating like thunder. "Father." As Tiger's gaze swept over the assembly, the remaining Slytherin students also lowered their heads. The stone door adorned with serpentine motifs in the basement creaked open, and Tiger strode forth with an imposing gait, followed closely by Avalanche-Bursteed and Marcus. A throng of students poured out. Gemma Farley had yet to make her appearance, replaced instead by Rayleigh Shafik, who led a group of girls. She spoke little, mirroring Avalanche-Bursteed's silent march beside Tiger. "Rayleigh." Some girls attempted to offer reminders, but were abruptly silenced by Rayleigh Shafik's icy wave. "Lisa, I know what to do. Your reminders are unnecessary." She stood as the representative of the female prefect, Gemma Farley. She should not have been positioned behind Tiger, yet she lacked the courage to step in front of him. Furthermore, as the last of the occupants departed from the Slytherin common room, the sound of shifting stone walls faded into silence. Gemma Farley emerged with an expression of indifference. The previous night's turmoil felt like a haunting dream, her tall and elegant figure betraying no signs of distress. After surveying her surroundings to ensure no one was watching, she turned and made her way towards the boys' dormitory. With a flick of her wand, she cast a silent, unlocking spell, granting her access to the head boy's chamber. "Ah, Shelby." As she beheld the scene within, the cold detachment on Gemma Farley's face gradually yielded to a burgeoning sense of greed and infatuation. She inhaled deeply, a slight tremor in her sigh bringing her immense satisfaction. Once more, she cast an unlocking and a locking spell. A faint blush crept over her cheeks as she kicked off her heels, casting aside all pretenses of noble decorum, and barefooted, she leapt onto Tige's bed. "Tige!" A sultry whisper resonated softly. The noble girl buried herself within Tige's plush blankets, greedily inhaling his scent. An overwhelming sense of comfort caused her to involuntarily curl her toes, her entire being trembling with delight. Yet, within mere moments, her long lashes fluttered open, her once glossy, misty eyes suddenly filled with profound shame and fury. "Damn you, Shelby!" A thunderous explosion. Chapter 65, The Completely Crushed Head Girl. The doorframe of the washroom swayed precariously. The exquisite stone walls bore numerous cracks and indentations, grayish-white dust and debris littering the ground. The once hanging picture frames had vanished without a trace, leaving only splintered wood and vague imprints behind. The furniture, too, suffered grave damage. The tabletop and sofas appeared as though ravaged by an axe, fissures and gorges crisscrossing the surfaces, with shredded down from cushions and torn remnants of curtains scattered everywhere. Gazing upon the desolate ruins before her, Gemma Farley felt no sense of relief. Instead, she was engulfed by a more intense wave of hatred and shame. This was not merely a loathing for Tige himself, but rather the collapse of a certain dignity and belief deep within her. Damn you, Shelby, I must. She stubbornly bit down on her lip, allowing the painful blood to stain her teeth as she harbored resentment toward Tig and toward herself, once more brandishing her wand. The formless radiance of the cutting curse sliced through the air like a razor-sharp blade, striking fiercely at the wardrobe. The exquisite serpent-patterned wardrobe crumbled with a resounding crash, scattering Tig's clothing across the floor. In the air, a familiar scent drifted subtly, wrapping around Gemma, Farley's senses and soul like an invisible thread. Her tone, once filled with profound contempt, softened into a tender murmur. I must. Take all of your clothes. Completely immersed in a surge of overwhelming affection, the noble girl retracted her wand and, with an almost reverent smile, approached the disheveled wardrobe. Tig's suit linings, akin to scattered treasures, were all gathered by her and hastily removed from the dormitory. In an effort to shield herself from the gazes of the portraits in Slytherin, Gemma Farley cast a disillusionment charm upon herself until she finally returned to her dormitory, steeped in the bitter scent of potions. As she gazed at the small suit hanging in her wardrobe, snug against her own dress, an unnatural flush crept onto the fair visage of the noble young lady. In her lustrous, yearning eyes, an unprecedented brilliance shimmered, a complex amalgamation of joy, longing, illness, and madness. At this moment, Gemma Farley was no longer the rational and composed aristocrat. She had become a captive of love, enraptured in the dreamscape she had woven, unable to extricate herself. Ah, scoundrel, villain, imbecile, filthy madman, a toad upon the neck of a troll. The fire blazed fiercely. As she watched the garments in the fireplace turn to ash, the girl, having regained her senses, felt as though she might go mad. Freshly cleansed, her arm, gripping her wand, trembled uncontrollably. A vivid shade of crimson spread from her neck to her cheeks, obscuring whether it was rage or embarrassment. The fleeting moment of lucidity left her daunted. She could hardly bear to imagine how grotesque she must have appeared to others. By Merlin's most wretched cauldron, how could such a loathsome concoction as a love potion exist in this world? Cursed Andromeda Levitan, I shall upturn your grave and feed your lovesick bones to Shelby. After venting her ire towards the inventor of the potion, Gemma Farley collapsed wearily onto the sofa, her wand slipping from her grasp and rolling to rest beside her delicate ankle. A soft, sorrowful whisper emerged. I wish I could cry. With a sudden pop, a well-groomed house elf appeared at her side, bowing deeply until its nose touched the ground. Esteemed and wise miss, Gigi Grass is always at your service. Slytherins may express anger, but must not express it in anger. Rage solves nothing. As her chaotic thoughts returned to reality, Gemma inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. The remnants of her previous intoxication gradually faded, restoring her usual aloofness and haughtiness. I must go see Professor Snape. You will accompany me and closely observe my demeanor. Recalling her earlier, utterly disgraceful appearance, the noble girl pressed her forehead in despair and muttered, should I exhibit any abnormal behavior, knock me unconscious and bring me back. Remember, no one must see me. However, Gigi Grass anxiously lifted its head. Gigi cannot harm the Mississippi. This is an order. Gemma Farley shot up abruptly, unawares that a trace of pleading had seeped into her stern and icy tone. If you do not knock me out, I will perish. Not merely socially, but utterly. She would rather leap into the black lake than confront the peculiar gazes of others. In a daze, she seemed to envision herself, stepping lightly and joyfully, rushing into the great hall. In the midst of numerous gazes, she tightly embraced Shelby's waist, tiptoeing to seek kisses and hugs. She caressed Tiger's cheek, her eyes brimming with tenderness and indulgence, akin to petting a gentle, amiable cat. An indescribable sense of fulfillment enveloped her, allowing her to forget the tumult of the world. However, just as this sweetness was about to consume her entirely, an unexpected palpitation struck her like a cold splash of water. With a sharp sound, Gemma Farley forcefully slapped herself, the flush on her cheek swiftly turning pale and translucent, her previously hazy gaze instantly regaining clarity. What had once been an intoxicating happiness now transformed into a source of fear and trembling. No. Miss, please do not harm yourself. The timid Gigi grasped Gemma Farley's sleeve with trepidation, her bulbous eyes brimming with tears. Gigi would obey your command. Such an order felt like punishment to the domesticated sprite. Gigi even felt as if her heart were being cut by a knife. Suppressing the inexplicable grievance that welled up within her, Gemma Farley sniffled, her eyes reddening as she bent down to retrieve her wand, speaking in a detached tone. Let us go. The antidote for the love potion? Indeed, my family can provide all necessary resources. They can be delivered at your convenience. Upon hearing the words of the noble young lady, Professor Snape's hollow, sarcastic gaze instantly darkened, his chilling eyes locking onto Gemma Farley's slightly flickering gaze. Miss Farley, has your head been boiled in a cauldron? On the first day of school, I instructed you to prepare the love potion, not for your own consumption. His deep, resonant voice, laced with a hissing undertone, reverberated throughout the dimly lit potion's office. The cauldron nearby continued to bubble, the air infused with the fragrances of various herbs. They intertwined and fused, weaving a tapestry of scents that was both mysterious and elusive. The familiar aroma, reminiscent of the dormitory, eased Gemma Farley's tense emotions considerably. I'm truly sorry. It was merely a minor oversight. The effects of my family suppressants are not significant, and I require your assistance. She candidly admitted. Before her stood the youngest and most exceptional potion master in the magical realm, her only source of help. Having acquired Snape's potion notes, she could even be considered half a disciple of his. Gemma Farley had no intention of concealing any details. Miss Farley, after a moment of silence, Professor Snape scoffed and returned to his desk. I fear I may not have the time to assist you. He recalled the scent emanating from the male prefect, Atlan Chiverst. As a potion master, this almost imperceptible, dreamlike aroma was pungent to him. Yet, he never meddled in the internal strife of Slytherin students. As long as no lives were lost, he simply did not expect Gemma Farley to fall victim to Chiverst's machinations. It was utterly foolish. Chapter 66. Perhaps it is better to embrace the mistake. Professor, I implore you. This matter bears no relation to Buster. Noticing the subtle expression of resistance that her house head had inadvertently revealed, Gemma Farley let out a resigned sigh. She was not a master of mind reading and could not fathom Professor Snape's true thoughts. However, her understanding of Slytherin and the half-blood prince inscribed in the potion notebook was profound. Her uniquely feminine sensitivity afforded her a clear perception and comprehension of the brilliance and struggles that pierced through the pages. This assurance was the foundation of her belief that Professor Snape would assist her. It was I who had ruined everything. Her soft voice was tinged with a hint of pleading, the pride and disdain of her pure-blood lineage momentarily vanishing. Professor Snape perceptibly caught this subtle shift, his deeply shadowed brow lifting ever so slightly. He fancied himself somewhat acquainted with this girl prefect, who had inherited a fragment of his own essence and talent. Gifted and insightful, she possessed the arrogance of a pure-blood, but was untainted by the foul stench of ignorance and folly, instead approaching the world with an open heart. Most importantly, the newly enrolled Gemma Farley, despite her youthful innocence, would not be swayed by emotions like a troll, nor would her mind, filled with a rush of thoughts, entertain the foolish notions characteristic of children. Magic is perilous. Potions demand rigor. Dumbledore, that old bee, praised these eccentric ideas that the fools could never conceive as imaginative. Yet, Snape saw only countless juvenile trolls attempting to employ more creative methods to render their demise memorably fresh. This was precisely the source of his scant patience for Gemma Farley. In times past, he would never have heard such a helpless plea from her lips. This child was proud, and it was evident she had been driven to the edge of despair. Well, then let us converse. Allow me to appreciate the splendid machinations that have ensnared the head of Slytherin. As Professor Snape spoke slowly, his hands crossed, chin resting lightly against his fingers, he regarded Gemma Farley with a gaze that seemed expectant, yet was laced with derision. Noticing the subtle shift in her househead's tone, Gemma Farley hastily placed the family heirloom potion formula upon the desk. This invaluable potion recipe paled in comparison to her dignity and future. That fool Buster had relinquished his head of house dormitory to Shelby that very night. Accompanied by the creaking sounds of grinding teeth, Gemma Farley recounted everything that transpired regarding the infatuation potion, along with her own mortifying actions, without reservation. Like a patient candidly revealing their ailment to a doctor, she dared not conceal anything in her urgency to expedite the creation of the antidote. Each word she uttered conveyed sincerity and desperation. As the narrative unfolded, her hands began to fidget, and her head sank lower. Her silken hair cascaded down to her flushed ears, concealing the face that had long since turned crimson with embarrassment. Despite attributing her peculiar and embarrassing behaviors to the effects of an elixir of infatuation, the shame and discomfort clung to her like a shadow, rendering her unable to maintain her composure. You dare attempt to tame a monster, Professor Snape remarked impassively. Why am I utterly unsurprised by this? Or should I express admiration for the remarkable willpower displayed by you and Shelby? The spectacle is indeed captivating, yet equally absurd. The sardonic mockery arrived as anticipated. Fortunately, Gemma Farley had long since grown accustomed to it. In fact, she found that hearing these words alleviated some of her inner guilt. She loathed Shelby, yet she despised herself even more, for hating an adversary bore no significance. She only resented her own carelessness and lack of strength. Miss Farley, you must be well aware that developing an antidote for the elixir will consume a considerable amount of time. Perhaps it would be better to embrace the mistake. That said, Professor Snape remained silent for a long while, contemplating the formulation of the suppressor. The exquisite balance and combination of ingredients were unique, opening up numerous avenues of thought for him. Professor, if you would, please refrain from making such ethical jest. Gemma Farley's stiff and awkward demeanor resembled shattered white porcelain. A complete mess. What a pity, Professor Snape remarked, setting down the formulation, his gaze darkening. Since you have declined my proposal, prepare yourself for the psychological endurance of long-term research. My time is limited, and you have squandered too much of your talent in the pursuit of power. For the next 3 to 5 years, the majority of your time will be spent in this basement. I hope you do not come to regret this, nor waste my fleeting enthusiasm, considering the value of this formulation. With a slight pause in his tone, he raised his index finger, tapping the suppressor's formulation on the table. Subsequently, ripples spread across the surface, as if the formulation dissolved into the abyss of the dark table. Many of these ideas required his personal validation. Fortuitously, he also needed a less foolish assistant. If I am not mistaken, his deep, hollow gaze shifted towards Gemma Farley. You are in your 5th year. Do not forget what I have said. Abandoning your studies is a desecration of potion-making. How coincidental that my thoughts align with potion-making. Gemma Farley gritted her teeth, forcing a semblance of a smile. She was unwilling to be desecrated. The girl internally screamed in frenzy. She felt herself on the brink of breaking. Merely recalling Shelby's name made her heart race. What did 3 years or 5 years matter? 10 years, even, was better than hopelessness. Professor Carradith had mentioned to her on more than one occasion the desire to settle in the Muggle world. If possible, after graduation, I will apply for the position of Professor of Muggle Studies. The noble young lady inclined her head slightly, lifting her skirts and bending her knee, exuding the grace and dignity of pure-blood aristocracy. You are quite talented, Miss Farley. Professor Snape paused for a moment, then spoke in a dry tone. I was not referring to potion-making, but rather to the pure-blood aristocracy of England. The juxtaposition of the words Muggle Studies Professor could elicit laughter from Dumbledore, a feat that even the jovial Minister of Magic from Germany could appreciate. You may take your leave for now. The impulse to delve into the research of the suppressive potion formula left Professor Snape disinclined to engage in further trivialities. I shall dispatch my owl with the list of required ingredients and other necessary items. I remain at your service. Gemma Farley performed a courteous bow, inhaling deeply as if momentarily shedding a burden she had borne for far too long. Her demeanor visibly lightened. However, just as she was about to turn away, a sudden thought struck her. She smacked her forehead and cast an anxious glance at the impassive Professor Snape. Professor, is there any way to mitigate my current predicament? The antidote to the amortentia was indeed critical, yet what weighed more heavily on her mind was how to gracefully navigate the next 3 to 5 years. Gemma could even envision the scene of her suicide in front of the entire Hogwarts faculty and student body as a form of atonement. Merlin, please save me. Chapter 67. I abhor those who discriminate. Professor Snape furrowed his brow slightly, waving his hand dismissively as a hefty potions textbook soared from the shelf, landing squarely in Gemma's embrace. The noble young lady staggered back 2 steps, the impact causing a sharp pain in her chest that elicited a soft gasp. Yet, Snape's ire was evidently more pronounced, his voice resonating coldly within the confines of the dungeon. Miss Farley, I believe it is time to reassess your potion coursework. Gemma likely anticipated such a turn of events, her delicately flushed face paling instantly. Snape continued, the effects of the amortentia are indeed potent. Yet it merely serves as a guiding, supplementary potion that directs desire and emotion rather than amplifying them. Even in its concentrated form, it provides only temporal effects, not enhanced efficacy. In other words, these are merely your actions influenced by guided desires. A resounding thud interrupted him. Before Snape could finish his statement, Gemma flung open the wooden door and fled the dungeon, the decorum of a pure-blood aristocrat momentarily forgotten. The acute understanding stemming from her noble heritage nearly overwhelmed the usually composed young lady with embarrassment. As she hurried back to her dormitory, she dared not glance back, acutely aware that Snape's biting remarks were tantamount to labeling her a deviant. Curse you, Shelby. I loathe you. During lunchtime, The typically boisterous Great Hall was enveloped in an unusual silence, permeated by an indescribable, eerie atmosphere. The long tables of the other three houses had fallen into a hushed mode of whispered conversations akin to that of Slytherin. Hermione, clutching a potion of gunpowder, covertly cast worried glances at Tiger, her concern and unease palpable. The events transpiring within Slytherin had, over the course of the morning, spread throughout Hogwarts, with myriad versions and bizarre tales circulating that darkened the expressions of Slytherin students. Hufflepuff had even begun to circulate rumors of Tiger coercing the male prefect, Avalanche Burst, into an unsavory act. Miranda, is that notebook authentic? I can't help but feel that the head of Gryffindor appears quite willing. How could it possibly be a forgery? It has surfaced from within Slytherin. Penelope from Ravenclaw stands as a witness. Even Senior Tracy witnessed it last night. But Spike asserts, what does he know? He has been at school for 7 years, single for 7 years. He understands nothing of love. In the realm of the British Isles, the literature of love between same-sex individuals is far more tumultuous than that of heterosexual romance. Whether it is true or false, the hearts of the girls are well aware. Yet they yearn to see what they wish to behold. Their gazes, filled with curiosity, trepidation, excitement, and awe, flicker like ethereal lights peering through the night, often darting towards a Slytherin table, leaving Tig feeling rather exposed. However, when he furrows his brow and looks up, those meaningful glances swiftly retreat. A string of tense whispers, "He saw me," reverberates across the tables. What is going on today? Relisa Shafik glances around, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. The events of last night have spread. That fellow Shelby has captivated the entirety of Slytherin's boys. Such matters are impossible to conceal. Sitting beside her, Lisa bites her lip, a smirk threatening to escape. Hastily taking a bite of her bread. Captivated? Relisa Shafik's tone carries a hint of peculiarity, sensing a disconnect between her and Lisa's conversation. After all, various notebooks at Hogwarts do not shy away from girls. In a moment, she begins to grasp the implication, though she merely casts a reproachful glance at her friend. Lisa, enough already. I know she has always been one to mind her own business, especially concerning the affairs of these foolish boys. After hastily consuming a few bites, she gathers her meal and heads towards the dormitory. She noticed something amiss with Gemma Farley this morning. Ignoring it would be unwise. Father, shall I inquire further? Breast Sabini, seated beside Tig, leans in with a feigned eagerness, his smile obsequious, the once composed and astute noble facade utterly shattered. During the morning's charms class, he overheard a Gryffindor student mention that Tig Shelby is a racist who nearly killed Lee Jordan from Gryffindor a few days ago. If the protagonist of this tale were anyone else, Breast would dismiss it entirely, but with Tig, disbelief is not an option. Gazing at his own deep brown complexion, Breast feels utterly despondent. The sudden flattery prompts Tig to push Breast away with a hint of disdain. He admires forthright men, yet he can discern that this lad is harboring something. Speak plainly, or I shall be compelled to strike you. Upon hearing this threat-laden tone, Breast shudders, forcing a smile that resembles more of a grimace. Father, the Gryffindors are spreading rumors behind your back, claiming you are a racist. Tig's expression shifts to one of realization as he observes Breast's anxious, coffee-hued face, responding in a tone of reassurance. Disregard the nonsensical ramblings of those fools. What wisdom can be expected from a lion's mouth? I have an aversion to those who harbor racial prejudices. After all, the individual in question is merely a child, having just begun to recover from the fright of the previous night. As a person of good standing, certified by Dumbledore himself, Tiger thoughtfully chose to swallow the racially charged term that lingered in his mind. Upon hearing this, Blaise Zabini exhaled a sigh of relief, though he himself was not black. The malady of racism often judged solely by skin tone. Should I go? He glanced cautiously at the Hufflepuff table, where gazes burned with intensity. No need. I shall go. Tiger waved his hand dismissively, aware that the strange stares were directed at him, predominantly from the female cohort. Blaise observed Tiger's dashing demeanor. Yet he was still but a child, lacking any semblance of dignity in the eyes of the girls. Just as he prepared to rise and seek out Hermione and her two companions at the Gryffindor table, a sharp cry from the avian realm pierced the air as a multitude of owls swooped into the Great Hall. Quick-witted upperclassmen scrambled to salvage their meals in a rather disheveled manner. Only the Slytherin students, well-trained, adeptly concealed their plates and carefully selected food items beneath the table. As an array of parcels, feathers, and even droppings descended, gasps and murmurs erupted, restoring the hall's usual clamor. One owl, burdened with a hefty package, wobbled above Tiger's head, before seemingly succumbing to fatigue and spiraling downwards. Venomous tendrils burst forth, catching the owl and its parcel with swift precision, gently placing them on the table. Truly remarkable. Nearby, the Weasley twins witnessed the spectacle, tears of envy streaming from their eyes. Experienced Alastair Chambers produced a vial of potion and administered it to the owl. Moments later, the creature regained some strength, seized a piece of toast, flapped its wings, and departed the great hall without a glance back, leaving a table scattered with feathers and a rather unfortunate splatter atop Draco Malfoy's head. These moldy chickens, I must inform. The flush of anger brightened the small face beneath the platinum slicked-back hair, the scent of droppings nearly causing him to retch. Thankfully, Pansy reacted swiftly with a cleaning charm, fearing that Shelby's antics might provoke Draco to embarrass himself. Chapter 68, Tiger's Countdown Transformation. Tiger did not hasten to examine the package. Instead, he first extracted the letter enclosed within. The wax seal at the fold bore the emblem of the Shelby family, a bloodied wolf's head that appeared both solemn and menacing in the light. The small serpents encircling Tiger's vicinity pressed their lips together, a cautious glint of complex emotions flickering in their eyes. Within them resided both surprise at the Shelby family and an indescribable sense of solace. Such traditions, apart from those of pure blood aristocracy, have become increasingly rare to encounter. Or perhaps they had never anticipated that the Shelby family still upheld such customs. At certain moments, the students of Slytherin hold a profound reverence for the antiquated rituals and traditions. Although they no longer dare to voice their discontent regarding the discord between Shelby and Slytherin, deep within their hearts, they still yearn for this father to cherish and exemplify the unique glory and dignity of Slytherin, rather than allow the time-honored customs and nobility to become a source of ridicule in the eyes of others. I hope you will find joy in these new garments, which were meticulously chosen by Mother Polly and Aunt Manny. Of course, my dearest brother, do send your latest photographs at your earliest convenience. We are quite intrigued by your physique, though I assure you, it is not I who is interested. The matter concerning Uncle Martin is rather intricate, for reasons of confidentiality. We can discuss it further upon your return. He has crafted for you the latest protective charm, and I sincerely hope it remains unused. Polly has instructed me to convey this. She never anticipated that dog excrement could reach a height of 6 feet, but if you wish to avoid being flattened, it would be prudent to steer clear of alcohol and women until you turn 18. Men are also excluded from this caution. Lastly, allow me to share a discreet tidbit. The whiskey John pilfered for you has all been smashed over Arthur's head by Polly. Forgive me, brother, for I lack Arthur's resilience. A familiar and comforting aura flowed through the lines, prompting Tiger to read the letter repeatedly. Occasional low laughter filled the air. The typically fierce and tempestuous brows softened at this moment, as if caressed by an invisible force of gentleness, transforming into a softer and warmer expression. This sudden change imbued Tiger's visage with an unprecedented grace, making the surrounding atmosphere feel serene and solemn. The whispers gradually subsided. The little serpents of Slytherin exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief and astonishment. They had never encountered this facet of Shelby, a crude and savage giant, a cruel and terrifying monster, and a fierce father, now appearing more vivid and three-dimensional. Well, that is enough for now. Do not underestimate your brothers. Trust me, little one of 11 years. What you ought to focus on now is nothing but learning and having fun. Come Christmas, Shelby will astonish you. Unless you father a child, Tommy, nothing will frighten me. Tiger let out a muffled grunt before neatly folding the letter and inspecting the contents of the package. On the very top of the clothing lay a book, heavy as if it were a tome from the British Dictionary. The crimson cover boldly displayed the 3 Chinese characters for Delicacies Pavilion. This was the Chinese cookbook he had commissioned for translation, and its arrival was most timely. The British cuisine at Hogwarts is authentically traditional, so much so that it makes him wish to eliminate the house elf responsible for the cooking. Sour radish and pickles. I truly miss you. A sigh of nostalgia welled up within him. Unable to contain his eagerness for Chinese food any longer, Tiger seized the package and made his way toward the dormitory. As for the remaining fried fish sandwich and creamy mushroom soup on the table, they no longer sparked even the slightest flicker of appetite within him. The dormitory of the class leader, reduced to ruins by Gemma folly, had, at some point, regained its former appearance. Tiger remained oblivious to the fact that this place had once endured the devastating blow of a certain deranged woman. He merely regarded his empty wardrobe with a hint of perplexity. However, with the arrival of tequila, the clothes he could not wear were swiftly cast aside from his mind. First, master the dish at the top of the list. The others can be learned gradually. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek my assistance at any time. I have but one requirement: speed. Tiger's tone was grave and earnest. For him at that moment, nothing held greater importance than a bowl of fried rice. Master. With a quivering voice laced with excitement, Tequila deeply bowed, her nose nearly touching the ground. Tequila was determined to fulfill her master's command. After receiving the recipe and ingredients, her form dissipated like fine sand, vanishing within the dormitory. Tiger then turned to face the fireplace, tearing off his old garments and tossing them carelessly into the flames. After freshening up in the bathroom, he proceeded to his bedroom and donned the attire meticulously selected by his mother, Polly. As expected, it was still the traditional attire of the Shelby family, a well-tailored three-piece suit. Beneath the seemingly elegant and serious facade lay the physique of a ravenous beast, greedy for blood. The tailored vest hugged Tiger's robust waist and broad shoulders, every inch of fabric vividly expressing the perfect collision of strength and elegance. The pure white shirt clung to his skin, and he rarely took the time to fasten it with such precision. Beneath the aloof and ascetic exterior resided the restless contours of muscle, akin to a dormant volcano beneath the ocean's surface, ever poised to erupt with fury. Standing before the mirror, a pair of sleek black-framed glasses perched upon his straight nose. Before he could furrow his brow, a fierce glint already flickered in his gaze. These glasses had been chosen by Aunt Manny, intended to conceal the ferocity in his eyes. Yet, the effect seemed to yield a starkly contrasting result, prompting Tiger to shake his head and chuckle softly. His piercing gaze, laden with authority, traversed the lenses and settled upon his reflection in the mirror. It was as if he beheld an untouchable sovereign. The previous ruggedness and ferocity had transformed into solemnity and dignity. This attire mirrored that of his father, Lauren, in the portraits, yet it felt as if his mother, Polly, were by his side, personally measuring him with her warm embrace. It was not merely a matter of fitting comfortably. The wild essence of a muscular brute harmoniously blended with his father's composed elegance, creating an indescribable aura of grace. Tiger raised a hand to adjust his collar. The family crest ring on his left pinky sparkled brilliantly in the reflection of the lake's shimmering light. As for the other garments, the suit jacket and the British military coat, he hung them back in the wardrobe. The current weather was not yet cold enough to warrant such heavy layering. Master, Tequila has succeeded. At that moment, Tequila suddenly appeared behind Tiger, holding a plate of fried rice aloft, as if it were a sacred relic, fervently and excitedly. Upon catching the familiar and tantalizing aroma that sent shivers down his spine, Tiger swiftly turned around, a rough yet straightforward gangland admiration escaping his lips. Damn it, Tequila, you are an absolute genius. I've never been so satisfied with a chef before. Your IQ must be a staggering 160. In the mirror, the monarch devoured the fried rice with reckless abandon, his previous air of authority and composure evaporating in an instant. Chapter 69. Arthur's Exorcising Flame. Truly, it is maddening. After years of consuming utter rubbish, I have yet to eliminate a single British chef. I am far too benevolent for my own good. A long, contented sigh escaped him as Tiger reclined on the sofa, blissfully closing his eyes. There is nothing more comforting than a brief respite following a hearty carbohydrate feast. Those damned English. They must have made some infernal offering during the age of exploration. I find it utterly perplexing how a nation that colonized half the world for spices could produce such insipid cuisine. Mumbled incoherencies occasionally broke the silence. What is there to enjoy about this? Venom's tone dripped with disdain as his dark, twisted tendrils pushed the messy plate of fried rice aside, awaiting Tequila to tidy up. Tiger squinted slightly, casting a disapproving glance at Venom, unwilling to voice any opinion regarding that foolish chocolate frog's fried rice. Had it been anyone else daring to eat such fare in his presence, he would have surely pried their teeth out and stuffed them, chocolate and all, into that accursed orifice. The afternoon sun, akin to gentle brocade, softly unfurled its warmth upon the crystalline surface of Black Lake. Golden rays penetrated the water surface, intertwining with the depth's gloom, resembling scattered flecks of gold, serenely drifting between the Slytherin dome and the window's frame. Amidst this tranquil yet resplendent interplay of light, Tiger, reclining on the sofa, breathed shallowly and evenly, enveloped in the serene and harmonious atmosphere of the dormitory. Hey, you bastard, don't fall asleep. You're on fire. Put that damn thing out. After an indeterminate passage of time, accompanied by a searing sting, Venom's startled exclamation jolted Tiger from his distant reverie. Tiger abruptly straightened his back, instinctively flicking his wrist. He certainly did not wish for the garments lovingly chosen by his mother, Polly, to be reduced to ashes before he had the chance to wear them. With a mere thought, the blazing flames extinguished, revealing a skeletal hand before him. Especially illuminated by the shimmering light from the lake's depths, the fingers flexed and stretched in a most eerie manner. Under Tiger's contemplative gaze, the delicate sinews and flesh wove together like fine threads, as if time were reversing. The fine hairs on his skin rapidly reappeared, and the hand healed as if it had never been harmed. Don't be alarmed, Venom. I doubt this will cause you any harm. Would you care to give it a try? Tiger touched the unscathed sleeve of his garment, a glimmer of surprise and intrigue flickering in his eyes. This was unlike anything he had encountered before. This time, the flames spread to the forearm, yet miraculously, the cuffs of the shirt remained unscathed. Don't even think about it. You bastard. The fire on you feels unusual. I sense a considerable threat, especially on a spiritual level. Venom had entirely retracted into Tiger's body, quaking with trepidation, its voice laced with anxiety and apprehension towards an unknown power. As for Tiger's evidently sinister suggestion, Venom dismissed it as mere nonsense. What about that book? The other worn tome that Tommy sent you. Hurry, open it, damn it. Amidst Venom's irate mutterings, dark, twisted tendrils shot forth from behind Tiger like whips. Nearby, a package was violently yanked into view, its contents spilling onto the ground. A metallic claw, glimmering with a faint chill, rolled to Tiger's feet. He bent down to retrieve it, raising an eyebrow as he examined the ancient runes inscribed upon it. This was a gift from Uncle Martin, representing his latest research endeavors. Enchantment in the wizarding realm, including that of the Shelby family, had always been predominantly defensive in nature. Yet this time, Uncle Martin had ventured into the broader domain of active offense, dispelling chaos, impact, against the backdrop of the ancient script. The 5 piercing spikes at the claw's forefront seemed to have been stained with a hue of crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, Tiger slipped it onto his fingers, the coarse, matte texture snugly adhered to his palm, instilling an inexplicable sense of assurance. The curvature and weight were perfectly calibrated to accommodate the contours of his hand and the distribution of strength. A sinister smile crept upon Tiger's lips. Just as he clenched his fist, preparing to test the enchantment's potency against the desk, Venom's tendrils presented him with a Winchester M1887 lever-action shotgun. Hey, look at this. You bastard. Arthur sent his treasure too. This custom piece, set apart by its unique alloy body, was adorned with intricate patterns of gold and silver threads interwoven around the grip, lending an air of opulence to the firearm. Both Tiger and Venom were deeply impressed by it. The year Terminator premiered, Arthur was still quite young, utterly captivated by the robotic governor. To wrest this gun from the hands of the Blood Gang's leader, Arthur had taken 3 slugs to the head. To this day, he had not dared to reveal this to their mother, Polly. Tommy had been furious back then, as he caressed the cold, temperamental barrel. A trace of helpless yet profound amusement flickered in Tiger's eyes. The Shelby family harbored a deep-seated wariness and aversion towards the wizarding world. Clearly, Arthur was concerned about the potential harm from wizards, but felt powerless to retaliate. There were several boxes of deer rounds on the ground, which explained why the owl looked so exhausted. Tiger grasped the trigger guard, expertly rotating it around his forearm. The sound of the chamber loading echoed, as if urging him to ready the ammunition. Hey, hold on. This isn't the time for games. Check this out. I don't want to be burned alive. The Black Tome, inscribed with the crest of the Shelby family, was impatiently hurled into Tiger's embrace by Venom, its numerous tendrils swiftly turning the pages for him. Setting aside his shotgun and brass knuckles, Tiger brusquely swatted away the appendages and commenced a meticulous examination. He was equally engulfed in doubt and curiosity about his own condition. The second surge of magical energy within the Shelby lineage was termed enchantment, and the contents of the book detailed the enchanting experiences bequeathed by the various ancestors of the Shelby family. Upon learning of Tiger's transformation, Tommy had specifically procured this tome from Uncle Martin. Regrettably, as time elapsed, Tiger found no parallels to his own situation within its pages. Nevertheless, he felt no disappointment. After all, the emergence of Venom following his initial magical outburst was a stark divergence from family history, a development he had anticipated. Thus, he redirected his focus toward the ancient inscriptions, as the Shelby family's unique magic appeared to have been conceived for this very purpose. The more he delved into the text, the more captivated he became. Just as he was preparing to gather some materials to experiment, a knock echoed through the air, and the voice of the male prefect, Atlantis Castard, resonated from outside the door. Father, it's time for class. In Britain, including Hogwarts, there is no customary midday rest, compared to the morning break. The lunch period merely offers a slightly extended time for free activities. Reluctantly, Tiger tucked the book away, donned his new wizarding robe from the back of a chair, and departed the dormitory. Chapter 70. The prefect's strategic retreat. Is volcanic rock truly feasible? Much like the walls of those foolish Gryffindors? Selwyn sat poised in his chair, a hint of disdain lacing his otherwise monotonous tone. What about obsidian? My family possesses ample mineral reserves, sufficient to refurbish the exterior walls. Marcus hesitated, whispering, I share your sentiments, yet father has already decreed volcanic stone. Within the Slytherin common room, a gathering of pure-blood aristocratic offspring convened around the conference table, scrutinizing the plans for their lounge, their expressions grave as they voiced their opinions. No one dared forget Tiger's directive to renovate the common room, particularly under the leadership of Gemma Farley. Moreover, they had long desired to undertake such an endeavor. The silver and crystal goblets displayed within the cabinet were indeed of considerable value, yet their style, coupled with the craftsmanship of a century past, rendered them unworthy even of their grandfather's use, let alone for the younger generation. Those antiquated artifacts served more as nostalgic relics of bygone glory rather than essentials in their lives. Such items cluttered the Slytherin common room, silently lying in wait, bearing witness to the insurmountable chasm between past and present. However, due to the esteemed and dignified legacy of pure-blood aristocracy, they were compelled to exercise caution in their words and actions. For the sake of superficial harmony and tranquility, no one dared to voice their thoughts, and naturally, they remained silent. This, indeed, was the flaw of Slytherin. They were perpetually awaiting the bold one to emerge, and if none did, they preferred to maintain the status quo. Obsidian is far too somber. Gemma Farley interjected suddenly. The discussions among the crowd abruptly ceased, their attention converging upon her. She cast a fleeting glance at the astonished faces surrounding her, delicately blowing the froth atop her coffee cup. The silver moonstone would suffice. I presume. However, I doubt you can muster it. I comprehend Shelby's intentions. What the moonstone? I shall seek him out to clarify. Her soft, cool voice carried an undeniable authority. When meticulously polished, the moonstone reveals a translucent, ethereal beauty. The delicate hues of silver and emerald intertwine, reminiscent of the gentlest moonlight cascading softly upon the earth. Such minerals, though scarce in the Muggle realm, are relatively common within the wizarding community. Yet, the glances directed at Gemma Farley were tinged with hesitation. They did not dispute the moonstone's exquisite compatibility with Slytherin. Rather, they harbored apprehensions regarding the potential power plays lurking beneath. Replacing volcanic rock with moonstone may seem trivial, yet to defy a leader's command, particularly when repeated, could inflict unimaginable damage upon the leader's authority and credibility. Just as a gentle rain nourishes the earth, such tactics are frequently employed among pure-blood aristocrats. I oppose this, Rebirth declared, his eyes narrowing meaningfully, his tone unapologetically frank. Father's command supersedes all, including dignity and life. Though he did not articulate these words, the fervor of his conviction was palpable to all present. This was hardly surprising, given the tumultuous history of the British wizarding world. The Bach family's expectations of their leader seemingly demand a brutality and perversion surpassing their predecessors. Coleman Avery lowered his head, trembling as he touched his unblemished arm. Mr. Bach. Gemma Farley's gaze darkened. The tumult of emotions and attachments within her heart gradually morphed into a barely perceptible suspicion. 3 months ago, your grandfather selected a French fiancée for you. I have heard whispers of the esteemed family lineage of the Sharons. It is said that the young lady excels academically at Beauxbatons and is gradually assuming control of the Sharon family's perfume enterprise. If I may be so bold to inquire. Her frost-kissed eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. What was your reason for refusal? This sudden query nearly took the breath away from the pure-blooded heirs present, their expressions shifting to one of peculiarity. Weren't they meant to discuss renovations? How had gossip entered their discourse? However, as Ravenbach fell silent, the depths of Gemma Farley's gaze grew increasingly perilous. This aversion to English men stemmed from the necessity for every married witch in England to guard against not only the opposite sex, but also their own. Truly, it was maddening. Is it amusing to stir the pot? Why not seek your father? The cold, sarcastic voices echoed ceaselessly in Gemma Farley's mind. In truth, Ravenbach was merely on guard, eager to observe the methods Gemma Farley might employ against him. As for that fiancé, regardless of who it may be, no one can accept a 240-pound mixed-race witch, not to mention her taking over the family business. Even Ravenbach would not spare her a glance. Farley? Relai Shafik discreetly scrutinized Gemma Farley, then silently covered her forehead, a hint of anxiety breaking through her typically calm demeanor. Merlin, it seems Farley has become intoxicated. What should I do? Should I knock her out now? During lunch, Shafik carried the meal to Gemma Farley's chamber. At that moment, Gemma Farley contemplated how to navigate her graduation smoothly. Rather than suppressing her emotions, which were fraught with contradiction, she realized that even if she cured the love potion, it would not heal her fragmented psyche. A true Slytherin must possess the wisdom to grasp and release. This is both great wisdom and immense resolve. Gemma Farley resolved to fully align herself with Shelby, to draw near to him, and to assist in consolidating Slytherin. But she must not engage in any actions that defy convention. She had not succumbed to Shelby. She had merely yielded to herself, and she needed to temporarily transfer this animosity toward the future. Subsequently, while her reason still prevailed, Gemma Farley confided in Relai Shafik about the love potion. She required a second safeguard, a means to incapacitate her before she committed an irreversible act. At times, it was inconvenient for the Gigi grass to appear. Should a house elf attack its master be witnessed by others, it would incite a considerable uproar, especially if it involved pure-blood aristocrats. Relai, you're not only my subordinate, but also my most loyal friend. In the days to come, listening to her friend's plea, Shafik's calm expression gradually morphed into one of disbelief and regret. After all, it was that damned love potion which she had placed in the teapot. Even though Gemma Farley now appeared as she always had, only she knew what those pink-tipped ears and the incessantly tapping ankles beneath the table truly signified. Merlin, save me. What? Do you not wish to respond? The corners of Gemma Farley's lips curled slightly, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her features. If you dare approach Tiger again, I shall send you to the tribe of the Wandering Horsemen. Ravenbark remained perplexed, unable to decipher what Gemma Farley intended. This is my private matter, he stated coolly. It has nothing to do with our agenda. Yet, despite his words, the Slytherins at the conference table, including the little snakes eavesdropping in the lounge, could barely contain their thoughts written across their faces. I reiterate, Ravenbark continued, his expression darkening. Father requires volcanic stone. It must be volcanic stone. Mr. Bach, I appreciate your loyalty, but I harbor reservations about your wisdom and abilities. Shelby will soon recognize your folly and cast you aside. Gemma Farley could not be bothered to prolong the argument. She took a delicate sip of coffee, scarcely raising her gaze. Let us raise our hands to vote. Should the decision favor Moonstone, I shall personally seek out Shelby, and you shall have no part in it. The presence of Moonstone is of little consequence. She yearns to see Tiger as soon as possible. Chapter 71. My legs have turned to jelly. No vote is necessary. Any member of Slytherin may propose this matter, gathering the opinions of the new students and presenting them to the two heads of house for their judgment. At that moment, Tiger and the male head, Atlantic Burst, strode out from the boys' dormitory. Against the backdrop of the shimmering dome, he stood outside the common room, his tall and imposing figure entwined with light and shadow. Once exuding a feral ferocity, he now seemed tamed by a profound tranquility, revealing an aura of restraint and steadiness. His shirt and waistcoat were meticulously arranged. Silver buttons fastened to the very top of his collar, signifying an undeniable elegance. His presence was both dangerously fierce, yet not overpowering. The young serpents in the common room rose, but upon seeing the transformed Tiger, they were momentarily taken aback, with the girls instinctively covering their mouths. The moonstone floor and volcanic rock walls had replaced the musty carpet entirely. Remember, I have but one request. Tiger unfurled the sleeves of his wizarding robe and draped it over himself, casting a glance behind him. His eyes, deep and fierce beneath his brow glasses, yet imbued with a touch of elegance and restraint. He was determined to elevate Slytherin's taste, transforming this wretched place into a semblance of a habitable environment. If it still resembled this disarray before Christmas, you shall adorn yourselves with iron chains and serve as dried dog excrement. With that, Tiger exited the common room, leaving the Slytherin students exchanging bewildered glances. Was that Shelby? A disbelieving voice suddenly echoed, as Lisa clutched her rapidly beating heart, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, it was Father. Oh my, he finally... Holmes, did you see that? Merlin, I could weep with emotion. Slytherin's taste. Well said. Is he setting an example? A chorus of discussions filled the Slytherin common room, brimming with relief and complex emotions, perhaps stifled by Tiger's wild and rugged demeanor for too long. The smiles on their faces were deeper than before. Though their language remained coarse, compared to this transformative change, they were no longer concerned, even finding a strange comfort in the reprimands. At the head of the conference table, the female head, Gemma Farley, sat alone, her expression as calm as still water. The mocking gazes surrounding her did not waver her composure, akin to a serene statue of a maiden. Farley, noticing the slight strain in the air, Rebirth approached her, attempting to offer comfort, but was halted by a wave of Gemma, Farley's hand. Her rosy, austere lips imperceptibly moved, and a voice, heard only by Rebirth, reached her ears. "Rebirth, lend me a hand. My legs have given way. I can no longer stand." Rebirth, excellent work. Slytherin earns 10 points for Mr. Shelby's helpfulness. Professor Sprout's warm smile brimmed with approval. One must admit, in her eyes, Tiger's broad back was nothing short of a paragon of herbology. Fertilizing the laurel tree has always been a monumental task. It is no small feat for even the most seasoned students, who often emerge from a single class with sore backs and aching limbs. Yet, for Tiger, this was merely a trifling endeavor. With the efficiency of an industrious worker, he effortlessly transported a mound of dragon dung compost back to the greenhouse. His movements swift and decisive, akin to the diligent efforts of a construction crew. Remarkably, unlike his fellow Slytherins, who wore expressions of disdain and repulsion, Tiger took charge, directing the small serpents, whose faces reflected discomfort, to complete the final touches with enthusiasm. The Gryffindor students looked on in astonishment. Neville and Hermione, shovels in hand, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, unsure of where to begin. "Are they unwell?" Ron murmured in disbelief. "Perhaps they have been subdued," Harry shrugged, the glimmer of schadenfreude evident in his gaze directed toward Malfoy's retreating figure. It was noteworthy that in previous classes, Malfoy and his peers would rather stand idly by, losing points than engage in the labor of shoveling dragon dung. Professor Sprout was nearly inclined to cast a memory charm on Snape and whisk Tiger back to Hufflepuff. She truly cherished such students. Suddenly, the beaming professor recalled something, drawing her wand and giving it a gentle flick toward Tiger. Instantly, he was rendered spotless. "What a splendid young man you are, Tiger. This attire suits you perfectly." Amidst the dazed expressions of the first years, Professor Sprout affectionately pinched Tiger's cheek, her eyes brimming with warmth. Such adoration he had only witnessed in the eyes of his mother, Polly, and his Aunt Manny. This was an exquisite form of appreciation and recognition, whether directed towards a student or a younger relative. In deference to the maternal demeanor of the professor, Tiger shyly lowered his gaze, his fierce countenance melting away as a broad smile illuminated his face, radiating warmth and sincerity. After class, the students in the greenhouse dispersed, with Draco Malfoy and his companions fleeing with the swiftness of rabbits. Even with the cleansing charm, they felt as though the stench of dragon dung had permeated their very beings and hastened to wash it away. "Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. I thought he would me too." That guy is simply the murmurs among the Gryffindors caused Hermione to glare fiercely, her front teeth grinding audibly. Harry and Ron stood silently behind her, afraid to utter a word. If the venomous remarks directed at Professor Snape represented a magical assault, then Hermione, in a fit of rage, would undoubtedly wield a mace, delivering a few sharp blows. At that moment, Tiger emerged from the classroom, cradling a pot of laurel seedlings, a gift specially bestowed upon him by Professor Sprout. The plant had myriad uses: dreamless sleep sachets, domestic warding spells, athletic enhancement potions, psychological defense techniques, and much more. Most importantly, Professor Sprout had mentioned his mother, Polly. Tiger was genuinely taken aback to learn that Polly had once served as the head of Hufflepuff. Harry and Ron exchanged grimaces, their expressions reflecting a blend of shock and disbelief, for they had never encountered such a sight as Tig. "Tig, are you unscathed?" Hermione hurriedly approached him. The rumors surrounding the Slytherin brawl had been rampant throughout Hogwarts, and she had spent the day fretting, unable to find a moment to speak with Tig. "Unscathed? Of course, I am not the one who has lost your little noggins. Venom here is indeed quite injured. Would you like to greet it?" Tig's laughter rang out, vibrant and carefree, as he recounted a most chilling jest. At his words, Harry felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, while Ron's legs turned to jelly. "No, I have no interest in hairless creatures," Hermione retorted sharply, casting a disapproving glance at Tig. He was nothing but a source of fright. Despite the uproar from Slytherin, no one had been bitten. "Are you still calling out? Venom, by the way, Powder misses you," Hermione said, glancing back at Tig with a hint of reluctance. "Powder? Powder? Blast! I nearly forgot." Tig slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost neglected his feline companion, though he had no intention of retrieving Powder at that moment. "I'll be quite busy lately. Neither of you can expect my attention." As he spoke, Tig tousled Hermione's disheveled hair. "I'll leave Powder in your care." "What do you mean you can't attend to us? Am I a pet?" Hermione exclaimed in irritation, swatting his hand away as she turned to leave, dragging along the two pale-faced imbeciles. Chapter 72. The Weakness of Father, What is Power? In the traditional Slytherin perspective, power is not associated with the individual. It is a manifestation of status, a tangible representation of wealth, and a culmination of cunning and intellect. They build upon their illustrious family lineage. Using abundant wealth and resources as pawns, they conceal their true intents, employing clever rhetoric and meticulously crafted facades to achieve their genuine aims quietly in the shadows. However, Tig's dominance and ferocity have begun to shift their perceptions dramatically. Tig, you good morning. Hermione, I have matters to attend to in the library. Watching Tig rush away, clutching books, Hermione blinked in bewilderment. It was clearly evening. Father, looking quite spirited. Theodore, I have business to attend to. You may amuse yourself elsewhere in the common room. Tig nodded absently. He toyed with a pinewood token in his hand while perusing a book, seemingly engrossed in research. I'm not all right, Blaise Zabini opened his mouth, but ultimately retreated silently to a corner. Daphne Greengrass stifled a laugh as she poured him a cup of floral tea, offering it as consolation. Shelby, regarding the sofas in the common room, darling. You handle that. I am quite busy. Before the words had left his lips, Tig closed the door to the boys' dormitory, effectively shutting out the elegant and statuesque figure of Gemma Farley. The noble young lady turned away indifferently, making her way towards the girls' dormitory, her cold eyes betraying not a hint of emotion at the unceremonious dismissal. Raelisa Fafik hurriedly followed suit. In the face of such an awkward scene, the Slytherin crowd in the lounge averted their gazes, pretending to be busy or turning to find something to occupy themselves. They did not perceive any romantic implications in the term of endearment, but rather interpreted it as a blatant mockery. However, none dared to voice their thoughts. They had all witnessed Tiger's recent busyness. Most affairs in Slytherin were still overseen by the head girl, Gemma Farley, and the head boy, Atlan Gyberst. With a resounding bang, the girls' dormitory door slammed shut, prompting the Slytherin serpents to murmur among themselves in hushed tones. It was exceedingly awkward. Poor head girl Farley. This was decidedly unchivalrous. Head girl Farley had done nothing wrong to deserve such treatment. Did you see that? This is the nature of power, Blaise. Theodore not took a sip of floral tea, his tone laced with a chill that seemed to permeate even the fragrance of the brew. Lineage, wealth, status, these absurd constructs crumble before the threat of death. Father could dispose of head girl Farley at any moment. If she wished to survive, she must endure. Head girl Farley is innocent. The troubles and conflicts have been stirred up by Avery and his ilk. Shelby's actions were creating enemies, forcing head girl Farley's family towards retaliation. Did he not fear what would happen upon leaving Hogwarts? Draco Malfoy's voice was low yet could not conceal his indignation. Tiger always used his wizarding robes as a napkin after meals. He had long harbored significant grievances against this individual. Blaise Zabini tilted his head slightly, observing his friend's innocent expression, and could not help but sigh. Only this platinum fool still steadfastly believed in Gemma Farley's innocence. If only he could apply half the intellect he devoted to Harry Potter here, he would not be so naive. Draco Theodore not cast a fleeting glance at him. Do you believe Father would be interested in accompanying head girl Farley to play the Auror game of catching dark wizards? Game? Draco Malfoy looked momentarily taken aback. You still do not understand, Malfoy. At that moment, a languid voice emerged from behind Draco, drawing everyone's attention. Timaat? Blaise Zabini raised an eyebrow. Timaat lounged on the sofa with his long legs crossed, lazily yawning, his eyelids drooping. The black veil, interwoven with golden threads, cascaded haphazardly down his curls, adding a touch of nonchalant exoticism. The group was not unfamiliar with him. Timaat's family hailed from Egypt, having migrated to the British wizarding world a century ago. The enigmatic and mysterious curse-related magic forced the pure-blood aristocrats of Britain to begrudgingly welcome him. As the leader of the third-year Slytherins, Timaat was friendly with everyone, yet seemed to float just outside the circle of camaraderie. On the night of the Venom attack, this individual sustained significant injuries, yet refrained from seeking refuge in the medical wing. Malfoy, where do you believe our fear of Father originates? Is it merely the result of a beating? Ramos Tiamat's smile carried an air of profundity. He had long observed this phenomenon. The new Slytherins exhibited far less trepidation towards Shelby than their upperclassmen. For the older students, encountering Shelby felt akin to facing an arch-nemesis, with some even struggling to breathe in his presence. Egyptian healing magic far surpasses the bodily studies of the British wizarding community. Confronted by the capricious brutality of the Venom, he possessed no means of resistance, with the majority of his ribs fractured. Yet, as that inky substance pervaded his being, Ramos Tiamat could keenly sense that he was undergoing a subtle yet undeniable transformation. Intrigued, He found himself unable to suppress his fear of Tiger, leading him to contemplate the plight of the newcomers. Draco Malfoy furrowed his brow, perplexed by the statement. Just as he was about to seek clarification, Ramos Timaat shifted his tone and continued. Father's modus operandi is decidedly decisive. I am sure Headmistress Farley has recognized this as well. The subpoenas from Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic likely amuse Father as much as a collection of German jokes. He would never entangle himself with the dark wizards who seek to assassinate him or the politicians who conspire against him. All he needs to do is locate Headmistress Farley's family and systematically eliminate them. With Headmaster Bursted's presence, matters will swiftly resolve. After all, you pureblood aristocrats are perpetually preoccupied with dividing the spoils. Just look at how many of the pureblood 28 remain. At this juncture, Ramos Timaat shook his head with a hint of melancholy, and the surrounding Slytherins couldn't help but furrow their brows. When the male Headmaster Bursted and others stood behind Shelby, Headmistress Farley had already been utterly defeated. Were it not for Dumbledore's assurance, a reckless danger like Father would typically be the prime target on the International Wizarding Wanted list. Consider the mutated Mermish. Trust me, it is the epitome of a perfect predator. Father requires no evidence, no doubts, and certainly no innocence. Ramos Timaat paused momentarily, unable to stifle a deep sigh. Such notions were utterly futile in his case. Draco Malfoy swallowed hard, his earlier indignation having vanished entirely. Ramos Timaat toyed with a golden bracelet in his hand, speaking with a mocking tone. Therefore, Malfoy, if you truly wish to aid Headmistress Farley, I may have a revelation regarding Father's fatal weakness. Upon hearing this, the Slytherins in the common room rose in unison, their expressions tense as they implored. Silence. Timaat, do not speak foolishly. The bizarre nature of the Venom's biomimetic cells was not lost on the students of Slytherin. The reconstruction of Selwyn's severed limb and Avery's fractured bones signifies that even those on the brink of death can, within mere breaths, regain their normalcy. How much more so for Shelby himself? Such remarks clearly aim to incite discord once again, prompting all to remain vigilant. Shelby, by nature, possesses little patience. Who can assure that when chaos reignites, they will remain unscathed? Chapter 73. Ineffectual Enchantment. Draco Malfoy fell silent for a moment before rising slowly, his voice betraying an unmistakable disdain. Timaat, I fear you are under a misconception. Perhaps I am somewhat naive, but that is only because my friends are sufficiently astute and my subordinates adequately courageous. The illustrious Malfoy lineage need only to maintain its nobility, and that suffices. It is only you, the lowly outsiders, who must engage in such petty scheming. He paused, a glimmer in his youthful eyes reminiscent of the formidable Lucius Malfoy. Do not think to exploit the Malfoys, otherwise. His tone lowered, laden with menace. I shall personally inform Shelby of this matter, and my father will ensure your family pays a steep price. Crabbe, Goyle, we are departing. With that, he turned and exited the lounge. The grand serpentine doors of the room slammed shut behind him, effectively severing the peculiar and astonished gazes that lingered. Draco Malfoy let out a deep breath, the tension in his scalp easing. Damn, I almost fell into their trap. Truly, Potter and that pauper Weasley are easier to manipulate. He may be naive, but he is not foolish. Being incited indicates that in the eyes of certain individuals, he has become a puppet, easily swayed. More importantly, Tiamat's bizarre curse from the Egyptian wizarding realm stirred a sense of dread within him, as he lacked the capacity to mount an effective counterattack. Draco clenched his fists, once again recognizing the significance of power. Therefore, to reclaim his confidence and vent his frustrations, he resolved to head to the library. Surely, Potter and the pauper Weasley would be there. As he exited the basement, Crabbe sheepishly scratched his head and inquired, Draco, do you really think we are brave? You were so cool just now. Goyle appeared quite pleased, his round, plump face compressing his features. This is the first time you've praised us. Praise. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, Draco felt a pang of embarrassment and shot them a fierce glare. Do you truly consider yourselves brave? Are you not aware of your own limitations? You've already fainted several times in the face of danger. Should there be a next time, I shall personally ensure you are shattered into pieces. My father has ample funds for compensation. With Draco's departure, Theodore not let out a rare chuckle, while Blaise Zabini and others wore smiles of relief. They held a complex affection for Draco's intellect. Fortunately, this fellow had moments of growth. Well then, we should also take some action. Just then, suddenly, Justin, a fourth-grade student, rose to his feet and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. Do not squander your time on trivial matters and inconsequential individuals. Focus on what you ought to be doing. His gaze, icy and indifferent, swept past Timaat, imbued with both caution and disdain. While father is diligently studying, we find ourselves idly sipping tea and chatting. Is this not rather excessive? As his words hung in the air, the tense atmosphere in the lounge seemed to dissipate like a gentle breeze. One by one, the others rose and departed, eager to distance themselves from the perilous presence of Timaat. Theodore not approached Ramos Timaat, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Father has no weaknesses. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, I will not hesitate to end your life." With that, he drew his wand and made his way to the dueling practice room. The sound of thunderous explosions echoing in the distance, a warning or perhaps a threat. No, he does have weaknesses. Ramos Timaat slowly shook his head. A profound sense of regret and contemplation etched across his brow. He had underestimated Malfoy, and, even more so, the fear that Slytherin harbored toward Shelby. However, this was fortuitous. If his instincts were correct, many lives within Slytherin rested precariously in Shelby's grasp, including his own. He could sense, deep within his core, a dark substance masquerading as flesh and nerve, coexisting with him in a manner that defied description. This foreign essence could withdraw at any moment, leaving him to perish in a forsaken night. As the grandson of the funeral high priest, he possessed the capability to replace this alien flesh and organs. Yet, he dared not, nor did he wish to. This connection was a bond with father, a testament to the unconditional trust bestowed upon him. What a truly terrifying power. Ramos Timaat mused, his breath quickening with excitement. The golden bracelet he toyed with seemed to come alive, suddenly disassembling, sharp limbs and antennae emerging from beneath its elegant shell. The golden scarab flowed along his long, pale wrist, ultimately converging at his fingertips. The resplendent shell parted slightly, vibrant wings quivering delicately, producing a subtle yet melodious sound akin to the whispers of nature. The young boy from Egypt lifted his hand, gazing affectionately at his scarab. Such power should not possess weaknesses, nor would I allow father to have any. Do you not agree, Hather? At that moment, the crackling of dry wood in the fireplace, the gentle lapping of a lake outside, and the distant rumble of explosions from the dueling practice room, all faded into silence, as if the world had been muted. A chilling tranquility enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the silent dialogue between him and the 10 scarabs. Meanwhile, within the girls' dormitory, Gemma Farley leaned weakly against the door, biting her lip, struggling to regain her composure for quite some time. The bashful excitement of pink blooms, akin to cherry blossoms kissed by the early dawn, gently unfurls from her neck, cascading toward her ears. The rational dam teeters precariously under the torrent of emotions, as she bites down hard on the corner of her lip, blood seeping forth. The invading sting pulls her muddled thoughts back to reality, and the tension in her body gradually dissipates. Damn Shelby. The corners of her lips tremble slightly, the inadvertent blood staining and spreading languidly. "Farley, are you all right?" asked Relisa Fick, offering her a vial of fragrant essence, concern etched on her face. "Of course, I am well," she responded, realizing she could no longer resist. Gemma Farley's breaths quickened, her previously angered and resentful gaze now shimmering with affection and sweetness. She seized her dear friend's shoulders, her once calm voice trembling with excitement. "Well, did you hear that? He actually called me my dear. The love potion has worked on him." Relisa Fick's lips twitched. "Let's not dwell on him." Within the boys' dormitory, the enchanted tome of the Shelby family lay open to its final page. Papers from the library scattered across the floor. The charred wooden plaque, as the flames extinguished, seemed to undergo a rewind of time. The intricately twisted patterns slowly writhed and shrank, returning to their originally smooth state. The scorched, Niven-like brand gradually lost its color, leaving only faint, barely perceptible traces. "Damn!" Tiger cursed through gritted teeth, his irritable voice laced with unmistakable fatigue and frustration. Sensing his turmoil, the pale bones of his hand flared with an even more intense heat. Yet, it was all for naught. With a flick of his wrist, the flames were completely snuffed out, flesh and blood reborn. He irritably rubbed his forehead, like a famished tiger unable to catch its prey, his entire being brimming with restless energy. At that moment, the venom suddenly spoke. "You fool, I have told you before. Your enchantment is nothing like that of the Shelby family. It is as different as my very existence. These tomes hold no value for you. The experiences of the Shelby family do not pertain to you. You should consider a different approach." Tiger remained silent, intending to rest for a few days. The sequence of failures had left him quite nauseated. Chapter 74, Late Night Emo. His mother Polly once told Tiger The children of Shelby need not be superior to others. However, in whatever they do, they must strive for perfection. If you wish to fight, do so until your opponent is utterly defeated. If you wish to shoot, pull the trigger with abandon. When eating, relish it as if it were your last meal. When meeting a loved one, cherish it as if it were your final encounter. Only then can one truly appreciate the beauty of life. Life is unpredictable. Relax, enjoy, and that is enough. Who cares? Indeed, who cares? Every member of the Shelby family understands this principle, yet they continue to dedicate themselves tirelessly to the glory and future of their lineage. Mother Polly, Aunt Manny, Cousin Hill, Uncle Martin, Salaman, Michael, and Cousin Linda. Familiar and warm faces flicker through Tige's mind like slides from a bygone era. Initially vibrant and colorful, they quickly fade into a muted black and white tableau, each frame bearing the weight of life's shadows. For the sake of family, some have sacrificed their beloved, others their marriages, and some their dignity. Some have forfeited their lives, futures, and even their children. Since Tige's birth, every step taken by the Shelby family has been steeped in blood. Tommy never speaks of such matters, yet Tige has witnessed it all. In the stillness of the night, Tige sits quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the creatures that occasionally glide beneath the surface of the lake, lost in contemplation for a long while. His sturdy fingers caress the protective charm handcrafted by Uncle Martin, and the fury in his darkened gaze begins to swell. Damn that bastard. Let me find you. Concerning the calamities of the past, the eyes of every Shelby are filled with hatred and madness. Yet when the conversation turns too much towards these subjects, they choose a mutual silence. Sensing Tige's emotional turmoil, the tendrils of venom reach out, intertwining the protective charms in his hand into two ancient, primal bracelets, which are then wrapped around Tige's wrist. Tige, this is not your fault. The Shelbys no longer require sacrifices, yet they have already sacrificed. Tige closes his eyes, tilting his head slightly back, akin to a lemming. The tragic demise of his forebears and brothers haunts him like a recurring nightmare. For the family, for future generations, the Shelbys willingly tread the path of self-destruction, seeing it as liberation. You could stop them. Venom roars fiercely in his mind, astonished at the profound impact of the failed enchantment on Tige. In truth, it is not merely a blow, but rather a deep disappointment. Tige's disappointment in himself. The family's expectations, the elder's scrutiny, the brother's affection seem to be plummeting into an abyss. Hey, listen. You bastard. Arthur, Tommy, John. They're all trying to stop it in their own ways. So forget about the damn enchantment. The inky tendrils brush against Tige's cheek, forcefully turning his head to meet Venom's pale gaze. To hell with the protective charm. You have the symbiote, and that is sufficient. This is a magical world, abundant with sustenance. The symbiote holds infinite possibilities here. You can thwart everything. In the deep, hoarse voice lies a mix of greed, desire, and a barely perceptible concern. Tige remains silent for a moment. You need to brush your teeth. Venom retorts, what did you say? I said, you need to brush your teeth, idiot. Your saliva reeks, and it's giving me a headache. Tige, expressionless, splatters saliva, droplets falling like rain on Venom's head, reminiscent of Venom's earlier roar. I have bad breath. Venom stares incredulously. This bastard is nothing but a pile of foul-smelling dog waste disguised as a cactus, unworthy of its admiration. The foul-mouthed scoundrel. The symbiote possesses a self-cleaning function. I certainly have no halitosis. Clearly, it is you. What is that foul odor emanating from my face then? An intense argument erupted. Within moments, the two were grappling with one another. Books and cups on the table toppled in chaos. The cacophony of insults gradually subsided. Tiger lay sprawled on the ground, his chest rising and falling rapidly with each hurried breath, sweat soaking through his nightclothes. Venom's formidable head rested beside him, its crimson, grotesque tongue languidly drooping at the corner of its mouth. The surroundings were in utter disarray. In the dimly lit room, laughter began to resonate, at times exuberant, at others hoarse and subdued. Shut up, you imbecile. Your laughter is truly unappealing. Hey, is there something wrong with your ears? Venom retorted defiantly. Your laughter is the one that is unpleasant. Tiger shot back. Yours is even worse. Be quiet, you nuisance. Venom's outburst abruptly halted. It opened its mouth, somewhat aggrieved, and muttered, your language is quite foul. You owe me an apology. Tiger smacked his lips, displaying a semblance of remorse. All right, fool, I apologize. I should not have compared you to them. I am truly sorry. I accept your apology, Venom replied gleefully, retracting into Tiger's body. It is time for sleep. You scoundrel. Good night, imbecile. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the mist, cascading over the black lake, breathing life into the shadowy world beneath its surface once more. Outside the dormitory window, sleeping sands, swaying aquatic plants, and leisurely lake creatures became vibrant and animated in the interplay of sunlight. It was at this moment that Venom roused Tiger from slumber. What? Running? A look of bewilderment flickered in his sleepy eyes. Are you serious? Of course. Venom manifested its head, delicate tendrils resembling arms akimbo at its sides, bearing an expression of responsibility, as if to say, "You must heed my counsel. For heaven's sake. You scoundrel. Your negative emotions were practically throwing a party last night. Your entire being was on the verge of becoming a zombie paradise." Venom conspiratorially leaned closer to Tiger's ear. In a sudden hushed tone, reminiscent of a vendor from beyond Surrey touting white flour, it declared, "You must acquire something to elevate your spirits, like those little dark tendrils swaying back and forth, exuding vitality. Run." Given Tiger's state from the previous night, Venom responsibly concluded that this irredeemably foul-mouthed scoundrel had expended too much energy and emotion during his research and was in dire need of a boost of dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. Humans are indeed troublesome. Thus, under Venom's urging, Tiger stepped out of the castle and began jogging along the Black Lake. The faint mist occasionally punctuated by the sound of swift punches slicing through the air. The sun began to rise. In the Quidditch pitch, Oliver Wood's excited shouts could be heard even outside the field. The cheers of the Weasley twins echoed in a rhythmic cadence. Clearly, they were more than satisfied with their secret weapon, Harry Potter. The fragrance of earth and grass wafted gently with the breeze. Tiger shook his head and broke into a grin, sweat soaking through his shirt, a sense of exhilaration and freedom washing over him. It must be said that Venom's suggestion proved remarkably effective. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, the joy etched on Tiger's face was almost palpable. "Father, what is this?" Upon spotting Tiger, early rising Slytherin students and the male prefect, a trench burst, rose from their seats. Feeling down, I thought a bit of exercise would help. Tiger had nothing to conceal regarding his companions. The pent-up emotions of late had indeed left him feeling unusually restless and irritable. Sharing his burdens had notably lightened his spirit. "Ah, I see." A tranche burst nodded knowingly, then turned to suggest, "Father, would you care for a dose of elation potion? Magic is indeed a manifestation of the mind. A plethora of healing spells and advanced white magic requires the guidance and resonance of positive emotions." Thus, in a tranche burst size, Tiger's situation was quite common among wizards. This is precisely why the Slytherin common room necessitates a constant supply of elation potion. The serpents dwelling in the dim dungeon find it quite challenging to achieve resonance while learning sophisticated white magic. Elation potion? Tiger raised an eyebrow, surveying the assembled crowd. In such circumstances, you all resort to potions? The group nodded instinctively, with some newcomers even displaying a sense of pride. It is worth noting that those from other houses facing similar issues could only resolve them with a piece of chocolate. This is not the same. Tiger shook his head, patting a tranche burst's frail shoulder with a serious tone. The effects of potions are quite specific. Elation potion is not a panacea. You all have been rather careless. Elation potion may provide emotional relief, yet it cannot deliver physical liberation and exhilaration. Tiger understood this well. He paused, extending his pinky with a derisive tone. "Look at your physiques. They pale in comparison to the ladies of the red light district. I could crush 10 of you with just my pinky." The faces of the Slytherin crowd darkened. "We accept your insult, but kindly retract your unspoken disdain." "Enough of this chatter," Tiger declared with a commanding wave of his hand. "Starting tomorrow, regardless of gender, everyone shall join me for exercise. Any objections?" "As you wish." The Slytherin students smiled awkwardly yet politely. Chapter 75, The Prefect's Reprimand. "Huh, you mean exercise? Every morning? How can he be so insistent? By Merlin's lace, can't this beast channel his energy elsewhere?" "Huh, I didn't mean that," came the flustered and shy denials, barely audible. Indeed, accustomed to the various noble signs around them, a boy like Tiger, brimming with aggression, certainly painted the Slytherin banner with the most vibrant hues of vitality. The exquisite interplay of silver and green undoubtedly exudes opulence, yet upon prolonged observation, it may indeed become somewhat tedious, would not? The bold and untamed strokes of color have bestowed upon many Slytherin girls a refreshing novelty and intrigue they have never before experienced. In truth, a change of taste can be quite delightful, don't you think? The news of Tig's insistence on morning exercises for the little snakes, after a morning of circulating, reached every Slytherin student's ears. During the midday recess, the usually tranquil Slytherin common room gradually grew a bit raucous. The muffled groans of discontent occasionally broke the silence. akin to pebbles cast into a lake, sending ripples across the surface. Especially among the Slytherin girls, their meticulously crafted appearances involuntarily displayed signs of resistance, as they seemed to foresee the stickiness and exhaustion that would follow a sweaty workout. "Merlin, spare me." Lisa languidly slumped onto the sofa, lamenting that she hadn't even finished writing in her Ravenclaw-customized notebook. The Manual of Mutations and Cedric's Lament trilogy had kept her up late these past few nights. Where would she find the energy to rise early for exercise? Just then, Gemma Farley returned to the common room. Aside from those loyal to Tig, the rest hastily gathered around her, their faces etched with desperation. "Farley," they implored. No one dared confront Tig, even the courageously renowned Gryffindors. Upon witnessing Tig once more accompany Hermione into the Gryffindor common room to retrieve a cat, could only express a fleeting moment of anger. What more could be expected from Slytherin? Faced with the crowd as complaints and pleas, Gemma Farley furrowed her brow slightly, yet did not rush to respond. With a composed gesture, she beckoned the crowd to disperse before gracefully taking a seat in the center of the room. Her skirt swayed gently as her long, elegant leg crossed over the other, her hands resting delicately on her knee, her poised stature resembling that of a finely crafted sculpture. Gemma inclined her head slightly and spoke softly. "Do not act foolishly. Shelby is quite right." Meanwhile, Rilisha Feek stood behind her with an expressionless demeanor, appearing somewhat pained. Only Rilisha could discern that her dear friend was becoming overly spirited once again. Every time Shelby's name was mentioned, Gemma's toes would unconsciously rise slightly, and the corners of her lips would lift into an alluring and untouchable curve, a grace and charm only she could command. "Your bodies are frail and vulnerable. Hogwarts is not a place for your leisure. Have the courses arranged by your families been devoured by trolls?" Upon hearing this, the pureblood Slytherin heirs felt a jolt in their hearts. Compared to children from ordinary wizarding families, they undeniably exhibited an ineffable excellence. However, this brilliance did not stem from innate talent, but rather from their family's meticulously crafted curriculum. Languages, music, dance, horsemanship, fencing, hunting, etiquette, rhetoric, and literature. The weighty academic load and disordered volumes filled their childhoods, much like a spring being incessantly compressed. Powerful will and self-discipline are not traits possessed by all. From the moment one steps into Hogwarts, some individuals abandon the courses arranged by their families entirely. Gemma Farley cast a sidelong glance. "Holmes, last week, you and your 4 companions cornered the child from the Lombard family. What was the outcome?" Her piercing gaze swept across the assembly as she spoke with a tone of disappointment. "The Weasley twins toyed with you. Oriel reeked of foulness and even lost his wand. This is nothing short of a disgrace. Slytherin may not concern itself with good or bad, but losing to Gryffindor is the most humiliating of all, especially when a child of the Death Eaters falls to one from the Order of the Phoenix." Gemma Farley was acutely aware of the animosity between Holmes's father, imprisoned in Azkaban by Lombard's father. However, Holmes's face flushed as he attempted to explain that the prohibition against magic in the corridors led to such a dismal result. Yet, upon encountering the head girl as dangerous glare, he ultimately chose silence. Since Claire's graduation, the quality of players selected for the Quidditch team has declined with each passing year. Gemma Farley's expression turned icy. Following the departure of the previous captain, Slytherin's tactics had grown utterly deplorable. Flint, in his relentless pursuit of victory, had opted for any means necessary. Is such a victory truly worthy of pride? The glory of Slytherin, the honor of pure-blood aristocracy. When did it become so tarnished? Can you not hear the boos from the stands? The atmosphere in the common room fell into a heavy silence. Faced with the head girl's merciless reprimand, the Slytherin students bowed their heads in shame. Even those affiliated with Tig had relinquished their smug grins, succumbing to silence. In terms of skill, they could not match Ravenclaw's finesse. In terms of courage, they fell short of Gryffindor's boldness. Even in victory, they lacked the grace of Hufflepuff. You have grown too complacent. Regardless of gender, all must participate. With her undeniable command resonating in the air, a flicker of anticipation sparkled in Gemma Farley's cold, proud eyes, and her toes playfully tapped the ground once more. Holding the hand of her beloved, she strolled along the banks of the Black Lake, basking in the glow of the rising sun. Oh, the delight of Merlin's whimsical nightwear. There is nothing more romantic than this. The thrill of young love swiftly ascended. The noble young lady let out a triumphant huff. "I knew it, foolish old tiger. You should have lost control long ago. I want to be the one to hold your hand." At the sound of this tantalizing huff, Rylas Shafak's eyes twitched slightly, and she hurried to the front, hands clasped behind her back, speaking with grave seriousness. Do not entertain any foolish hopes. Head of House Burst has declared that Slytherin women are stronger than men, and Slytherin men surpass mere beasts. There is no escape for you. Us, beasts. The Slytherin boys' faces darkened. It was evident who had uttered such a brutal comparison, and the underlying threat was unmistakable. A collective, painful sigh echoed through the room. Under the persistent urging of her close friend, Gemma Farley quietly departed from the lounge. The romantic and passionate thoughts swirling in her mind could no longer be suppressed, manifesting on her cool countenance. This cannot be seen by others. Just then, the sound of stones scraping against stone resonated softly, accompanied by the increasingly familiar mewing of a cat. Tiger, clutching a handful of gunpowder, entered the lounge. "Good afternoon, Father." His fellow Slytherins turned to acknowledge him with nods, while the rest sighed and returned to their dormitories. The head girl's reprimand had left a significant impact on them. It was time to pick up the slack from their previously careless studies and affairs. "You all carry on," Tiger waved dismissively. "I shall rest for a while." He quickly made his way to the spot where Gemma had just been sitting and sprawled out on the couch. His feet crossed casually over the armrest, embodying his usual nonchalance and freedom. With the sound of his bones stretching, a contented sigh escaped his lips. It had been far too long since he had indulged in the company of a cat, and he could hardly wait to hear the delightful meows of his gunpowder. Chapter 76. The Curse of Egyptian Magic. For Tiger, cats were undoubtedly the finest companions. The gentle purring from deep within him enveloped him completely, drowning him in the embrace of the sofa. The soft, fluffy texture, the cool tip of the nose, and the tender strokes against his cheeks and ears sent delightful shivers from his toes to the tips of his hair. Damn it, I absolutely adore this wretched world. Dopamine and endorphins surged within him, and his long, satisfying sighs were filled with contentment. Countless cats stirred upon Tiger's chest, their fluffy heads nudging and pressing against him. Occasionally, a cat would accidentally slip from the edge of the sofa, but before it could climb back up, Tiger would swiftly scoop it up and pile it among the throng of cats around his neck. This scene alone was enough to ignite a yearning in onlookers. It is worth noting that in Hermione's eyes, gunpowder held a status akin to that of a revered feline. Such treatment was unthinkable for anyone else. At that moment, Tiger suddenly realized that none of the Slytherin students under his charge had left. He squinted and tilted his head to observe. Leading the group were Marcus Flint, Cormac McLaggen, and Ramos Timaat, all of whom wore furrowed brows, their expressions laden with concern. Particularly, Theodore, not typically expressionless, now bore a countenance as grim as if he had lost a loved one. Tiger fell silent for a moment, then, with unexpected tone, inquired, "Has Dumbledore come to a realization?" Marcus Flint and the others exchanged glances, their eyes twitching. The jest was far from humorous. It was well known that the pure-blood aristocracy was maintaining a low profile, not only due to the defeat by Voldemort, but primarily out of fear that Dumbledore, the so-called White Lord, might one day walk into the Ministry of Magic. In terms of bloodline, status, and strength, if that old man truly had come to a conclusion, it was likely that no one would dare utter a word in dissent. "Father, forgive my impertinence." Ramos Tiamat slightly bowed, then spoke with a serious expression. "Is there any discomfort in your body? I believe I can assist you." As he spoke, the scarab disguised as a bracelet disassembled entirely and clung to his palm. "Discomfort?" The tone of Tage momentarily faltered, but he quickly recollected himself. The British had no habit of taking afternoon naps. In their view, only when one is unwell does a midday slumber become necessary. "Rest assured, I am not unwell," Tage replied lazily, stifling a yawn and waving his hand dismissively. "My lifestyle aligns more closely with that of Huaxia. Trust me, a brief afternoon nap can invigorate your spirits for the afternoon. I recommend you give it a try." With that, he buried his face in a pile of cats, taking a deep breath, contentedly closing his eyes as the delightful purring sounds rose and fell around him. The frowns of the others gradually eased, yet Ramos Tiamat's voice broke the momentary calm. "Father, I previously heard Professor Bester mention that your mental state has not been well lately." Before his words could fully settle, the atmosphere in the Slytherin common room thickened instantly, and the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Theodore not reacted with particular intensity, abruptly drawing his wand as if a venomous serpent had emerged from its den, the tip precisely aimed at Ramos Tiamat's back. "Do you seek death?" His cold tone was laced with an unmistakable malice. The curse magic originating from Egypt is invariably intertwined with the soul. When the soul is harmed, the most immediate reaction is a state of mental disarray. Much like a lethal poison quietly spreading in the dark, it often goes unnoticed at first, as most individuals become engrossed in their mundane affairs, paying no heed. It is only when the body succumbs to irreversible lethargy that it becomes clear, yet by that time, it is already too late for remedy. Since the Timaat family established their presence in the British wizarding world, pure-blood aristocrats have become acutely sensitive to such matters, even going to great lengths to procure numerous protective amulets against curses from Egypt. The gazes of the Slytherin students toward Ramos Timaat were filled with wariness and hostility. Do not misunderstand, Ramos Timaat made no movement, merely shaking his head with a smile. Theodore, I only wish to examine Father. You know that no one understands the horror of soul curses better than I do, and I am quite concerned. Father, Marcus and the others were uncertain, instinctively glancing at Tage, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Oh, what a situation! Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Tage let out a resigned sigh. Shelby is just like that. When it comes to his own, he often displays rare kindness. He slowly rose, the cats that had gathered around him scattering to the ground. Like bubbles gently bursting in tranquility, the tension gradually dissipated, leaving only the true powder curled up in Tage's embrace, lazily rubbing against his ear. Rest assured, I have been researching the family's enchantment tome recently, and have achieved little, which is why. A true man does not need to embellish his abilities with falsehoods. If it is feasible, it is. If it is not, then it is not. Tiger harbors a disdain for hypocrisy, exhibiting a remarkable composure in the face of his own setbacks, unencumbered by any form of taboo. As for Father S' explanation, the members of Slytherin accept it without question. Yet, this unwavering trust does not extend to Ramos Timaat, and the murderous intent in Theodore's eyes intensifies. Father Ramos Timaat remains unfazed, taking a couple of steps forward and bowing respectfully. I still stand by my earlier suggestion. Noticing Tiger's slight furrow of concern, he shifts his tone. Forgive my boldness, but the sacred texts of Egypt also possess unique enchantments. Perhaps, upon inspection, we could engage in further discussion, which I hope may offer you some enlightenment. As he speaks, Ramos Timaat extends his palm, revealing a scarab beetle. The resplendent golden shell glimmers with ancient hieroglyphs, seemingly imbued with the weight of a distant past, both profound and enigmatic. Tiger's interest piqued. He raises his hand to take it, not waiting for Marcus and others to intervene. How does one utilize this? Ramos Timaat hesitates momentarily, gritting his teeth before responding. Simply place it in the palm of your hand. It will burrow into your body and examine your soul through your organs. In truth, he had prepared himself for the possibility of being slain by Tiger upon uttering these words. Yet, in the face of Father S' safety, how could he falter? To his astonishment, Tiger displays no hesitation, readily cradling the scarab in his palm as he watches it burrow beneath his skin. Father, Marcus and the others exclaim in alarm, but Tiger raises his hand to silence them. I trust Timaat. Upon hearing this, Theodore decisively stows away his wand, his icy gaze reverting to an empty void. Tiger refrains from elaborating further, instead watching with keen interest as the bulge in his arm makes its way toward his heart. The malevolent essence of the venom can distinctly perceive Ramos Timaat's emotions. Rather than trusting Timaat, it is more accurate to say that Tiger's faith in the venom is unwavering. My lord, the whispers of ancient Egyptian resonate softly, causing Ramos Timaat to tremble with excitement. He has utterly succumbed before Tiger. None can resist such a sovereign. Yet at that moment, Tiger's brow furrows slightly as the scarab within him seems to encounter resistance, followed by an uncontrollable surge of searing heat erupting forth. The blinding and tumultuous flames reflect in the constricted pupils of Ramos Timaat. Great Osiris. Chapter 77. This is a sight even Voldemort would prefer to avoid. The flames expand swiftly, spreading like the greedy tongues of a serpent, tightly coiling around Tiger's arm, engulfing it in a torrent of blazing fire. The charred and cracked flesh disintegrates into ashes, leaving only the chilling remnants of white bones. It is akin to a revelry unleashed after prolonged suppression. The roaring flames, now liberated for a moment, surge higher and higher, the wild tongues of fire leaping and dancing with abandon. Amidst the excruciating sting and the searing heat radiating fiercely, the members of Slytherin found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Father Timaat, what have you done? Stop immediately. You will regret this. Scoundrel, we will not let you go. This scene, akin to an eruption of fierce flames, compelled Marcus and the others to hastily retreat, too fearful to advance. They suspected that Tiger had fallen victim to a treacherous plot, their eyes blazing with rage and horror as they longed to rend Ramos Timaat into pieces. Only Theodore stood motionless, an expression of shock flickering in his hollow gaze. Under the scorching flames, the air surrounding Tiger seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, becoming ethereal and distorted, as if he were positioned at the edge of a furnace in another dimension. Tiger appeared to be sensing something. His hand, enveloped in flames, rose slightly to retrieve the sacred scarab from near his heart, his expression one of astonishment. The scarab, which should have long since turned to ash, was astonishingly still alive, albeit stripped of its former brilliance. Once a golden-hued creature, it now appeared dark and grotesque, its once smooth and lustrous shell marred and battered. Yet within this decay, delicate flames danced as if imbued with life, swirling around the scarab's fleshy insides. The body of the insect, its abdomen and antennae, bore intertwining patterns of gold and crimson, resembling a miniature river of lava flowing gently. Unbeknownst to them, Ramos Timaat had already prostrated himself reverently at Tiger's feet. The oppressive heat did not deter him in the slightest. Instead, it drew him closer, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground. He took deep breaths in an attempt to calm his tumultuous emotions, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. Only he recognized that the flames upon Father's arm were not mere fire, but the very flames of hell. At that moment, the sacred scarab, resting between the infernal fire and the hand bone, no longer symbolized resurrection or rebirth, nor was it the embodiment of the sun god. It represented destruction, death. It was the harbinger of Osiris, the lord of the underworld, a symbol of eternal glory, a guide to judgment and the afterlife. "My lord," echoed the incantations of ancient priests. Ramos Timaat suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor and yearning, determined to forever remember this moment. Tiger did not comprehend the Egyptian tongue, yet he palpably felt the emotions emanating from Ramos Timaat, while also noticing the panic among the others. As his thoughts reached out, the flames creeping toward his shoulder abruptly extinguished, revealing a web of flesh woven over his bones, his skin restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. "This is what I have been trying to explain to you. The reason I cannot enchant." Observing the scarab in his hand returning to its former state, Tiger's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment amidst his excitement. He seemed to have discovered a direction for enchantment. It appeared that such enchantments were limited solely to his own use. As Tiger returned to normal, the expressions of shock and fury among the Slytherins gradually faded, replaced by intense confusion and disbelief. "Father, is this enchantment? Enchanting with hellfire? This is impossible." A voice, filled with incredulity, gasped in disbelief as it turned towards Tiger, eyes brimming with absurdity. Regardless of the circumstances, the sole function of the malevolent fire was to indiscriminately obliterate all combustible entities, be they friend or foe. Even the caster found it exceedingly challenging to wield. The bizarre, ashen-white bones that had been scorched just moments ago would likely haunt their memories for a lifetime. Thus, it seemed evident that the essence of this wicked flame could hardly be intertwined with enchantments. What could possibly withstand such a conflagration? Yet, a select few discerned the untouched sofa, table, and sacred scarab, their gazes towards Tiger igniting with fervor. In their minds, only a true master of the malevolent fire curse could achieve such a feat should Tiger truly possess the ability to enchant with malevolent fire and craft sigils. The British wizarding community would be confronted with a chilling vision, one they dared not contemplate. The imagery of roaring flames ascending, desolate ruins, and piercing wails, all permeated with terror and smoke, evoked a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Merlin's wretched wand. "Colleagues, we must, by all means, compel Father to cease this research. It is utterly terrifying. Any hapless wretch could wield a sigil enchanted with malevolent fire to assault anyone, including the Ministry of Magic. Such a scenario would be abhorrent not only to us, scions of Death Eaters, but even to Voldemort himself." Marcus Flint and his companions exchanged glances, their faces pale and drained of vitality. Coleman Avery stammered in a trembling voice, "In truth, some matters we could undertake ourselves." Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, recognizing that curses such as the unforgivable were not beyond their grasp. "Father surely aims to study grenades, doesn't he? Only a few of the snakes." Possessing some knowledge of the Muggle world, regarded Tiger with an increasingly twisted gaze, akin to that of aspiring arms dealers gazing upon a rising mogul. By the Black Lake, Slytherin students formed a long line, jogging in the early morning sun, invigorated by the gentle breeze and the refreshing air. With the encouragement of Rila Shafik, the previously resistant girls began to smile, their laughter ringing out like chimes. Apart from the Quidditch team members, the physique of Slytherin students was far from robust, their bodies appearing particularly fragile due to a lack of exercise, movements marked by unnatural stiffness and sluggishness. Fortunately, Physical conditioning is not an overnight endeavor, and Tiger's expectations of the Slytherin students were not overly stringent. Even the group appeared somewhat sparse. His only stipulation was that no one was permitted to walk. "Draco, please help me. I can't keep up. I'm in distress." Goyle gasped, his face ashen, panting heavily, beads of sweat soaking through his shirt, the quivering fat around his waist becoming increasingly pronounced. Yet, even in such a plight, he dared not halt his pace, instead grimacing as he sought aid from Draco Malfoy. Just moments prior, Crabbe, seeking a moment of respite, attempted to persuade Goyle to join him in a brief reprieve. However, before they could even settle down, a gunshot rang out, resonating through the air with a thunderous crack. Crabbe fell to the ground, clutching his bloodied calf and howling in agony, while the laughter from the Slytherin team abruptly ceased. The young serpents swallowed hard, their footsteps quickening instinctively. Not far off, Tiger, leveraging the recoil of his Winchester shotgun, elegantly spun the weapon in his hands, chambering around with finesse. As the menacing barrel of the gun was aimed directly at him, Goyle's complexion drained of color. He hastily abandoned Crabbe and sprinted after Draco, no longer daring to pause. "I told you to lose weight. Look at what you've done." Draco Malfoy turned, casting a disdainful glare at Goyle. Though he berated him incessantly, he nonetheless extended a hand toward Goyle. "Merlin's little cake. Today is Halloween. How would he treat me like this?" Moments later, Crabbe, tear-streaked and sniffling, caught up, his face smeared with tears and mucus. Blood remained conspicuous on his thick pant legs. Yet no wound was visible. At this juncture, Tiger, still shouldering the Winchester, dashed to the front of the group, shouting that only 500 meters remained. It must be said, the healing properties of the scarab from Ramos to Maya were indeed effective. In truth, Tiger had intended to use venom, but the lad was too fervent. Believing Crabbe was unworthy. Chapter 78. A beautiful day begins with breakfast. Mother Polly often remarked that those who understand the joy of eating are more adept at living and more likely to attain happiness. She always insisted that one should never forget to indulge oneself with culinary delights, regardless of the time. To be honest, upon hearing this, Tiger felt as though he could see his mother glowing with radiance. It is essential to recognize that this is England, and Polly's words were akin to angels reciting scripture in the depths of hell. Naturally, for this woman, who dared to confront hell itself, Tiger unconditionally agreed with her sentiments. Brilliant sunlight cascaded through the tower's window. Tiger, bearing the weight of the Winchester and accompanied by a panting Slytherin entourage, made his way back to the castle. Unable to tolerate the heat, he casually loosened the collar of his shirt, which hung slightly askew. Sweat trickled from his dark hair, cascading down to his collarbone and chest, ultimately vanishing into his pale skin. His broad, upright back exuded strength, with muscular forearms revealing sinewy veins. The contours of his waist resembled the gills of a shark, accentuated by the damp fabric of his shirt. A potent aura of raw masculinity enveloped him. Behind Tiger, a senior Slytherin girl blushed deeply, nearly gasping for breath. Surrounded by aristocratic young men, she had never witnessed such a visceral display of vitality. Indeed, what was penned in books is never quite the same as witnessing it with one's own eyes. Lisa's gaze trembled, her breathing becoming increasingly labored as her hidden quill began to flutter out from her grasp. To hell with Weasley and brothers. To hell with Badger House and Nimigus and the Beater. To hell with Cedric and the malevolent roommate. Curse those tales of Tiamat and the Pharaoh's mummy. Curse those of Dumbledore and the Dark One. Curse those of Hagrid and the Centaurs. After venting her frustrations about the handsome young men from the Four Houses, Lisa, a fair-skinned girl with a yellow heart, began to roar internally. This is what a man should be. Support me, really. Gemma Folly's breath quickened as she clutched tightly to her friend's arm. Her cool gaze fell in a flustered manner, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Unable to dare look at Tiger again, Really Shafik, blushing slightly, leaned in to support her friend, continually taking deep breaths. Damn it, she felt a bit weak in the knees herself. After a brief moment of panic, the Slytherin students hurried back to their dormitories, changed their clothes, and collectively entered the Great Hall. Upon seeing Tiger, his wild physique cloaked in a wizardess robe, the girls inexplicably revealed hints of regret. Compared to the usual solemnity, the long queue now brimmed with youthful vitality and joy. The exhilarating blend of exhaustion and muscle fatigue birthed an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Most importantly, they had never anticipated food with such eagerness. They were utterly famished. "I'll have a slice of apple pie, a glass of orange juice, and another serving of bacon and eggs." Draco Malfoy, unable to contain his hunger, took his seat and nearly ordered double the usual portion. Yet, the long table before him remained unresponsive, a realization that the rest of Slytherin shared. Oh heavens, not like this. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm going to starve. Damn house elves. The unbearable cries echoed throughout. Only the prefect, Gemma Farley, sat elegantly at the head of the table. Ignoring the surrounding clamor and complaints, her gentle gaze fixated adoringly across the table. Although Tiger's brow furrowed, the fierce glint in his eyes, hidden behind glasses, was inexplicably drawn towards the prefect across from him. As the saying goes, love fills one's heart. Noticing the gentler light in Tiger's gaze, the noble girl felt a warm satisfaction that was sweeter than honey, leaving no room for hunger. Forget it, Tiger hesitated, feeling as if he had consumed a chocolate-flavored cat's excrement, both repulsive and yet oddly lingering in his thoughts. Damn it, this feeling is too intense. Reluctantly, he waved a hand dismissively at the male prefect, burst, then pressed his forehead, closing his eyes. After a few breaths, the unexplainable fluttering in his heart gradually calmed. Receiving a nod from Father, Atlantic burst rose slightly and tapped a crystal goblet. As the clear sound rang out, the Slytherin table fell into sudden silence. Realizing that everyone's attention was drawn here, Riley Shafik hurriedly tugged at her friend's sleeve. Gemma Farley blinked and slowly came back to her senses, only to realize what she had done. The exquisitely fair oracles were swiftly tinged with a blush that lingered stubbornly. The sound of grinding teeth quietly resonated in the air. Slytherins, in recognition of your tenacity and determination, Father has thoughtfully prepared a gift for you. Today, no need to order. As soon as the words were spoken, an array of delectable dishes appeared on the Slytherin table, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Please indulge, everyone. A splendid day begins with breakfast. With that, a transfer sat down. Merlin's beard. Upon seeing the exquisite spread before them, Draco Malfoy and his companions widened their eyes dramatically. A British breakfast had never been this refined. The fragrant, steaming pan-fried buns and the delicately smooth steamed egg custard were utterly enticing. Starving, Crabbe and Goyle could no longer contain themselves, grabbing the buns with their hands and shoving them into their mouths. The piping hot, savory juices burst forth, causing the two plump boys to nearly leap up. Yet they stubbornly refused to spit it out. This is too good. Shut up, Goyle. Draco Malfoy shot them a glare, maintaining the facade of a platinum nobleman as he served himself some egg custard, pairing it with a crispy pan-fried bun. However, this pretense lasted only a couple of spoonfuls. After all, they were still children. As vibrant sticky rice milk bricks and soft, delicate taro balls appeared, the table was instantly filled with a sweet aroma. I adore this flavor. What about you, Daphne? Pansy Parkinson swallowed, glancing at her friend. Daphne Greengrass nodded with an astonished expression, her voice brimming with excitement. What are we waiting for, sister? The returning shrimp and corn dumplings, glistening with translucence, and a yam and red date cake, resembling exquisite jade carvings, prompted the girls to stifle gasps of delight. Oh my, I could cry. It was not merely the astonishing food. They seemed to sense the gentle warmth beneath Shelby's wild exterior. Though to be fair, there isn't much of this from Tiger. My Merlin, Raylan Shafik murmured to herself. Have you finally remembered to clean the kitchen? That old fellow, doesn't he even have a kitchen? Stop dawdling. The one who writes is characterized by their lack of precision, yet they know everything. Lisa swiftly reclaimed her shorthand quill, promptly bringing forth the red beans sticky rice cakes and seafood vegetable porridge. The moment it touched her lips, a refreshing fragrance filled her lungs. Seaweed shrimp cakes, red bean glutinous rice balls in sweet wine, black sticky rice dumplings, and shrimp pot stickers floated in a sea of flavors. The British palate, particularly fond of sweetness, was catered to by Tiger, who had intentionally avoided overly spicy breakfast options. The desserts dominated the table, even the tofu pudding drizzled with osmanthus honey. In a sense, such generosity was profoundly painful. Observing the sparkles in head girl Gemma Farley's eyes as she savored the food, Tiger, a staunch proponent of spiciness, silently shook his head. That stubborn woman must not be indulged. Chapter 79. The Dark Humor of Venom. Observing the Cantonese wontons in his bowl, Tiger delicately blew on his spoon, exhibiting an elegance that was almost absurd. For the first time in a decade, he felt a profound respect for food. The bone broth seeped into the skin, and with each mouthful, the fresh filling and tender wrapper harmonized with the rich soup. Damn those English chefs. This is food meant for humanity. A long sigh escaped him, betraying his undeniable pleasure and contentment. Indeed, you rascal. Like regarding a side dish, Venom greedily cast a glance at the platinum-haired figure beside him. Downing the chocolate sauce tofu in one gulp, his scarlet tongue savoring the taste with regret as it licked between his sharp teeth. I recalled Polly's words. She asserted that true delicacies always brew between individuals, a statement that resonated as an undeniable truth. Oh, I believe I shall have a few more bowls. The flavor of this dish truly moved the symbiote. Tiger silently shot a glance at Venom. In this moment, he acknowledged the appropriateness of her words. It felt they should not escape Venom's lips. Polly's words referred to the warmth of human connections, the longing between people, and the solace of the soul. Undoubtedly, the people in Venom's context merely represented a dish brimming with phenylethylamine. One must admit, it was rather unappetizing. Meanwhile, the Slytherin serpents feasted heartily, while the long tables of the other three houses gazed in astonishment, unable to recognize the exquisite cuisine. Only Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw cast repeated glances, her delicate, beautiful visage filled with disbelief. Autumn, what are you staring at? Home. Autumn sighed nostalgically. She had forgotten the taste of the wontons her grandmother had once made. Why are we not eating the same? This is unfair. Ron swallowed hard. The sizzling sausages on his plate had completely lost their appeal. Perhaps this is what it means to be pure blood. Noticing the smug glance Malfoy shot his way, Harry silently turned away, munching on a dry sandwich. For some reason, he found Malfoy particularly repugnant at that moment. What does it matter? I am pure too. Ron thought indignantly, wanting to voice something. Yet his voice dwindled, his disdainful expression tinged with a hint of envy. In truth, it all looked rather ordinary, nothing remarkable. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? Harry appeared hesitant, unsure of what to say to his stubbornly drooling friend. That is Chinese cuisine, Ron. Hermione placed her heavy textbooks with a thud on the table and sat across from them, confidently, yet with a hint of pride introducing. The variety of Chinese dishes is incredibly vast. You may not like some, but you will undoubtedly find your lifelong favorite among the thousands of other options. Thousands of dishes? Simply unbelievable. How could that be? Given that Britain boasts one of the thinnest menus in the world, the likes of Simon and others displayed expressions of astonishment. This is indeed implausible. Ron rolled his eyes in blatant disdain, the corners of his mouth turned down, regarding Miss Know-It-All as one who boasts about her vast knowledge. Indeed, the library is not solely filled with tomes of magic. I believe you may find it enlightening. Hermione chose to disregard Ron's childish demeanor. Having encountered such petulance far too often in the past, it might have unsettled her, but since meeting Tiger, her resilience had significantly strengthened. Should Ron dare to utter anything truly offensive, she would undoubtedly slam the potion's textbook onto his face. Cranberry toast and a glass of milk. Hermione yawned and lightly tapped the table. Having studied history of magic late into the night, she found herself quite fatigued that morning, which accounted for her tardiness. However, what greeted her was not the cranberry toast, but rather 2 steaming baskets of dumplings. Following closely was a warm, velvety black rice porridge, exuding a gentle sweetness. Oh no. No, not this. You've made a mistake, she interjected before she could fully process the situation. Just then, Neville, seated diagonally across from her, suddenly exclaimed in a flustered manner, yet the food on the table remained untouched. Faced with the enticing chocolate tofu and fragrant brown sugar pancakes, the chubby boy nervously swallowed hard. Hey, Chubby! Venom suddenly shouted. The dark, twisted tendrils writhed menacingly upon the Slytherin table, prompting Neville to glance over in response. Trust me, you'll adore the brain mush. Before Venom could finish his sentence, Tiger swiftly reined in the foolishness. It was well known that many little snakes from Slytherin had partaken of the tofu pudding. Should they heed this fool's ramblings, who knew how they would suffer? Thank you. Venom. Upon discovering that the delectable food was sent by a friend, Neville joyously picked up his spoon, relishing every bite. The sesame and crumbs from the pancake adorning the corners of his mouth. Hermione, too, looked at Tiger with delight. Alas, Tiger was not as exuberant as Venom, merely nodding casually. Miss Know-It-All puffed out her cheeks and turned her head away, letting out a resigned sigh. How foolish of me. I should have grown accustomed to this. For children, delectable food always possesses an irresistible allure. Gazing at the feast before them, the Gryffindor newcomers felt a profound envy. Ron mumbled, eager to say more. But Hermione abruptly stuffed a dumpling into his mouth, a somewhat brusque gesture that made his freckled cheeks flush crimson. He struggled to swallow the dumpling, his expression becoming increasingly exaggerated as he exclaimed, "This is absolutely divine." Indeed, Harry's cheeks bulged as well. Perhaps the harsh treatment at the Dursleys had taken its toll, for the aroma of the dumplings lingering on his lips left him somewhat dazed. As a wealthy heir, he suddenly felt a desire to spend some of his vast fortune of galleons. Gryffindor loses 3 points. Gryffindor loses 2 points. The potions class continued to be as amusing as ever. Watching Harry and Ron's heads being metaphorically crushed by Professor Snape's assignments on parchment brought Draco Malfoy's mood to an exhilarating peak. To speak frankly, I have never felt such exuberance. Upon hearing this, Pansy Parkinson nodded in silent agreement. Remarkably, I did not feel a sense of grievance when the professor reprimanded me. I must be losing my sanity. Bresabini tilted his head and chuckled softly. I feel the same. Even the slime of the slug in my hand seems rather pleasant. How peculiar. After class, the cheerful chatter of the little snakes resonated, as the previous heaviness and gloom seemed to have been gently dispelled by a refreshing breeze. Professor Snape walked among them, his brow slightly furrowed. He sensed that the little snakes were undergoing some subtle transformation, yet he could not discern the precise cause, stirring a sense of perplexity within him. If one were to characterize French cuisine by its emphasis on the fresh, unembellished flavors of ingredients, then English cuisine might be defined by its use of black pepper to accentuate the innate taste of the food. Even pure-blood aristocrats cannot escape such flavors. After all, the ancestral recipes are a part of the family legacy, representing the history of the lineage. During lunch, the Slytherins sat at the table with a veiled anticipation, casting furtive glances toward Tig. They had indeed tasted many rare and exquisite ingredients. Yet only today did they realize that the ordinary ingredients they had previously overlooked brought them immense surprise and expectation. The door to a new world had been opened. To put it romantically, they savored the flavors of salt, mountains, winds, and sunshine. These were not merely the taste of history, but also the essence of leadership. Be quiet, Bress, Tig said, casting a nonchalant glance at him. Save those words for the young lady. Just joking. How can one expect to satiate a dog at every meal? With that, Tig resumed indulging in his bowl of tomato beef noodles, slurping enthusiastically. Chapter 80. Why do you wish to fight when you can surrender first? As per tradition, the Halloween feast would be particularly sumptuous, undoubtedly the day the students of Hogwarts anticipated the most. Alas, the absence of new Chinese cuisine left the Slytherin little snakes somewhat disheartened. Even the aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridors failed to stir their appetite or excitement. Some little snakes even ventured to the library. It must be said that Helga Hufflepuff was a true connoisseur of gastronomy. She meticulously recorded culinary delights from around the world. Upon encountering the vivid descriptions of Eastern cuisine in the books, along with the cultural significance behind the food, a chorus of astonished gasps filled the air, causing Madame Pants to frown repeatedly. Lisa discreetly approached Xiaozhong, hoping to exchange Cedric's latest notebook for some Chinese recipes. Just as she was about to agree, Xiaozhong hesitated momentarily. May I customize a book? Deal, my lovely lady. Seeing Lisa's meaningful smile, Xiaozhong shyly lowered his head and hurried back to the Ravenclaw common room. In fact, I believe we could indulge in more desserts. No, I think it's just right. Do you not agree that what we usually consume is already sweet enough? And what about the meat? Have you not noticed? Their approach differs significantly from ours. Devoid of the pungency of black pepper, yet remarkably free of any fishy taste, I find delight in the tender, flavorful texture. Within the Slytherin common room, numerous young serpents enthusiastically engaged in spirited discussions about the cuisine from the East, savoring flavors and freshness previously unknown to them, leaving them yearning for more. Particularly, Crabbe and Goyle were utterly captivated by the glossy, crimson tomato beef noodle soup. Alas, seeing their longing, the venomous gaze of their companion made the two rotund boys hesitant to approach Tiger. Shelby is truly a good person, feeling that she had glimpsed another world. Daphne Greengrass let out a sudden sigh. During her parents' clandestine conversations, she learned of the potential curse of blood origin that could doom her to a life not exceeding 30 years. Thus, she cherishes every little moment of life. She adores luxurious novelties, relishes rare delicacies, and treasures unique vistas, aspiring to etch these experiences into her very soul, leaving no room for regret. When in the company of other pure-blood aristocrats, she exhibits a sharp, selfish indifference, never willing to compromise her desires. Yet simultaneously, she possesses a more tolerant perspective on the happenings around her. This unexpected sigh resonated through the room like thunder, abruptly halting the conversations within the common room. The Slytherin students slowly turned their heads, gazing at Daphne Greengrass with expressions of disbelief and absurdity. Pansy Parkinson, equally astonished, questioned whether she had misheard. Daphne, perhaps, you should consider Draco? Upon hearing her close friend's almost gritted teeth suggestion, Daphne Greengrass nearly burst into laughter. Pinching Pansy's cheek, she replied with feigned annoyance. That is not what I meant. You should keep your eyes on your Draco. In a corner, the head boy, a Tranche-Bursted, observed the unfolding events with a bemused smile. The students of Slytherin, once filled with fear and suspicion towards Tiger, were gradually shedding their apprehensions at a barely perceptible pace, perhaps unaware of this transformation themselves. Renovation, exercise, and culinary delights. There was neither external conflict nor internal strife. Through seemingly trivial arrangements, the tightly wound emotions of Slytherin found release, gradually emerging from the shadows of fear. The once palpable resistance and aversion had vanished entirely. A Tranche-Bursted couldn't help but marvel at this unforeseen tableau. Coercion, temptation, and psychological manipulation, common tactics of pure-blood aristocracy. Deploying any one of these could trigger varying degrees of backlash. However, Father, with extraordinary wisdom and finesse, masterfully orchestrated a harmonious coexistence of all three, retaining sharpness while embodying gentleness, leaving him in awe. In truth, Tiger had never contemplated such indirect strategies. His mind, as unyielding as steel, preferred straightforward methods. For him, disobedience merely warranted a swift reprimand from Venom, unless the individual bore the surname Shelby. One can only say that, as a natural schemer, the cerebral convolutions of Slytherin possess more twists than those of ordinary folk. What irked Tiger the most was this very demeanor. At that moment, Lisa triumphantly returned and whispered a few words beside Gemma Farley. Farley, we shall be swift during lunch. She noticed the head girl frequently glancing toward Shelby. Indeed, the allure of Eastern cuisine was enticing, yet she refused to bow to Shelby for the sake of a few delectable bites. The Slytherin common room was ample enough, and with this renovation, she intended to establish a small kitchen, relying solely on her own hands to orchestrate a culinary feast exclusively for the girls. What Shelby could achieve, she too could accomplish. The noble Farley did not require anyone's assistance. Lisa silently clenched her fist, determined to support head girl Farley in upholding the banner of Slytherin girls. After a moment of silence, Gemma Farley gently tugged at Lisa's sleeve and spoke in a casual tone. I shall order one too. The most thrilling kind. Lisa's eyes widened in disbelief, sensing her dear friend's breath growing increasingly shaky. Relisa Shafik hurriedly positioned herself in front of Gemma Farley. Her expression taut as she whispered, do not overthink. This is merely part of the plan. Are you certain? Observing the pink hue blooming on Gemma Farley's ears, Lisa blinked with a complex expression. It was truly difficult for her not to overthink. All right, pay attention to me. Do not forget Professor Flitwick stood atop a pile of books, skillfully brandishing his wand as he demonstrated a flick and a shake. Of course, the incantation is crucial, quite simple. Do give it a try. With those words, Professor Flitwick beamed with anticipation. This incantation is no trifling matter, as if confronting a mortal enemy. Tiger solemnly withdrew a three-pronged wand capable of piercing one's throat. Hermione discreetly pulled Neville a few steps back. Harry and Ron halted their actions, expertly stepping aside, unconcerned that Tiger would disrupt their practice. After nearly 2 months of acquaintance, they had gained a deeper understanding of Tiger. He was a rather impatient fellow, his fists quicker than his words. Based on their experience, Tiger would attempt thrice. After that, he would cease, inviting Hermione to the lakeside for supplementary lessons. Regarding Tiger's frequent studies in Gryffindor, Draco and others no longer voiced objections, even feeling a sense of relief. Wingardium Leviosa. The incantation erupted with a ferocity akin to a prelude to slaughter, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Professor Flitwick found himself quite exasperated. As anticipated, the feather remained utterly unmoved. After 3 attempts, Tiger stowed his wand, folding his arms as he cast a decidedly unfriendly glance at the feather. Hermione bit her lip to suppress the upward curve of her smile, returning to her seat alongside Neville. She had never found tutoring Tiger to be a burden. On the contrary, she looked forward to it. Ever since he assumed the role of teacher, Tiger's tone had softened considerably. She relished the sensation, the act of imparting knowledge, especially to Tiger. Following the antics initiated by Tiger, the classroom was rife with blunders, heads ablaze, hats snatched off to extinguish flames, and wands flailing chaotically. Tiger's spirits, it seemed, had lifted considerably. Yet, for Hermione, this was undoubtedly a calamity. Merlin, this spell is undeniably simple. What is wrong with these fools? She abruptly seized Ron's wrist, her expression as stern as that of a diminutive Professor McGonagall. Have you remembered? Such pronunciation is perilous. Maintaining a humble attitude is something Tiger excels at. Hermione's tone faltered slightly as she recalled Ron's wand, which had been brandished like a windmill, rolling her eyes in exasperation. You're even worse than Tiger. Ron's freckled face flushed crimson. He could hardly bear the implication that Gryffindor was inferior to Slytherin. Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. I'm about to be sick of hearing that name. He is merely a Slytherin. This is a betrayal of Gryffindor. Harry's complexion paled. Yet he refrained from glancing at Tiger, directing his gaze towards Hermione in an attempt to intervene. In the next moment, like a furious lioness, Hermione seized her hefty spellbook and brought it down forcefully upon Ron's nose. Wah! How could you do this? I am her friend too. Wah! Even if she disapproves of my speaking ill of Tiger. Outside on the castle lawn, Ron wiped his tears away, unable to suppress a hiccup, then continued to cry. The professor told her to apologize, and she absurdly claimed she was educating me about the notion that knowledge is power. Harry, witnessing Ron's tearful lament throughout the afternoon, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, his eyes filled with helplessness, for both were his friends, and neither was entirely blameless. Fortunately, Ron did not expect Harry to say anything. Hermione was equally his friend. After sobbing all afternoon, Ron had come to a realization. His tone during the spell class had indeed been less than commendable. He sniffled forcefully, trying to suppress the sorrow swelling within him. With a lingering quaver in his voice, he mumbled, "Well, I don't actually hate her that much, but my nose truly hurts." He recalled the sensation of the spellbook striking him, the unhesitating thud against his nose, and the teasing laughter of the Weasley twins upon learning of his misfortune. An indescribable sense of grievance surged within Ron once more, and his previously diminishing sobs intensified, erupting like a shattered trumpet. As the sun fully descended into the Forbidden Forest, twilight enveloped the scene in a hazy blue light. The dappled shadows beneath the trees had long since vanished, and a brisk breeze swept through, sending a shiver down Harry's spine. Noticing Ron's sobs gradually cease, he promptly shook Ron's shoulder and gently encouraged, "Cheer up, Ron. It is Halloween. Perhaps we should head back. Hermione might have something to say to you, you know." "You're right, Harry." He recalled Hermione's character. Ron nodded heavily, then awkwardly scratched his cheek. Furthermore, he thought, "Do not tell her that I cried for an entire afternoon. It is far too humiliating to be reduced to tears by a girl." Oh, of course. Realizing that his friends were on the brink of reconciliation, Harry rose with a relaxed smile, brushed off the grass from his trousers, and helped Ron, who had wiped his tears, to his feet. Together, they made their way toward the castle. Inside the great hall, low-hanging clouds, crackling with lightning, loomed ominously in the night sky, while jack-o'-lanterns, carved with grotesque faces, danced beneath them, intermittently emanating eerie laughter. Students from various houses indulged in an array of candies and desserts laid out on the long tables, reveling in the vibrant atmosphere. However, the Slytherin students, resembling little serpents, appeared somewhat nauseated. After a few bites, they set down their forks and began to whisper amongst themselves. The food was not unappetizing. Among the vast selection of sweets was even a recipe from Helga Hufflepuff herself. Yet, the familiarity of the flavors offered little in the way of anticipation or novelty. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the hall as Professor Quirrell stumbled into the great hall, his heavy scarf askew, revealing a pale face etched with terror. The once boisterous noise abruptly ceased, and the astonished gazes of students from all houses turned toward Professor Quirrell. Tig had turned away from Gemma Farley, feeling a wave of discomfort. As he glanced over, a troll in the basement. Professor Quirrell's breath was shaky. After a slight pause, as if expending his last ounce of strength, he murmured, "You all know, don't you?" As his words fell, he collapsed to the ground as if he had just been attacked. A deafening scream erupted. The panicked cries of the young wizards were a grave threat to the troll's fury. Before Dumbledore could intervene, the enraged roar of the troll reverberated throughout the hall. "Shut the hell up." Like a tempest unleashed, the wild and tumultuous roar sent the candelabras trembling precariously. The screams ceased abruptly. The crowd stared in horror at Slytherin. A grotesque figure, over 3 meters tall, emerged. Flashes of lightning illuminated the dark clouds, casting a chilling shadow that flickered ominously on the walls of Slytherin. The rage of the troll instilled an involuntary tremor in everyone present. Even as they recognized it as their own boss, the Slytherin students could not suppress their rising anxiety. Their hair standing on end, and their breaths becoming cautious. Standing beside the troll, Draco Malfoy, serving as Tig's personal handkerchief, struggled to maintain composure, sporting a smug and mocking expression as he gazed at the Gryffindor table. However, he did not see the figure he had hoped to spot. "This is so cool." The Weasley twins swallowed hard, their eyes brimming with desire and envy. Neville hopped excitedly, waving his hands in an attempt to greet the troll, but Hermione swiftly grabbed him. "Neville, where are Harry and Ron?" Neville's expression faltered as he realized there were no familiar faces behind him. and it dawned on him that they seemed to be outside the castle. I heard Ron crying quite intensely, added Seamus quietly from behind Hermione. Hermione, feeling somewhat uneasy, pursed her lips. She knew she had overreacted, but she simply could not help herself. Merlin's largest and most grotesque undergarments. This was far more terrifying than a troll. Meanwhile, several members of Ravenclaw had not finished their words before they crumpled softly to the ground, their faces devoid of color. Those who traversed the sea of books possessed an imagination that far exceeded the ordinary. The monstrous fangs, reminiscent of a meat grinder, easily evoked memories of the fate that awaited them in the presence of such a creature. My heavens, Cedric, can we continue eating, or shall we be devoured instead? Upon hearing this, the Hufflepuff Badgers were on the verge of tears, the chill that surged within them rendering their bodies cold and stiff. Silence, Spike. That joke is far from amusing, Tracy snapped, delivering a sharp elbow to the nearby German half-blood. Cedric, too, rarely assumed a serious demeanor. He stifled the fear rising within him, gripping his wand tightly beneath his robes, positioning it defensively in front of the new Badgers. Even though he knew that under the watchful eyes of Dumbledore and numerous professors, Shelby would not harm anyone. Instinct compelled him to adopt a protective stance in the face of fear. Fortunately, after a moment, the venomous threat bared its fangs and, with a sinister grin, retreated back into Tig's body. The nearly stagnant air seemed to flow once more, and the sound of suppressed breathing emerged faintly. Points were awarded to Slytherin for Mr. Shelby's composure. Of course, a slightly softer approach would have been preferable. Dumbledore nodded with a warm smile, then turned his gaze toward the students in the Great Hall. Fear not, children. Prefects, escort your fellow students back to the common rooms. The feast will continue there. Sensing the lightness in Dumbledore's tone, students from all houses ceased their earlier panic. As the prefects called out, the hall gradually emptied. Slytherin was in no hurry, following Tig, and only left the hall last. Observing the orderly procession, Professor McGonagall could not help but furrow her brow. This scene felt oddly familiar. Hermione, you stay put. At the end of the Gryffindor line, Hermione hurriedly covered Neville's mouth, whispering, "Those two fools have not returned yet. I must go out and remind them in case they encounter the troll." Chapter 82. The Curse That Follows You Through Lifetimes. Hey, where's that little chubby boy going? Hearing Venom's question, Tig abruptly halted and turned around, the Slytherin line also stopping in unison. Amidst the bustling crowd, a flash of messy brown hair darted past, with Neville's figure closely following. A hint of anxiety and concern evident on his round cheeks. Father? A transverse displayed a look of confusion. You lead the way, and I shall take a look. Tiger furrowed his brow slightly, dispensing with idle chatter as he detached himself from the group and proceeded in the direction that Navi had departed. At this moment, his decision to leave the ranks was devoid of doubt. He had a clear inkling of Hermione's intended destination. He conceded that the young girl possessed considerable intellect. However, one must not entrust their life to creatures devoid of wisdom, be they trolls or others. Observing Tiger's departure from the forefront, Ramos Timaat discreetly tapped his aide and whispered, "Keep an eye on the foolish third years." With that, he matched Tiger's pace. As they passed through the grand entrance, Ramos Timaat cast a sidelong glance at the awakening Professor Quirrell, his exotic, elongated eyeliner revealing a hint of amusement. He did not regard the events of that evening as mere coincidence. Being the grandson of a funeral high priest, he inherently possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the realms of soul and flesh. In his perception, Professor Quirrell's physical state resembled that of a ghoul teetering on the brink of life and death, with the flame of his soul flickering perilously low within his organs. Even more perplexing was the revelation from his grandfather's sacred beetle, which indicated that Quirrell was entwined with an entity akin to Shuate. In the Egyptian philosophy of the soul, it is composed of 9 parts, with Shuate being one. It embodies not only the steam and projection beneath the sun, but also an inseparable aspect of the soul. It meticulously chronicles the journey of each life, harboring the deepest imprints of the soul, like a shadow, yet distinctly not a shadow. Over the past 2 months, Ramos Timaat had observed in great detail during defense against the dark arts classes. The essence enveloping Professor Quirrell resembled a fusion of shadow and name, an amalgamation of the immortal self, an existence he had never encountered in the inscriptions of past high priests. Nevertheless, he refrained from acting rashly. Those capable of such feats were undoubtedly masters of dark magic, adept at manipulating souls and life itself. No one wished to confront such a presence. He awaited an opportunity. Should he unravel the profound mysteries underlying this enigma, perhaps his soul curse would transcend the cycles of life and death, steadfastly clinging to the soul of the cursed. Witnessing the countless sunrises and sunsets, he yearned to document the immortal legend that belonged solely to him. Ramos Timaat hastened past the grand entrance, his strides infused with an indescribable anticipation and excitement. He was fervently eager to behold such a spectacle. Noticing Ramos Timaat's departure, Theodore not frowned and quickly followed suit. With his lead, Ravenclaw, Coleman Avery, and others gradually detached from the group. Longbottom, who considered himself the right hand of father, also sought to join. As Slytherin traditionally upheld order, having a prefect at the helm sufficed. You lead the way. Just as he whispered to his aide, Shafik firmly patted his shoulder. Longbottom turned to see the female prefect, Gemma Farley, standing right behind him. You take charge. I shall investigate. Gemma Farley's expression was aloof, her tone as consistently frigid as ever, seemingly seeking his consent. Yet, the unyielding gaze of her eyes compelled a tranche Bost to obediently close his mouth. In the past, he would have vehemently opposed such a notion, but now, he could only place a hand on his chest and bow. As you wish. The cauldron in the washroom had long been reduced to scrap metal. As for the potion within, the furious glance from father left him with a fair idea of its fate. Gemma Farley had never been one to indulge in idle chatter. Indeed, she was a capable aide, but such things were only effective when the master was single. After watching Gemma Farley and Fick depart, a tranche Bost sighed in resignation and made his way toward the lounge, accompanied by the little serpents. Thank you, Harry. In the washroom, Ron turned off the faucet and accepted the handkerchief Harry offered, wiping the moisture from his face. After checking his reflection in the mirror, he turned back to Harry, not wanting anyone to notice his recent tears. Let us go, Harry. I will wash the handkerchief. Don't be so formal, all right? All right, mate. With a renewed sense of cheer, Harry and Ron walked out of the washroom, their faces aglow with smiles. Just then, Hermione and Neville hurriedly dashed past the intersection of the corridor. Upon spotting the two boys, Neville abruptly seized Hermione's arm. Hermione, they're here. Harry, Ron. We finally found you. Come on, we have to go. The troll is coming. A troll? Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Seeing that the two were still dawdling in confusion, Hermione's previously apologetic demeanor ignited into frustration. Her curly brown hair fluffed up, resembling a furious lioness. She strode towards Harry and Ron with determination. Oh no, no, no. As Hermione approached, the color drained from Ron's face. For him, Hermione was far more terrifying than the troll. Wait, Hermione, Ron, Harry attempted to explain, nearly forgetting to breathe. What are you waiting for? Do you intend to become a troll's waste? Hermione snapped, gripping the crouched Ron and pulling him up with one hand while grasping Harry's collar with the other. Hastening towards Neville. At that moment, Neville's face turned pale as he pointed behind Hermione and the others, trembling uncontrollably. In the flickering light around the corner, the troll's massive and grotesque shadow suddenly loomed, slowly climbing up the cold wall. The sound of its club dragging along the ground grew increasingly pronounced. Then an overpowering, nauseating stench, reminiscent of rotting marsh gases, swiftly permeated the corridor, invading every inch of space. What is that smell? It's horrible. Ugh. Hermione's stomach churned violently, while Ron and Harry instinctively retched. Run. Hermione. Harry. Ron. Run. Neville's piercing scream echoed, and in that instant, Hermione too realized what loomed behind them. She did not foolishly glance back for confirmation. Instead, she exerted greater force, tugging at the two inept companions attempting to turn around. The giant, having heard the shrieks, abruptly quickened its previously sluggish pace. The stone-paved ground began to tremble, and the chandelier overhead swayed ominously. As they turned the corner, upon catching sight of Hermione and the others, the giant's previously bewildered eyes suddenly sharpened with focus, and a ravenous hunger surged forth, flooding its nearly vacant mind. In that fleeting moment when Ron turned around, an uncontrollable scream erupted from his throat, while Harry reacted with slightly more alacrity. Without Hermione's urging, he grasped Ron's forearm and dashed towards Neville. Feeling the ground tremble with increasing intensity, Hermione hastily drew her wand, turning back to cast a petrifying spell. However, to the giant, this felt akin to an almost imperceptible spark sizzling against its skin. Combined with its remarkably high magical resistance, the petrification charm proved utterly ineffective. The giant appeared to be enraged. Seeing its prey attempt to flee, it let out a furious roar, raising a wooden club and hurling it with great force. The club whistled through the air, a harbinger of impending doom, causing Neville and the others' hearts to momentarily halt, their bodies frozen in terror. Hermione's complexion turned ashen. She had yet to study anything concerning giants, and the futility of the scene was evidently beyond her expectations. It was over. Chapter 83. the despairing giant. The superhero has arrived. A more intense tremor surged forth. A massive, dark figure swooped down from the air, crashing to the ground before Hermione and her friends. Its bulging muscles, each one akin to iron, brimmed with explosive power. The floor tiles instantly caved in and shattered, sending shockwaves through the air. A spine-chilling roar followed, as the colossal club, entwined with gnarled knots, descended with tremendous force, gathering astonishing momentum, capable of obliterating anything in its path. Like a steel gate sealing shut, Venom's arms crossed in a fierce embrace, capturing the incoming giant's weapon. Razor-sharp metal barbs rose from his palms, absorbing the overwhelming impact entirely. The deafening clash reverberated, causing the very air in the corridor to quiver, while the gusts of energy tousled Hermione and her companion's hair. From extreme motion to utter stillness, the sinewy black form remained motionless. The villain shall perish. A sinister, owl-like cackle echoed. Venom's hands gradually closed together, twisting the giant's club as if wringing out a towel. Accompanied by the gathering of power, a disconcerting creaking sound resonated throughout the corridor. The rough, resilient club crumbled in Venom's grasp like a mere cookie, splintering into fragments. The giant involuntarily staggered back a couple of steps, its dazed expression betraying confusion and unease. It did not recognize this creature, known as Venom. Yet, the palpable pressure emanating from Venom was not merely physical. It resonated from the very depths of the soul, instilling an unprecedented sense of fear in the giant. Hermione and her companions gazed in awe at Venom's rippling musculature, the remnants of their despair gradually dissipating. Let me take a good look. Venom abruptly turned its head, the grotesque and unsettling mask peeling back to reveal the fierce visage of Tiger. The exaggerated curve of its jagged fangs glinted with a chilling gleam in the flickering firelight, exuding an aura of the bizarre and the mocking. Who among you is so frightened that they've soiled themselves? The deep, gravelly duet seemed to be squeezed through clenched teeth, each word laced with an icy dread. Yet, despite this, Neville did not betray a hint of fear. Instead, he erupted with excitement. Venom, Tiger. Harry and Ron instinctively glanced down at their trousers, breathing a sigh of relief. Sensing Tiger's gaze bore into him, Hermione hastily lifted her lowered head, only to feel an uncontrollable flush spread across her cheeks. I would never soil myself. The young lioness flashed her teeth, though her bravado felt somewhat hollow. Tiger rolled his eyes in annoyance, noting that it was Venom who had posed the question, not himself. Neville staggered to his feet, his cherubic face brimming with admiration and exhilaration. I knew it. You had come to rescue me. Strangely, at the moment the enormous club was about to strike, Neville's mind conjured not the image of his grandmother, but rather the menacing grin of Venom. Of course, superheroes always make their grand entrance last. Prepare the dessert, chubby boy. Dessert? After the meal? Neville's expression faltered. If he wasn't mistaken, Mr. Venom likely intended to feast upon that colossal beast. If I were you, Mr. Longbottom, I would consider wrapping myself as a dessert. Unbeknownst to them, Gemma, Farley, and her entourage had silently taken their positions behind Hermione and the others, their gazes cold and haughty, exhibiting a complete disregard for the group. It was as if even a fleeting glance of scorn would be a desecration of their noble status. Only Ravenclaw offered earnest counsel. After all, given your intellect, you shall soon face your next demise. Why not? Repurpose the waste. For him, this was no mockery, but merely a transaction undertaken for father. Everything comes at cost. Moreover, as Slytherins, they found it utterly incomprehensible that one would willingly flock to their own demise. Hermione narrowed her eyes, seeking something within reach to knock out this fellow's front teeth. Neville, his face flushed, lowered his head, his murmurs barely audible. Damn Slytherins. You are the true waste, lurking only in the shadows. Ron, incensed, rose to his feet, unable to restrain himself from shouting, only to be silenced by Harry's hand over his mouth. Now is not the time for quarrels. Hey, you little punk, show some respect. Neville is my friend, and Hermione is Tiger's friend. Beware, or I might just switch desserts. Observing the restless giant, Venom licked its lips, tilting its head slightly, a hint of discontent in its tone. Upon hearing these words, the Slytherin's pupils narrowed, and they cautiously shifted, scrutinizing Hermione and Neville with a serious demeanor. Gemma Farley's gaze fell slightly. With but a fleeting hint, the corners of her lips curled into an enigmatic arc, evoking a somewhat sardonic expression. Hermione keenly sensed the animosity in the head girl-esque gaze, an unmasked derision and disdain not characteristic of the Slytherins towards the Gryffindors, but rather a rivalry between women, reminiscent of how Mrs. Granger regarded Mrs. Summanlin next door. Hermione found herself perplexed by this sentiment, Yet at that moment, the cold and aristocratic woman before her appeared particularly loathsome. Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger. The voice of Ravenclaw resonated at an opportune moment. The mercantile and earnest look on his face vanishing, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and solemnity. Please allow me to express my apologies to both of you. The sight of this bowing gesture left Ron astounded, his eyes widening to an extent that an apple could nearly fit inside his mouth. The virtues of pure-blood aristocracy were all too familiar to him. To bow before one they derogatorily referred to as a mudblood was akin to asking them to lick the hindquarters of their house elf. By Merlin S. Lacebra. What have I witnessed? Am I mad? Ron was engulfed in confusion and stupor. However, as Ravenclaw rose and cast a look at him and Harry that was laced with unrestrained contempt, Ron finally grasped that it was not he who had lost his sanity, but rather, it was the Slytherins who had succumbed to madness. Oh, Chocolate Frog, you can no longer contain yourself, come to Daddy. The low, gravelly voice of Venom interrupted the collective thoughts, prompting Gemma and others to look up. There, the troll pressed itself tightly against the wall, issuing menacing growls and roars towards Venom, resembling a cornered beast. Its limited intellect rendered it incapable of discerning an escape route, compelling it to follow instinct and mount a final resistance. Roar. Accompanied by its hysterical roar, the troll's body, taut with fury and despair, exhibited bulging muscles beneath its skin akin to an impending volcanic eruption. The ground trembled violently. It began to charge at Venom, attempting to break through the obstruction and flee into the corridor behind him. The oppressive sensation of the monstrous charge sent shivers down Harry and Ron's spines, prompting them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Only Gemma and her companions drew their wands, gracefully casting a cleaning charm on themselves, despite their furrowed brows. They appeared remarkably composed. For the Slytherins, the foul stench of the troll was far more lethal than the creature itself. As the troll drew closer, Hermione could distinctly perceive the wrinkled, greasy skin and the viscous, repugnant saliva. What a pungent odor! Venom grinned widely, faced with this colossal wave of flesh. His muscular arm surged with power. In the moment of their collision, he retaliated with a swift and ferocious backfist. The sheer force unleashed felt as thunderous as cannon fire. Crashing into the troll's belly, visible waves of impact radiating from the indentation. In the astonished gaze of Ron and Harry, the troll soared into the air, arriving swiftly and departing even faster. Accompanied by a chilling wail, the mass of flesh whirled and crashed violently into the wall at the end of the corridor, which collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling into the air. Chapter 84. From Mr. Weasley's neck. Desperate gasps echoed through the corridor, feeble and murky, as if something had lodged itself in the throat. The giant was deeply embedded in the stone wall, its corpulent abdomen having burst open. A gruesome melange of entrails and fat lay intertwined, with fragments of bone faintly visible amidst the decaying flesh. A copious amount of fresh blood oozed forth, trickling down the mottled bricks, staining the ground with a harrowing shadow. An even more potent stench permeated the air, reminiscent of a compost heap in the throes of fermentation. Nearly suffocating. Cleanse it, Hermione commanded decisively, waving her wand. As the foul odor dissipated, she managed to quell the tumult in her stomach. Harry, Ron, and Neville had already succumbed to the urge to vomit, leaning against the wall for support. The Slytherins silently recoiled a few steps back. I can hardly wait. Jelly beans, let me savor your flavor. With the sound of heavy footsteps, Venom approached the giant, a sinister gleam in its dark arms, which twisted and transformed into a long blade, piercing directly into the giant's chest with ease. The creature let out a low roar filled with terror and helplessness. Chunks of entrails fell from the gaping wound, splattering the ground with viscous blood. The giant's stout arms flailed, attempting to push away the terrifying entity, but it was a futile effort. Witnessing this scene, a shudder coursed through Coleman Avery, stationed at the rear of the Slytherin line. The horrific figure that had rampaged through the common room that night resurfaced in his mind like a nightmare. As Venom exaggeratedly grinned, revealing its razor-sharp, cruel fangs akin to a meat grinder, it consumed the giant's despairing head. Harry and Ron, still leaning against the wall, turned pale, their faces a mixture of fear and horror. It is going to... The grinding teeth clashed together with a thunderous sound. The crunching noise echoed. After a brief struggle, the giant's immense form fell limp, devoid of any signs of life, its limbs dangling uselessly. An indescribable sense of shock and liberation permeated the air, as if time had momentarily frozen. My heavens, this is truly... Marcus Flint's face turned green, But before he could finish his sentence, the turmoil in his stomach surged up to his throat. Ugh. Number of wall-supporting vomiters. 1. I can't take it anymore. With the giant's shoulder disappearing, blood splattered, and Blaze Zabini covered his mouth, rushing to the corner. Ugh. Number of wall-supporting vomiters. 2. With his lead, 7 or 8 Slytherins could no longer withstand the onslaught and followed suit. The count of wall-supporting vomiters steadily increased. Gemma Farley stood with her arms crossed, the veins on her pale forehead throbbing, as if enduring something. Despite her outward calm, Hermione discerned a hint of distress, a slight, malicious smile curling at the corners of her lips. Farley, I hear you have a fondness for tofu pudding. Ugh. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Gemma Farley's serene countenance shattered completely. The noble young lady, covering her mouth, shot a resentful glare at Hermione before hastily dashing toward the girls' lavatory. Hermione's momentary satisfaction froze on her face as she witnessed the venomous creature savoring the ogre's spine. She, too, pressed her mouth shut tightly and followed Gemma Farley. Unlike others, Ramos Timaat's eyes glinted with curiosity and fervor. He harbored an inexplicable sensation that the venom's consumption of other beings was perhaps driven by motives beyond mere hunger. Father had high standards for food. Something that could compel Father to endure such repulsive behavior must surely be for a greater gain. Oh, you scoundrel. Don't you truly wish to taste it? The flavor is exquisite, akin to what you described as stinky tofu. After devouring the spine with a crunch, the venom extracted the ogre's plump heart and relished it as it was tossed into its mouth. Do not provoke me. Tiger's expression darkened, more so than the venom itself. Hey, brother, this is called sharing. The venom persisted undeterred. This guy's hide is tough. The texture is superb, though it has a somewhat foul odor. However, once accustomed, it's rather delightful. It's a pity the brain capacity is too small, leaving one wanting more. Oh, wait. What have I discovered? This creature's genetic coding is quite intriguing. I see now. No wonder such a delectable being has yet to face extinction. There was a hint of surprise in the venom's voice. What did you discover? Tiger inquired, somewhat helplessly. He had to admit that whenever he wished to ignore the venom, this fool always found a way to pique his interest. The opportunity to obliterate that old man's dignity, the venom couldn't help but cackle. Indeed, the natural enemy of beings always seemed to lurk nearby. Just as the two conversed, Dumbledore, accompanied by several professors, hurried down the corridor. Upon witnessing the chaos and the remains of the ogre, Professor McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth. Oh, Merlin's beard. What on earth has transpired? Why are you all here? Professor, Neville stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, let me see. Potter, it seems your status as the savior no longer suffices for you to flaunt in Gryffindor. Professor Snape's eyes narrowed, his cold, dark gaze sweeping dismissively past the assembled Slytherins, focusing instead with malice on Harry Potter. No, I'm merely... Harry's face flushed crimson, while Ron repeatedly glanced at Marcus and the others, attempting to signal Snape. As for the venom at the end of the corridor, aside from Dumbledore's bemused smile, no one dared to interrupt. Hey, Headmaster, care for taste? The venom waved the ogre's thigh enthusiastically, though its malicious intent was palpable even to the dullest of minds. Dumbledore paused, seemingly sensing something amiss, stopping in his tracks and shaking his head with a smile. Thank you very much for your invitation, Mr. Venom, but in truth, I prefer sweets. Oh, do not be like that. Venom persistently dispensed platitudes, attempting to draw others closer. Life necessitates the exploration of novel experiences. Dumbledore sighed with an expression of peculiar disquiet. However, he firmly excluded the prospect of encountering a troll. With that, he disregarded Venom's enthusiastic invitation and nodded at Professor McGonagall. Making his way down the corridor, he could distinctly sense Venom's fervent desire for confrontation, yet the events of the evening had already been quite sufficient. Dumbledore truly lacked the temperament for frivolity. Very well, Mr. Weasley. If there's an issue with your neck, I believe I can enlist Mr. Shelby to assist you. Upon hearing Professor Snape's ominous suggestion, Ron stiffened, shaking his head vehemently. Before McGonagall could interject, Snape cast a cold glance at the Slytherin students. Slytherin, lose a point each. Now, please return to your common room and spare Mr. Weasley any further discomfort. As you wish, the fifth-year Ravenclaw responded, accompanied by his peers as they gracefully departed the corridor. You didn't even ask, Harry exclaimed, wide-eyed in astonishment. Fortunately, at that moment, Hermione and Gemma Farley emerged from the lavatory and clarified the situation to Professor McGonagall. Concerned about Harry encountering the troll? Observing Venom devour the troll entirely and belch with satisfaction, McGonagall's silence was deafening. In truth, she was far more worried about Harry crossing paths with Venom. Chapter 85. a brand new common room. Since Halloween night, over a month had elapsed. The incident with Venom and the troll had spread through Gryffindor, and subsequently throughout all of Hogwarts, courtesy of Ron. Hermione, brandishing her potions textbook, cornered Ron in the boys' dormitory and berated him for a full 3 days. Witnessing the wrath of the lioness, Harry and Neville cowered in the corner, too afraid to utter a word. In fact, they harbored some grievances regarding Ron's indiscreetness. It was high time someone intervened. Only when Ron, in tears, admitted his fault did Hermione relent, for she understood his foolishness. Ron had not intended to malign Tig, but rather sought to boast. Unfortunately, this world is rife with those who mindlessly echo others. A silent dread had already permeated every house. Following Professor Snape's acquisition of the title Serpent King, Tig had earned the moniker Troll. However, Tig remained unfazed. The gang's ferocity and ruthlessness were deeply entrenched in the hearts of the populace, akin to tendrils in the dark night, flourishing in the fertile soil of fear. He had long since acclimated to this reality, even deriving satisfaction from it. Such fear acted as an invisible barrier, shielding him from numerous troubles and disturbances. Conflicts between Gryffindor and Slytherin were frequent, yet no one dared provoke him. This suited him well. He had little interest in bullying children. Of course, if one possessed sufficient reason and courage, the gang's might would resemble a jester stripped of its stage, left with nothing but absurdity and impotence. The shadows of the past and their intimidation would struggle to endure. Only those of such caliber were worthy of Tig's equitable treatment. He was part of the gang, yet he was also fundamentally a good person. Good individuals ought to unite and crush those scoundrels into mere fragments, akin to dog excrement. As for who qualifies as the villain, it is certainly at Tiger's discretion. In truth, I'm a pacifist. As dinner concluded, Tiger let out a wistful sigh while observing Dumbledore's hurried departure, entirely oblivious to the intricate emotions swirling among the other Slytherins. Venom's unabashed malice had long been perceived by Dumbledore, and no one wished to be under such scrutiny, including the most illustrious of white wizards. Venom may falter, yet victory is not guaranteed. For the first time in his life, Dumbledore felt a pang of embarrassment regarding his linguistic prowess. Consequently, throughout the entirety of that month, he was reluctant to meet with Tiger alone. Why not storm directly into the headmaster's office? Smash that accursed statue. Since acquiring the giant's magical resistant skin, Venom's confidence had swelled to unprecedented heights. This fellow even clamored about wanting to sleep atop the woodpile in the fireplace, yearning to experience the warmth of the flames. It was only when Tiger's right hand erupted in flames that Venom finally ceased his incessant chatter. Venom could distinctly sense that the fire emanating from Tiger was of an entirely different nature. Forget it. That old codger has cast a reinforcement charm on the statue. The Weasley twins have already tested it for me. Tiger retorted irritably, disliking the feeling of being unable to strike back, akin to a dog biting a hedgehog. Damn it. Blast. The two of them grumbled as they made their way toward the common room. The Slytherin common room had undergone a remarkable transformation. Plush green velvet sofas lounged lazily and neatly throughout the space, and merely glancing at them conjured images of indulgent comfort. On the silver obsidian table, unfinished wizard chess games lay scattered, the once somber and frigid atmosphere now replaced with warmth and coziness. The moldy, dark walls had vanished, and the formerly gloomy drapes had been completely discarded, revealing a dazzling realm of gentleness, bathed in the shimmering reflections of the lake's depths. The interlaced moonstone and obsidian glimmered with an unprecedented brilliance, obliterating any remnants of past darkness and depth. The Slytherin boys loosened their ties and slumped onto the sofas without a care for appearances. Meanwhile, the girls, with a hint of dissatisfaction, pouted and decided to return to their dormitories to change outfits before re-emerging. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of Gemma, Farley, and others, the common room was endowed with a brand new visage. The spell practice room, cafe, music hall, dance studio, gymnasium, potions lab, and cooking station nearly satisfied every whim of the little snakes. Marcus led the Quidditch players into the gym, as tomorrow marked the match against Gryffindor, leaving no room for complacency. When technique fell short, strength would compensate. Ravenbork, wearing a shrewd grin, donned an expensive butler's outfit and white gloves. Stepping behind the bar he had meticulously designed, gracefully commencing the service of concocting beverages for a fee. Students in 5th grade and above are permitted to order alcoholic beverages, while those below may only indulge in non-alcoholic concoctions. Amidst a chorus of discontented murmurs, Blezabini ordered a mug of butterbeer, casting envious glances at the upperclassmen who reveled in their libations. Lisa, on the other hand, approached the cooking station by the fireplace, and before long, the delightful aroma of freshly baked cookies filled the common room, drawing the newly attired girls towards her. This is the essence of life. Tiger lazily stretched as he returned to the dormitory. Reflecting on the past, he and his companions entered the common room, resembling returnees from a grave. Their faces adorned with stiff, grotesque smiles that were nearly nauseating. The sound of a cascading shower echoed within the washroom. The dormitory door creaked open, and a graceful shadow glided effortlessly into the prefect's quarters. Moments later, the shadow departed with poise, a cleansing charm leaving no trace behind. As the washroom door swung open, a veil of steam enveloped the room. Refreshing. Tiger casually towel-dried his hair, draped in a loose bathrobe, emerging from the mist. Drops of water cascaded along the contours of his muscular chest, disappearing beneath the cool expanse of his abdomen. At that moment, Tiger's motion halted abruptly, his fierce gaze fixating on his bed. The once disheveled clothing had been meticulously folded, yet one item was conspicuously absent, a pair of underwear. Damn it! The towel was hurled to the ground, his expression darkened with contempt, as ominous as the bottom of a cauldron. Cursed radishes. This marks the 7th time this month. I have no underwear left. Tiger fumed, cursing under his breath. What does that damned woman intend to do with them? He knew precisely who the pervert was. Yet upon seeing that same pervert raise her tear-filled eyes, his clenched fist faltered. The weather at Hogwarts had turned increasingly damp and cold. A mist hovered in the distance over the forbidden forest, while the faint outlines of the mountains were dusted with snow. Yet despite this chill, hey, look at me. What splendid weather. It's time to pick up the pace. It will invigorate you. Run, if you still consider yourself a man. Tiger's roar echoed across the Black Lake, the breaths of Slytherin students rising and falling in tandem. Lisa, exhausted, tugged at Relisha Fick, incredulously muttering, "So, I've turned into a man now." Relisha, struggling to catch her breath, shot a silent glare at Tiger, who stood bare-chested at the front of the line. Perhaps this fellow has never regarded us as women. Gemma gazed at Tiger's retreating figure, her cheeks flushed with a mix of rage and shame. The treasures hidden beneath her pillow had been unceremoniously seized by Tiger the previous night, leaving behind the taunting label of pervert. If only it were possible, she would dearly love to eliminate Tiger. Yet, a flicker of excitement within her twisted her thoughts. She found herself yearning for Tiger to obliterate her instead. "Merlin, spare me," Gemma lamented, covering her face in despair. In light of today's Quidditch match, Tage did not require the Slytherins to practice for an extended period, and soon led them back to the common room. Chapter 86. Brooms are not for hitting balls. At the instant the whistle blew, the players from Gryffindor and Slytherin swiftly mounted their brooms and ascended into the air. The roars of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, with Gryffindor's vibrant banners shining brilliantly. Slytherin cast aside their usual calm demeanor, their emotions ignited as they fervently waved their fists. "Go Flint! Take them down! Show Gryffindor what! Blast Potter's glasses off!" Draco Malfoy, his face flushed, clutched the railing, shouting hoarsely, wishing it were he on the field. In response to the taunts from the Gryffindor stands, many Slytherins raised their middle fingers, their veins bulging. "Foul squid! Go to hell, you filthy mutts! Smash Oliver Wood's head with a quaffle! Come kiss Daddy's backside!" The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff exchanged horrified glances at the Slytherin stands. Gryffindor stared wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Good heavens, what is wrong with these people? Ron blinked in confusion. For him, Slytherin's most venomous insults had merely been terms like pure blood traitor, lapdog, and mudblood. Yet, such a base and savage display could hardly be expected from the self-proclaimed noble Slytherins. "You get used to it," Hermione sighed, pressing her forehead in frustration. In truth, after witnessing Ron endure multiple beatings, she had finally recognized her own disquiet. The Shelby family's modus operandi could lead one into an insidious dependency without one realizing it, especially for someone like her. To treat forbearance as the norm, to engage in emotional self-deprecation as a means of coping, was akin to wielding violence against violence, a potent, slow-acting poison. The disregard for rules and reason would ensnare an individual in a cycle of exhilaration and madness, leaving no room for escape. Not to mention Slytherin. The repression of pure blood traditions, the constraints of house rules, the shackles of honor, and the cages of nobility created an illusion of an unbreakable class and order. Once Tage shattered these chains, the long-suppressed emotions and impulses would inevitably morph into a breeding ground for violence and savagery. Hermione could scarcely fathom the terrifying scene that would unfold should these future wizarding elites plunge into the abyss of retribution through violence. Ahem. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow tightly, drawing her wand, intending to amplify her voice to say something. However, she was halted by Dumbledore, facing the meticulous Gryffindor head. Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. Minerva, do not dwell solely on the negative. Do you not perceive their liveliness? Glancing at the forest of raised middle fingers not far away, Professor McGonagall remained silent for a considerable time, struggling to suppress Dumbledore's rather peculiar thoughts. Dumbledore nonchalantly raised his hand, waving in the direction of the Slytherin stands. As the incredulous gazes of the young snakes converged upon him, the weathered hand gradually closed, leaving only the middle finger to flicker back and forth, exuding an indescribable playfulness and depth of meaning. This rendered the Slytherin stand silent. Albus Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide and her face pale. Forgive me, Minerva. With age comes the occasional cramp. Dumbledore chuckled as he lowered his hand. He feared not the transformation of Slytherin, but rather its stagnation. A splendid pass. Weasley handed the ball over to Elias Pinner. How beautiful it was. Oh, damn. The despicable Adrian Pusey shoved Elias against the wall. An all too familiar underhanded tactic from Slytherin. That wretched group. Jordan. Professor McGonagall's reprimanding voice rang out. Apologies, Professor. But the Weasley twins avenged Elias with a magnificent play. Look at that fellow's nose. The commentary from the main stand was somewhat raucous, as Tiger slowly withdrew his gaze from Snape. The slightly pallid visage and the pungent aroma of potions could deceive others, yet not the venom. The oppressive malice and magic presented a near-perfect appetizer for the venom. The metallic scent of blood and the stench of decay wafted from the legs, adding to the delectable ambience. Clearly, their headmaster had sustained an injury. But who could be responsible? Tiger found himself intrigued. However, Lee Jordan's noisy commentary caused his already sluggish thoughts to become even more muddled. His fierce brows furrowed slightly as a swift figure danced through the air, catching Tiger's attention. Indeed, as Gemma Farley had remarked, their play was rather ugly. The clumsy Marcus and his companions relied solely on their physicality, skirting the edges of the rules with petty antics. They fought valiantly, yet ineptly, not to mention how the Weasley twins toyed with them. Gryffindor had no shortage of courage when it came to a fair fight. Madame Hooch seemed somewhat displeased with their antics, her keen eyes fixed intently on Marcus and his crew, ready to blow her whistle at any moment. Fortunately, Marcus and his peers had thoroughly studied the rules, denying Madame Hooch that opportunity. A beautiful counterattack. Blatch was left bruised and battered by a bludger. Let us cheer for our queen. Angelina! The roar from the Gryffindor stands nearly shook the roof, with flags fashioned from bed linens fluttering vibrantly. The Slytherin curses echoed, yet they were drowned out by Lee Jordan's praises on a loudspeaker. Damn! Slytherin's goalkeeper, Blatch, wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, his eyes filled with furious resentment. Seizing the moment while Oliver Wood and the others celebrated, Marcus and his companions gathered around him, offering quiet consolation. Just then, a hint of venom seeped forth, and the Slytherin curses abruptly froze. Especially the Slytherin students who had once suffered injuries trembled under the oppressive atmosphere, including Marcus, who hovered in midair. Father, the male prefect, Altrincham Bester, looked pale as he glanced at Tiger, who remained unresponsive, his expression devoid of emotion as he beckoned Marcus forward. The fierce battle in the air raged on, and Marcus, trembling with trepidation, flew to Tiger's side. You fought bravely upon hearing these words. Marcus abruptly lifted his gaze, fervor and excitement flooding his eyes. Regrettably, his aim lacked precision. Huh? Marcus blinked in confusion. What you hold is merely a stick. Remember, since its invention, a stick has never been intended for playing ball. Tiger continued in a calm tone. Either the ball stays, or the player does. I permit fouls, but must be one for one. Let us not conclude the match too swiftly. First, eliminate Harry Potter. Understood? As his words resonated, Tiger cast a cold glance at the opposite stands, where Lee Jordan was still animatedly gesticulating, the noise from the loudspeaker irritating him greatly. Slytherin indeed lacked courage, but the bravery of Gryffindor was also bound to wane. As you wish, Father. Marcus gripped his bat tightly, his breathing growing heavier, and a hint of bloodshot appeared in his eyes. A fierce wind swept by as he soared into the air, conveying Tiger's words to the other players. Andrian and the others paused momentarily. Then a sinister smile flickered in their sullen and furious eyes. They certainly lacked courage, yet with Father present, they dared to confront death. Gryffindor, do you dare?